Across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Playoffs, Day 2. I'm one of your hosts, I Run Chib, here with my co-host, Dogman. How are you doing today, buddy?
Doing good. We just wrapped up EMEA earlier on the same broadcast, and we're right now live with NA again, man. So it's been a jam-packed weekend, or not weekend, I guess, just yet. But I mean, it's been an incredible start to the playoffs in every single region so far, and North America has not been a stranger to that exact thing.
Yeah, the margins between these teams are paper thin. Everyone seems to be showing up. There's upsets in every game. And speaking of upsets, yesterday in the Americas region might have been the most exhilarating Marvel Rivals I have ever watched. Just how close every game was, going the distance, and nearly every single one of them was an upset. What'd you think?
Yeah. Yesterday I got every prediction wrong. So, because I think we saw, like with Cozy and Vicky, like we saw they got 1 out of the 4. I didn't get a single one because the one upset I thought was going to happen was SDX in 100 Thieves, and that didn't happen. So literally 0-4 because NA is just crazy. I mean, we had so many insane games, like you said.
Yeah, but even that was close, right? Like that was one of those things that I thought it might happen. They just couldn't quite get it done in the end, but they looked really strong. But we are going to be diving in now. First, right off the rip here, going to the lower side of the bracket. So you got to remember, obviously, you want to be in the top 3 teams here so you can go to LAN. So right now, stakes are as high as they have ever been. Not only 70K on the line and proceeding value after that, but getting to LAN is the goal. But these first 2 games we're going to be watching are elimination series. So it is going to be tight. It is going to be intense, and it's going to be best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be brutal for, I think, the teams that are going home today, as those, like you said, Shib, will be the first games we're going to watch. So, I mean, we're going to talk to somebody who's already out of the tournament, but my goodness, what an incredible tournament it's been so far, and it's going to be brutal to see, any of these teams lose, because we know a lot of these guys personally, and so many of them have a lot of fans in the chat right now. Absolutely.
And speaking of someone in the tournament, we are going to be having an interview here with Guru, one of the top earners on Marvel Rivals, if not the top earner. We'll have that discussion with him shortly. Welcome in, buddy. How you doing today?
Yo, what up, guys? Yeah, top earner, by the way, number 1. Just make that clear.
Top earner, number 1.
I love it. I love it, man. I gotta ask first, I've always been curious about this. That portal play strategy that you had was crazy. We talk about how ingenious strange portals can be and how they're infinite value depending on what you want to do with them. How did that come to be? And please walk us through it for those who didn't see what you guys were doing.
Yeah, so that came from me missing like thousands of times in rank. Like I would just portal off cooldown. I thought like portaling the point was so boring, and if you can just take the fight directly to the enemy team as quick as possible without them knowing, that's like the best way to use it. You basically win a COF round for free because of how the first fight matters so much.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, it was like you were placing it in front of them, hopefully kidnapping them, and then the mines from Penny were just sweeping people. It was a ton of fun to watch, man. It looked great.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's just so funny when it works.
Oh my god, and it's so annoying when it works, because you did it versus me in ranked, I think, one time too. So, and Guru, speaking of which, obviously, a lot of people said that you guys got screwed over by brackets. I think that was definitely a true fact, right? With how your games went in the earlier matches in the group stages. What's your overall take from you guys from Solaris? Is there a main takeaway? I know you've talked about potentially staying together with Solaris. What's your overall thoughts on how Solaris did, how your team did? I mean, I'll just open up the floor to you to give you maybe some thoughts to the overall fans on for Solaris's performance.
Sure. Yeah, it was kind of unlucky, playing against like a couple of the best teams in the region, but we'd have to play against them eventually. It just sucks we had to play against them so early. We really haven't been doing any like tier 1 scrims at all. We've just been scrimming like MRC teams actually, up until this point. After our showing in MRI, we, some other teams have reached out and we've been scrimming 100 Thieves. They mentioned it in the interview yesterday. We've been warming them up, and they've been whooping us, but we take a couple rounds sometimes.
Yeah, and that's like the blessing and curse to being a content creator. I mean, the blessing is obviously that you've been in front of the bright lights, you know what it's like to be in intense situations, or at least to have eyes on you at all times. But the downside is obviously you got to create content, you got to be live, so you maybe can't scrim as much. So I've always been curious, do you think it's more of like a buff to be a content creator? Do you feel more confident going into these games? Because I saw on your streams you were saying, we just want to go out there and have fun, and I personally love that mentality, and your team looked really good out there. So I'm wondering if that helped.
Yeah, having fun is like the best way to just like stay in the moment, I guess. But it's a buff in a way because we're playing the game nonstop, so it's almost like second nature, like everything. But it can be, like you said, a debuff just because we can't scrim those like good teams, and yeah, pretty much we can only stream like the lower ranked teams if they, you know, just want to have fun or whatever. But I don't know. It's nice. It's a blessing either way.
Awesome.
And what have you noticed so far from the playoffs? I mean, are you kind of happy to sort of finally relax and not have to, you know, worry too much about that sort of side of competing, or no, you just want to get back into it?
Dude, I just want to play the game. Ah, gosh, dude, I want to go to that land so bad. Like Solaris in China or wherever the land is, it would just be so crazy.
Have you guys,
yeah,
by the way, I know you don't have to spoil anything like that, but has Solaris been in contact by any organizations maybe looking to get into Marvel Rivals esports, or not just yet?
A few, yeah.
A few? Ooh.
Yeah.
I love it. I love to hear
like,
that. I mean, I'm sure
just
it's not the
reaching out.
last we're going to see you guys by any means. You guys looked great out there, but curious from you guys going into the tournament, were there any teams that you were more worried about? Obviously, your bracket was tough. Were there any teams you were more worried about going in that you were afraid of facing, maybe?
Yeah, pretty much just worried about Envy. Not so much FlyQuest, but they proved us wrong there. But that's pretty much it.
Cool.
That makes a lot of sense. And Guru, I think as well for this, you know, upcoming for the playoffs right now, is there any, I mean, major surprises from yesterday? Like the whole day was just crazy. The only real upset that didn't happen was 100 Thieves winning over SDX. But overall, I mean, what's your thoughts of the first four games of the day in the playoffs?
My thoughts are Woofles has plot armor. I feel like Woofles is just going to win the whole thing. Woofles team. It's crazy. Can they beat this guy? Can anyone beat this guy?
I love it.
100 Thieves, they're just so solid. You know, they either like completely stomp or they make it way too close, but they usually win anyway.
Yeah.
Predictions
just
for
for your
today's
understanding,
matches?
we obviously take our guesses on how these brackets break down. I'm curious on your take. So I think and Dog have Fly winning. Do you have them on the first game or Envy?
Sheesh, yeah, I mean, FlyQuest has looked pretty solid today, or lately, for sure. So FlyQuest, I have winning. I have Shroud-X winning. Sentinels is super solid.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
100, I don't know, 100 Thieves and Ego. I feel like if there's any team that's gonna beat 100 Thieves, it's probably Ego. But maybe 3-2 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's exactly where Dog and I differentiated, was the Ego game. I have 100, he has Ego, but we both have it close, so it's funny. It's funny bringing it up like that.
I think it's gonna be a close set.
I don't know. I think just, I mean, everything in general, like our predictions, like I was just terrible yesterday, but like today for sure, I mean, it's going to be insane. Like NA has been such like a fiesta. It just feels like, you know, it's insane that we have to say goodbye to FlyQuest or Envy today, right? I mean, isn't that just wild? The fact that two teams that people thought were going to win the whole tournament now just are going to be gone, potentially one of them.
That's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to Marvel Rivals, one team can just show up and just be the better team that day, and maybe the other team is having a bad day or whatever.
Yeah, even in the power rankings, we had you guys ranked above some of these teams. You guys look great out. It's just so difficult, right? It's just all about who shows up in that moment. And speaking like FlyQuest, for example, I mean, getting knocked round one and then making a 5-game charge to the you know, their finals
exactly.
is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. So I mean, I'm thinking they might do the same thing today. The lower bracket seems to be their home. So game one, coming back super confident and pushing through, man. So that's why I had to choose in game one.
I guess we'll see, bro.
And Guru, I mean, do you think it's like a patch thing, or do you think it's like just how the game plays? Because this feels like a lot more, Cat, by the way, a little bit more inconsistent than in terms of, you know, the last patch. Like it felt like teams were dominant maybe in the last patch, and this one, man, it just feels so up in the air.
I have no idea, man. Marvel Rivals, it's like pretty random. It's hard to say. Like, you can make any character work. You can make any comp work. You can play Black Panther, I guess. Like, how is that even possible?
Yeah. Yeah, not only play him, he's looking disgusting out there. I mean, I know you play Wolves, Strange. I've seen you on Emma. Can you give me a breakdown of Strange nowadays? Is it just that that maelstrom increase? Is that what's pushing him over the edge? I've asked a few people. I'm just curious on their take, because we're seeing him a lot more now.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with the Emma ban and like also the Groot nerf, but also Portal's just good to use off cooldown, like literally off cooldown. We're using it. He's decent. He fills in the gaps for sure.
Awesome. I have one last question for you that I always ask everyone. Do you have any specific Marvel heroes you'd like to see coming in here in the game over the next couple months?
MODOK. Do you know MODOK?
MODOK?
Yeah. I don't know what he would be, tank, DPS, or support, but I don't know. I think it'd be cool.
He could fit all three. Honestly, I'd see it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just a huge body rolling around. Just a huge head, I guess, rolling around would be so funny.
Yes.
All headshots.
Yes.
That's awesome. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. As always, man, I appreciate your time, and thanks for dropping in. And we'll see how these games shake out, man.
Awesome. Yeah. Have a good one.
All right.
Appreciate it, Guru.
Later.
All right. See you later. So Guru from Solaris and that whole team. I mean, it's been insane over here in North America, like you said. I mean, it's any given day in this game, right? It just feels like any of these teams can win currently. And today in Ego Death, it's crazy the fact that, you know, he thinks that maybe even they could beat 100 Thieves, but I'm kind of in that same boat.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you put it that way, right? And we've seen them show up in those moments. I think yesterday was a testament to how crazy these games could be. You know, we saw even the channel points bets across the board almost dead even towards the end because people just weren't sure where it was going to go. But speaking of where is it going to go, we've got FlyQuest and Envy. The last time they met up, 3-1 FlyQuest, which honestly, you know, was definitely an underdog story there from what people thought initially.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting how both of these teams have sort of come into their organizations throughout the year that Marvel Rivals has kind of been around since the beta, right? So it's been maybe a little bit over a year since the game was like officially introduced, and then obviously the game fully dropped only recently in this beginning of the year and stuff. So right now for FlyQuest and Envy, I think that it's still early days in Marvel Rivals. So even if you're signed to a top tier organization such as FlyQuest, such as Team Envy, I think it goes to show that anybody can sort of catch up to you if they have the right motivation, like we saw with Ego Death's guy with Somble. He was describing on his interview yesterday, he was talking about how they have to, treat the game like they're professional gamers. They have to be scrimming, they have to be VOD reviewing, they have to be doing all these things. And it's true, you have to be in that mindset to win.
It was such an honest interview. I love when teammates get honest in these interviews and they're more open about how they're actually feeling. You could feel the emotion, you know what I mean, how excited he was. So I'm with you, man. I think we're going to see, some unique stuff today, man. I think we're going to see some change up in comps. I know, Envy has lost, I believe, 4 in a row here, but I know, or 3 in a row, excuse me. This could be 4, but I know they're such a strong team. But diving into FlyQuest, this team, they are not afraid to play unique stuff. That Hulk comes out. We've seen that Namora a ton. The Cap, Vest has been playing really, really well over these last few weekends. Their whole team, Cooper seems to be MVP every single game. So this team is incredibly strong. And when they get knocked to this lower side bracket, like we discussed, something unlocks, man. Bruce to the Hulk, and they just pop off and show up. And I'm excited to see if they can do it again after losing that first match.
That'd be pretty funny. Yeah, the lower bracket buff could definitely be a thing. And then for Team Envy, we already know how good this roster can be. But it's like you said, I mean, the last 3 games, it's been sort of a skid for them, which is honestly something that maybe they need, right? We talk about how Team Envy is an ultra confident team. And it's not like, I don't think we have any villains in the Marvel Rivals scene currently, just because it's so new. We haven't had an in-person event just yet. Everything's sort of been online. So right now, I mean, the only real diss I've heard about Team Envy is that they're a hyper confident team, right? That they think they could beat anyone. But who isn't like that, right? Which team doesn't feel like they could beat everyone? And for Team Envy, you need to have that confidence, and especially going down the lower brackets to make a run, you've got to do something. You got to show that you have some life. And right now, this team definitely has it. But the target bans have really been screwing them over. It feels like, right, Shib?
Yeah, and consistent. You mentioned confidence and how that may portray, but I do think we've had this conversation. I think confidence is necessary at this level of play. I think if you believe that you can get the job done, you can actually win. So if you're a little bit hesitant, which is what's got me worried right now with Envy, is those 3 losses in a row. It's just tough to shake that mentally, but I mean, their talent is insane across the board. Talk about how every single role has players that could be considered top of the role. So definitely can proceed forward for sure. I just want to see them show up in some of these matches.
Yeah, both teams have great coaches as well. I mean, FlyQuest have Coach Yoki. They also have some assistant coaches. Same thing for Envy. They have Coach Gator, right? Also a lot of awesome people behind the scenes supporting the organization, and then also through the coaching, like you said. I mean, Gator has a lot of experience in professional play himself in hero shooter genre, and then for Yoki, he's been experienced in coaching professional esports for quite some time. So both of these teams have big brains behind them, and I think who said it earlier? I think it was in the EMEA region. I think it was the Berber head coach coach. The name is flying over me currently, but he was talking about how, it's just like he just let his players go out and execute, because that's really what it is. I mean, hero shooter games, Shib, we've seen so many variations. You can't really do set plays in hero shooters, especially with 12 players in the lobbies. It feels so hard to do that, especially when, I mean, in the ban phase too, right, Shib? In the targeted ban phase that we have in the new system that is available for Ignite only, that has really changed up a lot of strategy as well, because you might be lacking 1 or 2 heroes out of a composition you've played a lot, and that can really mess up your entire game plan, especially if you're only scrimming like 2 blocks a day.
Yeah, it's just like the multiverse. There's so much variance to team comps that you go against, so set plays are just non-existent because you have no idea what to expect. And we talk about the ban phase coming into play heavy, and how I truly believe some teams have just won in the ban phase. And speaking of the ban phase, we're going to be heading that direction now. You've heard of the same song in dance. It's the same song, but will it be the same dance? Will FlyQuest press through Envy, or will Envy wake up and showcase how strong they are as a team? I am so juiced to watch this match as we head into the bans.
Yeah, it can't be stressed enough, Shib, like you said. I mean, it's these two teams were favored to win the whole tournament, and now today they will be playing against each other in the lower brackets. One of these two teams will not be in China competing for the millions of dollars that is on the line, and also for the stage prize pool, which is 70k for first place, 500k total in the region, 250k rather for the whole region. And right now we have an Emma ban first, met by the Psylocke ban, so Envy already going for those targeted bans towards Speedily.
Interesting. So, we've seen a ton of Emma bans, one of the most banned across
towards FlyQuest.
Yeah, you're good. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Envy banning out there the Psylocke. I think we're going to get a little more targeted here, which is unique, right? We talk about very consistent bans, but we're already seeing a big change. It seems day in and day out, there's a new set of bans and what people identify. They're really locking in on each other, and they're starting to understand compositions and what they feel comfortable on. And they're doing their homework, and they're knocking that out as fast as possible, as we see a lock here probably for Emma on the side of Fly.
Yeah, I mean, the Emma lock is very easy for them, I think, at this point, with the fact that the Psylocke got banned first, or the Magneto, right? It depends on which team favors which, and you get to see early on for Envy which Vanguards FlyQuests really prefer. Second ban now available after the Ultron ban comes through, because we've seen how good FlyQuest is around that Ultron composition. And same thing for Envy. Envy loves to play that Ultron. They do a great job with Nero playing a lot of that character, and then Wolverine has been a sort of prominent mainstay in North America. FlyQuest, they're not going to be able to play that. Magneto ban comes to the other side, so neither Vanguard's available. Envy, though, I'm sure, Shib, they've thought of this, right? I mean, I'm sure they know that Emma, they know that Magneto's going to get banned, and they're going to play something like like a whole cap or something along those lines, maybe a thing like we saw earlier.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot more thing. Obviously, Wolverine hasn't been banned out, so we might see that combination there, but I do think you're right. Like, we'll see something a little more unique, and they've done their homework, right? The Excel sheets for the coaches, we've heard a few times, are immense, right? They really do know what to do in every given situation. So I'm sure it is just the comms are just terrifying to listen in on as we progress to the final ban. They're locking in Strange here for the side of Envy, so they will be playing Doc over on this side. I'm excited to see those eyes.
Yeah, I wonder the Doctor Strange ban. I wonder if it was going to be a group. Or sorry, Protect. I wonder if the group was going to be a Doctor Strange ban or Protect or Doctor Strange ban, just because of the fact that, I don't know, we've heard, I mean, Doctor Strange is a great hero. We've talked about how good he is right now. And specifically, I think banning him out wouldn't be a bad idea either, but definitely Groot is another character that is super strong for Team Envy now. That probably puts them over to the cap alongside that Doctor Strange, unless they want to play that Hulk comp that we've seen earlier. Although, if I'm not mistaken, Chip, I don't think Envy's really played a lot of that Hulk. That's more been of a FlyQuest staple in North America.
Yeah, I'm with you 1000%, but I do think Kaluge plays a mean Strange, which is definitely why they're locking that in early. Kaluge is one of the top Stranges, if not, the conversation for the number one Strange. Just has insane plays and is super confident on that hero. So definitely going to see that lock in as we press forward here. I am excited. If you don't know already, the way these break down is you start off with Domination, then you choose between the losing team, then chooses between Convoy or Convergence on whatever map and side they want. And then game 3 goes back down again to the final mode that has not been played for whatever map the losing team chooses from there. So we will begin here, and you can look at the predictions. FlyQuest 67%, Envy at 33 as we begin this battle.
I mean, it makes a little bit of sense just because of how FlyQuest was playing throughout the whole tournament, throughout the group stages, to make it as far as they did to win in their group and then just get absolutely destroyed by intent. Now it's just crazy. We also have cameras coming through. Kaluj in the vertical, looking like he's on TikTok right now. Envy walking up already with some space on the triple res competition, whereas FlyQuest, Shiv, they're playing that Hulk Namor stuff alongside the Human Torch, because that character not banned for FlyQuest alongside Cooper on the Loki. We know how good that guy is on the Loki.
We have Hulk here diving up on the high side. Very aggressive hero. Seen a lot more play in this tournament. We do see Adam go immediately. Star-Lord goes down, reses up. Speedery really good in that sky, but Hulk can do a decent job of dropping them out of the sky with that jump off cooldown. And here we go. Kalush holding this point down. Going to be using that left click, just trying to build some ult charge. Already at roughly 60%. It looks like FlyQuest going to be just slightly ahead in ult advantage here as the point is being swayed towards Envy. It's all about positioning now. They're dancing on this point, trying to buy some time. But will they give up the point in the initial take here? Up in the sky, we see Energy holding it down with Torch, incredibly strong right now. We have seen a ton of bans, and out immediately goes that Eternal Bond. That can get charged incredibly quickly. Fate of Both Worlds is going to match it. Out goes Emma, going to yell to Neil. The whale comes out. It does land on NK. Down goes 2 as Month falls as well, and immediately FlyQuest are going to be up in numbers.
Yeah, but Envy's got those respawns. However, they're still not going to use them. Back off the map they go. FlyQuest first team to take that point, right? That was the biggest thing. FlyQuest got on that objective, forced away Team Envy, and it was difficult for Team Envy to really find any purchase, right? Just kind of surrounding the point, finding those first picks from Adios was massive, right? Able to do it early on, then with the whale, later on in the team fight. So right now, Team Envy on the back foot, having to come back through, though they do have ultimates ready to go. Zealous is also there. Meanwhile, early souping over from Envy over the high ground. That's a really well-timed ult from him.
Yeah, oh, and out goes the eye. It finds a bunch. Can they collapse? Energy going to take out Month and follow up a little bit there, but on the opposite side is Fly. Takes that. Adios taking out NK. 2 go down. FlyQuest just winning these fights even through the Q Fest. And out goes the dance floor from Zealous to hold on. No ults available here. The side of FlyQuest, Month is holding on to that res, though, and that could be game winning. NK comes back with the res. You mentioned holding on to them. Now you're starting to see the value. Numbers are evened out even through those picks. It just goes to show you cannot count those out. You've got to keep your composure even when you think you're ahead in numbers. Out again goes the Bond, taking that space right back. Speedery onto Zelos, and again, Envy now has pressure, and they're taking this point, but 75% already for FlyQuest is a massive start here for Team Fly.
Yeah, Cooper losing his counterpart or his teammate rather in Zelos. Big whale as well on the backside. Energy's there to follow up on Speedily in the middle of all these Shroud-X ultimates from Team Envy. They have to set up the res now if they can't win this fight, right? They've used all the Shroud-X ultimates, however, so they're going to need to win this fight here and now, and they're actually going to do so. Great job with the Shroud-X ultimates, able to win off of it, though. Energy's finding a pick. It's not really enough, I think, for FlyQuest at this point, although they're still alive, and they're actually close to Zelos' ultimate.
Yeah, roughly even on the trade here. Envy just trying to get back on that point, 99%, as they are holding on. Energy takes out Nero. Down goes Kaluj as well. FlyQuest still finding value through the situation. Up heavy in numbers here, holding on. And Energy up in the sky, just a menace. Here comes the teleport. Will it be enough, or will they hold them down? The portal is out. Can they touch? They do not. FlyQuest on the first map.
Might have called that too early. I just can't believe how Zelos stayed alive there. I mean, what a play from him and then his team and Adios to kind of control around that objective. Unfortunately, it looked like Envy just sort of collapsed around the points once all the Shroud-X ultimates ran out. It seemed like their game plan was just kind of, you know, hopefully you win. And unfortunately, right now, for how FlyQuest is playing, it was tough for Kaluj to find anything there. Right on that Dr. Strange. Wasn't getting any healing, was pushing out Zelos. Got him so low. Adios also at 1 HP. Able to get that final blow. Able to get that elimination. And right now, FlyQuest look awesome. I mean, Zelos kept that team fight alive. Didn't even have Shroud-X ultimates. Played hard around their abilities, right? We've seen the daggers, the storm daggers, right? That aura ability just to play around that inside that health pack side area. So right now, how FlyQuest is playing around the strategist is absolute peak.
Yeah, we've talked about how that ability is, you know, it's 55 HP per second. For those who don't know, that blue dome that gets thrown down there by Dagger, from Cloak and Dagger, it's actually like it's a really good mitigation to help shut down ultimates. One of the things we need to discuss, it's so difficult. You see Month there holding on to that Warlock res. It's so difficult to find value. Although it can be game winning, it's also a terrifying ability to use because it can force stagger your entire team. So holding on to that still, Kaluj has ult advantage, going to be on the side of Envy as we start up our first fight.
Yeah, right now Envy trying to take the space on FlyQuest, understanding that the Namor is going to be, you know, a force to be reckoned with on the backside alongside the Torch, right? That spam comes through. Eventually, the Torch can kind of come through and slam down your backline. Meanwhile, you also want to set up Month on his res and maybe set up a Shroud-X ultimate alongside it. Kaluj also, in the meanwhile, going to constantly look for this Eye of Agamotto speedily early ultimate committed by him.
Yeah, crystals are going to be popped out. Just buy some time here for the side of Fly. Good work there by Cooper. And we do see the Eternal Bond out too. Alt advantage heavily on the side of Envy, though. They've got to make some stuff happen here. Get this point back and swing the momentum, which we know how important momentum is. Kaluj finding a few with that eye. Can they get a pick? Not quite yet. The whale goes out. Doesn't find value. It lands. And down go 3. Incredible work there for the side of Adios. And make that 4 as they clean up. And they should be able to get this point here.
Yeah, excellent split, right? Only allowing one of their teammates in terms of energy to fall in that fight. Energy did get connected on by the Eye of Agamotto, but the peel came through from Adios, understanding the situation. That was a hand toss in the Horn of Proteus towards that Eye of Agamotto from Kaluj. Able to find everybody else running towards the Envy, towards the Eye of Agamotto. And right now, I mean, Envy's sort of a little bit lost. They're swapping NK now over to the Punisher alongside Speedily on that Human Torch. They're giving up entirely on that triple try to discomposition, moving on to something a little bit more standard.
Yeah, I think a change was necessary. I like that. I think you can't just keep running the same thing if it ain't working for you. I mean, you talk about Adios with that whale. That was disgusting. It really set up a 4-piece there for the team to press in. Now they're spawn door holding him here. Going to be throwing a ton of Qs out, just trying to buy time on this point as much as possible. Your goal is to try to get a ton as we see Window fall. Down goes NK as well. Nice pressure there. Trying to find a third. Good idea tries to get the XL. Doesn't work, but they find Month, who is going to stagger. They might wait this out a little bit. Just trying to, free time here. No reason to force that KO too early, as they do have 50% on the point and ult advantage in this next fight. FlyQuest, and they're home on the bottom side of the bracket.
And I was talking to Got Moxie over a color caster over in the EMEA region, talking about how strong Loki is. And Loki is incredibly strong, but, it's only strong if you have a player that's super good at Loki. And for FlyQuest to get Loki on Cooper, his best hero that he plays, I mean, it's an absolute blessing in disguise because NB do not have a Loki on their side.
Yeah, those crystals are insane for shutting down ultimate. Such a good ability, and that's why you see so many Loki bans. Out goes the whale again from downtown. Does it find more value? Good defensive ult there. Well done by Window to clean that up. Great ult there again, as we see more from Kalush. They're finally able to find a little more value from that NK trying to press out here. We will see that final judgment very soon here. And then Hulk gets knocked back into Bruce form. We see out goes the Eternal Bond to try to, just force this into a little bit more of a slow fight. 91% on, though. Envy pressing Q everywhere. Can they find some picks? Pressing in heavy now. Whole team needs to make sure they get on point. They do touch here. 98%, but it's that 99. First fight from Fly. Holding it on to this point is insane. Energy with great positioning. Adios just trying to get that alt charge up as he's sitting at roughly 85. We do have Emma ready for Vest. Will Vest find more value? Vest, a mean Vanguard here, is trying to buy time off this point. Still ticking down that OT, and out goes one of the more defensive ultimates from the Vanguards, as the Freedom Charge is out for Cap. Out again goes the Psionic Seduction from Vest. Will it get much? No, great positioning there for the side of Fly, from Envy. We're able to hold on, and at this point, it looks like Envy will get the point and hold on. Great work to not panic in that situation.
Yeah, that took a long time, and actually the coach of FlyQuest, he was the one that mentioned how you don't really want to judge teams too harshly on domination as the first map of the series. Also, not a huge time bank in domination compared to maps like Age of Self Path, compared to Convoy and Convergence. So, I mean, domination, a tough map to play, and Team Envy now in control of the point. They could reverse sweep it here on the second round, which FlyQuest are looking to close out.
Yeah, and here we go again. Alt advantage roughly even, slightly in the favor of Fly. Out goes the Tornado. Do they get value out of the back line? We do see the invisible boundary up the counter a little bit. Nobody finding anything just yet. No purchase on these abilities. Cooldowns being used. FlyQuest still slightly up in alt charge, but not by much. The whale goes out. Still nobody falls. Great dance floor there. Matched right back from Speedery, who is going to try to get more value out of the Supernova. Still no one as the Eye of Agamotto gets popped. Will anybody get a pick here, or is everybody going to turn this into a neutral? There we go as NK takes out Energy. Odds are now in the favor of, Envy. Psych, I lied. It's evened out now. Vest finding NK, and that's a great pick as trying to build up that Emma charge. Remember, once you get to 100, it is double damage on that laser, and they're finding more with the Psionic Seduction. Cap in a dangerous spot here. Gonna punt him into the wall. Ton of damage there. Speedery on Audio. Spark Chief on a window. Traded again, but it's now 72% for Envy on point.
I mean, they're building it up right now. Speedily's popping off. Also, first thing in my head, I didn't realize NK was in the lobby. I mean, we usually see Cal, so that was interesting, the fact that we're seeing NK play yet again. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen him. And right now in the Punisher, creating a ton of space for Speedily, right? Popping that final judgment in the middle of the fights. Maybe not finding any total eliminations, but creating so much room for Speedily right now, who has that Luna Snow idol. He's been the hard pocket right now. 95% of the board. Envy could do it.
Yeah, I mean, here comes a portal touch. It needs to happen. They will get the touch, and it's all about this next fight. Ult advantage just slightly for Window. That ult finds a ton of value in OT like this. It's essentially another strategist ultimate. If your team dances in, remember, you got to stay inside the path of cap if you want that overshield. A lot of people don't quite understand that, especially as you're climbing the lower side of the ladder. Adios up in the sky, burning that cooldown as good as Speedery's going to try to capitalize on that. Yep, and they do. Speedery on Adios early. Envy now looking up on this map. Will they find another? And here comes the eye. Kaluj gets a pick with the eye as Vest goes down. And now goes the invisible boundary. Stalling this just a little more out again with the Eternal Bond. Adios falling with that ultimate up is difficult right now. But it looks like Envy's doing a great job holding on to this. And it looks like they will get map 2. Maybe I spoke too soon as it's really close here on the OT.
And Energy Cooper fall eventually is going to fall as well. Oh no, Spark Chief just a little bit too late. Tied up 1-1. We're heading to the third round on the very first map of the day in North America. Imperial Institute of Science will be that third map, which is a little bit more open. So I'm curious who you think this favors, Shib. I mean, does it favor Envy's composition with that Punisher, or maybe FlyQuest, maybe with the squids in the Namor placement? It could be a little bit easier for them to stay alive. What do you think?
It's difficult. A lot of teams elect to break that middle segment of this map. It does pull up two essentially like flying walls. It gives your flyers something to dance around, but Speedery in the sky is terrifying. So I think it might favor Envy a little bit here in that space, that opening, that, you know, the visual height you have, just the ability to look across the map will help NK. So I think the composition is more favored for Envy on this next map, but we'll see if Fly makes a change or if they get it done with the team they're running right now.
All right, kind of agree with you, actually. We'll see what happens between both these teams. I mean, it's definitely neck and neck at the current moment. And right now, FlyQuest sticking with their Hulk stuff, right? Consistently playing with that Emma Frost, considering that character made it through in the ban phase for them. We'll see what happens in this upcoming map, right? FlyQuest do have that whale ready to go. No Stratus ultimates on the side of Envy. However, Speedily with the Supernova can create so much space alongside with NK if he's in a good spot. Can have a pretty strong ultimate. So right now for FlyQuest, I imagine they want to up the pace a little bit, make sure Envy doesn't really get a good setup here with their Human Torch.
NK setting up the turret. It is something you have to deal with, especially if you try to go down these off angles, these tight alleyways where you get that, you know, that AoE damage from the turret, the area of effect damage. For those who don't know what that means, into that hallway is terrifying. Already had ult, so wasn't really going for ult charge. Speedery gonna pull out the tornadoes, the Supernova again out of the back line. Double landed as NK from Energy takes that NK and Month. Good turn there. Nice start up here as Cooper finds one. Speedery back on Energy. Adios on a Speedery though, and now FlyQuest is looking like they'll take this point over early on. And they just got to drop this cap, who is very difficult to get off the point.
Yeah, smart little counterplay from FlyQuest there. I thought they were in a weird spot after Cooper was forced to use his crystals early for NK and that spamming that turret like you mentioned, Shib. That was a good call out, but, you know, for FlyQuest, they're really good at counter-engaging, it looks like, because while they were playing back, avoiding the Supernova, income Hornprobius from Adios just connected on 2, and that was massive because there's no crystals to save him on the backside. Here comes the final judgment, though. Aggressive. Adios already found Speedily, though, so that's a tough spot to be in for Envy.
Yeah, it's tough to stay up when you're using that ultimate as NK does go down. Spark Chief, nice patience there to find out when to dive in. Energy gonna pop that Supernova now, and a ton of damage goes out. That's a second pick onto Kaluj. Well done by Energy right now in the sky, who is actually holding his own in the sky against Speedery, who's known as one of the best, if not the best flyer in this game.
You know, I think we've seen it before in other regions. That Namor on this top left side of the map is really hard to dislodge. We also have so much space over there. So right now, Audio's taking full advantage of it, close to another whale again, but Envy does have Stratus ultimates. That's going to be fight changing for them. This is the first time in this round they're able to build up towards those ultimates. 60% on the board also built for FlyQuest, so they're halfway to closing out on the first map.
Got to show up the Spark Chief, that early pick onto the final judgment, and that is a nice cancellation there by Emma to hold on as the teams are now battling in the alleyways. We do see the damage boost goes up. NK going to take out Energy, though, and that's tough as Vess finds Kaluj. Numbers are even here. Ult advantage on the side of FlyQuest, who have 4 available as they use another. Zello's going to pull out the dance floor. Here comes the whale, but nobody is inside. Good, but it did force the team to play in 2 different locations. Will that be enough? We did force out an ultimate there for Month, as Month is going to start another dance floor. Speedery, and here we go again with the Supernova. Will it find more value? Hulk trying to escape, does escape and find some off angle here directly out of the back line. Great positioning as we do see Zellos fall. Speedery, great decision making there, playing around this angle. These are those flying covers that I was mentioning. If you break that middle start of the map, you can actually break it immediately. Those will pop up for you, and it gives flyers a huge, essentially like wall, just natural cover to play around, which the pros do incredibly well. They will not fight it without natural cover. You'll never catch them out in the open, as we see the retake here, but 98% on the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, perfect disengage there from FlyQuest. They're really good at dodging that Punisher ultimate. We see a lot of teams maybe lose one or two members of their team. Full disengage away from that ultimate, understanding how strong Final Judgment is. As most people in chat said, I've seen enough. Nerf Adam Warlock. Right now, on the comeback, Envy. Do have that Ayavaga. We've seen it before from Kaluj. Can he get it done again right now, Shiv? They need to not also give up that point as they're currently in control.
Yeah, I think we might see something a little bit more unique. We might see a counter supernova here, potentially just to try to put damage out to wherever Strange is trying to make a play. Speedery up in the sky now, getting close to ult as well, but Energy is popping that right now. Will they find value? Essentially going to try to put as many on the floor as possible and then dunk in there. If you see 4 of those fire pits on the ground and you land on them, it can burst through Strategist ultimates, but no, gets frozen immediately. Going to play low ground here onto the dance floor as Cooper copies up Zelos and keeps it going, and Zelos will be very close to another. Kaluj with that eye. Can they play off it down? Goes Zelos. That's a huge pick. As Zelos was about to have ultimate, cannot stress enough how huge that was. But Vest, Smart Chief, and Adios say, no, we don't want this to go that way, as they find 4, make that 5 and 6 as they retake the point. And that will do it, as FlyQuest is going to take this map and get game 1.
Wow, what a play from FlyQuest. They're so good at disengaging all these ultimates, splitting up at the perfect times to not get hit by the Eye of Agamotto, only resulting in one of their members going down every single time. And whether that be to the Final Judgment, whether that be to Supernova, they're only losing one member of their team and then trading it back to staying alive. I mean, that Namor has so much survivability. Same thing with Hulk. Same thing with their backline with the Namor, right? They have so many options in terms of just living. And right now, honestly, I mean, Envy's going to have to react in the ban phase next map, honestly. It feels like the Psylocke ban, I mean, it was kind of nice, I think, to just get rid of that character, but right now it showed that that FlyQuest around this Namor composition just played so well. Maybe on the upcoming maps, maybe when we head to Convergence, maybe when we head to Convoy, they could play something a little bit similar, but right now, I mean, it feels like they just allowed so much space to this Loki and to the rest of FlyQuest, who just didn't seem to fall. I mean, they only had at most 7 eliminations onto Human Torch, onto Energy, and honestly, he wasn't even feeding. So right now, it's a tough game for Team Envy.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest runs this comp so well, and they do it so consistently. It's difficult because it's like, you know, do you ban them out? It may not be quote-unquote meta, although they make it look like it's meta. So they don't like to ban it out, and they try to find stuff like getting rid of the Psylocke there, which makes sense. But then Vest is now allowed to play this Emma and found 30k damage in 8 finals, almost across the board. The entirety of the Vanguards and Duelists looking very similar with 11 finals, 8 finals, 10 and 9 from Spark, Vest, Energy, and Adios. So the team is just playing so well together. Everybody has their space. Speedery with 13 finals on the opposition goes to show you how good he is in the sky. But like I said, FlyQuest just as a unit looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many factors when it comes to Marvel Rivals, with the ban phases, with the protections that you have, and, you know, obviously your players that you actually have within your own team. That's a huge thing as well, being target banned that we've seen so far. But realistically, it's a hard game, I think, for NK on the opposite side on that Punisher, right? Trying to figure out his role in that composition. I think comparatively to what we saw for like with the 100 Thieves, they were really good at playing on this Punisher, just hard pocketing Terra, able to build those ultimates so fast, as well as build that Final Judgment just within, I think, a minute. We saw 2. So, you know, I think in terms of Punisher gameplay, that's probably the peak, but also they're playing heavily around that. We saw with Team Envy, like you called, Shib, I mean, they're playing so well around Speedily. I mean, he's obviously a hard carry of this lineup, but it almost feels like that Punisher needs to be doing a little bit more, maybe support the Punisher a little bit harder, because I just feel like anytime that Final Judgment would come out, it just wasn't to any avail.
Yeah, I feel like you need to have either the mag or potentially the Thing to get that damage reduction over to your Punisher. It's so difficult to stay up when everyone's eyes are on you. Punisher has a large frame, right? So everybody's looking in that direction. It's very difficult to stay up. You know, you can try to pull something like the Loki crystals, but Loki was not being played on that side. I don't believe he was banned out, so just elected to not choose it. But this has been, you know, I do think FlyQuest, it's playing right into their strengths, and they're looking really good. But we're going to see what happens here on game 2 right after this short break.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
fighting all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
Welcome back, everyone. FlyQuest doing FlyQuest things, and this lower side bracket just looks so good out there with their pretty traditional team comp at this point.
Yeah, and I think that it was close. I think on map number 2, that we saw speedily kind of pop off on the Human Torch. That could be an option moving forward for them, and it depends if we even see the Storm again, right? That's potentially in their back pocket. I know that the character sort of gets banned out versus them a lot, also sort of fallen out of favor recently just because of how, things have sort of gone. But, I'm curious to see what Envy has in their back pockets and if they'll even change anything, because I think, for Team Envy and for like we said about Yoki earlier, a lot of teams think that domination's a bit 50-50, right? Sometimes you win domination and sometimes you get smoked. It feels like it's random, right? Because if you cap the point first, you're probably going to end up with 50, 60, 70%, maybe even 80% sometimes, even just losing that first fight or winning it and then maybe after that losing it. But regardless, FlyQuest on that domination dominated Envy, and right now map number 2 is definitely going to be an interesting choice for Team Envy, because I know these two teams, like you said, Shib, have played each other before, and I think FlyQuest know where they could take Envy, as they were in the same group together. Or rather, Envy knows where to take FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think in domination, you mentioned, like, you win those first fights, you get a ton of percentage. I think it's just due to the fact that both teams commit a ton to those first fights. They use, whether it's the second round, they use a lot of ultimates just to try to ensure that they get that point early. And if they don't, then it's just a downhill, slope where they just kind of fall down because ult advantage is now against them as they're defending, and defending gives you better positioning a lot of the time. So it's very difficult to battle back. So I'm with you that it can be a little tricky on domination.
Oh, we missed a ban. Why does that keep happening in our game, Ship? Was it Envy who missed it last time? I don't remember which team it was.
100
It might have been
Thieves.
Envy. It was 100 Thieves that missed
for
it
us last time. Yeah, this is crazy, dude. That's the first.
Wait.
That's the first ban.
Did Energy crash or something? Envy missed a ban now. We might have some issues potentially. This is the only explanation, unless both teams are agreeing to not ban things or something. Because,
Yeah.
What do you?
There's nothing
what do you
being
think's
shown
happening?
here. Yeah, there's nothing being shown here on the next ban. I'm curious if we're gonna see history in the
restart,
makings
maybe?
here. Yeah, it could be no, it could be a gentleman's agreement. I'm not quite sure exactly what's going on. Yeah, no bans.
I imagine maybe they're gonna restart in a second or something, because there's an issue.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, going back to the beginning. Just 'cause, missing a ban is crazy, like you said, Chip. 100 Thieves didn't necessarily lose a map because of it, but it sure seemed like it when they lost. I forgot who it was too, but they definitely missed the ban, like you said, and then lost that series or lost that map.
Yeah, it's definitely an easy cop out if you lose. I'd be like, hey, we didn't ban, right? Like that,
We didn't ban.
We missed a ban.
For gore.
I was curious what was going on there, but that makes sense. I do think we need to see a change. Do you think we're going to see maybe the Hulk banned out? You know, Hulk is getting a ton of value on that side.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked to some players before saying how they talked about you want to do individual bans. And right now, I think it's a good idea to ban out maybe that Hulk, maybe something that FlyQuest likes to run. But the real difficulty for sure is that I think FlyQuest out of every other team is one of the most flexible teams, almost too flexible, right? Because sometimes we'll see them play Iron Fist when Iron Fist is not good. We'll see them, you know, figure out a whole bunch of stuff. And, you know, for FlyQuest, it almost feels like you can't target ban versus them considering that their hero pool, right, Shib?
And that's how you excel, I think, at this level of play, especially with this banning system. I think you need to have diversity in your roster. You need to be able to play different roles, whether it's brawl, dive, or poke. You need to have other things in your arsenal, because if you do get banned out, which we've seen some of these teams struggle with, and then you try to force something maybe for the first, or it's something you've practiced not as frequently, especially at a scrim level, you know, it is very apparent. So I do think we need to see a shift up here from Envy in the bans. I don't think the Psylocke ban off the rip is necessarily what they need. Yeah,
I kind of agree. In that boat, we'll see what they opt into, but yeah, restart on both teams' side. They're looking like they're going to go for that Emma ban, and they are this time around. Don't want to deal with Vess on the Emma, and he was having a good game, so I don't mind that, right, Shib? I mean, it seems to be a solid choice considering how the Psylocke ban went for them last time.
Yeah, I think that's a great choice. I think Emma had, 30k damage, 8 finals, just utilizing that psionic seduction. I think that ability sets up so much, especially when you have Namor on the field, where you can throw that whale at enemies that are walking directly at you with no pace at all. So can guarantee that center location. We saw a lot of value, even with just knocking down the entirety of the team. And the follow-up there from Human Torch in the sky, as we see Spiedery's Human Torch getting taken out there pretty quickly.
Yeah, maybe fine with it on domination, not so much on convoy. That would make sense. I think from everything we've discussed, it seems like Human Torch is harder to play on domination maps, especially on Burn the Chalice. So it kind of makes sense that they would want to get rid of that. And then Wolverine ban again for Team Envy, not wanting to play against FlyQuest in there. So both teams protecting that Magneto, hovering that Psylocke ban is FlyQuest yet again, though. Targeting speedily definitely a priority for FlyQuest.
Yeah, we had a conversation with Guru obviously earlier, somebody who could play Wolverine at a high level. I think Yggdrasil's Path is a Wolverine, it's a playpen essentially. You can just do so much with that movement and tackling around corners that leads to free KOs. So Wolverine's a great ban out in my opinion here on Yggdrasil. And remember folks, this is the choice of Envy. They lost first map. They have the choice of map and side here on map 2. So choosing Yggdrasil, so they feel comfortable on this. So expect to see them playing well here as we go into game 2.
Protecting the Psylocke is definitely interesting. Doctor Strange ban for Team Envy's side, and I'll be honest, that doesn't feel necessarily targeted, but it is that Storm Protect to make sure Speedily can play that character, as the Ultron could be removed for FlyQuest side, because on Envy's team they've also removed Ultron. We'll see what FlyQuest want to do. I mean, Loki is still on the table. That character's not been touched, and FlyQuest has played well. It doesn't feel like, to me at least, Shib, that Envy is targeting FlyQuest specifically right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not quite sure about the Strange ban. Obviously, Strange, portal block on this map is very impactful, I think. So that is likely the thought process there. Kaluj not even needing to protect the Strange there, although we saw some big ults last map. So you're right. You're going to see that Loki. Obviously, Cooper on Loki. Shout out from last map. Just MVP again. Most healing, 59k. Closest after that was 51, and then it was followed up by 40 and 38. So a ton of healing and almost 15k damage there. And almost 20k damage there from Cooper. So with 5 finals, Loki just so strong in this current meta.
Absolutely. And on Yggdrasil Path, we're probably going to see that spawn camp with the 3 Vanguards and 3 Strategists. And remember, guys, this is a best out of 5. So first team to 3 maps is going to win the whole series and move on. The team that doesn't is going to be eliminated from the Ignite series and will not be going to China for our very first LAN and Marvel rival. So it's a big deal right now. A lot on the line for both teams. And map number 2, we've seen how strong this triple Vanguard composition is, Shib, for these first point holds for the triple strategist as well. I believe Envy still has that Wolverine as well in their back pocket if they so choose, but I don't know, what is the real answer, Shib, to this triple Vanguard composition? Is it that Storm to give your team that damage boost alongside that Punisher?
That's a difficult conversation. I don't know if it's Storm. I do think Wolverine, obviously, but, you know, it depends on the ban out situation. I think Wolverine is incredibly strong into triple here, especially into Groot. And Groot's essentially a scratching post. We make that joke all the time. And we do have the Thing out. So this is typically the comp that we see, Thing, Groot, and then some sort of frontline shield tank like, as you see here, Magneto or Strange. And ton of damage out so far. This is going to give your backline Shreds a ton of all charges. You see 70% already here for Cooper. 82, excuse me, as he's just flying up, ready to press Q very shortly. Already has that up, but so is the Eye of Agamotto from Kaluj. Finds some purchase, but not able to find any value as we do see the dance floor pulled out here by Cooper.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like NK specifically, Window is gone, by the way, in the spawn doors of his own team. I feel like what we've seen out of like Terra, he'll go into that turret form just to farm ultimate, right? Not to find eliminations, but just to build that ult. NK just going there without the turret, right? Just running in towards their face. Maybe that the idea to swap to the turret just to build up the ultimate quick could have been helpful there.
And just to shout out, Adios actually used that Sia as well, that rocket all at the same time as Cooper. That may have been a mistake, or it may have been for the damage to try to, you know, they do not have any duelists out there right now, so it's all about keeping in the fight here. NK gonna find energy and Bass, and the shoddy to the body, terrifying here as Punisher can really burn through this front line, as is shown right here, shoving through and finally pushing out of the spawn door.
Yeah, able to get on through, but maybe job's already done for FlyQuest, right? Winning at least one team fight. Envy now on the back foot with 2 minutes nearly off the clock. Another fight going to come through. No portal, though, because we talked about how Dr. Strange was banned earlier, right? So FlyQuest, at least in a position where maybe the second fight isn't going to be totally ideal for them, whereas Envy, because of that Dr. Strange ban, afforded themselves, you know, a really solid second fight here as FlyQuest swapped Adios over to the Human Torch.
Yeah, we also see the capping pull out here by Spark Chief on the defense, but down immediately goes Vesh. Speedery with that AoE, just keeping the team damage boosted, walking through as Spark Chief falls as well. Envy starting to look like their old selves as we see two more go down from Kaluj and Window. Really well played again by Envy, who now found their footing and will have ult advantage in the next fight with a double duelist ultimate. This is going to be terrifying if you are a Vanguard. You got to get up there quickly, but Vesh will not have that meteor ready on the Magneto.
Yeah, I mean, it's made a very awkward fight now. Cooper comes in with the copy. Here comes the Supernova from Adios as well. Can they find elimination? Speedily will fall down. These are great opening picks for FlyQuest on the re-engage.
Wow, I think pressing Q just a little bit too late there for Envy as FlyQuest comes through and finds the entirety of the team. What a retake as they just own this point, and now they have ult advantage in the next fight. So well played across the board. Adios and energy there, just sweeping right as you see NK pop that final judgment. That is a tough look, and we mentioned trying to keep NK up there when you're using that final. Just had a very difficult time staying up when he presses Q.
Yeah, and they should be able to find those eliminations there. So like you said, Shiv, that is tough. Now double Vanguard ultimate for Team Envy. Here comes energy in the back. Oh no, Month's already gone. And it's only Nero. Oh my gosh, Envy. What a timing with the dance of the butterflies.
Oh, that was disgusting as sending him back to the spawn door again. Not having to overcommit as Spark Chief now. And Zelos will have ult again, tied up and roughly even in the next fight. And it just seems like FlyQuest has found their footing. They got a little shaken there on fight 2 and came right back.
And they're not even looking for him. He's set up behind again, unfortunately for Month. He got deleted now off that Loki onto that Invisible Woman, but Nero goes down again. Oh no, lacking that invulnerability for the backline. I mean, they're just getting dominated right now. Zealous with the clap, speedily goes down. 11 seconds left to go. You have to toss out ultimates. I mean, Window's down 2 people.
That was mean. It got the entirety of it. NK gonna follow up on Cooper. That's a nice pick there early on. Out goes the invisible boundary, and it's in OT now. It's all about this next few moments. FlyQuest with a meteor does land, does not find any value energy. Gonna take out Nero though, and once again, it is in the favor of FlyQuest. Envy starting to panic. The heartbeats are skyrocketing as they're just holding on. Speeder gonna get back here, and out goes the Hurricane, and this could be huge. Zelos just trying to run out. Out goes those crystals, but they don't have a lot of value into the Hurricane as it just burns up at the same time. Adios on NK though. Still going to be up slightly in this fight. It looks like Envy doing a good job with patience, just kind of holding on for this fight. Adios trying to find Storm, not able to do so. Back and forth, the Speedery with great movement in the sky on that Z axis. Out goes Cooper. Kaluj with that Maelstrom again. These fights are so back and forth, but it looks like it's going to go in the favor of Envy, who will be able to get point 1.
I don't know how they did it. I mean, what a huge ultimate from Window. The fall from Kaluj, like you mentioned. Speedily was still alive. That was the biggest deal. And energy, even though you find one from spawn there, you still kind of take yourself out of the fight just due to how the Psylocke plays, trying to spawn cam Nero. I mean, Nero unfortunately got bullied in that last fight, but it didn't end up mattering because his team was able to win without him, while Energy was distracted in the back line, as well as speedily eventually able to get that elimination. So sometimes on Psylocke, it is that tough decision you have to make, whether to go for that spawn camp or whether to just keep harassing backline, because it looks like Team Envy were able to just win on that frontline duel.
Yeah, I mean, we have a double Shroud ult here available for Envy as out goes the boundary. Psylocke not able to get any value there as Energy's going to have to reset, just burning some of these walls down on the way out. Kaluj taking that space. This is a very good jump spot. You'll actually might see him retreat here and climb upwards, using that corner to hide the height and then fall down with an ult as Kaluj is going to try to hide up in that top side angle. There is flyers on the opposition as Adios is going to pop that hurricane, or the tornadoes, excuse me, the supernova. And here comes the hurricane right through onto the back line. Speedery, Adios going to find NK, but will Speedery be able to find some value? Yes. Down goes Vess as the numbers are evened out. Spark Chief going to pop that ultimate for Cap, the freedom charge. Will he keep the team in? And out goes Iavog and Loader towards the back line. But they do elect to counter ult with Zelos and hold on.
I mean, in these neutrals, I just think that really Speedy's hard carrying. I mean, Envy's strategists both layered their ultimates in that previous fight due to the dance of the butterflies. They definitely did not need to do that, but it doesn't matter because Speedily keeps eliminating Energy. Energy's had a tough time versus the Storm player on Envy, and he does it again. Speedily takes down Spark Chief.
Yeah, and as you're climbing ladder, you may say, oh, you got no picks with that ultimate. It's not valuable. If you're able to pull out 2 strat ults like that, that is the most valuable thing you can do in this game. Those ults are very much game stalling and game winning. And if you're able to force them out like this, it gives your team a massive advantage over the next few fights. As we do see Cooper like to use the dance floor, keeping the team up. They're trying to burn through it with the strangling prison. And oh my gosh! As NK finds a quad! Absolutely disgusting setup there. Make it 5 as they get a penta, and that will give them point 2. Insane play by Envy, who still have the reset.
That might be the most eliminations from a Bucky ult I've seen in one single crack at Impact. Amazing job from NK, like you said, Shib. And right now, Envy are steamrolling into this third point, being carried by Duelists and Vanguards right now. It's been a hard game for both Nero and Month, but it hasn't really mattered because every single pick on a Spark Chief, every single pick on the Energy has been absolutely impactful for Envy to get into this third phase with 1 minute and 34 seconds left on the line, and their tournament life still, hanging in the winds.
And here comes the Omega Hurricane again. Will it force out some abilities? It does not. Instead, it finds a pick onto Zelos. Going to grab that health pack, but it doesn't matter as Vess with great shots there is able to find that pick and even things out a little bit. But losing a strategist early like this is difficult, especially when that strat may have ultimate. So we are going to see some pressure here from Envy, who will be up. No ults available besides Vess on the side of FlyQuest. Very close here for Adios in Spark Chief, who is gaining some space. Adios going to get very aggressive here with this. Ooh, and out goes the eye. Doesn't find a few. It does. Not able to get any purchase on the back line, though. Is going to have to retreat. Vess still holding on to this ult. Going to use it defensively to try to counter something. If possible, potentially Window with... Ooh, I was going to say the Strangling Prison. Tried to make it happen, but unable to do so. Looking directly towards the back line on Nero, but misses. And that's tough. That's a very tough look as it was potentially available there for him. NK just riding the high off that momentum of the 5-piece. May find another here shortly who's at 75, looking for another big ultimate.
And this is a tough part. They want to kind of slow it down to make sure they don't get eliminated due to this storm. But right now, counter ultimate to come through for Month. It's getting early engaged from them as FlyQuest counter with the Fate of the Worlds.
Yeah, and it is going to buy some time, but there's a Dunk Energy able to clean that up. Spark Chief finding 2 more energy again with a 3-piece. Cooper onto Kaluj. FlyQuest, great retake there. 5 seconds on. They will not be able to get point 3. Great defense by Fly, but you gotta show some love for the side of Envy and NK, who gets that penta to push them through point 2, which is a very difficult point to press through.
Yeah, I don't know how Envy got it done there, honestly. I mean, in the Streets phase, it did feel like they were losing, and then out of nowhere, Speedily would find a pick. Out of nowhere, he would find another one. So right now for FlyQuest, they have to kind of slow it down potentially, but it's tough because you don't want to, like I was talking about, you don't want to slow it down versus a Storm, versus the Winter Soldier, because then you allow that Groot, you allow that Winter Soldier, you allow that Storm to sort of take space and just able to kind of just exist and build up ultimates, also, find picks on the front line. So it's a tough decision right now, as it's a matter of is dive better than like these sort of brawly compositions with the Groot just sort of run together as a unit. What really is the best is kind of decided up to your team. But right now, in terms of how Team Envy is playing, they're trying to hard keep their backline alive, push away Energy, push away Spark Chief, maybe even eliminate them. For FlyQuest, they're going to need to just keep Energy alive. Energy's going to have to leave probably sooner than he thinks, especially versus a Storm Because like you said, Shiv, I mean, before, I believe to me, how that storm factor sort of changes a lot of the game up with that damage boost for the whole squad.
Yeah, not only does it have that damage boost, but it is just a guaranteed force out of your backline, of the opposition's backline, right? It does force out cooldowns, and for the, you know, Loki crystals really don't get nearly as much value into something like Storm, just because they get burned at the same time. It forces your strats to use an ultimate or they're in trouble. So really well played. They tried to ban out Speedery here, but just too many flying heroes for him to play. Just knows what he's doing as they do push out. We see the defensive side of Envy actually going to be using double shield with the Groot instead of having that thing. So that could be a little bit of change of pace. Adios finds one early though, but it is res back. And that's a, you know, that just goes to show you some love there from Speedery on Rocket, who's now not using a flyer instead. Going to help the Vanguards in the back as they will continue forward fast. That's a great change here. A lot of teams are electing to use Squirrel Girl here just to push through these walls in the shields. Just shoot right into them. Go ahead and just take them out. You don't need to find a ton of value on burning the backline. Just burn through the shields and make those shield front lines way less valuable. But as I'm saying that, FlyQuest just kind of collapsed through and just walked through them. Great switch there by Vess again to burn walls and shield on the Squirrel.
Yeah, perfect Terror Cape there from Zelos, able to find the elimination. It's a shame only that Vess is not using the AC-130 crosshair that we saw in EMEA with Orion. Now early fight from Envy. Energy, oh no, picks off Nero early.
Yeah, and that is valuable. Again, FlyQuest looking really good. 3 more go down, and now Energy going to play in the Storm with the damage boost combination from Zelos. Down go 4 as they shove them back in. That portal only 20 seconds on will be gone, and that could be enough for them to get this first point for free with almost 3 minutes on. FlyQuest took that loss personally on the first 2 points, and they want to make sure they get map 2 as they progress forward here and wall off all the available zones.
Yep, with 4 on cart as well. The cart moves as fast as possible, sailing in the wind right now for Team Envy. Regrouping in the second phase is crucial. Getting a fight win or 2 with 5 minutes is important, obviously. But for Team FlyQuest, they have some good ultimates to work with. Play around Adios and that final judgment. We're going to need to see some good gameplay out of that Punisher in order to see them go against Envy, because they've swapped over now to Bucky and also that Storm on their defense.
All right, Kalu's trying to set up an eye here. Alt advantage for Envy. They want to make big plays and hold tight here again as they still use that double shield composition. Then far less frequent. Adios going to pop out the final judgment. Haven't seen a ton of Adios on Punisher. Trying to burn through that Omega Hurricane as you are, so see immune. You cannot be moved around, which you do get slightly moved in that Hurricane. And it's one of the strongest ultimates outside of something like Iron Man to just burst through that Hurricane and find value as a counter to Vess. And it's Spark it too. Out here goes Vess with a meteor. Will it land? Got to get rid of those crystals. They do as Vess finds 2 more. Make that 3. Adios on a few more as the whole team gets wiped out. And FlyQuest keeping the pressure forward. And they do have the Hurricane again for Energy in the beginning of the next fight, forcing out Nero's ult relatively early.
Oh my god, shoved into a locker. I mean, the bully gets bullied. Kaluj tried to ult, got it canceled by Vess and Spark Chief, setting up the wall behind him. The freeze also opened it up from Cooper, so everybody putting in work there to pick off Kaluj, who had that Eye of Agamotto, like you said, Shiv. And now Envy, they're looking to stall out with this Fate of the Worlds potentially, but it's going to be against the Shrinking Prison and the Storm ult, and those can get eliminations even through that ult.
Oh, and here comes the change of pace as you see Speedery now on the Wolverine. There goes the dance floor, forced out by the Hurricane. No ults up. It will be a neutral fight coming up here shortly. Actually, last stand here from Speedery could be very impactful. We will see a ton of ults coming here from FlyQuest at the same time as they're all relatively on the same pace. And now it's all about playing slow and, patiently finding an open window. Adios going to initiate with the, fighting one. Will we see more through the dance floor? Looking right for that Wolverine to try to find the last stand. It does go out. Does it find any purchase? It does not. It is matched up there by Cooper with the dance floor to ensure no one falls. No KOs yet on the side of Envy, up just barely by 1 as they're trying to pull out the Shotty. Adios directly on the front line, and down goes Window slowly but surely as they get point 2.
I mean, that was clean. I mean, able to live through that last stand, able to live through that Meteor M from Window. The Vanguards of FlyQuest really protecting everybody while they were trying to live on that objective, and it just panned out right now for Envy. They are not connecting on ultimates, right? That Meteor M needed to hit. That last stand needed to find eliminations, but immediately the strategists there are there to support the team, give them a ton of that healing on top of the Vanguards blocking all these ultimates. So right now, FlyQuest are snowballing in the third phase of the map. We have 3 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. I'm worried for Team Envy unless they can string together a few fights.
We've seen defensible positions before. It's all about bunkering down now and holding this angle. It's a pretty strong defensible position. You do have some height in the back. Adios, though. Out of the sky goes Speedery. Nice shots there again. Adios really showcasing that they can play whoever they want here. Has a ton of variability in who they can choose. Sparchief taking a ton of damage. Out goes the last, Strangling Prison. Doesn't seem to get very many, if any. And ooh, Vest not able to get anything there as we essentially see a switch. They are forcing them deep back into the spawn. Nobody up in numbers. FlyQuest has the Hurricane and the double strat line. Out goes Kaluj, finding a few with the eye. Window going to clean that up. Sparchief goes down on the side of Fly. Kaluj on a Vest now. Both Vanguards are down. They do not want to commit ults. We will see Energy and Cooper holding on here, but they did lose the Eternal Bond, and those are those small wins for the side of Envy you need to have.
And got up the dance floor, at least with Energy's ultimate, falls back to the team. But like you said, those are those fights you need for Team Envy. However, losing a Shroud-X ultimate now is not ideal because FlyQuest are coming back through with their own Fit of the Worlds. They're trying to win right now with the Final Judgment.
Adios pressing in heavy. Got to get through this barrier, find out where the enemies are. There, trying to keep a ton of pressure. Great rotation as Kaluj is not going to allow any value. Adios goes down early. Well played again by the side of Envy, who are just holding on. Now NK going to keep the pressure up and walk them back towards the spawn door. 2 minutes and 20 on the clock, and Envy is really showing up when they need to.
And Sparchief over to the thing as well, maybe trying to go for a clobbering time in this upcoming fight speedily as well. Last stand available. Energy going to swap back over to that Psylocke. Adios onto that Human Torch. Cooper also back over to Loki. So going back to their more traditional composition for Team Envy, they're still looking to play around this last stand in the Meteor M from Window.
Yeah, ult advantage again for Envy, and this is what we're talking about, those trades. You always want to be ult up at the end of these fights. You want to try to make sure you always have some sort of advantage, and they're doing a great job of maintaining that. This is where that confidence, that maybe a little overconfidence of pushing through the first 2 points relatively quickly bites you in the butt a little bit, where you just feel like you have it, and now the enemy team has made some swaps, and they're looking real good. Energy gonna get tackled there early. Down goes Energy as NK cleans that up. Speedery here on the Wolverine, finding a ton of value. Speedery's hero pool is just so vast, and this is a great swap here, but they do elect to choose the thing to try to get not any more tackles, but now it's going to be Speedery focusing the backline and the duelists instead of the Vanguards, because you can't really get too much value there on the thing. They are going to press him back to the spawn door again. This may not have been an ultimate that was necessary unless they find a few picks. Out go all those clones. It's very important to burn Loki clones. Do not leave those up in ladder. A very the smart thing to think about. Burn equipment. It's value as you burn equipment. Do not forget about it, is it will bite you. And again, we have a retake here. There's a ton of ults being pressed for Flies. We see Energy, Cooper, and Vest. Vest needs to land this here, and yes, he does. His 2 go down, but Speedery gets 2 to even out the odds. Oh my goodness, Speedery looking so good here as the numbers are even once again. Getting tackled out. Out goes the clobbering time. It lands on a few, but no follow-up. Nobody's able to find any value, and out go Crystals as well as it's evened out on this fight. Who will land in the neutral as Window finds Sparchief again?
Yeah, I feel like this Wolverine is definitely favored in these neutral fights. I mean, so much damage on the cart. So many members also found early by FlyQuest. Low-key, another part that matters of Punisher's kit is those wall hacks whenever you threw out that Scourge Grenade and stuff. So we saw Energy was going for that flank. They knew the Dance of the Butterflies was coming, and it was ranked to by the backline of Team Envy from Nero, from Month, with that invisible boundary. They have no Shroud-X ultimates in this coming fight. In fact, nothing in general. They need to find a pick early.
And here we go again. FlyQuest finally up an ult advantage, but Speedery doing a great job getting picks early. Not able to get anything with that tackle again, and out goes Adios. Will this get any value? That is diveable if they need be. Adios just trying to take this free space, and is in a dangerous position now. The cart right on the line. Will they find Strange? Very weak, and down goes one. Adios on a Window, and there's a 2-piece by Energy. Vest gonna clean up Kaluj. This could be enough for the win as FlyQuest clutch up in the moment, and they will get the job done and shove through and take map 2. FlyQuest up by 2.
Oh my goodness, FlyQuest against the clock itself. I mean, it took them 3.5 minutes to close out on the map, Shib, and they finally did it. No ultimates, a little bit overuse of ultimates. In fact, in the last fight, I was a little bit worried, although I understand why they were playing around the payload, with that Human Torch ultimate with the Supernova, looking not for the backline, but for those Vanguards. It took them a little while, but the chunk down of that HP eventually came through, and Envy's collapsed. So really, really good map between both teams. I think right now, though, Envy are definitely sweating bullets in that ban phase. It looked a little bit better for them to keep that Storm, and we saw how much value Speedily got on the Storm, but he was forced over to that Wolverine later on in the map series, and also now it's putting them on map point, right? FlyQuest could close out on Envy and send them home early. One of the favorites of the tournament could be already gone if they don't come back on map number 3, man.
Oh, the stakes are so crazy. Removed from the tournament, removed from LAN, and, you know, that prize pool that is just right in front of your face. I mean, you got it. FlyQuest across the board again. 11 finals, 13, 14, 16. This team is just so consistent together always. So close across the board. You just got to show the Vanguards who are finding so many final hits. You know, we talk about damage and how important finals are in comparison to damage. I'd rather have you have less damage and more finals. It shows me that your damage is targeted and you're not just feeding those strategist alts. But, you know, Cooper, at this point, might as well call Cooper the MVP king. They are just popping off here again with 75k healing. Do not give Cooper Loki because it is just unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't know if I was fully on the boat with ban Loki, because I don't think you need to ban Loki every single game, but I kind of do agree with the point that maybe you should be banning Loki against teams with a good Loki player. I think that definitely has some validity to it, and right now Cooper, I think, you know, a lot of the gameplay of Loki is seen in the stats page like we saw, you know, maybe also not seen in the stat page with saving certain members of the team, with the invulnerability, with his abilities. So for FlyQuest, I think they definitely rely heavily on that man. I think he's been doing a good job for their team to keep them nice and healthy. And for Team Envy right now, I mean, not exactly ideal. They're going to need to look at that ban phase, and it's tough to go down 0-2 in a hole. We've seen teams come back, though, right? We have seen teams come back, especially in the group stage of this game. So anything is possible as long as Envy can kind of stay together and not tilt, right?
Yeah, you mentioned coming back. We've seen reverse sweeps, so it is definitely possible, especially when the stakes are this high. You flip a switch, your team is going to start doing things that may be a little more, you know, unique, things that maybe aren't practiced against, and we're going to start seeing change in comp, change in ban phases. We saw Speedery switch over to Wolverine there, which I think was something that was maybe just a little bit too late, because Speedery on Wolverine was finding final hits before every fight, almost every fight. As soon as they were down alt advantage, though, FlyQuest finally took advantage. They did a great job of almost 3 minutes straight coming out on top on every neutral and having it alt for the next fight, just slightly over Fly, but it did not work out for them in the final fight there. Speedery, though, 15 finals on that switch to Wolf, 16 assists, so a ton of influence there. NK on that Bucky was disgusting. You saw that 4-piece ultimate, so, you know, maybe relatively new to the roster coming in for Cal, but definitely showcase that they can get it done. And maybe it's just, you know, just the lack of on-stage experience at this point on this team that had bitten them a little bit.
Yeah, I think it definitely has bitten them. You know, like Wolverine would bite people if he was a vampire. I don't know where that came from, but I mean, maybe the Dracula skin potentially, right? Maybe a little bit. But anyway, yeah, I think right now FlyQuest up to, you called it, Ship. I mean, what's the lifeline here for Team Envy? Down 2, man. Tournament life on the line. Like you said, LAN on the line. What's the options here? Is it really just go Loki ban first instead of, you know, focusing on that Emma Frost? I mean, I don't think we both can agree. I mean, Vest played well map number 1, but I don't know if Vest necessarily like hard carried their team per se.
Yeah, Vest started really showing up here on map 2, I would say, but it's very difficult actually to ban out their duelists and vanguards as they have a ton in their pocket. I honestly think I'm with you. You go after the strats and you try to make the backline play something a little more obscure, and maybe that works out for them. I like the change in comp they made for Envy at the end there, but I don't know if it's enough. We're going to find out if it's enough as we head into game 3 right after this break. FlyQuest right back on what they've always been doing. They hit that lower side bracket and then they just turn lights out and just start popping off as they look so fluid, but they almost got held there 0.3. I think Envy is now finding their footing. I just got to see a change in composition. What do you think?
Yeah, something needs to change for sure for Team Envy. We'll see how they do it in the ban phase. I think from what we've talked about, I mean, it might be worth like just banning out specific things that are bothering you, right? Like we've seen, you said maybe the Hulk is an option, but they didn't even play the Hulk the next map. So we talked about the Vanguards being so flexible. Maybe that's not the play. I mean, it could be, like you said, go to that back line, go to the Cooper on that Loki, but maybe he's going to play over to that Cloak and Dagger. So, I mean, there's a lot of options. Maybe banning out the Duelist could be a way forward. But right now for Team Envy, I mean, they banned out Psylocke map number 1. That didn't pan out either. So, I mean, it's tough because there's a lot that you need to kind of think about when you're against a team like FlyQuest.
Yeah, if we're talking about strengths, you got to say FlyQuest strength is their versatility, just the amount of different heroes they can play, which really helps in this ban phase, which we've talked about a ton. The ban phase is so impactful in this tournament. So being able to work yourselves as a team around that, have the ability to play virtually anyone if need be, and all these more obscure comps like the Hulk Namor composition, which has been really successful for them, even when they allow Emma too. That combination, it's terrifying. But I know that Envy, if anything, can also do the same thing. They hard targeted their Speedery almost across the board in terms of bans, and still was able to find a ton of value on Wolverine. So it's just about now, can they pull through, and will they be able to find, as the rest of the team, value in some of these big plays and these big ultimates?
Yeah, man, any given day right now for all these teams. I mean, it really is just like that. I think we've heard it as well from SDX players, from Shroud-X players. We've heard it from top tier players on 100 Thieves and stuff. Really, all these teams can win depending on the day, especially in this top 8, right? None of these teams want to go home just yet, or be eliminated from the tournament rather, and queue for that LAN, right? They want to be in person for the first time for Marvel Rivals. That's the biggest deal for all of these teams whenever that LAN specific timing is announced. But regardless, I think all these players want to compete on LAN. We've seen that's the sort of dream for esports, is to play on a stage, right, Ship, and have that crowd chanting for you, right? That's kind of the big prize at the end of the tunnel right now for all these pro players.
Absolutely. Nothing gets your heart pumping like a LAN event like that, especially at this scale. Can't wait to hear more information about that and the prize pool and which teams are going to be making it. It's going to be so exciting.
If we made predictions, if your predictions came true and some of these teams make it to LAN, for teams that you think will make it to LAN, which team would have the most fans chanting for them? In China, it's going to be tough because, I mean, you have the Chinese team. So, I mean, obviously they'll have home crowd advantage, right?
Yeah, if we're going to stick to just the Americas region, I think at this moment, I would say 100 Thieves have a ton of fans, but FlyQuest has been more of an underdog story where they lose. I think, as the fandom, you'd like to see a team that struggles at first and then bounces back. That 5-win streak they went on in the last bracket, and now potentially, we'll see how they do it here. I think that drives fan base, and I think we're so early on in the infancy of this game, and especially the pro scene, that people are still trying to figure out who their team is. So I think that FlyQuest very much will gain a ton of fans for doing stuff like this, which may not be ideal as a coach or as an owner. You may be a little nervous, but it does drive the fan base for sure.
I agree. I think this team definitely has gathered together enough fans, but we'll see if they can even make that come up right from that lower bracket, like you said. I mean, pressure creates diamonds, and I think another team that might potentially see a lot of people at these events supporting them is a team like Sentinels and stuff. Yeah. But now we're entering the ban phase. Emma banned first for both sides. Again, for Team Envy, they're sticking with their strategy, at least first ban, but they have some potential changes to make later on.
Yeah, I'm with you. Just on that conversation, I think Sentinels, we mentioned this last cast, I think sometimes they don't always get their flowers. An incredible team with a bunch of likable personalities. So similar story there as we get into LAN. But yeah, we see that torch ban off the rip. Goodbye for Speedery. Obviously a little bit of focus there in the Magneto lock-in. It's either going to be Emma or Mag for the most part at this on this side of the pond, as we've seen a lot less of that over on EMEA with more Hulk style of play, with a little more aggression, with that brawly, more divey focused compositions. But goodbye Wolverine again. They don't want to deal with that, and I understand that at my core, and potentially see the double ban here of Psylocke and Ultron, which we haven't had eyes on yet.
Nope. I mean, yeah, getting rid of that again. Envy kind of following their similar a strategy from Domination and then recently on Convoy. And we've talked to Armori on broadcast, at least Vicky and Cozy did yesterday, with Armori mentioning how these teams have spreadsheets, a lot of them, right? Figuring out, they ban this, we ban this, they're on this, we play this, right? Against every specific team. And we talked as well, I think in EMEA, they talked to Trust Me, how we watched a lot of North America. North America, definitely a big region on top of the meta to a certain degree in certain aspects, right? Every sort of region has their own takes, and it's good to have that diverse opinion of the meta, considering you don't want to get, stuck in your little echo chamber of your meta, right? And, be stuck on the potentially wrong composition. But right now for teams, Envy focusing on that Ultron this time, keeping it protected. Also on FlyQuest side, keeping their Psylocke alive and on the table as they banded out for Team Envy.
Yeah, I like that point, bringing up the meta change and needing to be versatile as a team. We're about to get into Season 3 that's coming up here. I can't wait to hear new hero, but that starts the wave of a monthly new hero and patch, and that is going to force these teams to be versatile and really focus on team communication and understanding rather than just locking in one hero and only finding value with that one or two heroes. You need to be versatile. You need to be able to change things up, which I think is super interesting for Marvel Rivals as a whole. As a hero shooter, I love the idea that you need to be able to have more in your bag, and I think that really helps the scene, as we've seen a ton of different compositions find value here in this tournament alone.
And I wonder, Shib, does that warrant the question, right? If we're getting so many heroes, right? If we potentially would have 12 heroes a year, I mean, what does that mean that we have to add more bans to this potential Ignite series stage with the first time we're seeing these targeted bans? You think we had 5 bans instead of 4? I mean, I don't know. What does this sort of change the dynamic of the game? Like you said, Shib, I think it's so enticing to think about, the potential of the future heroes that we have in store.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a conversation of more bans, but I do think that heroes in and of themselves are potential counters, which may take away from some of the banning, where you just have a new hero that comes out that counters someone. That's always been a problem, right? We talk about, maybe right now EMA is a problem, but there could be a new hero that comes out that helps really counterplay, with the counterplay against EMA. So that kind of conversation can come into fruition too, especially if there's going to be so many of them. So yes, banning could definitely be something that helps as we get more bans, but I do think just heroes in and of themselves can be a good counter as we start off here on the first fight.
I know a lot of pro players have opinions on balance and discussion of heroes, and a lot of them are good. There is a lot of validity, I think, a lot of passion behind a lot of these pro players in which they discuss and have a lot of discourse around the meta of the game. But right now, energy on that Psylocke against those double flyers, like you mentioned, Shib, going to have Nero, Speedily, and Cal, or Nero and Speedily in the sky, supported by Cal and Month. So triple strategist, but right now, the Ultron's priority is to keep Speedily alive.
Yeah, and Speedily's so good there in the sky. You know the Storm is going to get value. I think this is a defensible position, but with the flyers like this, I think it's a really good map actually for Torches. Adios, playing around that natural cover like we talked about before. You'll never see players at this level just standing in the open. They always have some sort of wall near them that is either indestructible or takes a fair amount of damage. And Nero already with that ultimate, out goes right towards the backline. Sparky finds Cal there though, and that is going to be in the favor of FlyQuest. Make that 2-ish. Speedery goes down, and that just means that value there from Ultron wasn't as impactful, but good ideas. Audio's going to clean up window, and that should be enough to drive them back to the spawn door.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, Peel came through from Vest, a little bit too far of a dive from the side of Envy, and Spark Chief also able to find Cal on that backside. Right, Cal, interesting that he is in the lobby now instead of NK, also onto that Cloak and Dagger, so for him to flex back over to Strategist, his original role in this hero shooter genre is fun to see.
Yeah, Cal been very versatile. We've seen him on Vanguard as well in this tournament, so a very strong player. He said, put me in, coach, and here he is as we begin FlyQuest with ult advantage up right now. Cal is going to fall, though, as Vest. Great meteor ram. Out goes the eye, and it's mean. It finds a ton, but we'll be able to collapse. Month going to help take out energy there, and that is some value. Audio's going to try to counter it back by forcing the space, shutting them down, as Spark Chief gets 2. Window and Month goes down. Haven't seen a ton of the Vest on the Speedery. We haven't seen a ton of value with those right clicks from Venom, but that's a 2-piece as Cooper cleans up Kaluge, and that is a win there from FlyQuest, who will be slightly down in ultimate advantage in the next fight.
Yeah, Spark Chief, an absolute unsung hero of FlyQuest, one of the best kind of diving Vanguard players in the game. Can play the Venom, the Captain America, also can play a lot of Hulk. So his versatility has been big for FlyQuest. Overall, the whole team for sure as well. Envy trying to disengage again, another aggressive dive from FlyQuest.
Yeah, energy is going to be obviously a very strong style. I saw a ton of very strong dance of the Cutterflies, if you will, on the back line with multiple 3 KOs. And Ultron going to put a ton of pressure out. Window going to find Zelos, and that's a nice start there. You will lose a strategist, and that's very difficult. Out goes the dance of the Butterfly, not able to find much. And here comes the Hurricane, and it lands, but will it be enough? Great teleport out there by Cooper. Incredible movement, staying up and using that invisibility, but not for long. And Speedery is going to shut that down. Great tracking and understanding where that teleport went. Speedery holding on with that Ultron. Ultron does enable your flyers to play more aggressively, as you do see Speedery out in the open here, finding a 2-piece and owning this space. The teleport comes through, and they may hold on to the last possible second before they walk through.
Diving back and forth, triple Vanguard now for the stall from FlyQuest. Ayavakamoto gets deleted. Oh no, Colluge again doesn't find anything. And Telos is here with the fate of the worlds.
So what we saw there was, I believe, we saw the push there from Vess, shoving the eye into that corner. Incredible patience there, and then popping a bubble to have another right clicker ready to clean up Strange right after that. Energy finds Speedery, and wow, what a good retake here as they have 2 ticks on Spark Chief onto Window. Vess onto Cal, and the teleport needs to come through here from Colluge, and this will be a final fight situation. Can Envy push through, or will FlyQuest take this series 3-0?
I mean, this is their tournament life on the line at this point. I mean, getting first held on this map is pretty much a death sentence. We'll see if they can get out of it here. Opening pick on Energy, that's massive. Forcing the greens out. Vess trades it though again.
Yeah, Vess just finding a ton of value with these meteors. The meatballs out of the sky. Adios holding on to that eye, and here it comes. And it finds a few. They've got to get this pick here, but no! Speedery on the Adios. Down goes Adios again, and Envy now up in numbers holding on, and they do have the Hurricane available if they need to use it. Out goes the dance floor too, and it's anybody's fight now.
Vess again on a Cal though. Oh no, Cal. It's been a rough map for him, but they're able to kind of come back with 2 eliminations. Colluge is also there. And finally in overtime, I mean, they just have a couple more players to deal with, Zelos being one of them. Envy will get it done, move on to the streets phase of the map. What a high pressure situation to be in. But Envy, I mean, they've cooked something up right now as they move into second phase of the map. And, you know, we've seen teams struggle first point, but then kind of smooth sailing throughout the rest of the game. We'll see if FlyQuest can sort of stop Envy's push, as, you know, they did a really good job first point, but, you know, the map's not over just yet, and we've seen teams kind of snowball to the end of the map. And for Team Envy, they're in a position to do it. I mean, they have ultimates available. Nero as well has that Ultron Rage ready to go.
Yeah, Envy clutching up there in moment of need. They get it done, and that's just what the best teams do. Envy looked really good on that final point. We do see a bit of a switch in team comp here. Window obviously on the Venom now, playing very aggressive. Nero has about 5,000 of these ultimates whenever ready. Down goes one, always seeming to get a pick and forcing out another. That is a ton of value there. Nero, I did highlight in the Cozy Cast, an incredible Ultron, one of the best in this entire series so far, just playing hyper aggro and really showcasing what you can do here with that triple strat line. Actually, yeah, the triple strat line, excuse me, again, as they take that corner, and that's a very defensible position. Envy really finding their footing up again. Double ultimate here ahead of FlyQuest.
The Cozy Cast, obviously presented by the wonderful caster Cozy, keeping you up to date on everything Marvel Rivals oriented. Now FlyQuest on the re-engage. No Stratus ultimates, but they do have months of those crystals ready to go. Venom fight in the sky, by the way, towards the buildings in the top right, trying to kind of control that positioning and also deleting a lot of the cover while they were at it.
And now the pressure is off. Energy with a nice pick there on the window, and that's how you want to start these fights. If you're FlyQuest, they've got to get that momentum back. They lost it slightly there. Envy still up in alt charge, but here comes Speedery. This is going to force out a few things in the dance floor. Going to be pop, but Energy takes out 2 of the back line as Cal falls. Energy out of Nero as well. All 3 strategists go down to Energy, who is so clutch in these moments. Now 38 seconds on, only having to use 1 ultimate and a counter ult there, on the back line from Cooper. But wow, as we do, Spark Chief is going to DC here on point, and that's dangerous.
Any pausers? Any pausers? There it is. Pause comes out from the referee. And a real quick disconnect. Man, I don't today. This whole kind of playoffs has been both a blessing and the curse. We saw some incredible games yesterday, like you said, Chip, earlier, how every single game went to 3 maps in the best out of 3. Now we're entering the best out of 5. Another incredible series of matches surely ahead of us, but it feels like we're ridded by technical pauses. Like, this actually just keeps happening, right? In EMEA, same thing. A lot of pauses. We call, Virtus Pro could be called Virtus Pause, right? Because we saw so many pauses out of them in EMEA. No offense, VP, obviously a fantastic team. Sure, it was not really their fault. I mean, there's been a lot of other things, like we saw with Terra having a hurt hand. I mean, he cut his hand up, had to play with bandages. He said in the interview, he's like, man, I'm hurting after that one. And,
yeah.
We also had, I believe, obviously no excuses for any of these teams, but, for SDX, for Shroud-X with, I believe it was Scatter Gengi, his entire neighborhood's power went out right before their match. So he had to go to an esports cafe and make them stay 4 hours past closing time so he can compete. So, a lot of things are happening behind the scenes that people don't realize. And that's just the nature of online. It kind of gets crazy like this. People will argue even behind the scenes. Which server are we playing on? Are we playing West Coast? Are we playing Central? Are we playing East Coast? All these sort of things can dictate the outcome of the matches. But at the end of the day, Shib, I mean, me and you can both agree the best teams will win despite the odds, right?
That's it. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You talked about Terra there, obviously with the torn up hand. I was like, a really cool tweet. It's essentially like the flu game, Michael Jordan's flu game. 50-1, I believe, something like that. There on Punisher just looked insane on that final game to clutch up the W there. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, we got to draw attention quickly. Energy. Did you see that final ult finding 3, but not just 3, all 3 strategists, and that is going to force this final fight. So that is going to put the side of FlyQuest heavy up in terms of ult advantage on this final fight. I think that's going to be massive for them, as we do see this pause looking like it's going to be undone. Here we go again, as the pause is going to be unlocked here. Sparky coming back in the game, but you see ult advantage actually on the side of Envy, but those picks for energy were huge. Vess has found value with almost every single Meteor M. Well, can he find another here? That would be crucial. Nero, what do you know? Another engagement here with the Ultron's Rage. Doesn't find a pick this time, but it does. Oh, I lied, as Window cleans that up onto Zelos, and that's a massive start here. Spark Chief off the map. Unfortunately, Nero onto Vess. Make that 2 as Adios goes down. Nero just does not miss here on the robot, and that is going to be enough to push them through point 2.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Vess in the sky with the Meteor M got deleted. His ultimate also removed. Everybody's shooting it, making sure it exploded in his hand. Doesn't do damage, obviously, to that Magneto, but it does remove that ultimate, remove that threat, and also the damage follow through afterwards was too much for Vess to stay alive. FlyQuest moving into third phase of the map. This is what we talk about, Chip. It seems like in the second phase of a lot of these maps, teams tend to get snowballed sometimes. And right now, FlyQuest looking to get another 3rd-point hold like it did on Aegis of Path. Window above, ready to go for the dive.
And here we go. Great engagement and great call out of that beginning. Good position there by Window. They are going to collapse onto the backline. Crystals going to do their job. Speedery with a Hurricane out. It is going to be matched here by the side of Zelos, who's holding on. Eye of Agamotto. It finds at least a few. Spark Chief goes down. Nero going to clean up Cooper. And the momentum has heavily shifted towards Envy, as FlyQuest are going to have to stagger onto the point. And it is going to be a neutral fight. Energy here actually will have ultimate. Spark Chief going to be switching over to Hulk, as that is going to be essentially home here. Will they be able to get this touch, or will the pressure from Window at the spawn door hold them enough? Up in the sky goes Window. When you're playing Venom like this in ladder, you do not want to engage with your movement. You don't want to use that web, those tendrils, to take height. Instead, just walk up and then fall down, so you have the tendrils to escape, as you saw right there. Just something to take into your ladder games. Energy onto Nero. Great jump and engagement in the sky to find a pick, as crystals are popped again. Ton of damage here again towards the backline. Energy trying to find a second, but Kalush takes out Spark Chief. Down goes Bruce. The numbers are evened out as Envy's trying to head back here quickly. Here comes the portal play, and it's holding on as Kalush is doing a ton of damage. Speedery onto Energy, and that could be enough here. On the sky goes Kalush, which Strange actually does a decent job here in the sky. Window fall, or takes out Zelos, excuse me. And here comes the Hurricane to clean up the rest, as Speedery drops Cooper, and that should shove them through all 3 points, as they have a few left on the Staggerfest. Down goes Hulk. Well done, Envy, to ride that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, that was perfect, like you mentioned, in terms of momentum. Envy to get the 3rd point, close it out. I mean, the dive towards the spawn, we also had a slow, portal block come out of the spawn as well. I don't know if somebody got stuck in there. It might have been the Loki, but we've seen Loki's escape out of those if you just teleport to your clone. So a lot of different adaptations and changes from FlyQuest, but unfortunately could not build up towards those ultimates. You called it out, Shib, how Envy was already sitting in such a great position with their ultimates, right? Sitting at an advantage, and FlyQuest really not able to react. They did find Nero in the sky with Energy. By the way, that's a tough thing to do on Psylocke. Take care of a flyer with that Dance of the Butterflies. You have to sort of position it in an angle in which it would get onto Nero. Nero obviously not low enough to the ground to get advantage of these Loki crystals. So overall, Envy doing a fantastic job playing around that Ultron, allowing Nero to find those opening picks, like you mentioned, Shib, putting themselves in a good spot right now where, you would assume, based on how Aegis of Path went, that, Envy could get slowed down in that 3rd phase of the map. But luckily for them, they were able to close out around Energy as well, around Speedily, maybe shut down some of Energy on that Psylocke as well. So FlyQuest could potentially change things up with that Hulk yet again. We saw Adios on that Namor earlier. We'll see if it can pan out for them, as we don't really see it too often on Central Park in terms of the Namor on attack especially.
Yeah, I got to call it again. Nero, 10 finals there on Ultron, enabling Speedery to play more aggressively with that Hurricane. When you enable your flyers with that Ultron drone, it's another level of protection. You can play hyper aggro, and that allows Storm to get that ult back incredibly quickly, who already gets a ton of value with how fast that ult comes back. It just is even cleaner and faster. So well played again, and great composition shift here, as Nero immediately finds a pick here onto to Adios. Numbers now up here again for the side of Envy, who are going to play this composition and not change a thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But FlyQuest are going to shift things up and pull out that Name War Hulk.
Yeah, and that was an incredible shot from that from Nero, like you mentioned. Window trying to evade in the meanwhile, but we talk about how good Storm is. By the way, Zelos, oh my gosh, aggressive, bloodthirsty Luna Snow open things up in the next fight for Envy right now. Sent back all the way into the choke point right now. FlyQuest trying to kind of absorb this point and control it themselves.
Yeah, good pressure here and great space taken by the Vanguards as they are owning and shoving them into that corner. But great decision making here by Envy. Let them have a few ticks and retake. Try to find value as Nero takes out energy and then retake the fight. Hulk obviously really strong into those, frontline shield Vanguards. Can just essentially pummel on the front line and be ready to use that exile if need be. Adios taking the pressure right onto Venom. It's very strong into Venom there. Venom not able to escape those squids as they deal damage. Nero trying to find some value in the sky, but very low on HP, 50. Great dancing there, but not going to be enough as Vest cleans that up. Nero goes down. Out goes some of the dance floors. We see Zelos popping that Fate of Both Worlds. Cooper going to run out right there, but FlyQuest still should be slightly up in numbers as Nero goes down. They are holding, and here comes Adios with a two-piece with the whale. Energy on a Speeder and Kaluge with the eye. Still gets one onto Cooper, but will that be enough? I don't think so. It looks like FlyQuest will take point one.
Wait, in the Name War, it just works so well in this first point as well. I mean, you saw both Stratus players playing inside, not expecting to get, one shot by a whale from the top ropes, and Envy unfortunately could not react to Adios and that ultimate. I mean, that Name War found all the value there for sure. We've seen him before on Domination, on Burn the Charlotte, do so much on the Name War. We'll see if he can do it again. 4 minutes and 20 seconds now into the middle phase of the map. Right now, Envy looking to stabilize, but right now for Window, he's going to have to deal with so much pressure from this Name War.
And here comes the Hurricane again towards the back line. Crystals get popped, but they won't last long. Speedery going to take out Zelos. Monk's going to follow up on Energy. Window onto Cooper. Well done, Envy, finding a three-piece off of one ultimate, and that should be enough value as Vest is going to take out Speedery there and force a refight as Vest is... I thought he was contemplating using an early portal. As you have 3 minutes on, you can actually portal. It is a 3-minute cooldown. Keep that in mind. Smart Chief going to jump off the side just to reset with the team. I believe 6 seconds on that retake here, on that respawn, excuse me, as Vest starts taking that space early. Remember, Eye of Agamotto, alt advantage on the side of Fly. You don't want to hold on to stuff too early. You don't want to start this fight too early when you don't have Smart Chief here because it just, feeds that backline of Envy. So good decision to not force too much energy. Going to use that. Oh my goodness. He goes down immediately.
I mean, Kaluge built up the energy, flew up into the sky, and then just no fallout damage on that E now. So Doctor Strange very strong at doing that right now. Kaluge as well took full advantage, similar to what Vest did on first point. So both Doctor Strange is trading blow for blow. This character can do so much in this current patch of the game, which we are on that most current patch, the live patch of the game. But Envy, they need to win these few fights in a row. Whale comes through, and no, it finds Cal again. That's brutal for Team Envy.
Adios just absolutely popping off with these whales from downtown, just feeding them towards the back line and always seeming to find value. Got to show some love there as Envy's down 2 numbers, both of which are important. As Speedery goes down, Adios finds Kaluge and Nero, and at this point, another great shot there on the window out of the sky. The Trident from distance. Adios playing lights out. Again, FlyQuest going to be evened out in ultimates, but it is the dance floor, which we know how strong that ability is, as they are going to have a slight advantage in positioning, shoving them in the door. It looks like Envy might give this point up. I don't know if they're going to be able to touch here.
Yeah, you're right.
No.
They tried. I mean, it looked like there was maybe an attempt there, but now we're into the third phase of the map, rather, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Envy not even in the fight there is definitely kind of brutal. Window trying to escape, but man, he's had a tough time. Here comes Speedily again with the Hurricane. He's found value before, but I mean, they already gave up the point. Fate of the Worlds comes out from Zealous at the very least. He's going to go down on the trade because of that ultimate. Eye of Agamotto also committed onto Spark Chief. I mean, there's not a lot of card space created, so kind of interesting use of ultimates out of Envy. I wonder if they're going to try to change compositions or something, because right now they're finding no value.
Yeah, one thing to call out is when you're struggling with flyers and you're playing the Vanguard position, Strange does a decent job of taking out flyers. Build up that Maelstrom and then try to get up in the sky through a couple left clicks, throw a melee out and press E. And it typically will clear out flyers incredibly quickly, and they don't expect it as you're playing Strange. And we see a lot of that in this tournament here. Now goes the Eye, but I believe it was shoved away, or the map change may have messed it up, as not able to get a ton of value there on Vest. No, oh my goodness, Adios on a month in Cal. Can he be stopped with these whales? Moby Dick from downtown just absolutely demolishing the backline. Energy on the Speedery again, and FlyQuest heavy up in numbers as they shove through and clean up the rest. And we're going to hold on to these Qs and try to use them in potentially the final fight.
I don't know, I mean, I know with the radius got increased, right, with the Whale Ultimate, the Horn of Proteus, but damn, I mean, every single time he's getting a backline with them, for Envy, it's tough because they also don't have that Loki, so they can't just like live with the crystals. You know, there's so many different ways to avoid that whale, and really the only way right now is through splitting. Hulk Ultimate is well committed from Spark Chief to stay alive, but against Eye of Agamotto, so he's perma-stunned in the spawn. Do they have the damage and follow-up to take out Spark Chief?
Yeah, that was great play there by Kalush to slow up Hulk before Hulk could get a ton of value. Down he goes early, and that is worth it in my opinion. You may say, you know, you need eyes to try to hit 5 pieces. If you get a single pick with it, it is more than worth the value. So great play there, especially on an ulting Hulk. Down goes Vess, his window, not afraid to punch right through those shields. Energy on the Nero is a great start, though. Energy, a very strong Psylocke, but doesn't stay up long. Speedery on Adios, and Envy going to retake positioning here.
Shit, but guess what's coming up? We got that whale. All right, we got the famous book available for Adios and Envy. I know Speedery's able to find the backline a lot of times, able to connect onto at least one member on FlyQuest, especially that Zelos just committed the Fate of the Worlds. That's definitely big for him in this upcoming fight. But right now, I'd be scared, right, for Team Envy. Adios, no matter the situation they're in, it seems like he always connects with such a crucial ultimate. Also, thanks to the butterflies available.
Yeah, these are just half-court shots. Let's see if he can do it again. Up in the sky, Nero putting a ton of damage out, does force out cooldowns. Will it be enough? There goes the dance of the butterfly, and it still didn't find a ton of value. Did use more cooldowns as energy. They are going to start walking them now as they're down a ton of abilities. Vest trying to own this space, but the Hurricane is terrifying. Do they have a match? They do. Cooper should be able to copy up here. Yes, already ready for it. Good early copy there on the Zealous, which can be risky as they hold on the entirety of the team. Staying up, does counter as Vest. There we go. Counter flying. Down goes Speedery early. Good damage as Adios already used the whale. Didn't find much value. It does get matched up as we do see the invisible boundary. 54 on the clock.
And Cal's coming up with that Eternal Bond. Zelos there to match it on the other side. And here comes the Eye of Agamotto, matched by Zelos immediately. But Cal goes down with the oh no!
Yeah, that's a huge pick again. Cal not able to get out the back line as they are walking them. That could be another yes. Energy, great positioning. Adios on a Kalush. Sparky about a month, and that should be enough to shove them through with some time on the clock.
I mean, we're done. We're done. FlyQuest capped out the map. 31 seconds left to go. We're all tied up now, as both teams are going to have another shot on attack. FlyQuest going to be on defense first. Envy moving on to attack first. And what a close series it's been, Shib. I mean, both teams in their attack against the wall, right? Just every time. Really, the clock working against them, right? Envy almost got first point held, and now we're going to the attack of Team Envy. And man, that's brutal, Shib, because Cal had his ultimate. He had the Eternal Bond ready to go. Goes down again to Vess. I mean, both of these Doctor Stranges have done a lot of work, but Vess, I think he's done a good job peeling, understanding when to go aggressive. He's obviously pocketed by some of the best backline in the game, but right now, Vess is doing so much on Doctor Strange and really opening up a lot of this fight. But he's going to be going over to the Magneto because that character did get through for both teams. Both, by the way, have swapped off that Magneto at some point or another. And it looks like both teams are going to go back towards those compositions. Whereas instead of having the Doctor Strange, Spark Chief will be on that Hulk.
Yeah, and goodbye Venom as well, right? That was a consistent pick on both sides. No longer going to be choosing that. We do see Envy running back the double shield, which obviously struggles into stuff like Emma, but Emma being kicked out, it's definitely far more viable, and they're obviously feeling comfortable as you see Kalush with 10 finals there. When, you know, the most across the side of all of the Vanguards. Kalush just an absolutely disgusting Doctor Strange, showcasing what he can do in these fights.
Yeah, I know that they want to support Speedily in the Sky with that Invisible Woman and with that shield, but right now, definitely need that Loki to come back through. So, you know, besides that Luna, or besides that Storm, Doctor Strange, and Punisher, the difference will be FlyQuest going to have energy on that Psylocke alongside Hulk. And Hulk, oh my goodness, Hulk's gone already.
Yeah, that's dangerous. Hulk, he really struggles into, you know, a really strong Punisher, especially like if an Invis is on there to pull back the jump, but no Invis, just raw damage out there from Cal, who's now back on the duelist role and wants to get some vengeance here. Jumping up, trying to find a nice shot there onto the back line. Taking to about half HP, does escape there, and here comes the teleport. Will block off a little bit of the vision, and that is going to be a defensive TP, I believe, from Spark, who's now no longer on that Hulk and instead on the Strange. Adios likely going to switch off of Namor here. Spark Chief finds Speedery. Cal on the Spark Chief. Cal stepping up in this moment.
Going down is definitely big, and FlyQuest still trying to hold on this point with the portal. I mean, they have people respawning. I think one person just missed the portal, however, and Kalush again does take down Adios, goes very aggressive. I mean, he kind of just ignored everybody else towards the objective, running on through, and Envy, they cap out. We're heading to Street Phase, second phase of the map.
Envy really showing up. I like this change in composition and play as we see, like I said, a full switch in position here. No longer running the triple, and instead going to have that Punisher Cal. A very mean hit scan, can track like no one else. Is going to find a couple picks in that fight. If you pull out the shotty there with Punisher, you get a ton of value, as we will see that final judgment coming shortly. Adios going to be back on the Human Torch, which I do think is a strong pick in this season. Vess holding on to the Meteor M. Cooper, going to copy up and pull the dance floor out. Going to be a little bit better as it's slightly delayed in comparison to Nero's. Our Energy holding on to the dance of the butterfly here as well. And here comes the eye. It finds a few on the Zelos. Can they clean it up? The Meteor not able to happen. Cal going to still take out Adios though, as they're committing a ton in this fight. And it looks like Vess was not able to clutch up. It looks very close. Not sure what blocked that Meteor, but it was threatening for sure. And here comes the dance of the butterfly. Will it get value? Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, with Spark keeping the damage boost. The Abyss able to connect onto 2, and right now, I mean, they're sitting really low HP. Nobody else really here. The cleanup is coming through, but right now, I mean, this is pretty much as far as you'd want to get for Team Envy. It's nearly halfway through the map. So for Team Envy, that is a huge push on their attack, and for FlyQuest, I mean, they're going to have an excellent attack shib right now. I mean, they did play that Namor earlier. They did a good job with it, but I think maybe going back over to the Doctor Strange alongside that that Hulk could work better for them, even if, you know, Magneto theoretically is a better hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough look there. Obviously, a very strong Hulk player, but going in and getting that early pick, it just allowed so much free space. They walked right through it, and they did not let off the gas. Forced to teleport back in, and burning that teleport that early on an OT that has a minute on is just enough to win you that point. So, well played again by Envy, who looked really strong. And you're right, halfway through the map with a minute on is more than you could ever ask for. FlyQuest, a minute 30, but that 30 seconds doesn't count for much. It just gives you a little more time for that TP. So, we will see what gets done. Will they be able to press this right back? Let's find out shortly.
Definitely have a good shot. Minute 30 to go. I mean, compositionally, they're looking at potentially changing things up. They had Adios on the Human Torch earlier. Invisible Woman also available for them if they do want that character, but they prioritize having Zelos on the Luna Snow alongside Cooper on that Loki. For obvious reasons, I mean, both these characters are incredibly good for both players, but I mean, that's such a daunting task to get halfway through the map with only a minute 30 in the time bank. I mean, they can do it. If any team can do it, it's definitely them. But right now for Envy, I mean, they're doing a good job playing around Cal and the Punisher. I think this swap over to that Punisher off of the Cloak and Dagger has resulted in a bit of a better game for them. Also, they don't really have to deal with a lot of those dive compositions. Incoming portal, though. Early FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's going to be aggressive portal. It's going to wall off likely a teleport. They are going to own this height. Let's see what they do here. I was expecting to see. Oh, they are going to change off Strange. So that is the decision. Not a bad idea. Coming back in quickly with Venom while the entirety of the team pushes off the off angle. This is going to force eyes in two different directions. A very smart play. We talk about how set plays can be different, but when it's more meta level like this as a team. But as I'm saying, that window onto energy early, that is going to slow that pace heavily. Well done by Window on the first pick.
I mean, that's going to force Spark Chief away. I mean, he's getting pulled back towards the site. It's been tough because Month is now over to Invisible. Wow. The deal. Speedly's there as well. I mean, Spark Chief falls. 48 seconds left. I mean, the clock is dwindling now for FlyQuest. And they're also stuck behind enemy lines. So if there's staggers to come through, that's brutal.
Yeah, this is a tough look here. 38 seconds on. It's going to be a final fight situation, and they need to touch. Vess says, I want to put this back in our favor. Down goes Speedery, and that is a necessity right now. Adios on a Month 2. How do they do it? Clutch up in this moment. No ultimates, a neutral fight, finding 2 immediate picks without the squad being fully here. Vess on a Kaluge now, and that's going to be a delayed takeout there of Strange. You might see the portal play at the last millisecond if they can touch. They have them in the alleyways. They are biding time. Will they elect to reset? And I think they do. I don't think they want to take this fight.
Yep, heading to the next phase of the map speedily as well. Unfortunately, was the one to go down there, so he's not getting too close to ultimate necessarily. Full Shroud-X ultimate's nearly available for FlyQuest alongside that Supernova from Adios. This is going to be a very intense upcoming fight. I mean, every ultimate in the game is going to be up eventually at some point or another. Hopefully, for FlyQuest, energy doesn't get picked again because that could be crucial moving forward.
And here we go in the next fight. Envy is up in ult advantage, but very close. FlyQuest will be there at the same level as we see Audio, Spark, Zelos, and Cooper. Vess as well. Cooper going to use that dance floor, match it, and just try to buy some time. Force out a few ults. They miss a few. Envy. Window is going to miss. Window does clean that up, though, and finds Adios after the fact. Kaluge onto the back line, but will there be enough damage? Ooh, the Meteor to try to collide from Vess does not work out. We see the final judgment go out, and it does take out Vess early. I believe numbers up are up in Envy's favor. We got to see Adios get back here quickly and use this all, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't happen as Envy holds on, and they take map 2.
Oh my God, back against the wall. Envy wins on Central Park to get their very first map in the series in the lower bracket, first round quarterfinals. So for Team Envy, massive win to get right now, considering, you know, it was so close to really ending up with them out of the tournament. Breath of fresh air right now for Envy. Maybe go outside for a second, right? Take a breather, because I mean, I'm feeling kind of, I was sweating during that game right there, Shib. I don't know about you. That was really intense, I think, for everybody.
Yeah, so back and forth. Look at the stat lines. It is insane. Energy, obviously, with 20 finals is wild to see. Incredibly strong Psylocke. I'm wondering if we'll see a change up there. They did manage to save that, so smart decision there, but it wasn't enough. I mean, I truly do think that OT play was just, you know, very strong by Envy. Finding that early pick onto the Hulk was game winning for them. It bought them enough time and gave them a slight advantage. I also think the retake there, one thing in ladder, if you are down in OT and you already pushed past the first point, don't commit everything in the first point. You just have to win one fight. All that matters is you win one fight. So if you can retake position, you find a more advantageous defensive position, you're able to stack as a team again, drop back, just like you saw there from Envy, come back in and win one fight, commit everything, and then take the W home, as they do bring this series 2-1.
All right, for Envy, we'll see what map they go to next, right? It's up in the air right now. FlyQuest, you know, going to domination. We'll see what they pick. As you know, when we saw on that map, it was kind of back and forth, but unfortunately, I mean, he talked about how good Energy was. Unfortunately, for as good as he was, he got picked towards the very end. I mean, that crucial pick that sort of resulted in them not winning that fight at the very end of first point, and then, or at the very end of the first capture. And then in the second phase of the map, it was Adios. Unfortunately, got picked out of the sky. So a lot of Vanguard work done by Window. Even though the Meteor M maybe didn't connect on the backside, he was able to kind of just poke Energy out of the sky. And the fact they didn't have Invisible Woman definitely creates a bit of a weird situation for Energy. You know, a lot of the support kind of comes through on that low ground. He does have that idol usually from Luna Snow, but it's kind of not enough to just stay alive in the sky at all times. I mean, especially with how much poke damage is coming through from those rings, from that Magneto. So right now, I think that was just such a good job by the Vanguard players, Kaluge alongside Window, to create so much space in the second the second phase of the map. I mean, really showing a ton of veterancy there as well in terms of Kaluge. So fantastic map that we saw. The backline as well definitely doesn't get enough credit for Team Envy, but they have to make that climb right now, Shib. I mean, it's only one map. They still have to win 2 more if they want to enter the next phase of the tournament.
Yeah, but it's all about momentum shifts. You talked about a little bit of the backline. Nero, obviously, their MVP with the most final hits out of his entire composition. So 13 there. Obviously, was playing Ultron, who does manage to get those final blows, but then switching over to Luna, both of which can pocket the flyer with Speedery. In that combination, the two of them together seem to always make that work. So that's something to keep in mind in the banning phase. I think they're finding a ton of value from that, and it just worked out for them. And I think you mentioned Strats maybe not getting enough love. It just so well done. 38k healing, but, you know, just a ton of damage, 31k damage with Luna and Ultron. That is insane to say out loud, as on the opposition with Loki, you see 16, you see 13. It's wild. So really well played there by Energy, who clutched up. I do think that you got to show some love. Flies push through. If you push through point 1 in OT with a minute on, it's a win, but you just can't. You can't expect to go a full half point after the fact with a minute on. So very difficult, but I think the momentum is shifting. Can we see this go the distance? We'll find out shortly, right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Welcome back, everyone. Envy showing up and pushing through on to map 3, pushing this again to another. Can we see the comeback? What do you think?
I mean, it's possible. Listen, I mean, Envy is a team full of veteran players from esports in general, and then also in the mobile rival scene. I think they've been playing for a long time, and, you know, everybody's incredibly motivated to get to China. We saw across the board a lot of hungry players, even that are teamless, or sorry, orgless, that are on the brink of qualifying if they were to win one more game in the upper bracket. We'll see that later, but the very first game of the day, these teams have a little bit of a different objective, and that's to stay alive in the tournament, Shib. So Envy, like you said, a lot of pressure, I think, on them to kind of come back in the series, but maybe you mentioned momentum could be shifting right now, and Envy, like we said, that they do have that experience as a team. Kaluj, I think, is definitely a veteran player, but you know, it's still a lot of pressure to put on a singular team at the current moment, especially in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and we got to call out Cal's switch over there onto Duelist. It looked really good as they pushed through on point 1 in OT. I think that was a strong play. It kind of shook up the way the team was playing together with that triple strat, and being able to do that, switch in the middle of the game, throws off your opposition, and they now have to try to counter back with a composition. So, well played.
Well, yeah, another thing as well, make sure you guys are getting your Twitch drops for the Magic skin. Those are available. You know, we have a lot of cool predictions. Our mods are doing a great job, by the way, in the Marvel Rivals Twitch stream. But alongside our Twitch stream, you can also watch co-streamers, so make sure to come through on twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals if you do want these drops. The new Magic skin, only available for this tournament, Shib. So a lot of insane things we've gotten from the Ignite series, and this skin is definitely one of them.
Yeah, you got to see the way Darkchild looks when you have that Will of Galactus skin. I'm honestly a huge fan of it. Obviously, Magic. We saw played, I think we saw Self pull out Magic once, but that was the only time we've seen Magic in this tournament. But Magic obviously had a place in the meta over the past. Absolutely will come back in. Talk about the story of Thor, maybe a similar story. Well, he will see his day in the meta, just maybe not quite yet. But, you know, we will see those change ups, and that's what I love about these quick season turnaround changes. But we've had that discussion before. Going in to game 4, this one now will be decided. FlyQuest will have the decision as to where they want to go, and they choose Krakoa for domination.
Ooh, Krakoa. I mean, I'm curious to see how this pans out. I think both teams are actually, Envy's been kind of not necessarily struggling on domination, but it's been hard for them. We've talked about how domination can be a difficult map type, right, to just play on in general and be consistent on. We'll see if Envy changes their bans, right, because in the first map, I mean, FlyQuest did a fantastic job on Burn and T'Challa, really just to shut down Envy in their pushes. Alongside that Namor, they kind of got easy ultimates from Audio, so I'd be curious if that's the strategy again, play that Hulk Namor. And Envy, I wonder if they'll react, because Envy has shown they don't really do targeted bans. They kind of make generalized bans. I mean, they get rid of Wolverine a lot of the time. Sometimes they go to the Psylocke. Wolverine again, another thing that Envy doesn't want to play around. And as we enter Krakoa, which is interesting because I don't even necessarily think this is one of Wolverine's best maps.
It's more so just the presence, right? At this level of play, Wolverine just gets value out of so many different things. He's got distraction, he's got tanking capabilities, he's got, you know, if you do have that pocket with something like Ultron and Magneto Bubble, he's essentially another Vanguard. He is just a monster out there. If, you know, and obviously the Last Stand, let's not even forget about that, where you can just sweep entire teams. You essentially pick up a Vanguard and toss him back towards a strategist and get a 4-piece. So I understand the fear. I do agree that he, you know, maybe not the most Wolverine friendly map. I think it's more so just don't allow them the opportunity to play it there and just take it off the battlefield, because you don't have a composition that you like running into it.
So yeah, to me, Envy's bans field is kind of generalized. I like the Mantis ban to get rid of like triple, right, with the Ultron and stuff. You could play it on your own side. We'll see what FlyQuest opts into to banning or protecting. The problem is with banning, you know, the character that you obviously want, or sorry, protecting the character that you want to play around, especially ones with team ups and that synergize well. You want to be careful protecting them, because then, you know, on the opposite side, maybe they ban out the character that synergizes well with them. Meanwhile, group ban being hovered for FlyQuest, getting rid of that character so they don't play it alongside that Storm and Magneto. But with that Storm protection, that means Punisher is potentially available for the side of Envy. They want to play it alongside that Ultron, so they have options. For FlyQuest, we know they can play with the Hulk Namor stuff, but also with Human Torch available, also the Psylocke Protect. We've seen they're prioritizing dives from Energy and Spark Chief.
Yeah, FlyQuest won domination. They typically actually do a pretty good job in domination, at least as of late. So not afraid to just have that team fight battle. It is very heavily about this first fight, though. So I think they build these compositions with a ton of just raw, raw abilities, right? Like those neutral fight abilities. Loki, obviously, Crystal's super important. Cooper, a disgusting Loki. Zelos likely playing Luna. I got to check bans again as we head in here to Krakoa. But very exciting. This is one of my favorite domination maps. Love to see it. We've seen a lot of Krakoa and a lot of Araco, actually sister sentient islands. So they actually, and when you actually look at Araco, we've had this discussion before, you actually see Krakoa. You may think it looks like Groot. It's actually Krakoa in sentient form, kind of looking a little bit like Groot, trying to head over there and help out the fam. So we will push in here off the rip on point one. And I think one thing that Fly was doing off the rip was they were using that, letting you use that portal, or that, that penny armor. If you use the penny's additional mind spawner, you actually get 50 HP off of those packs instead of just the 25 from Rocket.
Shit, by the way, those two guys are us in game. You know, we're actually in game talking about the game live to these players through their heads, right? They can hear us, surely, right?
That's it. Wasn't expecting them to show us. It was vulnerable in that moment, but there we go. Teleport off the rip to take space.
Panicking. That's where you were jumping around like a little boy. That was funny.
That's it. That's it. We see the teleport here from Vess, and that obviously is just to own this space. They're going to break down all these trees. Those trunks right there will actually not be breakable, so you can use those as fly cover. Speeder, you're going to try, to be doing that, as they will have the Invis Shield, and Kalush finds Spark Chief early, and that is a good start here for the side of Envy, even though they had that portal used. So FlyQuest heavily down now. Looks like Envy will take early, point priority, which, if you know domination, is heavily increases their odds.
I think the biggest thing is Envy has opened themselves up to a lot of options, right? They can play that Ultron composition if they want. They can play this Punisher and Storm. The biggest question I think for FlyQuest is to dive or not to dive. And with grouping banned on the opposite side, where they banned it out rather, that's not really a thing. But regardless, for FlyQuest, the real thing is, can they set up Energy and Spark Chief right now, or do they go down to Speedily in the meantime? Because right now, what we saw on Aegis of Path, Speedily has done a great job at shutting down Spark Chief and Energy. We'll see if we can keep it up.
Yeah, good space here again. It looks like FlyQuest is kind of taking priority. They're still touching. That's all you need there for Envy. You just need to have one Vanguard on. Don't need to have the entire team in harm's ways. Like we talk about that natural cover. You look at the right side. As I'm saying that, you see the dive in from Adios, who's going to pop that all. Will they find value here? Immediately using Supernova. Out goes the boundary to counteract, and the dance floor right back. But will they get value through? I don't know that they will. Window going to take out Spark Chief. That's another big pick there. Vess on the month, but Envy popping everything. Here comes the Hurricane matched here with Nero. Likely going to see a damage boost switch here shortly if need be. Will we see the switch? Not even necessary, as the whole team is going to be on top of the Eternal Bond there from Cloak. Energy and Adios. Zelos on the two-piece, and that's going to be 3 for Energy. Well done again by FlyQuest on the retake, who are down 60%.
I mean, the biggest thing there was Zelos connecting on that Terror Cape onto, I believe it was Month, in the middle of Nero's dance floor. So with that Terror Cape, you just got eliminated by Vess. And, what can you do? Really not a lot of counterplay to that Terror Cape except blocking with the shield or just straight up avoiding it. But it's so hard when you're just getting a giant rectangle thrown right at your face. So Zelos, fantastic work from him to keep the team alive as well, to get the point flip at 61%.
Okay, and here we go again. Envy slightly up and out advantage, pretty much a neutral fight, but they do have the bubble for Cal. And this is where Punisher gets a ton more value. If you bubble your Punisher, give him that additional 300 HP to play with, he becomes far more threatening, and it's all about counters. Right now, FlyQuest has no answer, and they are going to press forward. Do we see some picks here, forcing the entirety of the team off point, and that could be enough value in and of itself. And here comes Cap, just going to be dancing on the point, doing the Cap dance. The entirety of the team is going to follow in the wake to get that shield. Great play there to counteract and hold on as FlyQuest are looking seasoned and patient. Out goes that invisible boundary as well.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest are one of the best teams at disengaging Final Judgment. Speedily also removed. That's so much damage gone. Kaluj, you're looking for this Eye of Agamotto, but I'm sure the FlyQuest is aware of it.
Yeah, and here comes Kaluj again, trying to find some pressure. The dance floor is out and matched by both sides. Everybody out there doing their thing. Oh, and here comes the Eye again from Vest. Does land on a few. Will they be able to dunk return? And Window almost with an off angle there. Would have been massive. Vest going to take out Cal and Mud. Spark Chief on a Speedery. Adios on a Window, and that is going to be a spawn door touch for the side of Envy. Well done, FlyQuest on that sweep.
I mean, Envy on the re-engage. This is tough. I think every time FlyQuest is ready to go on those dives, as well as you said, Vest connecting with a massive Eye of Agamotto. Window now over to the Venom, and that's, yeah, you got to make some switches at this point of the game. Cal, I think, off of the Punisher's fine, and here comes now Speedily in that Hurricane on the backside of the point.
That was a necessary start. Cal on Hella, about time. We haven't seen Hella in a while. Takes one. Speedery onto Zelos, and that's a great re-engagement there. They didn't force out everything they had. They will be looking for Cal and Kaluj in this next fight. Hopefully Month as well. Speedery going to clean up Adios at this point. You want to fall as a team and get ready for the next fight, as it is a one-fight game here as the teleport was burned. Kaluj is going to take this space there. Press forward, as you can see him up on the front side, but is going to elect to retreat to the team, as we might see. No, actually, we're not going to see a portal just yet from the side of Vest.
I think the biggest thing is that, Punisher is pretty much FlyQuest's perfect counter, or not counter, but perfect character to like to play against. Also, early ultimate committed by Energy on the right side, at least to force away Vanguards. But regardless, right now, FlyQuest play so well around Punisher, so Cal over to the Hella, especially on such an open map like this, could be better and could actually find picks on the FlyQuest.
Cooper takes out Speedery. Window back on Adioso, matched up on both sides, but being down Speedery is a big take, as Window is going to retreat to the team. Here comes Cal in the sky, being blocked here by Strange, and Cap at the same time. That's good value. We'll be able to press back in. You talk about FlyQuest re-engagement being very strong. I think they do that really well, and here comes that re-engagement, but it is matched here. Month. Oh, canceled out as best. Tries to get the Eye out. Great play there from Cal, which I believe hitting the mini stun, and that is a ton of value, back to 50% here for Vest, who is quickly getting that all charged back. Adios holding this space here with the tornadoes. Will it be enough for them to own this, as Spark Chief is down early?
Early pressure as well from Window on the backside. Just need to live, right? Allow time for Envy to find these picks. Here comes the Abyss as well.
Wow.
Oh, no! Wait, who didn't touch the point there? It was, in this case, FlyQuest. They didn't touch. Envy win on the Grove.
Yeah, just kind of fell off as a team. Saw those alts played, and I think they committed a few in defense, but still not able to get the touch. Just kind of lost focus for a second, and that's all it takes.
My time to shine.
Whew. And oh my goodness, I mean, what a map from both teams, but Envy changing it up. I think the biggest thing is the Punisher change over to Hella. I mean, we've seen teams like 100 Thieves play Hella. We've seen also Cal be one of the best Hellas in the game. I mean, shout out to Amadian as well. Was another player who did so well on that hero versus Sentinels. So, you know, that character can do so much work as well. Cal, one of the best Hellas in the game, especially against FlyQuest. Their dives, I mean, this Punisher hasn't really done too much, but they're going to switch back to Cal over to the Punisher. I'm curious to see if it works out, just considering FlyQuest plays so well on this Punisher, specifically the Final Judgment, but Cal has not been the focus. It has been Speedily on that Storm.
Shout out to the observers and the team, though, just on everything, seemingly seeing every play here. I feel like we haven't missed a thing, as it's been so back and forth in these fights. But yeah, I mean, it seems like FlyQuest just lost focus for a millisecond, and they did have, I think, yeah, they did commit a few ults at the very end there, and it just was not the right decision, unfortunately, as you lost sight of the point for a second. We do see I like this positioning here for the side of Envy, who, you know, we do see every team seemingly fighting vertical on this map, using that natural cover instead of more horizontal, where it seemingly is a little more open. It gives your Flyers this back line over here, essentially this giant like tombstone, as you see in the back there.
Yeah, I want to see how they play around this Eye of Agamotto. Incoming Fate of the Worlds, right? Pressing out Vest. Vest looking for it. Pretty obvious. Creating a lot of space so their supports and their strategists can kind of fall back. But nothing really gained in terms of eliminations. A lot of space for Kaluj to set up on Agamotto. Catches out one onto Adios.
Oh my.
Are you kidding me? Who is that? That was Cooper. What a freeze.
That is a huge freeze. But Cal still turns it on two. Speedery onto Zealous. Cal 3-4. Cal saying, I'm not done. Pops off. Kaluj still able to find one, but what a freeze. It just didn't matter when you have Punisher there popping off and holding on to that Final Judgment, still ready for the next fight.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of times in this game, even if you do something crazy like get a good freeze, get a good sleep, hit a, crazy eat, if you're a Magneto player onto like a Groot ultimate, sometimes it doesn't matter, right? The overwhelming presence of the team still matters. It is a 6 versus 6 game. These small interactions definitely kind of impact the overall game, but regardless, great push there from Envy after Nero committed his strategist ultimate. FlyQuest double up on theirs for this upcoming fight. That should give them an advantage for sure.
Yeah, and we have the turret out there early, as it is, not necessarily for all charges, just the AoE damage. Very good combination there with Envy's shield, just to try to force out the team's positioning, making something happen like that Venom charge there. But he got the entirety of the clip out before they push forward. Adios trying to take this space back. FlyQuest heavy up an alt charge here. Envy slowly gaining as the invisible does pop. They see Cal holding on, waiting for the final moment to use that final judgment, as it gets a lot more value as enemies are out in the open. It's much more value when they're close, especially with that shield. But the entirety of Fly gonna clean up before they can use those ults. Envy, I think, just being a little too patient there, not using some big ults, and they pay for it as Energy just sweeps the back line.
I mean, the difficulty is, like, how do you win that fight, right? You don't have strategist ultimates. Those are the strongest ultimates in the entire game, right? Cooper committing the fate of the world, just walking on forward. Envy, the only real counter is there is maybe Kalush hits a crazy eye motor or something, but he just walked on, had no HP, was in pressured situations, and now Energy, oh no! The assassination of Speedily before they could even take the portal. Vess and him combined.
Yeah, again, FlyQuest, you can see them getting a little angry here and starting to make plays. Cal, though, early on in these fights, just tracking like a champion, is able to find one there and even out the odds a little bit, but here comes that final judgment out. But I don't know if it's going. Oh, as I say that, good positioning by Cal, still able to look at a few, but no, great retake again. FlyQuest just drops out, comes back when the moment's right, and here comes the engagement from Spark Chief, holding on to that Feast of the Abyss here, ready to make a play towards the back line, and the Hurricane gets popped again, Speedery, and we see Vest doesn't land, it does towards the back line, not able to get any value, does force out some cooldowns and a strategist ultimate from Nero, but it isn't enough. Ooh, nice meteor again, window, good play, and Kalush able to find Spark Chief, and Envy now at 98. I don't know if they're gonna be able to hold. I think that's it.
Oh my god, Energy tried to touch last second, but he could not. And man, what a mistake from FlyQuest. I mean, they went towards Speedily, like the whole team, and then they just left the point behind. So Envy just were like, okay, I'll take the point and pop final judgment. So, I mean, what a bad play there, honestly, from FlyQuest towards the very end. And right now, that's what it is, right? In these high-pressure situations, Envy, take another map, right? Kind of coming through in the clutch, like the veterans they are for FlyQuest. They need to kind of go back to the drawing boards for map number 5 because Envy, they're sort of maintaining a little bit of that momentum, like you said, Shib, right now, coming back in the series. And it's kind of right now like a matter of which team makes like less mistakes, honestly, because FlyQuest, that is a rookie mistake, unfortunately, from their team to just give up the point. They did find Speedily, but you know at what cost? We saw that earlier as well on Aegisil. I know that they still want Aegisil, but they kind of left Energy to find Nero on the back line. He was getting kind of bullied towards the spawn, but at points it didn't matter because even if Energy found those picks, he was taking themselves out of the fight. Vess and Energy, or Vess and Adios in that case, took themselves out of the fight, and you know they resulted in losing objective, losing those anchors, and right now they kind of need them. And map number 5 is coming up, and I'd be a little worried if I was a FlyQuest fan right now.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Cal making that switch there to Punisher, and now, again, leading final hits in that fight. You see FlyQuest, they looked really good across the board. Cal, definitely up there in terms of damage in finals, most across the board besides damage from Adios, but 15-3, and, the 4-piece metal just cleaning up teams there in the neutrals, finding picks early in every fight. I think you got to get rid of the Punisher, or you try to get rid of the Magneto, and then you have a Magneto. You got to do something here to shift that, because you were finding a ton of success when Cal was forced into the back line, trying to triple strategist. Now that he's back on that duelist role, he just is not missing, man.
No, yeah, I think that's a tough job for him as well. I mean, able to kind of come back through after NK played the first 2 maps, and then now coming through on the other ones, and just playing very well, right? Coming back onto that Punisher, going back into his hard aim role, was kind of came in for the Cloak and Dagger play alongside Nero in the Ultron, but they're really finding a lot of success right now around Speedily, around Cal playing a lot of that Punisher. And Envy, they're coming back. I mean, they're making an absolutely insane comeback on Domination when they lost that first map as well, Shib. So, oof, man, map 5 coming up in just a bit, man. I'd be scared if I'm FlyQuest.
Momentum heavily shifted, right? We talk about that happening, and Envy is just looking really good. I mean, that C9 there, it was rough. It was rough to see. They were able to, come back a little bit in those early fights on map 2, but it just was not enough. I mean, you got to show love. Kaluj, obviously MVP, 17k damage, ton of damage blocked, hitting some big eyes and some follow up there, forcing out strat alts. And, you know, that may be the hidden value you don't necessarily see a lot with Strange, but I mean, Cal, again, like I said, 8 finals, the entirety of Envy was looking really clean. You know, it was just a tough look there for Fly. I just feel like they're a little bit on their heels, and they've got to change up this ban. And I'm surprised they didn't run that Magneto, which I do think was open for them.
Yeah, the Magneto. They also had Hulk Namor available, right? Those are another option for this team that can play those characters to such a high level. But we'll see what changes they make on that map 5, and we'll see what map that even is. I mean, both teams, tournament lives on the line, going to end it up on this next map. We'll see what it is after this short break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival till the end. Rise and open your mind. Hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
We got to get the script writers on the horn here. Another full series going the distance. It's like it was made up. Kevin, chill. All right, Kevin Feige, incredible. Turnaround here. Incredible work.
Kevin, obviously the guy behind the scenes that works for Marvel. He's working on all the storylines, working on all of the potential metaverse that's going on currently in the esports scene. Map number 5, Shib, you called it. Kevin, what are you cooking today? It seems to be something special because it was crazy in EMEA today. It was insane yesterday for North America. I mean, we had so many games go map number 3, and today, first on the day, 5 mapper, man. I don't think this is the first time in a while I think we've seen so many games just in a row, back to back to back to back, go to that last map. Insane series of events in the esports scene for us.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think's got to change? My take is you try to ban out Cal. I mean, Hella, he played Hella for 1 KO and swap back to Punisher, so clearly wasn't feeling as confident on that. Get rid of Punisher is my take. What do you think?
Yeah, probably. I just think it's like not anything due to how Cal is playing it or NK in that matter. I just feel like FlyQuest is just so well studied versus Punisher specifically. I mean, we've seen every time that there was a last stand, or sorry, not last stand, Final Judgment, get those two ultimates confused a lot of time. Every time they use those two ultimates in tandem, I mean, FlyQuest just runs away, right? Every single time. They're just super good at avoiding it just because they know you can't really win with that ultimate is popped. And I think that you could probably do that with more ultimates in this game in general, right? Just decide to, okay, we can't win this fight, disengage, go again. And that's kind of the tough part about Marvel Rivals, because you build so many ultimates so quickly that it can be hard to make split-second decisions as a team, especially when the meta is always different, considering what the ban phase and the protect phase, what happens there, like you said.
Yeah, the value of a retake, right? Sometimes it's worth trading an alt for some, some percentage or some ticks, depending on what map you're playing, and then trying to retake at the last possible moment. You're right. I think Fly does that well. So you're right. Maybe it's not necessary for them to get rid of Punisher. So what's the thought then as to what needs to change? It seems like it was a heavy momentum shift where Fly was looking disgusting. First two maps are on their heels right now.
Yeah, I mean, they eventually kind of pulled through towards the second half, and for Envy, I mean, they can kind of just keep, steady, right? Just kind of keep the ship moving forward. I think as it stands, even if they do play the Punisher, it's starting to kind of come online. We'll go to a Convergence or a Convoy up next, though, so we'll see what, in terms of what map FlyQuest want to play. They didn't look as good on those maps as well as they did on Domination in map number 1. So for Team FlyQuest, I think they should probably go back to that Namor Hulk stuff. I mean, we've seen a lot of Hulk kind of get a lot of value. Wolverine is permanently banned right now for Team Envy. They want to make sure they can't do that fastball special that we talk about and how strong it is. I think so many teams are recognizing how kind of brutal it can be to play against the Wolverine alongside a Hulk or the Thing when they kind of just toss them in to your backline. I mean, it can be kind of unreactable. So, but for FlyQuest, I feel like some sort of Hulk Namor thing can work out for them. The Psylocke is kind of working, but at the moment, Energy has had a hard time at points, right, Shib? It seems like he's had a difficulty in terms of staying alive, but he's kind of warming up as the series goes on. He's still a youngin', still a guy still early on in his esport career. So we'll see how he adapts in this map 5, because that's going to really kind of determine his sort of pace in his trajectory moving forward.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Energy, yeah, he played well, right? Psylocke still finding a lot of value, was able to get 6, or 7 finals, but you're right, it just wasn't enough. It just felt like every neutral fight was heavily in the favor of Ego, who were finding picks before every fight started every single time, and that cannot happen, especially on Domination, because when you're down a number in Domination, even if you try to overcommit ultimates, now you're losing not only that fight, but you're losing the ult advantage in the next fight, and you just roll down the hill, and the snowball gets even bigger, and you can't shove it back up. So I think that, I think it's got to be a reset button in the mental. FlyQuest knows that they've got a very strong, chance of taking this back. But right now, if I'm Team Envy, I'm just riding this momentum. I'm feeling confident, and I'm trying to win that first fight and just keep it going.
Yeah, 100%. And on the opposite side for FlyQuest, I mean, you talked about the ban phase. I mean, you could think about getting rid of Storm. The only problem is that they've sort of been banning out, Torch first. They've been banning out that Psylocke second, and then they protect the Torch. And that's kind of the interesting thing. It's almost like, I mean, Torch is still a fantastic hero, don't get me wrong. But it almost, at points, I wonder if it's even worth banning the Torch out first. Maybe getting rid of Speedily on that Storm could sort of alleviate a lot of that pressure, just because of how strong he's been on the Storm. And it's not that Torch is not worth the ban per se, but I don't know if I would be banning it versus Speedily, considering how he's played so far on other heroes like that Psylocke and like the Storm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. It's the trade-off, right? It's, do I want to get rid of Storm, who is going to force out every single strategist ult, every single fight, because, Storm gets ult incredibly quickly, or do I want to allow Speedily to play incredibly aggressively with Torch? And we know how sometimes they can play, Speedily is like different on Torch, but especially with that pocket from Invis, and Month was playing Invis last map, so that combination, that issue, that 1v1 now turns into a 2v1 real quick if you're both running Torch. So it is such a tough decision, but I'm curious as to what they are going to do here as we go in to the final map of the series. Who will take it home?
What better map to do it on than Morocco? Right now, it's so fun to look at the draft phase and stuff and the protect phase, but I think we can both agree, Shib, at the end of the day, if you don't play well, it doesn't matter, the draft or whatever, especially if you have even draft kind of across the board. So realistically, playing well is key number 1. You can't really blame the draft on everything. I know a lot of players do tend to do that. It's easy to be just like, oh, I'm coping. This draft was the reason we lost. But sometimes it is just poor gameplay. So right now for FlyQuest and Envy, they're looking to lock in on Morocco. And we see a lot of teams kind of struggle towards this like first point, but they can snowball in the attack phase. Definitely a defensive favored map, this one, right, Shib?
Absolutely. I mean, the ban phase is the new strategist. If you lose a game, you might as well blame it right on the ban phase instead of who usually takes the blame, the strategist. But we are gonna. I think we're gonna see a tight hold here, probably triple, as we have seen holds from both sides before with Groot up on the front side and no Groot ban yet. So I'm assuming we'll see that combination for sure, which bought a ton of time for both of these teams in the past.
And Doctor Strange ban again, like did on was that map number 1 or 2? I think it might have been
2. I believe it was 2. Yeah.
Getting rid of the Strange, so that's interesting as well. And FlyQuest also hasn't really pulled out the Groot either. I mean, they've shown at least on a Rocco that they can play that hero. Same thing for Envy on their side. FlyQuest, I think, banned out the Groot last time. We'll see what the Protect comes through. Mantis ban comes out from Envy as well, making sure no triple strategist is available for FlyQuest. Although I don't know if we've really seen them play it at all or too much, I suppose. But here's the Storm Protect again to make sure Speedily gets the heroes that he wants.
Yeah, and I stand corrected. It was map 1, but yeah, I'm curious about that. It's got to be the worry of Vest landing big altar. You want to allow Kaluge just to be a little more free without double shield out there. It's got to be something along those lines. But it has been, it's working. So we will see. And by 1, I meant the previous map prior, but. Yeah, we will see a change up here, but in terms of composition, it looks like Envy's not going to be changing too much besides Cal on the Wolverine.
I forgot also with that Doctor Strange ban, that allows Ultron to get through. So is this the first time in the series they let Ultron get through? I don't think so, but it might be. It might be. For FlyQuest, though, they will be playing the Ultron, obviously, considering that character is not banned, or, I mean, it's available. They want it.
And one of my favorite new maps, and the pros seem to really enjoy it as well. Araco, a very defensible map, but we have seen a lot of teams push through all the way to 2.3, a few of which getting the entirety. But look at this breakdown of the betting. When it's dead even like this, it's tight. Envy now slightly up, and what a change from a few maps back. And I am excited to see the start here, as we have seen almost full holds here out of the spawn door. We'll see if the teams want to try that strategy. And we've also seen a portal play here where teams try to hold that top right alleyway, that hallway where Strange will actually portal off both sides, and then the entirety of the team will try to run down that choke, as you do see Krakoa here on your right side pressing forward to try to stop Ultron from messing with the family.
Triple Vanguard as well. Speedily gets deleted. I mean, Cal's also over to the Moon Knight alongside Window being on that Squirrel Girl. We've seen FlyQuest do something similarly with the Squirrel Girl. Haven't seen too much Moon Knight with this composition, but can work as well around Speedily with that solo Vanguard. But they all are on that one side of the map, right? FlyQuest well aware of it, kind of playing around it right now with an off angle on Energy. We've seen how well FlyQuest can play those off angles on Araco.
Yeah, I think right now it seems like they're just doing the Buster comp. They're just trying to get out of this door. So that Moon Knight and Squirrel, I like that change. I think it's really smart as the thing. Great retreat there. Way to get back to the team. Is going to reset and give that 30% damage reduction. I believe it's 30, either 30 or 25 after the recent change. Immediately, Eternal Bond goes out here. That's going to be good for FlyQuest just to hold on. Zelos going to find Cal and Window with Cooper in the copy as well. So both of those bonds actually were committed. No, actually, the Zelos, did not commit it, as they are at Ultimate now.
Cal's over to Wolverine. Window's now over to the Groot, getting off the Squirrel Girl. And FlyQuest might be one of the best teams at doing this first point hold, right? They have such a big area to work with. Those off angles on Magneto are disgusting. Audios now comes in through with Ultron's Rage.
Yeah, forcing out crystals early and the dance floor. That is value right there. Audio still holding on. Able to get a slight amount of healing through that ultimate just to buy some time. Out goes the Eternal Bond. The Strangling Prison onto the backline, but shields are up. Can they find value through it? They can, as 4 go down. One and all there by Vest. Great Strangling Prison. And like we're talking about, FlyQuest on these early holds are insane.
And right now, Envy might be going out of the tournament with not even a whimper. So we'll see how they do this. Wait, the Vest DC as well? Oh, geez, on the backside, though, it doesn't matter because now Speedily coming in with the Hurricane. They're able to find Spark Chief early on. I mean, no Strategist Ultimates as well to deal with it. They do have Crystals to stay alive for a little bit longer, but eventually, I mean, truly they'll falter even with the Meteor Ram now here.
Speedery Window, that's going to be enough to get them out this door, and that is the momentum shift that they needed, as FlyQuest now are going to have to retake, and the pause goes out for that DC. Very unfortunate timing there for Fly, but it was a great hold off the rip, and hopefully bought them enough time, if you're Team Fly, to hold on point 1.
Oh my God. I'm telling you, man, it's cursed. It's cursed. Marvel Rivals Ignite is cursed. Things like this can happen in an online series, but 2 minutes left to go. First point. I mean, what a hold from FlyQuest there, like you said, Shib. So right now, that could definitely sort of result in them getting another hold in this phase. I think it does favor that attacking side a little bit more, depending on how FlyQuest plays this re-engage with the cover and stuff, and with Triple Vanguard. Envy now also built up towards that last stand, so there's a lot of ultimates available for them. Unfortunately, no Shroud-X ultimates were built in that previous fight, so that's kind of why FlyQuest lost alongside Vest going down. More than likely, that still would have been the result of it, but regardless, now you got those Shroud-X ultimates ready to go, Shib, on this re-engage, and that's going to allow FlyQuest to finally win a fight, but it's going to be tough versus that Wolverine, in which Cal's honestly been doing good, flexing over to that Wolverine, right, off of a lot of that hit scan roll, and also having to come in while maybe a little bit cold after NK played the first 2 maps, right?
Yeah, that's a sign of somebody who just wants to go in. There's that conversation in sports that you want to, put me in, coach. The people that want the playing field the most are typically the ones that shine the most in the moment. Cal clearly wanted to get in there and play and has showed up ever since. Obviously, starting off on strat, maybe not his strongest position, but that switch over to duelist has been invaluable. And I do think I agree that when you go against a group like this with that Wolverine, it is so difficult to stay up, especially if you don't make that switch to invis, because those pulls are invaluable, and it just allows an early pick every time without the utilization of an ultimate. He is just such a strong hero right now. Logan, a demon against the tree.
Yeah, Logan can be disgusting, like you mentioned, and I can relate to that. Shib, by the way, since we're on this little break, obviously, waiting for the game to kind of come back online, I've been wondering, Shib, if we did get to see you in a cosplay of a certain hero besides a maid. I know I've seen your emotes in the chat. I know that there's a lot of I Run Shib fans, the little Twitch fans. Shout out to you guys in the chat, spamming his emotes in your little maid cosplay.
Right.
But I'm just saying, who would you cosplay if we did go to, potentially an event and we got to see you dressed as a hero?
It's a tough one, man. Blonde hair, blue eyes. I mean, it's close to, it's close to Clint Barton in here. I guess that would probably be the closest one I could do. Pulling out the bow a little bit. I could see something like that. What about yourself?
I could see that. Yeah, that would definitely work. I don't know. It's tough. I asked my chat before, and I'm kind of afraid to admit it. A little sad. It's unfortunate. I asked them. I was like, oh, hey guys, if I did wear a costume, what would you want? And they're like, man, you should go as Rocket Raccoon because of the height. I was like, okay, thanks. I was like, okay, who next? Oh, Wolverine because of the height. I was like, oh, okay, guys, that's great. That's awesome. What about next? Oh, Jeff because of the height. So I'm like, okay, guys, come on, can we please? This is so BM. Listen, I'm huge, 7 foot tall, all right, massive. You see me, Shib? I'm a unit.
That's it, dude. Metaphorically, definitely, for sure.
Metaphorically, huh? Metaphorically, he said. Okay, all right.
That's brutal. Nah, man.
Might have to go a little bit of Napoleonic syndrome on you, buddy. I might have to go a little angry, short guy syndrome. I'll get mad like Wolverine does. You don't want me to pull out these claws, buddy. You don't want me to pull out these claws or these 9mm handguns.
Nailed it with the Wolverine there, brother. It sounds like they nailed it, so they're all over it. But no, that's actually hysterical. I'm sure the chat saying
nailed
things.
It? Hold up.
No, I'm sure the chat is saying things like Emma for both of us right now, just to troll us a little bit.
Emma, that's what I see. That's what I was saying. I was like, maybe we get you that little cross section in the middle, with her gala dress. I could see you as that. That would go hard. Not gonna lie.
Oh man, it's funny stuff, man. I'm funny stuff. As we are actually, it's the reality, man. Right? We're actually getting to these events. This stuff is happening. So, obviously we want to be there. I hope we're there. It's gonna be a ton of fun to be a part of it, or even just witness it. Lands are totally new ball game. Finally settling that score between regions, right? We talk about, everybody stands up for the region. It's super passionate. Everybody who may be a fan of various teams here will unite as one to try to, take down whoever we may be going against in the moment, whether it's EMEA.
We
what do you mean the States?
You bias Shib?
Well, as the States is what I'm saying. For as the States. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm only.
You're saying you'd be rooting for the American teams in an international event. Is that what you're saying right now live? You want to say to the camera?
I'm driving the car down the highway and you're just yoinking the steering wheel on me into the side of the post.
Absolutely. To be Switzerland, I will be anyway. We're going into it now. It's FlyQuest. We have 2 minutes left in the map. We're getting back into it. Luckily, the pause is over. Vest looks like he's back online.
Yeah, Envy heavy up an alt charge here too. As you see, Window, Cal, and Nero ready to launch. Cooper going to be the only one as Vest is going to have to respawn here. Cal finding that early pick. We didn't even get to check it out. Nice off angle there. Waiting for that play. play. Yeah, that's a brutal takedown early, as this corner is very defensible. It may be far less defensible now as we push into the minute left on the first point.
Yeah, flank play always available now on that. Oh, no! What a eat of the Groot ultimate. They're trying to prison across the map, but they can't find the eliminations. That might have been too greedy.
Yeah, that's a good start there, and it's now mapped right back and forth out on the dance floors. Cal did not get much with the last stand just yet. The dance floor and Eternal Bond match on either side. Good tackle out of the sky on Energy, and that is a good escape, but he still does not get away. Cal, good follow-up there without having to burn an ult. That is another advantaged fight going on the side of Envy, and they will be down a few now. Can they get the retouch? Not sure it'll happen, as they are going to give up point one.
Yeah, this is the problem we've seen. Like, I'm curious to see what happens moving forward, but Wolverine does so well on this map. Cal as well can play that hero to such a high level. On top of that, I mean, teams tend to get snowballed, it feels like, after first point. I mean, these middle phases of the map, the second phases, teams tend to not really, I'm not going to say not struggle with, but it feels like if you get like one fight, maybe like a really rough second fight. So right now, teams in the middle phase of the map kind of don't really do that well, but we'll see how FlyQuest does in this defensive hold. They've been solid so far. We're looking over at EMEA, though. We've seen teams snowball and even cap out the full map with not a lot of time in the bank in that second phase of Araco.
Yeah, what do you think? I think the offensive side, the reason it's a little more, more aggressive on this, as we see immediately strangling Prison. Are they able to follow up on it? Not quite yet. We do see the Bond out to just slow things up a little bit. Out goes the Tornadoes. Do they land? And they do. Down goes Speedery early. Nice follow up there. As Kaluj is very low as well. This could be enough for the retake of Fly to kind of hold on, still having ult advantage in the next fight. FlyQuest needed this momentum shift as they were looking to be in a little bit of a dicey position. But as I say, that month with the copy is going to get the dance floor moving, buying some free space. The team is able to retake this position. As I was saying, on the offensive side, there's essentially three lanes here. The height on the left, down main, and then off the right in the, oh wow, not enough charge there onto Luna. Cal going to clean up Vest though, and Envy once again with an advantage going into this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's finding pick after pick right now as everybody from FlyQuest is sort of funneling towards that objective. I mean, two more going down. It's kind of what I talked about. I don't know, teams just struggle in this Reach phase. You're asking kind of like, what's the reason for that? It just feels like in this map specifically, the attackers have some angles, but also and you have so much cover to work around, as well as just playing against Wolverine, against like, there's so many entrances you can kind of go through. There's only so many entrances you can kind of go through. And by the way, portal block as well. So we're not even getting a retouch. What a block by Kaluj, heading to the third phase of the map now because of said portal block. And look at that tree grow.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, don't give Kaluj Strange. Just disgusting. What a decision. Honestly, I totally forgot you could do that at this point of the map. I haven't done it myself. That's something to take in the ladder for sure. Great portal off there as the team was trying to hold off together. Was just too little too late. Not able to get back on that point. Adios immediately going to use that Ultron's Rage, forcing them back in the spawn door. Cal going to find Spark Chief. There's a little off map over there in that corner and makes it happen. Cal on this Wolverine, like you said, is just getting value every single fight and doesn't even have to use that last stand. Out goes Speedery, utilizing that Hurricane, dropping a few. Down goes Zelos, and wow, Envy has just figured something out here after map 2.
Yeah, I know people talk about those portal blocks and how they maybe shouldn't be in the game and stuff, but realistically, the only real solution, I think, is maybe add like more doorways and stuff, so you can kind of go out different angles. But regardless, Energy popping the Supernova, forcing out a Shroud-X ultimate from Envy right now, who have a lot of ultimates to work with. Wakamoto results in Cooper going down to Nero's clap.
Yeah, good work there. I wasn't sure it got a ton of value, but, that's why they are the pros. Good value again on the pick, and they will keep walking forward. Dropping a strategist early like that is huge. And we do see a retake. Energy kind of in an off angle here from behind. Does have that Ultron drone, giving him the space needed to be aggressive. Kaluj there, that's what I was talking about against Flyers. Take that height, wall off the zone, and essentially be the shutdown you need to see. And that is good positioning. Up we go here. Vest trying to throw the Meteor Ram on a Month. Down goes Month. Good value again. Nice find early from Vest. Cal turns that right back. What do you know? Cal again. Vest on a Speedery. Cal again on the Energy with a two-piece. Back and forth as the numbers are dwindled down to 4v4. Alt advantage going to be on the side of Fly as Spark Chief is going to use that freedom charge. Gets tackled again by Cal. It is so consistent. Somebody stop this guy. Logan is built different. Just the unstoppable Wolverine.
Yep. Short gap popping off. Typical What can I say? Envy, though, I mean, Nero ran away from Sparky with the Freedom Charge. Could not catch up to Nero getting back to spawn regardless. 40 seconds left to go. FlyQuest right now finally finding some sort of ground. First point, it went so well for them, and then it's kind of been collapsing. So they need some semblance of a defense right here as we enter basically last fight window as well. Over to that Hulk off of his original hero. Maybe trying to create a little bit more space. Maybe throw that fastball in as well as Cal.
Yeah, nice stall. 20 seconds on. This is going to be for all the marbles. Out goes the Hurricane again. This will burn right through those crystals, and just electing to drop backward. Did not force out too much, and as I say that, out goes the bond. It did, so they will hold on. Here comes that Hurricane. Immediately, the Supernova, but it's counteracted by the Eye. Do they get picks through it? Speedery finds Adios, and that's a good start here for Envy, who are using everything in this fight. Speedery onto Zelos, Cal onto Vest, Speedery onto Envy. And this could be it as they shove through again. Down goes Spark. In OT we go. But will they be able to touch, or will this end as a 3-stack push? It does. Well done, Envy.
What a push by them. And then also I like the idea as well to swap to that Hulk. Just go for that fastball special. We've talked about how strong it is. A lot of teams are now realizing in this patch how amazing Wolverine has been alongside Hulk or the Thing, because you can just yeet that guy in there and he'll be grab a flyer out of the sky. He'll kind of do whatever and fly around the map. So definitely teams utilizing that team up so well, and Envy doing well even without that, right? They had Cal on that Wolverine just kind of running in, able to find those eliminations onto Vanguards. And overall, what a push from Team Envy, right? After they were pretty much almost first point held, they capped out the map, and that's what we kind of talked about. I talked about it earlier, how you just get snowballed sometimes, and in a game like Marvel Rivals, that can kind of happen. No matter how well you play on that first point, it's a 3-phase game, especially on, or at least on these convoy maps. So right now, for FlyQuest, they need to kind of lock it in. I'm curious. I don't know why they're not playing really much of this like Namor Hulk stuff. I get why you want to play this triple strategist, but it seems like the survivability is not a problem necessarily for them. It's just like the front line just not able to stay alive through all that damage that is brought by Wolverine. I mean, he just does so much percentage damage that you can't really live, right, Shib?
Yeah, and now we're going to see, you talk about a shift up here for Fly. We are going to see another Bunker Buster comp, as we are going to see, we got the Squirrel Girl out there, we got the Punisher and the damage boost here from Storm, and they're just going to try to delete some of these walls that'll be in front of them. The walls are actually positioned on the right side, forcing them out this left door. Good decision here for Envy on the defense, but Fly playing hyper aggro, pushes right through that choke, and here comes the damage boost. Now it's all about, and another damage boost there with Cloak, and that's the combination you're scared of when you have a Punisher on the opposition. That double stacking damage boost with Punisher unloading is terrifying to go against and say goodbye to every group wall that's placed, as they are shoving through Vest here on the Squirrel Girl, just trying to get that alt charge. 46% already, but you look over on the strat line, Cooper at 80, 92, 94, already almost ready to alt here. Adios at about 66. Speedery has alt here at 92. Energy taking out Speedery early. Spark onto Kalush, and that is a good way to get out of that spawn door.
Yep, that works for sure. We'll see if they want to swap off of it. Vest going to stay on the Squirrel Girl for now, but more than likely going to run back to spawn and swap unless they're totally fine playing another fight. It looks like they are. They're willing to go again, even though Envy more than likely going to switch up their composition a little bit, but they do have the TP. Never mind, they will stay on the strategist, and here comes the ultimate from Speedily.
Yeah, I like the idea, but immediately Energy finds Speedily. Vest with double with the Squirrel Girl. Energy finds Cal, and that is going to be a huge sweep there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they'll stay on the triple Vanguard to portal back. Can't believe I forgot about that. Energy also speed boosting it back to the spawn, by the way, helping out your team is what you want to do in this game. Kind of give them that speed boost like other games, maybe. Just give them a little bit of that taxi. Regardless, Envy now pushing towards the end. Kind of similar time bank that we saw for the side of Envy. FlyQuest now ending up with a similar time bank to Envy on their attack. So kind of interesting how both teams have been in a similar situation, though. Envy playing with that triple Vanguard, tossing in the Strangling Prison from Sparky. He's the one that actually fall, though.
Adios popping the Judgment. Doesn't find value. Forces out a lot of cooldowns in the dance floor, but no picks there as Adios uses that Q. Nero going to match it. Month and window ready. Cal very close. Kalush at around 36. Not quite there yet. There goes the Strangling Prison. Tries to throw the wall behind. Speeder, you're going to clean up. Zelos, Cal onto Cooper, and that does work out for them on the defense with 2 minutes on.
Yep, 2 minutes on. Zelos not wanting to commit an ultimate, understanding one of the duelists of his team was down in terms of energy, so just go for that reset, go for another fight. Also, now FlyQuest does have still 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go. Envy, though, do have Month and his ultimate against double try to just ult Cal on the Meteor M could be huge, but I wonder how much time Cal even has. Like you said, he's been flexing over to so many different Vanguards. Meteor M is available for him, and oh my god, early damage coming through from energy, on energy.
Yeah, then we are seeing Q spot for days. Cal gonna find Cooper there. Excuse me, Schmiedery on Adios here now, and that's a nice trade back as we see numbers up heavy for Envy, and they are walking this right back, right towards the spawn door. FlyQuest going to hold on here, not use anything, not overcommit, as they will have ult advantage in the next fight. They got to do it quickly before Nero gets that dance floor month. Obviously popping ult there. It's going to be in their favor. Vess is looking for this Meteor M. Vess has been electric with these Meteors in this tournament. It's all about, can he get value here now, because this is where it matters. You got a minute on. You got to take this first point, get momentum back in your favor. You had it in the beginning on defense. You need to find it again, or you are looking to be in trouble as we get to this OT.
I mean, you're against triple Vanguard with no damage boost, right? You don't have that Cloak and Dagger. You don't have the Storm. You don't have a Mantis. So for Envy, this is actually a solid spot to be in, right? They're just able to live, have so much health pool to work around. FlyQuest need to have a really good ultimate combination, but they're already forced to use greens.
And here comes the Eye of Agamotto, and that's going to stop before we even see. Oh, nice pick off there from Speedery, and that makes it worth it. Down goes Vest as well, and we're going to have to see a teleport here if possible. Smart Chief not even able to get that Q off as we don't see the Strangling Prison. It's just going to be a stagger fest now.
They can't portal, right?
Oh, yeah,
got banned.
Yep, they are in so much trouble here. It's all about Energy's touch.
Oh my god, it might be over. Overtime. Spark Chief tossed that ultimate. We're entering last fight territory. FlyQuest might be out of the tournament. One of the favorites to win it all. Could be sent home out of the loser brackets right now.
Oh my goodness. Cal on the Magneto. We talk about the switch in all the different positions. Cal able to play Mag, finding multiple picks here. Teleport through to try to get to the high side. Gonna land right back in. And that's a crazy angle. I like that play there. Speedery, and that could be enough, folks. I think that Envy has done it. They have taken the reverse sweep and will move forward towards LAN and the 70K prize. What a set of plays and what a return of momentum by Envy.
What a heartbreaker, too, for the FlyQuest fans. I mean, up 2 in the series, about to close it out and to get reversed swept by Envy, who look to be just getting stronger. I mean, it's crazy that Cal was on the bench for the first 2 maps, comes through on the sub-in and just wins every single time, whether it be on Magneto, whether it be on Wolverine, whether it be on, Cloak and Dagger. Feels like that guy definitely doesn't deserve, or definitely gets not enough credit for this team as Cal just coming and being that ultimate flex player, and the bans on the Wolverine ended up to work, just panning out, right? You get that last map, you play triple Vanguard around speedily on that Storm, so you get that damage boost for basically everybody. Kaluge does so much work on a Doctor Strange with that damage boost, as well as pretty much everybody else on the roster. And since there's no Wolverine in the lineup, I mean, how do you counter what was done to you except through damage boost? So Envy are gonna win and move forward, like you said, Shib, moving closer to that 70K, moving closer to LAN, but they're going to have to win multiple matches in a row. They still have to win, I believe, 2 more games to have a chance to get qualified, right? You just need to get to that loser bracket final, and then you will be qualified for LAN. So still a grind for them, but what an insane game number 1.
Yeah, we talk about Speedery and Cal looking so good on the Duelist, but how about Cal playing not only strategist, but also going up in the Vanguard on Magneto and finding multiple final hits, ending with 14, right behind Speedery with 15, whereas the opposition maxed out with Vess on 6 on the cap. So just an insane display of ability and versatility from Cal, who showed up, who maybe struggled in the early matches, honestly really did, and then found his footing, wanted in, said, pass me the ball, got back off the bench, and popped off. So wow, I am shook here by Envy, who is really looking like what we'd expect from them over this tournament, and they're finally showcasing here in the lower side bracket of as we push forward to LANs.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if we'll definitely be keeping our eye on Team Envy, as they still have, a tough road against them. Whoever loses, I believe it's versus 100th Eve and Ego Death, whoever loses that series, or the Techie Sentinels 1. But regardless, MVP going to be won from that map, and now we're going to be moving on forward to yet another loser bracket, another elimination game. And that's, like I said, brutal for FlyQuest, but maybe they'll have to come back, in the next qualifiers, or rather in the next stage, and see how they do. But right now, that means FlyQuest will not be going to LAN. Envy keep their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, this was just a masterclass on return of momentum and just understanding that you can still get the job done while being down by 2. So yeah, we talk about momentum heavy in this game and believing you can do it, right? Once you start that train, once you start trucking, nothing can stop you. You can't put a car in front of the tracks. Instead, it's just going to plow right through it. And they did that, right? They looked so much more like themselves, what we'd expect from them in this tournament, which I haven't seen much from them over these last 3 games, which they lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, both FlyQuest and Envy were seen as teams that could win the whole thing, and I mean, to struggle so early on, it was definitely suboptimal for them in their organization. So we'll see how Envy does moving forward. I mean, that's got to feel good taking out FlyQuest as well, considering how that went. But here we have an interview, I believe, ready to go with one of the members of Team Envy. So what a series that was for them, as we will introduce them coming in a second. I believe it was speedily. Oh, it's Cal coming in. What's up, Cal? How you doing, man? Congrats coming in off the bench. I mean, how you feeling after that matchup? I mean, reverse sweep as well. What an insane series that was from you and your team.
I mean, that's what I do. Come on now. I'm an 0-2. Didn't lose a map today.
That's it, man.
My team did, but I didn't.
For sure. I gotta ask, like, the question around you know, was it a you conversation? You said I wanted in, or was that like you set maps? How does that work? Were you rotating back into from the bench?
I mean, looking at our last matches, I've definitely been underperforming like a lot. I've been playing very poorly, and my teammates didn't really trust me in a way. But it was like granted, as I just wasn't playing good, like, at all. Like every match, I'm getting gapped. I'm just playing very poorly. And after the first map, I DM'd the coach. I was like, if you put me in, I will I will carry. Sorry. Oh, I said, I will carry. I will bring us home. And then we were like, let's just see map 2. We saw map 2. And then we had a little chat. And I was like, I will perform. And point in case.
Love it. Fair play. I mean, yeah. Point proven, and on that, Cal, I mean, how do you have that mentality when, you know, like for I'm sure aspiring pros, aspiring, you know, people coming into the esports scene, how do you maintain that mental, right, when you're on that bench, like you said, especially if you're not having a good week? I mean, how do you sort of rebound, take that psychological change coming into today, like you said, and kind of get that sort of burning passion that I'm sure you have?
I kind of took it not personally in a way. I just thought, like, I need to be performing better, not just for myself, but for the people that support me, my teammates, and like give them all I got. So like being benched, I wasn't really too upset about it. I just thought, just head on the grindstone, get back to it. And I had somebody really help me out with all that and write a bunch of stuff down, think about stuff during matches. And coming in today, I was just like, I will perform if I play. And I'm very thankful for my team for trusting me.
Yeah, I saw you switch. You ran Punisher a ton. It looked clean, man. You were finding neutral picks a ton, which, you know, is something I would expect from you. I like what you mentioned. You were struggling at first, and you wanted the ball, which I think it could make a team run through a brick wall, which you guys did, right? So you bounced back. But I saw you switch to Hella for a moment and make the switch right back to Punisher. You had that discussion with me that you thought Hella was still better. Do you still believe that?
It just matters, like, I guess, what they're playing. I think defaulting on Punisher is definitely better, and that's like kind of why I swapped back to it. Me and Kluge kind of had a chat going into the second round of that domination of what I should be on, and none of us really knew. And then me and Kluge were just like, just start Punisher. If Hella looks good, I'll play it. But into dive tanks, it's kind of, the character's not bad, but it's less support than Punisher for your teammates. So we just decided we were just gonna stick with that.
And that would make sense, for sure. And, you know, I think in terms of this patch, in terms of how things have kind of gone for you guys, are things sort of shaping out for Team Envy right now? Are you sort of getting that identity? Like, what are you feeling on this patch? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of prioritization towards Storm, getting rid of Wolverine. What did it feel like, I think, on that last map as well, playing Triple Vanguard, you having to go to the Magneto? Did it feel like a sure thing after the fact that, you know, they didn't have a Storm, they didn't have damage boost potential or anything like that? Did it just feel like you guys were, you know, pretty far ahead? What's your overall thoughts of playing Triple Vanguard, especially against no Wolverine?
Wait, did we play Triple Vanguard? Oh yeah, we did.
So you played Triple
defense,
Vanguard, two strategists, and then you played speedily.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of Mickey Mouse, it's kind of cheese, but I think 2-2-2 is the way to go. But I think in the grand scheme of things, it worked out, and I think it'll always work out just because it's cheese and even if you expect it, there's not really much you can do about it. So I don't know, just cheese. Beto.
I saw the Magneto. It looked clean
cheese.
at the end there too. Clearly been practicing that as well. So is that something that you only pull out with triple, or are you just ready to play any role? It seems like.
Never played Magneto in a match, I don't think. that was my first time. I was gonna play Captain America like I did yesterday, and then we were just like, okay, just play Mag. And then, I mean, you saw it. Hit every ult. Good for one every
That's
fight.
it. You're balling, man.
I do feel bad
Really
though.
well done.
It had some internet issues, some power issues. That definitely helped us. I feel bad about that. It's very unlucky, very unfortunate.
Online happens. Online happens. It's tough in a big tournament like this, but I'm sure, FlyQuest, those guys definitely going back to it and, looking back at this tournament, I'm sure they'll have a lot to talk about going into the next Ignite series. But that does push you guys forward, right? Obviously, one man's loss is another man's gain. And for you, Team Envy, you will be moving into the next round. You got to win 2 more again to win LAN. I mean, Cal, obviously, you guys are sort of kind of rebounding, right? The rubber band, sort of what FlyQuest did in the group stages. Are you looking to sort of emulate that and kind of come back through and get revenge? Because obviously, losing the Techie is, not losing Techie, losing upper bracket to Sentinels is tough, but we know Sentinels is a good team. How are you guys feeling moving forward?
I mean, I'm going to China one way or another. We're getting there.
Love the
We're here
energy.
first.
Absolutely. It seems, and that's what you need, right? I think it's the confidence, momentum, and you had that last few times I talked to you. It looked like you're struggling a little bit, but and it looked really clean today. I got to ask one final thing. Anyone you want to shout out, teammates, thanks? Anyone you want to call out as we say goodbye to you?
Definitely my coach, Gator, for trusting me and putting me in map 3 there, and my teammates for still trying their best even though we're down 2, and even though I've been underperforming stuff, them really putting their trust into me. I really don't deserve it, but I hope to keep going ever upwards.
Awesome. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you as always, man. At this point, I see you on screen all the time when you guys take the W. I will see you very soon. Great work out there, and we'll see you in your next series.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, Sir Cal, and you know what? That's like a plus teammate chemistry moment. If you play 2K, you just see that plus teammate chemistry, plus 500. That's what it felt like because he just shouted out his own teammates at the very end and his own coach. That's awesome.
Yeah, I love the stories of I wanted the ball, I got the ball, and I performed, right? And we saw that hand in hand. Cal, I do agree with him. He was struggling, and he didn't think he deserved it, but he wanted it. And I think when you want it, when you're that confident, you play out of your mind. I mean, he was disgusting playing Magneto for the first time and landing every all. Guys just got raw talent. So what a turnaround there.
And it does feel that way sometimes, for sure. Like I know, like because he has Gator, head coach of that team. Former player as well. Sometimes on the bench, sometimes you're getting benched and you're like, damn, I wouldn't want to see my team lose. But if they lose, maybe that gives me a chance to win. So, it's not that bad. It's obviously you want to root for your boys no matter what. But, maybe you also want to prove them otherwise if they think you've been playing bad. So good to see Cal get that win. And especially that's super important as well, especially for your, mental, especially for your confidence moving forward. Because, a lot of these pros, you may not recognize it from the outside, but definitely imposter syndrome can be a real thing, right? Feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you're not performing up to expectations. That can be a lot to bear as a pro player for sure. But we're going to, I believe, a short break as well before we have that second game of the day. So we'll have an incredible match coming up in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
running on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Envy pushes on, and we have to say goodbye to FlyQuest, a team that was a favorite and a lot of people believed in them. Unfortunately, not going to be able to make it to LAN just yet, but I'm sure that is not the last we'll see of that team. A very solid team in their own right. It's the only downside of getting pushed to these bottom brackets. You may perform there, but one elimination and you're gone. So just a tough look for them, but congrats on the side of Envy. Now we press forward to Shroud-X and Nemesis. What do you think?
Ooh, this is going to be a good one. I think that this should be a banger. You know, we've talked about how Shroud-X, you know, when the moment is brightest, when the biggest situation at hand is and the biggest task at hand is available to them, they tend to lose in those situations. But I think they have really good players, like we've talked about. Like it's tough for a team like Shroud-X, who, you know, have been performing pretty solid lately. I think that they had a close game with the 100 Thieves as well before losing, coming down to this lower bracket. We get yet another matchup between Nemesis and Shroud-X, and with Shroud-X, I mean, they've been performing better versus a team like Team Nemesis, but today they're going to have to prove it, and especially on the first few maps, especially when we head to, you know, domination, you should be able to win on those maps versus a team like Team Nemesis. But on the opposite side, Team Nemesis, I think, are more expected to win. I think Team Nemesis are known as a top team right now, alongside, you know, those teams like Sentinels, like 100 Thieves, and like even formerly FlyQuest with Team Envy. These guys are being spoken about as one of the top teams. So for Team Nemesis, we'll see if they can kind of pop off versus Shroud-X, whereas they're looking to rebound right now in terms of Shroud-X into that lower bracket. Same thing with Team Nemesis, who just lost to Ego Death in the upper bracket, which was an upset alone.
Yeah, anything can happen. If you look at the past, we talk about the same song, same dance, right? I mean, Nemesis beat Shroud-X the last two matchups, 2-1 and 3-0. So they've had the advantage in the past, but we've seen these upsets. We just witnessed one right there. It's really just so thin. The margins are so thin, and I like the storyline that you laid out. It's Shroud-X, incredible talent. They just kind of seem to not be able to push through the very end. They were right there on 100 Thieves. They get to these OT situations, they just can't seem to pull it out, where Nemesis, really good talent, and it's just a matter of, can they keep pushing through instead of going down to this lower side bracket? Remember, the losing team here does go home with no chance at the prize, or the top prize, in pressing on to LAN. As we look at Shroud-X, a great team: Impunity, Doomed, Nuck, Dongman, Vision, and Fidel. Really versatile team, and they'll play whatever need be. We've seen some unique selections here too, and they're also not afraid to run that hole.
Yeah, and I feel like for this team, for Shroud-X, I mean, their strength to me feels to be like the, you know, putting Visions on the Hella, which unfortunately has not been, you know, the best character to play at all times, but also having, you know, Doomed play a lot of that Star-Lord. I feel like this team plays very well around Star-Lord. Maybe not triple res necessarily, but I think just him on Star-Lord has been amazing. On the opposite side for Nemesis, their team has just kind of been usually pretty good at winning games, but they let the Black Panther go through versus Ego Death on the third map, and we saw what happened. For Team Nemesis, they're going to have to rebound in this lower bracket. I mean, I know they had a tough situation with Scatter Gengi's power going out in his neighborhood, having to go to a LAN, or sorry, a internet cafe to play in their match, and unfortunately that it meant, and they got sent down into this lower bracket. But for a team like Team Nemesis, this is their opportunity to kind of rebound, come back, you know, slowly claw themselves back into it, and potentially get a rematch later on versus Ego Death, which would be awesome.
Yeah, you mentioned those crazy situations, crazy stories. That's the kind of thing that will go away as you get into LAN. So those problems now no longer exist, as everybody will be on the same playing field. But it's just a matter of getting there. Can you get there? And at this point, we've seen series push the distance almost, 4 in a row now, maybe 5. So this has been insane to watch, but I am curious to see first map. I feel like teams, if they start that momentum and if they don't falter, there is a chance we could see a sweep on either side. I think both teams have the potential.
Yeah, for sure. I think both teams do have the potential, like you said. I think the versatility of both teams is, I would say the versatility actually favors Nemesis a little bit more. They're able to play slightly more compositions, but we've seen, they've had the ability to lose to teams that I think we can all agree they should have beat, right? I think for Ego Death on the opposite side, fantastic job from them and Jitward and that squad. I don't know if I'm fully in the free Jitward squad. If I've heard the full story, I think he plays a lot of Spider-Man. The rest of the story can maybe fill itself out in the chat or something. But regardless, for this team, for Ego Death, that was a big win, right, against Team Nemesis. And for Team Nemesis, I think they did lose to kind of not necessarily cheese, but also themselves, right? It's kind of like when we talk about how a lot of these top teams tend to beat themselves more than they lose. And I feel like especially for Shroud-X and Nemesis, that kind of fits the narrative for both teams, right, Shib? I mean, both teams, solid teams competitively. They all have top-tier mechanical players that we would mention on a top list when we mention top players in this entire game. And it just seems like they never put it together, both of them. So I want to see Nemesis and I want to see Shroud-X sort of succeed, so it's tough to see one of these homes or one of these games and not play, or one of these teams not play any more games and get sent home today.
Yeah, you mentioned kind of battling against themselves. Nemesis, they lost to Ego. Ego didn't ban Emma or Mag, and Nemesis decided to not play either, and they ended up losing. To me, that was the most baffling decision yet that I've seen out of this team. You got to play the meta if it's available, because it's so free. Like, if you run both of those heroes, your Vanguard line should theoretically be in a much better spot. I mean, obviously, they're scrimming and they've got their decision in who they like the most, but not running that, it seemed to bite them. So we do see the lock-in here, as they are going to lock in Mag, so likely we'll see that. Actually, that's on the side of Shroud-X, but curious to see what they'll do here for Nemesis.
Yeah, Nemesis focusing on protecting that Ultron, which I believe in the Asia region, I think we saw a lot of Ultron alongside Mantis Dive and stuff. It definitely can be viable in the right composition. Meanwhile, Shroud-X prioritizing getting rid of Mello on that Human Torch, which, to be fair, I mean, that is fair. Like, he is one of the best Human Torch players, if not the best in the North American region. I mean, we talk about Speedily, we talk about some other teams. It does feel like a lot of teams have their identity, and Nemesis definitely is playing around Mello. I mean, what did it already say? Brightest in the sky, so Mello is definitely Himothy. But bans coming through from Nemesis, going for that Punisher on their side. Wolverine ban as well for Shroud-X. A lot of teams prioritizing that hero. Envy as well, another team that does not like playing against Wolverine.
Yeah, see, this is where I'm a little curious. You see Shroud-X banning, the Emma. They didn't run it last time, so it's almost like, is that worth a ban? But then again, have they been scrimming and practicing it? That's decisions that those coaches are making, where it gets really crucial. In one ban, we've seen it here. If you miss a single ban, for some reason the percentage goes heavily towards the opposition. So even if you make a slight ban mistake, which we've seen from some of these teams like Ego Death, who said, if they ban Panther, that's fine. That is a free ban for us that they're forced to ban out in order to stop one of our talent. So using that as an advantage is just how deep that this strategy goes with the banning phase.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's so much that goes into it. I mentioned Trust Me earlier, but the fact that you kind of have, you don't have to, but I think it's a good idea to watch every region, kind of see what is best across the board, because the more top level Marvel Rivals you're watching, I think the better off you'll be, even if you don't agree with the compositions being played in other regions. So Captain America getting removed for Shroud-X, like you mentioned, don't have to play against a lot of that fast divey compositions, allow a lot of space for Doom, but you do allow triple res to kind of be played on the Shroud-X side, whereas Team Nemesis are not. They don't have that available. They can play triple heal with the Ultron alongside a Mantis and maybe another healer, but no triple res available. We did see quad res earlier as well, Shib, I believe, in EMEA. We saw like Rocket Raccoon triple res, which is just disgusting. It's like the zombie comp times 4. It's brutal.
Yeah, that is really difficult. It's the mental processes of when you see the kill feed or the KO feed, pop up, and you're like, I got one. Let's keep going. We're ahead. And then you find out that you're not. And then the next 3 picks in a row, it's a similar story. Nothing's changed. And you know what I mean? You keep thinking you're ahead, and you try to play a little too aggressively, you overcommit, and every single res just bites you. So with that quadra res is insane. But you can see here, people are believing in Nemesis with 60% on the betting phase, and Shroud-X at 40.
Shib, so what did we all predict today? Just going back to it, I just want to kind of scroll up in our little Discord call we have. I believe so you predicted on the opposite side, Team Nemesis to win. In what fashion?
I said 3-2. I said 3-2 as I think Shroud-X. The only reason I had that, I think Shroud-X is an incredible team. I think they just struggle right at the end. It seems like they get to the finish line and they can't cross it. So that's the reason I put it that way. I'm happy in either side. I think you went the opposite way, huh?
Yeah, I got Shroud-X 3-2. I don't know. I'm just going to believe in them a little bit. Meanwhile, Penny, oh my God, they did. They're trying to counter portal with the Penny Parker mines, but it's avoided on the opposite side with that Moon Knight. But that portal's still here to kind of jump through. But yeah, I think Vicky Kitty's got Nemesis 3-1, and then Cozy said SDX actually 3-2. So we're split half and half. Scatter, though, just splits Vision in half, removes him from the lobby right now. Namor back to the spawn.
Yeah, it's a good early advantage here for Nemesis. Nobody on the point yet. Actually, Shroud-X slowly gaining here, but they're forcing them off this angle. And again, Scatter onto Nuck, Canadian onto Fidel, and that is a 3-swing advantage. Nemesis should be able to get point here and make that 5 as they press in. Nemesis with the early take.
Yeah, early take indeed. I mean, that was well played by Nemesis. Surrounded that point. Really just also put Mello onto that Psylocke. So just having him on that sort of hard carry role alongside the Captain America dives through it. Having also that Ultron. I mean, the survivability of this team is just unmatched, right? They just have the Ultron to keep people alive. They have Captain America, Freedom Charge, right? You got 4 different Stratus Ultimates to kind of stay alive alongside the survivability that Psylocke has. Shroud-X on the opposite side have a giant whale. So, you know, we'll see how that kind of comes through when that ultimate is built, though. Doom on that Winter Soldier. You know, we've seen Bucky's pop off before, and Shroud-X can definitely play around that hero alongside the Doctor Strange very well.
And the space is taken. Agamotto is huge there on the backline. Scatter trying to find a few, but no. Goes against Dongmin's going to take out Scatter. The good idea there, you can actually use that vertical momentum from Strange to surprise with the eye. Actually use it to try to hit a ceiling. It'll actually propel you forward. So you see that there, but a great turnaround by the team. Mello going to find Vision, though, to even the odds a little bit as numbers are even. But like we said, it's all about just stalling on the point now. It's all about Nemesis just holding on for as long as possible. Out goes that Kraken impact here from Doom. Not able to clean up anyone and reset just yet. But they do have the space on the point.
Yeah, controlling that space. Agamotto committed again, but it's not like it connects too well on that side either. So Shroud-X trying to kind of claim that point. Nemesis already 70% built. They also commit the Freedom Charge. Look at the sustain that they have currently. Shroud-X waiting for these ultimates to be over.
Yeah, it's a tough look right now. I mean, they're just holding on. Vision, nice whale there as down goes Dinks. It's evened out again. Numbers are even. Alt advantage on the side of Impunity, who does choose to utilize it, looking for some more value. Great lockdown, good follow-up. Nice play there by Impunity, trying to get someone out the sky, too, potentially making it a 2-piece. And yes, it is. Impunity getting a ton of value and then locking down another. Make that 3. Impunity, just a monster here. And finally, the retake, but 85% on the side of Nemesis, a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a monster Hulk. That was disgusting from Impunity. And, you know, I think this character definitely underrated by a lot of people in ranked queues. It can be one of the strongest tanks in the game, especially as a current Psylocke OTP. I hate playing against Hulk and how fast he is, right? They're one of the most mobile vanguards in the games. Could just kind of chase you down like a horror villain. And right now, Shroud-X surrounding the point. They do have objective, but no ultimates. Guess who's got the ult as well? It's Mello. Maybe they'll try to force out greens early from that Loki.
Yeah, a little known fact about Hulk, especially if you're climbing ladder, you can actually left click and right click at the same time. It'll animation cancel and count both sets of damage. So it's a really strong burst potential when someone's in your face and you try to get the tackle out of the sky after the fact. Here we go again with Doom down the right side. Mello gonna find 2 with an early take there for Nemesis. Make that 3, make that 4. That's Mello just on a rampage, followed up by a Canadian to clean up the rest, and that could be enough to slow them and stop them. I think they need roughly almost 9 or 10% to get to the point. I don't think they can.
Nope, more than likely, unless they have somebody stagger on over. We're going after that round. Cradle done. Shroud-X sent down a single round in Krakoa. And that's what we're talking about. We got to look towards that Loki, right? And this is the tough part about using cooldown super early. Or sorry, the Grove is the first one to go to. Now we're going to Cradle next. And for Shroud-X, it's tough because, you know, they're playing back and they just want to sustain, but then they just get, you know, too much poke. And then Nuck is forced to use those crystals. And then after that, I mean, you just have an immediate engage from the Dance of the Butterflies from Mello. The real solution there, I don't know. I mean, you could probably use those greens. But I mean, Impunity, I think the death sentence, the nail in the coffin there for SDX was, you know, Impunity using that lockdown. You gotta sort of, it's tough, but you have to sort of lock down that Psylocke with that stun that's available, or on the freeze on the Luna Snow. That's the only real way they can win this. Maybe they can get that one shot on the Psylocke, but there's a lot of different ways to shut it down. It's just very, very difficult, especially after you use such a strong ability like Loki's shift. Now we're going to the next round though. Cradle, I'm curious to see how Shroud-X do here.
Yeah, I think we need to see, the momentum shift, right? Shroud-X, they started showing up, but it was just too late. I think if you try to take the point over at roughly that was 85%, at that point you lose one fight and you're doomed unless you can get a teleport back quickly. Just didn't have the time for it. Dun-dun-dunch. But they are going to take the space on both sides. Double teleport off the rip here. It's all a battle now. Shroud-X doubled up on ultimate, soon to have 3. We'll have slight advantage, but we do have that Eternal Bond popped immediately here by Dinks to take over this space and just go directly, actually pretty aggressively. Oh, the whale to try to counteract, and it does! Vision, incredibly smart play. What a whale to drop Dinks and counteract. That's a ton of value there, as we are going to have to see Ricky now use that dance floor as well, and it does force out a ton. That's a great play from Shroud-X. Can they capitalize? Out goes Dongmin, and he's going to find some value again onto Amadian, and Shroud-X looking really good off the rip here.
Yeah, looking good, really good indeed. I mean, the ultimate's committed by Nemesis. They'll have to try to find those eliminations. But I think it was Nuck in the copy on the Luna Snow, got the freeze on the scatter. Now finally gets an Eye of Agamotto, but it's into so many cooldowns, the bubbles, the shift usage. The Doom does go down, but Vision's on this Namor with all these squids, just able to get so much damage on Nemesis who are staggering in. Dance of the Butterfly's committed, but you have the Hulk bubbles to stay alive.
Yeah, it's a long time coming. I would think Shroud-X should have point, and they finally are able to grab it here. Now only at 5%. Wasn't able to grab it that whole time, so great hold there by Nemesis. And they are going to force a little bit of a stagger if they can clean them up. A great retake on positioning. They will drop back. You notice they just don't want to stagger, right? So they saw they finally lost point. They committed together, drop back as a 3 stack, and just to meet the other 3 and fight again as 6. Make sure as you're climbing ladder, you don't try to use your ult to 1v5. It's just never going to work. 1v6. Make sure you're retaking together as a unit. As we see Nemesis here with actually they're going to be under all. Shroud-X did a great job in that last fight with patience, holding on to ults as they do. Copy up here with Nuck. And Doom gonna pop that ult onto the back line. Out goes the dance, and the whale comes in. Doom gonna find Mello. Good combination there.
Yeah, I mean, that was tough. I mean, with the Dance of the Butterflies, forces everybody together into the Shroud-X ultimate, and then, or rather, into the Storm, Dagger Storm on the inside. And because everybody's grouped up, that just, they get met by the whale. So, yeah, I mean, fantastic work from Shroud-X, who's playing phenomenally this map, and Team Nemesis. They have to come back now. Maybe Mello, once we figure out what's happening on his screen, in the background of his camera, we'll see what the comeback potential is for Team Nemesis here.
Yeah, I mean, Shroud-X doing what they need to do here. Like, you can see every single ult slightly up in ults, not overcommitting. They used 2 there and got the win and held on to the double Vanguard. Impunity found a ton of value with that last hook ultimate. Can he do it again? And then Dongmin hold on to that eye, looking towards the back line. Not horrendous to use it on something like Ultron, who has a tough time escaping as we push forward onto this 3rd fight. Forcing their whole team back into that corner now. Great retake and positioning, using that natural cover. Mello trying to get the trade, tracking through the invis. Incredibly well done.
Yeah, I mean, Mello has been an incredibly versatile player for Nemesis. They also have ultimates available. So does Shroud-X, though. Oh, Terror Cape as well coming out. Scatter's falling solo. Needing Dink's ultimate to rematch, or to match this fight.
Vision finds Craze early, and that is a huge start again. Shroud-X are roughly even on ults. We do see the dance floor. Out goes the Eye of Agamotto. Not able to find too much value. Mello finds Nuck in the back, though, and that is a huge pick as Scatter finds Vision. But once again, 99% on the first hold here for Shroud-X will allow them to make this a 1-fight territory. Mello finding Fidel at this point. You fall on the point as a team, and you retake together as Ricky takes out Dongmin.
Yeah, I mean, you could say overcommitment of ultimates, but in this game, in Marvel Rivals, you just build ults so quickly. So into the upcoming fight, they'll be able to build those back up. But for Shroud-X, that's a fight loss using one of their Shroud-X ultimates. They do have Nuck and the copy and the whale for this upcoming fight. So if they do something similar to they did earlier, somehow force everybody around Dinks when he commits the Storm, then maybe they can find an elimination with this whale.
Okay, and we go again. The retake, Vision and Nuck holding on here. Soon to have ultimate here for Dongmin, who will be close in this next fight. Scatter and Craze. Craze going to pop that ult early. Run around the team, keep the team healthy. It's essentially a strategist ultimate. The whale is huge, but great bubble. Insane bubble there by Scatter. Keep the team healthy. Dinks does find 1. Nemesis down 1 in number. The dunk goes out. Scatter cleans it up onto Fidel. Very low on HP, but great retake. Great utilization of cooldowns to stay up and healthy. And that's a good trade. Vision onto Mello. That's a massive pick as Shroud-X wants to clinch this W right now. Tries to shield off there. As you can see, Strange, one of the things you can do with Strange shield is you can actually block things like Luna's ultimate, but you can also block heals, so don't be afraid to stick behind somebody you're trying to focus and just put that shield up. Dongmin, Vision gonna take out Ricky, and this looks like Shroud-X might get the job done here and take home map 2. We'll find out shortly as they keep the pressure.
I mean, Fidel goes down. I mean, they try to come back and peel. Nuck's on the hype, but he's kind of dealt with. Here comes another dance of the butterflies towards the point. Doom trying to equalize things. Can he? Everybody's so low, and it's, as you said, Shroud get it done on Cradle. We're all tied up now.
That was a bit of a C9 situation there. Jumped up too high, I think, but you know, it looked like odds were in the favor of Shroud-X, but almost a complete like turnaround there. It looked like they had used ult successfully on both sides, but then, you know, great work there on the side of Doom to get a couple picks and to force them off the point.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be stressed enough right now. I mean, we are in the final stages of Ignite Series in Stage 1. Lower bracket matchup between these two teams, and this is the highest level of Marble Rivals that we've seen ever, right? I mean, in general, I mean, now we're reaching the peak of this game again at the competitive scene right now. Top 8 teams in the entire tournament, top 8 teams in all of North America, right? I mean, we have MRC going on right now behind the scenes, so shout out to every team competing in MRC, but for all these Ignite teams, these are definitely, you know, cream of the crop teams in both Shroud-X and Team Nemesis. You know, they don't want to go out right now of the Ignite Series. Both of them want to qualify for LAN.
All right, and here we go again with the final map of Game 1. Who will take this home? Alt advantage slightly in the favor of Shroud-X, who have more alt charge, but this is going to be a held point 1. We talk about the initial fight. If you can get point early and hold on for as long as possible, but it's now heavily in your favor, because if you turn into one fight territory for you to just take the dub home, it's a whole new game. But like we said, it's all about just snowballing off that first point. Mello trying to find an off angle, forcing away. Really good positioning and understanding of cooldowns. You'll see that dash not used for KOs for the most part, and typically used for repositioning and hiding, as we see the initiation now scatter in back and forth dance floors from Ricky and Nuck on the copy, and we'll see who's able to push through it. The whale goes out. Can they follow up? Terror Cape to keep the team healthy. It is actually launched out to do some damage amplification, and it's back and forth again.
It's back and forth indeed, and right now you have that Namor pressure. Dongman able to take out Krasmang as well through those Namor squids, through that Gamma squid, and all of them are pressed out. Here's the Agamotto connects on to both backline, but they're sort of alive. Nope, deleted yet again by Shroud-X. And also, by the way, you know, side topic, that video thing in the background that says Ultimate Guide, that's apparently a reference to Rex Gaming, the Marble Rivals Ultimate Beginner's Guide, Tips and Tricks. I'll have to watch that video later and see if I actually learn anything. More than likely, probably not.
It's pretty funny. You gotta show some love to the eye, but Bruce Bannerman, a pick there from Bruce is hysterical. I gotta love to see that. Bruce Main, and that is on the side of Impunity, who found one as Bruce in that fight is ready to transform back now to Hulk. So great work there. Bruce can be threatening, you know, you can be threatened if you leave him alone. You know, you want to leave him in that form for as long as possible, but it can be tricky, especially if you find some value. Crazemain gonna start making some plays here and dive up onto Nuck with great positioning. Loki, you gotta burn those clones, everybody. You got a vision onto Dinks now. Nuck takes out a second. Here comes the eye. Is it an overcommitment? Oh, no, he's doomed. Yes, it is. Excuse me. Finds another. And so does Vision again, and they're way up, and they use an ultimate. Shroud-X looking to be in a really good position, as they will already be at 50%.
Yeah, this is what Moxie was talking about when she was part of, you know, Nightmare before they entered the tournament. She's like, you can't not play Loki, and that's the difficult factor. Now they're going over to Loki off of that Cloak and Dagger, and it's exactly as you said, Shiv. I mean, all of those clones on the height, you have invulnerability as well with the shift. There's so many things Loki provides as well as an ultimate of your choice, and usually that's the Lunasto dance floor. So it's the best of both worlds, and right now the fate of the worlds is in Shroud-X's hands. 70% of the board, closing out the Nemesis would be massive in game number 1.
All right, ult's up for Nemesis. Here comes Ultron. Will he find value with the Rage? And they don't need it, as Doom finds Mello early. Excuse me, in the opposite direction. Shroud-X starting again with an early pick, even being down ultimates, forcing the team to retake once more at 90%. It's all about the touch of the teleport now, as they're shoved back to the spawn door, and they may not be able to get out of here.
They're trying to back on out. So much pressure coming through, like you mentioned. 96% of the board you have to touch with somebody. Mello also has ultimate ready to go, but it can be met by the greens from the Loki.
Yeah, good final touch there, 99. Good placement, but Doomed immediately taking out Craze again. Scatter on a Dongman, traded right back. Numbers evened out. Mello looking to have some off angles, and there is the dance floor again, stalling on a point. It looks like Nemesis do a great job on retaking there. Looked a little threatening. Ooh, we are going to pop off immediately. Will it be worth it through the dance floor? Not quite yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. You did get greens out. Also, oh my god, a median fall so low in the whale. Alongside Doomed, Impunity's able to connect on two. Nemesis could be done here.
I think he'd force out enough cooldowns. Vision's going to take out Scatter. Impunity on a Mello again. And this Hulk is getting so much value now. Going to just slam Cap into the ground, looking like Loki from the Avengers. Will they be able to Swords out to keep him up and healthy, but Kray's very low, running forward to make sure he doesn't get KO'd, and he does! And that's gonna do it! Shroud-X taking map 1.
Didn't matter how much sustain it felt like Nemesis had. Shroud-X just had the overall team synergy and the damage potential as well. I mean, we saw every single whale just created space for Doomed to find an elimination, who played so well on Psylocke. It didn't feel like the damage was really there on the opposite side, and pretty much a pretty easy MVP for Vision. I think on the Namor, he did an amazing job alongside that Loki. There was just so much pressure. I mean, you have those Loki clones, like you mentioned, Shib, alongside 3 squids coming from the Namor. So it's a lot of, I don't know, player versus environment. There's a lot of PvE going on. Yeah, there's a lot of extracurriculars you have to do to take the point.
Yeah, the entirety of Shroud-X looked really good after map 1. Map 1 looked rough, right? They were struggling, they lost, they overcommitted some ultimates, it just didn't go in their favor. And then from then on, they were clinical. They started the fights, they won the initial fight, even being down alts in one of the maps. They held on and then even forced a final point or a final touch. No matter what, it was only one opportunity, so they just had to win one more, and they were able to do that. Vision with 14 finals, and then you look over at Doomed with 12. Both the dual slime looking great, Impunity on that Hulk with 8. But Mello switching over to Strange at the end. Mello looked really good with 13, but just not enough. Scatter at 9 as well.
Yeah, tough game from Team Nemesis, but this is what we talk about with Yoki. I mean, like, it's just domination. Definitely hard to fully blame teams for losing on these maps. I think because there's not like too much time in the time bank. There's a lot of different, points. I think this is one of the better domination maps personally. I just think that it's well built. But regardless, for Shroud-X, I mean, what a comeback as well along the Namor. And we saw Namor do good on this map prior, I believe, right? When we saw it was Envy versus FlyQuest. That was the first map of the day, and we saw Namor also do well on that map. So could just be a very good map and strong map for that character alongside the Loki. So right now, Shroud-X definitely had a big advantage, but we know Nemesis on the opposite side in the banning phases, they target ban, and hopefully for their sake they don't overthink it like they did versus Ego Death when they banned out the Black Panther, or they didn't ban out the Black Panther in the map number 3.
Yeah, I'm with you. The equipment was just too overwhelming. I think if you run Loki and you have those squids from Vision's Namor here, you throw them in off locations, especially like you're talking about that Cradle map, the second map, where there's just a lot of locations to put those squids on obscure, and they have great lines of sight. So they're obscure spots on weird pillars that are tough to focus and just kind of out of LOS, but they have a ton of vision on the entirety of the map and getting a ton of value there. 27 and 5, 26k damage, topping the charts on damage with Namor. Still very much in the conversation for the meta we've seen a few times today.
Yeah, this character's still pretty damn good, and especially with the changes, he's been oppressive at points for sure, Shib. You're right. And, Vision, I think this is a better hero for him as well. I mean, I'm not going to say like Namor's the easiest character in the game, because he's definitely tough in terms of positioning and all that stuff, but it definitely makes it a lot easier when you just throw out a squid and all you have to do is hit a right click and, let the squids kind of pop off, right? So it takes the pressure off on you a little bit in terms of a very high stress situation that is the Ignite series.
For sure. Still some good leading. It is projectile, right, with those tridents, so it is, a little tricky, but yes, you're right. Obviously, does allow you to get a ton of eliminations when you can get those free hits there from the squids. But the value, a lot of the time, I feel now, especially this level of play, is forcing eyes in different directions. If you are a strong Namor, you're putting these squids in obscure locations that, they've been practicing. They've been understanding locations that have the best LOSs. They've been going in these lobbies and figuring things out prior to matches, and it clearly worked out well there, especially with Loki equipment on the field. And we are going to see more of this, potentially the ban out. It'd be strange if we saw the Namor ban, but it could happen right after this break.
Struck down by Living Chi.
Welcome back, everyone, as we witness Shroud-X step up after that initial map, struggling a little bit, and then just dominating in the next two, looking really clean and consistent, always coming up on top.
Yeah, Shroud-X right now I think are looking good, but we've seen teams kind of fall off based on the first two maps. That doesn't really dictate the full series. That's why we're in the best out of 5, and that's why a lot of teams I think like to look past domination and use it sort of like as a benchmark almost, right, Shib? Like you kind of figure out what to ban and protect in the next map.
Sure, you identify problems and you eliminate the problems, right? Like that is the goal here. I mean, we gotta show love, which I didn't do last time. It's crazy. You look at Nuck and Fidel, both at 36k healing, only 300 HP difference, which really obviously showcases the power of those two in the back line. And then, a Ricky, Amadian, and Dinks obviously running a triple strap comp, obviously not going to be able to get as much healing, sitting around 24, 15, and 28. So well done by the back line there. We're showing a lot of love to the duelists. Gotta bring it back to the strats as we head into the banning phase of map 2 on Araco.
All right, Emma Torch banned out first. We got a Protect of the Ultron coming out for Team Nemesis, which is interesting because I don't even know if Shroud-X necessarily struggled with that in the last map, but I can see why a team would want to play around that character so hard, and they have a little bit of flexibility in terms of what they want to play. Maybe it doesn't also, it's a bit ambiguous, right? Whether you're going to play like a Mantis with it or something, or triple Shroud-X with an Adam Warlock backline. But we'll see what the bans kind of come out through. Obviously, they don't want to play against Human Torch. It's a good idea, just considering how good Team Nemesis are around playing that. Who a team that played well around this Storm, which is being hovered from Ricky, was Envy that we just saw. So I'd be curious to see if they play that. Both teams I know don't want to play against Wolverine. So gonna get removed and Punisher again, I think, for Nemesis. I think they did this in the last map as well, right, Shib?
Yeah, and you may be asking, you talked about the Storm, why not the Jeff NATO? Jeff NATO, with a recent change, takes a little bit longer for them to be swallowed by Jeff, which is enough time for your team at this level, at least, to focus down that combination and try to eliminate it prior to getting eaten and then obviously KO'd. So it's a little bit of a change that seemingly now is enough for these pros to no longer want to run it.
That Jeff's relatable, man. Maybe he's like acid reflux is the reason why that patch came through. He's got to slow it down a little bit, take his time. Heartburn's a real thing.
Don't I know it, brother?
Yeah. Wait, how old is Jeff canonically? Do we know I know it's a weird question. He's probably not going to get played, but
it's a good question when you honestly, it depends on when they pull him. I mean, the origin of Jeff is funny. Origin is actually, we talked about MODOK today. MODOK actually tried to make like aggressive land sharks, and then Jeff just happened to be like super kind and awesome, and then it was adopted by a ton of the different Marvel casts. But really cool, unique little backstory there. And MODOK, that would, like we talked about today, would be hysterical and a ton of fun in this game. Definitely hoping to see him.
I didn't know MODOK was the reason behind it. That would be funny. Just seeing a giant head float around, giant guy. Big old chin. That would be definitely funny. For Thor. Yeah, not sure how it would work either. I mean, it'd be like the minus 80% damage to headshots or something. Like, unbelievably big headshot hitbox. But MODOK may be relatable too. Giant cranium. I can relate to that. Somebody with
another thing that hits at home. Got one of those as well as we press forward to Araco. It seems like Krakoa and Araco back and forth. You know what I mean? Like people really love these two maps, and I think that Araco, one of the things that we're seeing is it does favor that early hold, but also favors a divey comp with those teleports and off angles plays. We've seen some portal setup with turrets, with Punisher. We've seen some dive more stuff with like Black Panther, who's been taken out a few times, and it just opens up the map for some crazy unique strategies. So I do love to see it. But look at these. Look at would you suspect this? Look at the channel point distribution here.
Climbing back up. Make sure to get your points in if you haven't. Get them channel points. And by the way, triple Vanguard composition on defense is definitely a play that we see a lot of the time. Is going to come out yet again versus the attack that is Team Nemesis, who are rocking out with the Squirrel Girl.
And off we go. We begin again. The Squirrel Girl coming out to help push through it. That is now a commonality on this map. Destroy the walls, destroy the shield, and then your team can do the rest. While you hopefully get the squirrels out, at this level you don't find a ton of value. We have seen a couple double KOs with the squirrels because they, especially at the right location, are very difficult to focus down while they're bouncing off walls. But, only, I believe 200 HP, maybe 300 HP. You got to focus those down when you see them out there on the field. It's got to be priority 1, so you don't just sweep your back line. And here we go again as the team seemingly getting pushed back and not able to find a KO on either side.
And no KO necessarily to Shed indeed until now. Dogman going to go down. Vision's a little bit too late to save him, but still out there getting a lot of damage down range onto that Loki and onto that back line.
Vision now not able to find much. Purchase there, Amadian on this off angle. I love that positioning. Just unloading the back line. And then we've got Scatter now waiting for this eye. This could be threatening, potentially jumping over that bridge. And here it is. Bang! Out it goes. The Scatter finds a pick. They used a ton there to figure out and find those KOs. A couple left as down goes Impunity. And there's only one now. Just going to stall on point and likely see a TP back. And there goes Fidel. And here comes the TP.
Yeah, good call on that one. 2 minutes and 42 seconds off the clock. Shroud-X are going to come through on the top side this time and wait for everybody as Fidel respawns.
Looking for a location here. Yeah, exactly. Waiting for the respawn. That's another thing that these teams do well is you don't portal out early and then stagger in. Instead, you wait for the retake as a full team. And here comes the combination. Out goes the Strangling Prison. Dongmin finds Scatter heading back towards Shroud-X. Shroud-X trying to get the job done now.
And that was great engaged. Huge ultimate from Impunity. Gets stunned up and also slowed by that Squirrel Girl, but they're down one at the current moment. Almost up to that Squirrel Girl ultimate as well, but the greens popped as well, committed by Shroud-X there to kind of stay on this objective. Team Nemesis popping out the ultimate, actually going to cost him 80 in his life.
Yeah, Impunity with a nice pick there again, finding more value. Vision gonna pop that Ultron's Rage. Dinks finds Dongmin early, trading it right back. Numbers now evened out. Spawn gonna be heavily in the favor of Nemesis as they're closer here. Vision finds Craze again. Shroud-X holding up just slightly ahead, and they are rotating here. The side they've swapped completely on positioning.
Yeah, the target focus of both teams has been a little bit off, but here comes that Bakamoto. Doesn't even connect because everybody took that portal.
That was genius. That was really cool. I think there was also that cloak popped off there and managed to make them. Oh boy, but Shroud-X following up right after that. What a swing play. Great work again as they cloak away from the eye and then sweep the entirety of the team back to the spawn door and retake positioning and are up in ult advantage. Shroud-X looking really good on this defense with 1 minute and 13 on the clock.
Yep, 3-3, 3 Vanguards, 3 strategists. Definitely a viable strategy on these first point holds, especially if you want to get a lot of fights. You know, similar to the old Ghost composition. Speaking of Gator inclusion in the previous series, now Nemesis walking on forward. Less than a minute left to go. I mean, that's not a lot of time. Here comes a clobbering time.
Out goes Crystal's early. Clobbering time launched, but it does get counteracted here. The Squirrel Girl still being played here by Amadian. It may be a decision that may not work for them, but we'll see shortly. Out goes the Hurricane onto Nuck. Nuck with a great teleport, helping to escape. Crazy finds Fidel. Out goes the Eye as well, and everything's being launched here. It's all about this final touch. Ult advantage now a moot point. It looks like Shroud-X going to have Loki. Down goes Nuck as well. Can they get back in touch in time? They should be able to.
And they should be able to, but that's so much time off the bank for Team Nemesis. Although, you know, teams can snowball, especially towards the second and third phase of the maps. They got to close out right now, and not a lot of time in the bank definitely makes things a little bit worrisome for Team Nemesis.
And we will see the attack now. Amadian, that's where Squirrel Girl finds value. Those tight alleyways, and that is so much damage. Amadian, you were right. Finding 2 here with the Squirrel. Gonna try to clean up a few more. Yes, they do. That's a 3-piece. Can I see 4 as they clean up with the Thing? Beautiful play from Crazy and Amadian.
Yeah, Nuck, unfortunately, going to go down while in the middle of that ultimate. Get the copy onto Fidel. Try to go in with the Eternal Bond in the Cloak and Dagger copied form. But Amadian's nuts just kind of smacked them, right? Got him out of the lobby, sent them in back to the spawn doors. And right now, Nemesis push on forward to the second phase of the map. And we've talked about how teams, you know, tend to snowball in these phases of the maps. We'll see if they can do it again. And remember what a snowball means is just kind of carrying that momentum, you know, kind of pushing forward, winning fight after fight after fight, using your ultimates to kind of maintain your sort of hypothetical momentum moving forward in the lobby.
Squirrel Girl mains are rejoicing, looking really good out here from the Amadian. Very tight alleyways. You just got to keep launching down those alleyways and get value, get that ult charge, and then use that ult whenever things are very tight in a tight team fight. There it is right there. Out go the Squirrels, but the dance floor is going to match it. Not able to find anything there from Doom. Doom going to have to reset. Impunity walling up, trying to slow down the pace here. Vision on the high side, going to throw on. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto, and it's huge, I believe. They follow up and take out Dinks. Mello trades with Fidel. Numbers evened out, and here comes the Hurricane, and that's going to find a few as Domin goes down with the follow-up scatter onto Impunity. Well played again by Nemesis, who are now going to be taking this position. The dance floor to stall.
Well, it's interesting that they've decided to stick with the triple Vanguard, triple Stratus as well in the street space of the map. Usually teams trying to switch off with this composition, so I'm curious to see if it'll pan out for them. A minute left to go. Nemesis getting another Storm ultimate very soon, already 50%. Mello is building it so fast because he is just not missing and doing so much damage to these backlines and Vanguards.
Yeah, I think they're trying to use this damage onto the triple Vanguard to just fuel the strategists here, have a trillion ults, and just use them in nearly every fight if possible. And great shield there to protect Impunity. Well done again by Doomed and positioning Doomed. It's awesome to see the trade up here and have them on the Vanguard, but a Vision on the high side trying to find value. Storm in the sky, so hard to hit, but will he land it? Almost did. Is able to escape. And here comes Storm again. This is so rapid, so quick. Mellow going to use it behind the enemy and walk towards the team. That is the strategy there with Storm. You do want to use that Hurricane and head back towards safety while you're sweeping through. Did a fair amount of damage, did force out some ultimates as Nuck and Doomed both in the sky. Doomed, can he land? Will be important. Bang! Down goes Ricky. Impunity on a Craze. Vision on the Mellow. It looks like Scatter not able to make that meatball land either.
And not a lot of time left as well. Madian does have the Squirrel Girl ultimate, but at this point, it might be too little too late. Scatter falls, as does Dinks. The Madian does take out Doomed. Portal play potential for Crash. I mean, they have a shot, but with overtime ticking down, it's cutting it real close.
Yeah, they're just trying to hold on here, shield up and body block. You got it. If you're on the other side, try to go through the other side of the portal. It'll actually kind of take them by surprise. If they're blocking one way, just head to the other side of the portal at where you've launched that, and you won't get blocked in. But they, as a team, are electing to try to press through with some damage down. Goes Mellow. Vision trying to find a second. Good idea with the shots here. Great positioning. Ricky goes down. Vision going to clean that up, and that is going to be a hold here before point 2 for Shroud-X.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, that was actually such good fights by Shroud-X right now for Nemesis. I'm curious what they do on defense. We might see something similar in terms of running that triple Shroud-X composition, triple Vanguard composition. It's definitely viable out of that team, considering, you know, the hero pool that it's available, considering as well a lot of teams just like to do it on first point. But for Shroud-X to stay on that composition, it looked so clean and smooth throughout the entire map. So for Shroud-X, you know, sometimes you wonder, like, well, should they match that triple Vanguard? Should they match the triple Strategist instead of switching to Squirrel Girl and stuff? And honestly, from how they played that Squirrel Girl composition, I'm not exactly excited for Team Nemesis propositions, I think, moving forward. Just because, I mean, I feel like usually we see triple Vanguard, you don't usually see a lot of picks. But for some reason, you know, there was eliminations found by Impunity by other members of this side on Shroud-X on triple Vanguard. So that was just clean work from them, and honestly a little bit sloppy from Team Nemesis.
30 seconds before you
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because you're doing a ton of damage on the Squirrel, and you finding value. Honestly, they all had some value there, a couple early picks, but the survivability, it's difficult. You do have Escape with Squirrel. It's very vertical and very readable and understandable, especially when you have something on the opposition like that can handle the height and the pressure. And with triple Vanguard, you know, you're kind of just feeding that backline in those strategist ultimates. It's just, we saw it nearly every fight. They were ready to counteract, and I'm with you. I'm surprised they stuck with it on the side of Shroud-X, but it definitely worked.
Now over to the attack, Shroud-X. We'll see what they opt into running. It looks like we see Bucky coming out first alongside Groot and Doctor Strange. Shroud-X actually pretty good around this Bucky composition around that Storm. Usually we see that Punisher. But for Nemesis, we're going to see them play that Ultron alongside the Namor and Hulk. So this is sort of a unique take on it. But we've seen Hulk and Namor do well, but it was for Shroud-X. This time it's Nemesis running it.
Impunity owning the space already around this corner is a huge early take, not getting spawn held. Instead, they're already getting a ton of free location here. The ult charges are roughly even across the board. It's a difficult hold. I do think it's very, you know, strong to hold that on the spawn door and just waste time. They held almost 2 minutes there on the side of Shroud-X on the defense. And now we do see the turnaround of Madian trying to get that ult quickly for Ultron up in the sky. Nuck at 95 with good positioning, clones out. They are going to try to match. As you see that teleport play, they're all up on that height there over the open location to the top left. You may have missed it. That is a good spot to set up Loki clones and just rain onto the backline. Nuck already has ult ready. Vision going to be holding up there trying to pull people into the hole. That is a really strong idea and composition for this map on this point.
Yeah, Cart's already pushing past halfway. Here comes that Eternal Bond, though, early on committed by Fidel. It's matched by that Fate of the Worlds on the other side, though.
And I loved that play there by Fidel, who does find a Madian using that Eternal Bond to head towards a teleport and be ready to use it if need be. So smart, so well done, able to find a pick. Nemesis using every Q. Can they find value? Dunked. Scatter immediately going to take out one as Nuck goes down. Scatter for Vision onto Dinks there to even the odds a little bit, and that's going to be another for Vision, who's playing a mean Bucky right now. A Madian trying to get some value here on the side. Mellow taking out Dungman, making the switch over as we see Craze and Mellow now going to be running that Hulk Namor combination. And a Madian holding that off-angle pressure there with the Ultron. The turrets are out.
I don't know how he got that hook onto that Namor there, but meanwhile, pushed away by the Hulk, just bullied. I mean, oh my goodness, Visions, no reaction there. I mean, you do see him back in the Bruce Banner form at the very least, but that space was created by the Hulk, and right now they're just able to get back into Hulk, Monster Hulk form. 2 minutes left to go. Shroud-X, it stopped, it looks like, for now, as Team Nemesis. I mean, it was a good spot there. I mean, Shroud committed that Hurricane. Doom got support from Dongmin, but it just didn't pan out after that, and right now Doom is back switching over to the Hela. We've seen this composition played by 100 Thieves. This is the first time today we're seeing Shroud-X play a very similar composition to that.
It's a difficult decision there when they leave Bruce after that, because I believe there could have been we didn't have eyes on it. Could have been a situation where he was in a safe location, whether he had some sort of support from his team, whether it was Loki crystals, but leaving Bruce there, he immediately gets ult back and just can transform without the KO time. So difficult. Maybe they just couldn't get the job done there, couldn't finish it up, but they are owning the space again, pressing forward, ult advantage, heavily on the side of Shroud-X. They got to press Q quickly before the team catches up. Mello holding on to the whale. Well, that's been finding a ton of value over today as they keep the pressure on to scatter. Craze with good positioning. Here comes that whale. Oh, what? Wow, that was an insane cloak.
Yeah, insane cloak indeed, and Vision's able to find 2 immediately. Scatter, though, tries to find the backline, gets Fidel in the sky. Impunity with the Strangling Prison doesn't necessarily connect, but it doesn't matter because the damage is already done on the high ground. He already had the early picks by Visions, though. Mello again, I mean, he's making things dicey. There's a chance here. The portal re-engaged. 2 meters left to go. No! Don't touch the payload. We're entering the second phase of the map. This is probably the first time in a while Nemesis has touched grass. It didn't result in a positive emotion.
Oh, that's a tough look. I'm with you. I think it was just a little, it was a timing thing, right? They may not even have the opportunity, but also just a location. They just slightly passed the point. So when they jumped out, it was actually kind of being blocked by the portal for the touch. So it was able to press through and get point. Now it's just, can they push through the next some odd meters? They need about, almost 60, a little over 60 or 70 to get through and take home map 2. Shroud-X looking to keep the pressure on. 4 ults available here. We got Fidel, Vision, Dongmin, and Doomed ready, where we have Dinks and Ricky, the strategist backline, ready for Nemesis to counteract.
Yeah, flying away from all of those squids in the backside. Hell is able to kind of dash on forward with the Crow, connecting to this ultimate as well. Mello doing such a good job harassing, but it doesn't matter. So much time left, or not enough time left on the clock for them to kind of get this hold, as Fidel found a mating early on with these Terror Capes. He's been huge for Shroud-X.
Yeah, it's an early pick, but Midian goes down. Good idea there. Doomed. They're both playing the Hela. We haven't seen a lot of. Vision trying to get a pull, not able to get to the backline. Kraken Impact very much ready, and here's the combination. Can they make a play off it? Bang goes the Kraken, down goes Ricky. Can they follow up and clear more? Here comes the engagement. Down goes Scatter. Do I see more? Tries to find the invis, not able to make it happen there, but that arrow doesn't get the reset. Excuse me. Now on the Hulk. Bang again. Vision trying to clinch this W and keep the pressure on. Out go Crystals. Will we see it? No. The reset's not going to happen. Still able to find a pick there on a Hulk.
Yeah, and they're in a portal because they used it earlier. I mean, 2 meters left. You have Venom to touch a little bit longer. Ricky goes down. Impunity able to get onto both supports, and it's done. Shroud-X go up 2 on Nemesis.
That looked really clean. Great combination. That Groot Kraken Impact still is so valuable. We've seen it twice today with a ton of turnaround. NK had a 5-piece there. We saw 3 right there. Well played by Team Shroud-X to switch the composition up when need be and press through point 2.
Visions, I'm sure, celebrating after that one, and they look pretty good. I think this looks like a revived team right now, Shroud-X, at the current moment. Up 2 on Team Nemesis, a team that people had favored to just win the tournament as well, like another top team that people had. But it feels like they've become not necessarily a shell of themselves, but have been struggling on these maps, especially against kind of more cheesy compositions per se. Like, I don't know if we've seen a lot of Bucky alongside Hela so far in this tournament. The only real team that plays a lot of that is like 100 Thieves. So I wonder how much Nemesis has been practicing against that team, against that composition, because I feel like usually we see a lot of Punisher. We do see, Punisher got banned obviously on the opposite side, but I feel like we do see a lot of Storm alongside that composition, and it looks like SDX, they're playing like a sort of old-fashioned Hela Bucky combo, right? We don't see that too often, but it makes sense with how the bans have gone.
Yeah, bringing us back to season 1.5 a little bit here, as we do see that composition run. It looked really, really good. I mean, when you're running that Bucky, it's all about just overloading abilities. Try to get that overhealth as much as possible, win engagements with your primary fire, and just throw everything you can and just have a trillion HP. That is the goal, and we saw it in spades there. We did see that combination with Strangling Prison, which is still so effective, as the team is just trying to use those walls to output extra damage, burst through some strategist ultimates, and it worked out so well there. Shroud-X looked very, very strong. They said they don't want to let Shroud down here. They struggled a little bit in the Shroud Cup, and they want to bounce back now and get this W and press forward, and they are doing that.
I'm gonna need like a, I don't know, like an Italian chef skin for Bucky, because he just shoots meatballs, man. Like he just kind of pounds you from across the map, and there's nothing you can really do. Vision, MVP, well deserved. Obviously, the whole team played well around him, as well as having that Loki. I mean, just constant performance from, or constant pressure from their squad right now. And I'm curious what the comms are like for the opposite side, for Nemesis, because it does feel like their main strategy, which is put Mello on that Human Torch, it feels like it's just negated, right? They keep getting banned out. They banned out that Human Torch every single time, and it feels like we haven't seen Nemesis play at their full potential.
That's just smart coaching strategy, right? Like you try to find stuff that's going to work, and there's a lot of information we aren't seeing behind the scenes when it comes to scrims and understanding of these teams, whether they've scrimmed each other, and they're learning every day. And it seems like Shroud-X is putting that implementation in. But here's where they've always struggled. It's, can they push through the clutch moment, which is get this W right now. Don't let the momentum shift. Put your foot on the gas, press it all the way in, and just keep going. And that is where they've had that issue in the past. They've got to get it done now if they want to get this done.
Yeah, they got to get it done. We'll see if they can on the next map, on map number 3. Map point for Shroud-X to get it done versus Nemesis. We're going to go to a short break. We'll see you guys for map number 3 in just a second.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Welcome back, as we just witnessed Shroud-X take the second map here. And, you know, this is a position they've been in. They've looked really good. They always get to these clutch moments, and they, you know, maybe take their foot off the gas. Let's see if they can press through and move forward, heading towards land.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it, but, we just saw a reverse sweep, and we were talking about during the break. It's definitely possible. It's in the cards. I don't want to jinx Shroud-X or anything, and Nemesis is a strong team. You can't really let your foot off the gas, right? And if anything, I didn't expect, I think, on the opposite side for FlyQuest to do that, right? FlyQuest usually, when they're in an advantage, they close out. They did not, right? Envy, obviously we could talk about internet issues and stuff with Vest. That's obviously a problem, but regardless, they got reverse swept on today. Shroud-X more so, I would say, than FlyQuest, or a team that kind of does that at times. I feel like Shroud-X is a good team, but they can sometimes maybe let up a little bit, maybe not be too aggressive, or maybe be too aggressive, right? They can let the potential nerves affect them, but who knows behind the scenes what's happening, and it's obviously they're a very strong team. We'll see if they can finally close out on Team Nemesis as a team that definitely is looking for a big rebound game. This would be it. It was a tough matchup in the upper bracket, man, so 100 Thieves not a team to scoff at, and I think Nemesis, same thing down here.
I'm with you. I think it's Nemesis is a strong team. I'm with you. They could bounce back. They very well could change something up and shift composition, and things could definitely shift. But I will say, Shroud-X, just as a unit, these plays are very consistent. They've been working together. They're always comboing ultimates, and they're making things happen. They're finding early picks. They have to keep going like this. They just can't take a step backwards. They're finding a ton of value with these weird compositions that maybe aren't as practiced against. They brought back an OG composition here with Hella, and they pulled out the Bucky, who had 16 finals, which obviously, when you're using ultimate, it does guarantee the finals. If it does go through that threshold, despite who does the damage, it goes to Bucky. But he only pulled out Bucky at the very end there. So it goes to show you he was playing real strong prior as well. So we do head into game 3. Can Shroud-X get this W, press through on Nemesis, or will Nemesis turn the tides and the momentum?
Torch ban again for Torch, or for Shroud-X, as they're hovering it. Emma ban on the opposite side, and I do understand the Emma Frost ban. She's been a strong hero regardless, but they've been protecting Mag anyways, right? Every time instead of Emma, so prioritization towards that Magneto, kind of similar to EMEA. Opposite side, Shroud-X are totally fine also playing that Magneto, so definitely interesting. I wouldn't mind a total switch up of it. I know how strong that Emma Frost is, and you can just straight up lose because of it, right? That's the tough part with Emma Frost, is because, you play a lot of that hero ship. You can absolutely carry games on that character, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it's a big setup ultimate as well. You can force in the meatballs to land more cleanly when you're using that psionic seduction. Obviously, the tackle there, when you use that carbon crush, it's impactful on even flyers, man. You got that 5-meter dash, so you jump and you transform and dash, and you try to find someone out of the sky. It's just a lot of burst damage there to follow up on. Emma is incredibly strong, and the placeable shield location as well.
And Ship, they're banning the Loki out. They're banning the Loki, so Nuck no longer going to play that hero.
Smart.
But honestly, that's kind of... it is smart, but it's also... Well, it's smart, but it's tough because I think Shroud-X are totally fine also playing, Cloak and Dagger alongside Luna Snow. So, they're totally fine also playing those two characters. And I want to see, in terms of Nemesis, I think a little bit more out of their backline in terms of when they play the Loki, right? I feel like their backline loves to play the Cloak and Dagger, likes to play Luna Snow. And if they do get that advantage, if they do get to play that Loki, I need to see a little bit more out of them. And I know that we don't really get a ton of support POV with a lot of strategist POV, so I don't want to fully blame or flame anyone. But I know Loki can be a hard character to position and play, so not everybody has that in their pocket.
Yeah, I Nuck last map, 46k healing, just about like 9 more or so than the opposition, 9k more across the board. So most healing in the game. It did not find any final hits, like you mentioned, so maybe not as much of an offensive threat, but it's still doing almost 15k damage. So a ton of just raw stats when you're looking at Loki, and the ability to reset ultimates. So I think they just want to remove that just to try to find a couple more, just more value with their Qs. They're just not finding nearly as much. Like we talked about Shroud-X, these combination ultimates are just getting a ton of work done. So they're just changing something up. I don't mind it, because I think they need to shift something.
And they're talking about it, and I wonder, because they don't really play the Loki anyways, this Nemesis squad, all that much. They do play it, right? We have seen them play it, but maybe it's also just, hey, let's get that mirror, let's get that Luna Snow Cloak and Dagger mirror. Even though we're not going to play the Loki ourselves, we're totally fine just getting that mirror finally, and that could push them over the top. So I don't mind that answer, that solution to this. But we're going to Clintar. Nemesis actually not bad on this map as well, right? They have a pretty good win rate on Clintar in general. So it's a good map for them. Now, oh my God, look at the chat predictions. It's flipped. And like Nemesis was 73% chance to win or something, or at least 73% of chat favored to win, and now it's dropped all the way to 41%. So, we can see the recency bias in your guys' chat predictions. That's all I'm saying, dude.
Yeah, we're no stranger to that as well. Such an early setup here for Rivals in general in terms of the pro scene. We're still learning so much about these teams. Everyone obviously talking growing fan bases, understanding metas. Things are changing still even weekly. Yeah. Oh, we might see a counter portal here. I like this plan a lot. Floating, well done there. They're going to try to maybe be tricky. Oh, and force the team to walk over an opening. This could be insane. I'm excited to see how this looks as we begin the teleport here. Oh, great positioning off in the off angle. Still able to escape. Good jump up again, and well played, putting it on the left side.
There's a little bit of tricky stuff, like you mentioned, shit they have to deal with. They also portal block that doorway so they can set up their dive. Mellow, though, gonna have to deal with Doomed on the right side as we have that mirror between them. The only difference here, Punisher versus that Hella, so we'll see how that matchup pans out over the course of the series.
Yeah, I like this swap here a lot, holding high ground, forcing them backwards. You just can't be afraid to give up some ticks here. If you're on the side of Shroud-X, know that portal was worth and try to find value and try to get a pick early like that as Doom takes out a Madian. Now it's back in your favor. You can play a little more aggressive, press back in, try to take that height back as we will see them scooch forward, looking directly on the strat line. Dogman walking in directly onto Ricky. Dinks trying to keep, they're just doing a little support dance there back and forth, but Doom's got to get in there and put a ton of damage out. Now rotating over, Vision trying to do the same thing off the left side, trying to get a couple more picks and stagger the team, and that is how you do it. Dongman on to Dinks now. Down goes Craze, and that is a great play and way to be very patient and not panic or overcommit in that fight.
Yeah, big opening picks there from Shroud-X, able to take down a Madian. Doomed takes him out on the high ground. A Madian kind of left alone there, wasn't able to crow back to his team, and they didn't get up a tick like you said, so good situation to be in right now for Shroud-X. We'll see if they can keep it up. I think Team Nemesis, maybe have learned a little bit potentially to set up a Madian. Maybe a Madian's going to crow back to his team a little bit faster. Also, Crowns over through that Captain America, so they want to go for those dives. However, they will be against Stratus Ultimates, so probably not a lot of exact eliminations going to be able to get found until these Stratus Ultimates run out.
And it begins again. Impunity early on to Mellow. Once again, these early picks are detrimental. Dongman with a mean all onto the back line. Good bubble there. Looking for Luna. Not able to go. Ooh, I lied. Down goes 3 with a mean eye. Make that 4. And again, not overcommitting. Also only using 1. Shroud-X holding on to 5 for this next fight. Wow.
Man, this has been brutal. I mean, Mello getting picked, then the bubble play, Eye of Agamotto. I mean, they're kind of cleaning it up right now. Nemesis, it's a little bit worrisome at this point now. 2 minutes left on the clock, and it feels like they're getting engaged upon so much. I wonder, what the internal dialogue is right now, because they need the rebound. A minute and 30 seconds left to go, and they have ultimates, so this is totally a winnable fight.
Yeah, it's evened out here. Should be actually in the favor of Nemesis, who did not commit any ults in the last fight. Good play there, knowing they were down a number. You just don't want to waste it, so you need to make your fights. Oh, what a pick there from Mello. Milliseconds of reaction time, not able to get away there. Mello finding one early. Here comes the bond just to slow it down, forcing the team to hold on, and we're going to see Q's pop for days here. It's all about who can push through each other. Vision getting some protection, using that. Oh, final the judgment's out. Does it land onto somebody? Up goes Hella. Will they pressure the Hella out of the sky? Yes, they do. And Impunity tries to get the land there. The Meteor M not able to do so. Back onto the back line again. And here comes the bond right back.
And trying to disengage, not resulted in any eliminations on the Shroud-X. Visions is going to go down, though, and then also Dongman. So finally, they've broken through this checkpoint as 45 seconds were left on the clock. And there's going to be some delay coming through from Doomed onto the back line, and he's going to get stunned out by Madian. Nemesis will finally get into the streets phase, in the middle phase, rather, of the map with 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, well played. Good focus and way to commit together, using every ult and they had in that fight. Doomed and Dongman not able to get much value, not able to use their Qs there. But yeah, I mean, that was a great hold, holding them down 3 minutes here. They are taking the positioning on height, as you should, Mello. We're getting ready for that flank, but now we do have a change of composition where we're going to see that Hulk Namor from Vision.
2 minutes and 40 seconds. No ultimates yet for Nemesis as well. Shroud-X could definitely go in with some early ultimates. No greens on the opposite side. So if you have some support from the Dance of the Butterfly, you can find those eliminations. But a big bubble keeps them alive. Also, everybody else playing into that dagger, the Storm Dagger. I mean, that just helps them out so much on the side of Team Nemesis. Although Kraz does fall to Impunity, who chased down that Captain America on the side.
Yeah, already taking this first corner. Now we see Shroud-X retaking the positioning. They're not even going to have height here. Team Nemesis down a number, forcing them back. It's all about just trying to get the neutral, try to get a pick early, and then we'll see if they collapse with ultimates after that.
Walking over to the backside, left side of the map. Nemesis going for that long rotate, just trying to control that high ground to set up a Madian on the Hella, just trying to find those pickoffs as well as Shroud-X still kind of set up on their flanks. And again, I mean, Mello falls so early. This has been brutal, kind of a recurring theme from Nemesis, even though they have ultimates.
Dongman Strange getting a ton of early picks in these games, and that's just impactful. It goes to show you that Strange is still very much in the meta. We've seen a ton of him in this tournament. Has that eye ready to make a play again on the defense, but this is a tight space. This is what I'm talking about. If you use that jump, if you use that shift on Strange in a building that does have a roof over your head, you actually propel forward. It's very difficult to cancel, and he didn't hit the ceiling. Unfortunately, it was a little bit outside, but that was an insane freeze there. Canadian going to find Dongman right after that, and we're going to try to battle back here as Nemesis goes up. Scatter looking towards the back line, does manage to take out Nuck. Fidel goes down too. Nemesis with insane plays here are now shoving on in as they head towards the end of point 2. The teleport will come through on the high side.
Yep, big rotate. You called it out, Ricky, with a huge freeze onto that Eye of Agamotto, shutting down Dongman, who's been so impactful for Shroud-X. They also have ultimates ready to go, so snowball potential is here for Team Nemesis as we enter another fight for Shroud-X. They do have that whale ready to go as well, so they can find those eliminations even through Shredder's ultimates with the damage boost from Fidel.
And the fight begins. Nemesis heavily favored in terms of ult advantage. Dink's ready. Ricky ready to have some counter. Will they be able to get value through it? Mello gonna pop the ult. Does it land? The butterfly, no. Does not find much. Sweeping out. Oh, Vision immediately onto Dink. That is a huge pick. Down goes one. And that's a good block here by Dongman. They're putting a ton of damage out just to stuff down. The Hella goes down again. Vision, good positioning. Now getting go by Cap. Gonna put those turrets out shortly. Using the squids to keep Cap at bay. Doomed gonna find Ricky. Wow. Heavily underfavored in the fight. Doom gets 2. Fidel onto a Madian. What a play and what a hold here by Shroud-X as they get the final fight. Can they teleport back, or does this end here on point 2?
Looks like I think they do have that portal back, like you mentioned, but 5 seconds, 4 seconds, the Cap's gonna have to touch.
I don't know if they can. Cap has to touch. Oh wow.
No. They hunted him down. I mean, tough situation to be in general, right? The whole thing kind of started at the very beginning when Mello goes in for that Dance of the Butterflies. Shroud-X are looking for that ultimate. They want to react with that Fate of the Worlds, and then they come back through. Damage boost there. Namor, he drops out that whale and finds Dinks. And then after that fight, Kraz was just trying to hide in the background, but we saw on the opposite side, Doom chased him down. Impunity chased him down. So it's not like he could really touch anyway. So just an awkward situation to be in as everybody else was pushed away and scared off the point from the front line of Shroud-X.
Yeah, that is, you're right. It's so hard to see as an observer how difficult that decision was. I'm sure their communication was, no, you need to touch. I need you to touch. Like, I'm not going to get the teleport in, but at that point was already playing from the KO, wanted to escape and ran away from 2 and ran deep into point 3 there just to escape, but was not able to turn it around fast enough and was like 20 meters off, and the portal just wasn't able to get through. So such a difficult thing to see as an observer. You can't understand what was going on in the communication there, but yeah, I just think it was an understanding of thinking that the teleport was going to come through and then he could follow up after, and then finding out it wasn't going to, and then panic running back and not getting there in time.
And I know you talk about a lot about the Shib for like new players starting out to the game and stuff. You don't want to, if one of your teammates is telling you to touch the cart and stuff, it's a matter of, or if you're telling somebody else to touch the cart, sometimes they can't. So it's a matter of, understanding the situation they're in, as long as you're not panicking the comms, especially in a high pressure situation like this, a $3 million tournament. Imagine those comms, imagine what they are at the current moment where, touch, and then, you start whining or something, the vibes can get really bad or really fast. So it's all about staying positive, understanding the overall macro of your team environment and the feelings that are kind of going around the board, because right now Team Nemesis backs against the wall. They only got 128 meters, but it's still doable right now if they can stay strong mentally.
Yeah, and here comes the retake. Nemesis, you're right. Just got to stay positive. Got to believe that they can get it done. Their back's against the wall. Lance is skipping away, running away from them. They're getting nervous. You just got to stay in it. Stay in the game. It's moment by moment. Don't think forward. Don't think about anything besides pulling through right now, as we see for Nemesis. Now just trying to play for their life. Shroud-X, great positioning here. Keeping that composition, feeling confident with it. With Impunity over there on hold. Saw a ton of value already on map 1. And Envision killing it and getting MVP on Namor. And here we go, Nuck already having that all. Goes to show you how fast Cloak can get it. As your team dances inside of that Dagger Storm and he gets healed up. Oh, what a good timing there for the dance floor. 1 HP at the back line there for Ricky, and does escape. Amadian going to clean up Nuck there, finding no value with the press in early from that ult, as Mello is going to now find some value. Ricky and Scatter cleaning up the rest, as Shroud-X is going to have to retake.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes it can get dicey there too, because on Loki you have to look at the target to get that copy. Sometimes you get body blocked by a Vanguard in the opposite team trying to make sure you don't get a good copy off. So that can be a tough situation to be in, but able to get that copy, get that ultimate like you said, Shib, and now going into this next fight pretty even in terms of ultimates. Whale going to be up for Mello, and it's looking a lot better for Team Nemesis. They nearly have 2 minutes off the clock already.
For Loki players, a little tip, there is a confirm copy in settings where if you left click, it will confirm whoever's on your little screen. It'll show you who you roughly looked at, and your right click will deny in case you're in trouble, just to kind of help out with that. And, you know, at the pro level, they may not need it. They want more speed, but it is definitely helpful as you're climbing ladder. Mello onto Nuck early again with this fight with a nice flank there. Really smart play. That's the meanest I have ever seen. Down go 3. Dongmin cleaning up. Well done by Dongmin as they're walking in now. The flank not going to get a ton of value unless he finds vision. Up goes Scatter trying to get a dunk. Will it land? The meteor does not. Doom takes out Scatter, and looks like Shroud-X should be able to take this unless the portal comes in quickly.
I mean, they're trying for it. Amadian running towards this point. They will get it off, it looks like, but can they get through in time? It looks like they do.
Wow. Just millimeters there on that point. Doom still going to find an early pick, trying to look for more, as it's just going to be a fall at this point. Impunity onto Craze. Now it's about, can they clean up with ultimates out? Ricky holding onto the dance floor. Should be done now. Impunity still in Hulk, just smacking away at the back line. Dongmin onto Mello. Down goes another. Doom finding value, and they will have ult advantage as they clean up and get this point moving.
Yeah, huge point take there from Shroud-X and Team Nemesis. I mean, they put up a good fight there, but this was similar to Shroud-X on their defense, right? Nemesis took until about 3 minutes left on the clock in the streets in the middle phase of the map, and Nemesis were able to push on through. But for Shroud-X right now, they definitely have a little momentum on their side. They're also switching visions, or they have visions over to that Namor. So we do have whales on both sides available. However, the Hela on the opposite side instead of the Psylocke, which this is actually a very good round in the middle phase of the map for Psylocke. So I'm curious to see kind of how it pans out.
What an exile there. And the craziest thing, history repeating itself. This is exactly where the point was held the last time between these two teams. It was just a battle back and forth. And like we said, Nemesis actually coming through and winning that whole series. And Madian finds Fidel there early, still getting that early push on point. Dongmin, oh, it does get the ult off. Finds a tide as they clean it up. Dinks goes down. Ricky goes down. Crystal's out too. Team keeping the pressure on Madian. Very low. Doom takes out a Madian. Doom done to Mello as they walk this in. Just the Hulk left. Can they get this W? 3-0 sweep. Shroud-X said, I did not want to disappoint you, Shroud, and they did not as they clean up the series.
2,
Dongmin, put some respect on his name. It's Dongmin, because that man just gets the biggest ultimates known to mankind. 3, 4, 5, doesn't matter. Eye of Agamotto's connect flush for that man. 3-0 for that team, for Shroud-X in a huge game. I mean, I kind of honestly hate to say it, Shib. I told you, I kind of predicted 3-2 Shroud-X as a bit, to be honest, because I'm I don't know. I have not predicted a single game well. Doesn't matter. Shroud-X just 3-0's Nemesis, a team that should have had a good chance in this series, but it turns out it was a 3-0, man. Just what a great series out of Shroud-X, and I'm sure the big boss upstairs, not that he's dead or anything, but I'm sure Shroud is proud of Shroud-X because they played so well, man.
I mean, you can't not show love to Dongmin, who was some of the biggest back-to-back huge Eye of Agamotto team-wiping eyes that just KO'd everyone. 24-3, 10 finals, but it's not about the finals because he was allowing his team to clean up from that ultimate. Dooms with 12, so well played. Vision, they ran the composition that I think is a little bit slept on now with that Hulk Namor. What a game. In Shroud-X showing that they can show up in these clutch moments, not allowing a single map through.
I mean, what a series. I'm curious to see how Shroud-X moving forward, because I mean, they almost won the series with the 100 Thieves. They didn't, obviously, but that's a big deal for this team to just win 3-0 over Team Nemesis. And there's a lot of slots over here in North America, right? 3 slots to qualify for that LAN, although they do have to win 2 more games to then qualify. So it's going to be a tough journey, but Shroud-X, I mean, they could potentially avenge themselves in the next round versus somebody who's dropping down from the upper bracket. So I'm really excited to see how Shroud-X perform moving forward, and this lower brackets is definitely getting really interesting as Shroud-X are the team to progress over Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I think they've found their footing, at least so far. They've got to keep the momentum forward, right? I mean, they are on the bottom side bracket. They've got to get another dub here to press forward and head towards LAN. And then obviously the prize, which is looming now. It's now ever more, present. It's something that you're thinking about. You just got to take it game by game, keep the pressure on. They're showing now how good of a team they can be together. They looked clinical over these 3 games.
Yeah, clinical indeed, and you can see it through their gameplay. I mean, Vision's doing a fantastic job. Doomed also figuring out his role on that Psylocke, and you know, it's a feel-good story for them, but also unfortunate for Nemesis now, who is eliminated from the tournament. They're out of the Ignite series, going to have to go back into the next stage, you know, figure out some things. Dongmin, easy MVP, I think, for both of us, Shib. And throughout the whole series, everybody kind of stepped up, though, from Shroud-X. I think we're both impressed with the overall team play that has been always in question when we talked about Shroud-X.
Yeah, individual performance always high. We always mention this, but they just need to see them come together as a unit, and they looked so well practiced there. Whatever they've been doing offline, whoever they've been scrimming, it's been working, and they looked so coordinated. A ton of combination ultimates, finding out, like, it seemed like a well-oiled machine. Whenever an ult was big, there was always someone to follow up, whether he was frozen. We saw Dama get frozen after that game-winning ultimate at the end there, and immediately sweep through Doomed with a two-piece there on Psylocke, just ready for action. It was just so well played. The team figured it out together.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, I thought that got canceled, and then, you know, there were some huge freezes from their backline in general. Like, that was so many times. I think, was it Fidel just connecting with the freeze, just making sure they shut down some ultimates. But, you know, if you're relying on huge Luna Snow freezes to get a win, a lot of times that's not enough, right? We talked about, like you mentioned, how this game, you know, it's a mechanically skillful game, don't get me wrong, but the macro, the team play, that's really what matters most, I think, for every single team, and Shroud-X definitely proving it today, that they have a very coordinated team, and I like that they didn't do it as well, playing a lot of that, you know, triple res compositions. They switched away from that. They were, you know, playing that Namor, playing the Hulk, and I think that's where we're heading right now, Shib. It does feel like Namor and Hulk are specifically Hulk is just has like a mainstay in the meta, but we have an interview, I believe, yet again with Dongmin, the K-pop enjoyer himself. I believe he's here, and the MVP from that last map. How you doing, Dongmin? Congrats on the win, dude. Huge eye of Akamoto's. We saw all of those bad boys on stream, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, how you feeling right now? You seem calm right now, man. Is it just another day in the office?
I mean, yeah, I am pretty calm. I got pretty mad at the loss last night versus Thieves, but I didn't want to lose to these guys even more. You guys always trash talk on Twitter, so I mean, they just got 5-man strange ulted every single time. So yeah, and they went outside as
that's how you get it, vengeance, man. Right? You show up in the moment. You really did. You looked clean out there. There's the last two ults were disgusting. Sweeping team. Your team followed up, and I think they were game winning, especially at the end. And I got to ask real quick, just in terms of understanding Strange, you know, we've been seeing Strange heavy back in the meta now. We saw some portal plays coming in that were pretty wild, and I saw the idea of you trying to shut down some portal plays too. You guys seemed really calm. What is it that changed as a team? Has it just been the revenge arc, or was it just a change in discussion with each other that you're starting to clutch up in these more intense moments?
We just started talking to each other way more, and yeah, I mean, it kind of changed the team environment. I used to like literally scream all the time in the comms, but today I was a little more calm, turned my mic up a lot, and I guess that's what changed it a lot. Loki, that was my calm comms, and like I just focused more.
Yeah, we just saw one of your clean ults.
Yeah, you were talking about that. Like, I think it's a good point. I think you know, it's weird, right? That it's tough, I think, for an individual to fully understand, I suppose, like your impact on the communication. Like, can you talk about that for sure? Like, I know, like, even your type of microphone can sometimes sound like annoying, right? If it depends, obviously, on who you are, but you know, sometimes you can like upset your teammates without realizing it, right? Do you think that, like you said, taking that step back and sort of relaxing a little bit, making sure like it feels like you've been there before? Like you said, I mean, what can you say on that impact for sure for your team and how they felt today?
I think I definitely do sometimes clutter the comms when I do overcom, because a lot of the times I'll like talk about like how sometimes I'll like what I want to do in the fights, and then other people are like, no, I want to do this, no, I want to do this. So I'll like this time around I just decided I'd like talk about like how I want to like use my ults and stuff, and then let everyone else like do more talking. I think that's like what changed a lot today too.
Love it. I mean, it looked fluid out there. We saw you guys running, you know, going away from triple a little bit in more, you know, common compositions and running this Hulk Namor, which I think obviously clearly is very strong still. Is that something recent, or is that something you guys have always had in the bag?
I mean, Namor, we've always had a Namor on us. Vision is the best Namor in the game, in my opinion. So I think, but ever since the team up has swapped over to Hulk, we've been playing a lot more less because Hulk is very counterable by a lot of heroes. But we've started seeing teams that are playing the more Hulk comp a lot, and we just thought might as well just try Vision out again since he gaps all the other Nemours.
Love it. Smart play, clearly worked out.
Yeah, and I mean, on that, I mean, you guys are, so it's still like you guys are flipping things last minute. I mean, the new patch, I think, has been definitely impactful for sure, but like it just feels like things are changing day in and day out. I mean, you guys were just playing triple res the other day and stuff, and now coming into this one, you've sort of swapped away from that. I mean, can you talk about, you know, I mean, obviously, you don't have to go too much into the strategy, but what is it like for you as that sort of mainstay onto the Doctor Strange and onto the Magneto to have to switch roles? I mean, is your role kind of consistent throughout, or does it change, you know, throughout the composition?
I mean, everyone, I've started to notice that. I mean, I don't think my mag is bad, but I do miss my ults a lot, as everyone would see. Everyone would trash talk the Magneto ults, and Doctor Strange is like a more comfort pick when it comes to me, since I've been playing that since the alpha and the beta. So, but we do play Strange and Mag really well around those two heroes.
Yeah, I think you guys did a great job in the banning phase as well. Real quick, if you have anyone, the last thing, it's been a pleasure talking to you as always. Anyone you want to shout out, any teams? I know you kind of give a little shout out there towards the side of Nemesis. Anyone you want to thank? Now's your time, brother.
I mean, shout out to my parents. I love my mom and dad, and I love all my teammates too. And yeah, oh, and Tommy, he know. You guys don't know him, but shout out Tommy. I love him.
Nice,
Shout out Tommy.
Love it. Shout out Tommy. Well, you mentioned you didn't want to let Shroud down, and you guys looked great out there. So really well played. And we'll be seeing you soon as you head towards LAN and that prize. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you again for dropping in, man. And yeah, see you soon.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I mean, what a guy, man. It's cool to talk to him again after we've seen him in the group stages. You know, I'm curious to see, you know, how this team progresses moving forward, shit, because I think they have they've looked a lot better than they have previously. I think this is probably the best tournament Shroud-X has looked so far.
Yeah, I mean, this series was insane. They just looked so fluid. I talked about in the first two games, they looked lights out, especially after that first fight there on the first map of Dom. And then they just figured it out and they locked in, and the conversation was only, you know, can they keep it up? The only problem with this team has been finishing. They've been there against every team, right at the end. It's just, can you press through the finish line? And today, it wasn't even a question. It was just right through. So really well played. It looked like a whole new team, and that's what you want to see as a team developing together, heading towards the later stages of this tournament.
Yeah, Shroud-X, we'll have to see how they are moving forward. Next up series is going to be Tenki XD and Sentinels. Oh my goodness, we get to see Techie versus Techie. I mean, that's going to be freaking exciting, dude. The fact that we get to see these two teams finally match up. You know, we missed it earlier on in Group B. Now we finally get to see it, and it's a kind of a surprise to everybody. It's in the upper brackets, right? That's crazy.
Yeah, we talk about thin margins, and Techie is good. They're a good team, and they're confident. They want to be considered a good team, and that driving force was enough to push them to this point. Let's see how they do against a really strong team. And Sentinels coming up here very, very shortly. Today has just been a day of first seeds falling, right? Like this is wild, right? It's insane.
No, it's been insane how many first seeds have fallen, man. I don't know. Like it's a lot of good teams leaving, and that's what we talked about when Nemesis went to the lower brackets. We're talking about when we saw Envy and FlyQuest go to the lower brackets. Same thing with Shroud-X. I mean, the amount of upsets happening in North America, it's absurd. Like, it's just we're at the peak of Marvel Rivals esports right now, and you know, I'm excited to see what happens in the rest of the tournament, because it's kind of sad that FlyQuest is gone, and then on the opposite side, Nemesis are gone. So, you know, good teams are no longer in the Ignite series.
But we will be seeing them again. But yeah, if we had a bracket, it's like March Madness out here. I'd be missing left and right. These brackets, they have been insane, but a ton of fun. That's going to do it for you and I, as we'll have Vicky, Kitty, and Cozy coming in here to replace us for these next few games. It's been an absolute ton of fun casting with you as always, brother. And I will see you guys very soon. See you soon.
remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. Guys, we said the playoffs would deliver, and we lied, Vicky. They over-delivered. I mean, if the group stage was the spark, this is the explosion. We have both top seeds from the group stage down and eliminated, not going to China, not going to LAN. We've got the revenge teams going against each other, and both teams that lost in the group stage, they won. Vicky, what has... I'm cozy, by the way. This is Vicky. This has been chaos.
Yeah, I was talking about it to you earlier on when we were getting ready for today, and the script writers are either working overtime out here or maybe the machines are on fire in the back. But the fact that we have sent both of our first seeds here in the playoffs into Shambolic Town should speak for itself when it comes to the level of competition that we currently have going on.
Yeah, and like outside of that last one, every single game has been down to the wire, down to overtime, to the last plays, as just stretched as far as they can possibly go. And that's exactly what you want in the birth of esports for a scene, and it's definitely showed up. I mean, just to think that the top seeds going down and us really now not knowing much about these teams and where they stand, because it's so razor thin between them, we just have pure cinema on our hands.
Well, now I feel like I just have to, it's opposite day. Like anything that you could expect that makes sense to happen, just choose the opposite, because that's kind of like what we've seen thus far across multiple regions. We saw it yesterday within the Americas when we started everything off in best of 3, and of course best of 5, always delivering, has served itself on a silver platter for us.
Yeah, we had 2 great matches going up. We have another 2 good ones coming in here. I mean, we've seen a lot from the playoffs. Human Torch and Punisher's just the duelists that have just been carrying games back after back. We have Dive thriving that we're going to see today with Ego Death. We saw one Panther game, and people got pretty excited from that one. Will we see another one? The picks of the bands, they've told a lot of story. These teams are really cleaning up, and we've got 2 left, Vicky.
Yeah, and to start things off, of course, we got Techie XD versus Sentinels, and it's almost like that Techie v Techie situation that you have the double Spider-Man pointer meme happening here. But while we take a look at the teams that at least have a little bit of safety, and I say that because they're not the ones on the lower end of the bracket, right? These next 2 different series will have all the way up in the upper bracket semis, so they'll at least have another chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great what we've seen so far, and it's cool that these teams are going to have one more shot, but this is the ticket to punch it to Lamb. We've seen the Sentinels. They're looking like, honestly, one of the tournament favorites right now, coming off the dominant victory off Envy, having that 5-minute hold craziness, and Techie, the team that no one even heard of a month ago. No org, no spotlight, just raw potential, and we're seeing them prove it on this stage. 100 Thieves and Ego Death. That is just one of the craziest games in the making. Can't wait to see that come together here. But yes, win and go to China, make history, make legacy here on the biggest stage of Marvel Rivals. What do you expect today? Do we have a couple 2-3s up our hand here, Vicky? Is it the same as yesterday? We went 7 hours. Can we do that again?
Oh, here.
Yeah,
So I was talking into the abyss out here. Sorry, everyone couldn't hear me. I was saying actually specifically that I feel like it's opposite day. You really don't know what to expect at this point.
I was actually just having an inter monologue with myself. It's all great here. Yeah, definitely. Day 1 gave us potential here, and today really strips down to the truth. 2 of these teams again punching their ticket to land. The other 2, the Dreams legacies here on the line. I mean, watching a team like FlyQuest go down and out after their run in the group stage was both heartbreaking, but also, if you're on the side of Envy, exciting to see them advance on. Nemesis and Shroud-X, you had the, kind of in the upper bracket, it was close. Lower bracket, Nemesis just completely wiped the floor there, but Shroud-X turning history around. Love what Dogman said, just don't count them out. It was great to see. But here we go, guys. Techie versus Sentinels here, and these are the previous matches.
Yeah, seeing the history between both these teams and how they even got here into the playoffs, Sentinels, being able to skate their way by before meeting their demise versus the team that we just said goodbye to, by the way, in that lower bracket, Team Nemesis. Now they get some safety. They get another opportunity to try to take this match against a team that has definitely gone through a lot of improvements. We talked to, I believe it was Tap yesterday, just trying to figure out what changed up in this team. And a lot of that actually came from the power of friendship. Literally, as anime as that sounds right there, literally the power of friendship. Tap was talking about how they're really good friends with Blur, Brute. They have history playing all together. They picked up some other members here for this team through ranked, and together through the ladder, they were essentially able to form and figure out what they needed to do going into this week's playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, call it like anime, but both teams have just been going Super Saiyan here with their best players, teams to look out for, players to look out for. With Techie, they've got a lot of skill, but the first people I want to kind of highlight here is Brute just being such an incredible tank all around. Blur's able to also just flex to the positions needed. But Tap, Avery, the duelist show, we saw that if it wasn't Tap, it was Avery on Punisher. So much, in fact, they had to ban Punisher yesterday, and they still brought the heat. And then Ad, who's just been going off MVP after MVP. Crazy stats out there from one of the best strategists and unknown ones to do it. 50k healing yesterday with Loki. Absolute chaos. As we look at Sentinels here, and Vicky, these names they're known, but my goodness, don't they deliver?
Yeah, I feel like when you think about Kurova is not really Kurova. Kurova is just simply Adam Warlock. Like that's just really what that individual player is. And then together, making up the pieces of all Sentinels, hanging out in person, as we heard from Aramori yesterday, giving them that boost that they need in terms of team synergy, getting to know one another, but also seeing the performance that they put on yesterday alone, Cozy.
Yeah, and they're loose. They're having fun. I mean, I watched an AMER stream. They're doing sub goals. You have AMER doing Kurova's makeup at one point. Just pure fun, relaxed. And I was cracking up at the whole thing. They got the whole team there for the first ever boot camp. They've been playing together for a year now. Finally meeting up. And yeah, I agree. If Kurova doesn't get his own skin like a year from now, I mean, come on now. We've got to make it happen. But what I love about this team is amazing was the duelist to watch, but Nectar really stepped it up yesterday, getting back-to-back MVPs. Again, that 5-minute hold just showing what this team could do defensively and bending, not breaking, right? But what the story is to me, AMER, Kurova, if you look at both of them, they're always just neck and neck with stats. Nothing separates them a lot because they're both elite in their role.
Yeah, and if you know what to expect when it comes to Sentinels, we highlight Kurova being on that Adam Warlock. They have that flexibility, but you know that with the more target bans that we've been witnessing in this ban and save system that we currently have in place, that Adam Warlock needs to be focused because Kurova got away with so many 6-man reses yesterday that we literally had the zombie comps coming out and about in waves, literally back to back. We had re-engagements, and it's really difficult to deal with that depending on how you cycle through your own ultimates if you have all 6-man ultimates available to counter that.
Yeah, there were times that Envy won the fight twice, but it didn't matter because they came back 3, sometimes 4 times, and it's so tough. I expect, so this is my expectations. I think Techie is going to ban that triple res because they did their homework, but then I think Sentinels, they know that, and then they're going to bring something up because they have so many different comps that can work. That's what I expect going into this matchup, but it really doesn't matter what you throw at them. All of them are so flexible. Crimso at the helm with the coach's game plan. We talked to AMER yesterday. They have just spreadsheets and spreadsheets of pick bans, what to do. Love that about him. And then Techie, who's the Vanguard that the team is named after, their opponent today. That man has been spot on with his meteor M's, his focus. He's been mainly Magneto, but man, he's playing it great.
Yeah, that's why when we highlight the Techie v Techie matchup, you have a team that is literally named after you that you're facing off against. And imagine being in Techie shoes specifically. Team Techie, by the way, like that's going to also throw us out for a loop, Cozy. I hope you're ready. Because when we talk about Techie, the amazing Vanguard player, and then Team Techie out here and the way that they're going to be approaching this 3rd series of the day in the Americas, it's a bit of an honor out here as we get started within our very first map. It's going to be Brendan T'Challa over on Domination, and we're ready to get started as the target bans are already out, banning the first thing, the Captain America.
Dreams, legacies, it's all here at risk, guys. One of these teams punching their ticket to China. We start things off in Wakanda. Me and Vicky did a lot of Wakanda yesterday. We've got some more for you, but yes, right away, the Crimso target ban played almost exclusively Captain Freedom. Captain America over there, they're going to ban that, get rid of that right away here with the Emma save. We've got in return the Human Torch ban, which is a little bit of a ban target or target ban there for Avery, who loves the flyers, opens up the airways there. Magneto save, love that for Techie. Again, he played that all yesterday here. And the next ban, is this going to be targeting those strategists? And again, that triple res.
Or are we going to see more of these target bans as the torch is the next to go from both sides now? So no torch on the table, which I think it's been fantastic to see how many torches were a problem last week. Now going into playoffs, a lot of teams being more familiar with the outcome of how other squads want to really work around this ban system, and no Psylocke on the table or the Emma Frost from the opposing team.
Yeah, we knew the Psylocke ban was coming out. Tap just too much of a demon on that crazy work that he can do, and we saw that match after match. So that ban coming in hot, and Emma Frost being banned on the other side, which honestly, I think at this point, Sentinels, they're used to not playing with Emma. They're not going to be playing with her here today. The Luna save, love that. Kurova, if he's not playing Adam, he has played a lot, so I think they are expecting the triple res ban here. Kurova at least gets Luna, so that's potentially what we get. They could have saved Adam or whatever, but then they could just ban Mantis or Star-Lord, so they're going to go with the Luna save.
If they go with the Luna save, though, that means that this kind of opened things up, you know. Oh, they don't go for the Shroud. They actually pinpoint Punisher. All right. This also means that not only do we have Luna Snow on the table, yes, they could still try to run the triple res, but also, you know, Aramori is really good on that Loki. So, you know, that could be a Loki action from both of these teams.
I'm speechless because not only is it not getting rid of triple res, but on Domination, where we've seen in the past that just triple res com is so hard to win. You have to play so perfectly. You get one wipe, doesn't matter. They call a wipe a win. Born again, win again. You're going to hear these statements over and over with this team. And again, I think, you know what? Stick to the game plan, Techie, XD, that, you know, they definitely have drawn up something here. But I am shocked we're not opening up with this zombie ban.
Do you know they're going to be able to run away with this too? Yeah, especially the way that, oh, how could we even forget to put the spotlight on the way that Nectar played yesterday? They were popping off on the Star-Lord. So this works together into this win condition that Sentinels always likes to lean on. But I'm interested because Team Techie, they obviously know this. So doing their homework after seeing what they've already did yesterday, going into this is something that they could have expected, especially on domination.
Yeah, absolutely. Your Brute is going to be that Magneto. That Emma Blur is that Flex, done very well at that. It's Crimson hot on Captain America, Steve Rogers today. Guys, the lower bracket, teams faced eliminations. Now teams face the ability to punch their ticket again to the first ever lands. Making history will mean so much for these teams. We've seen confidence. We've seen a little bit of cockiness. We've seen tears, all of it in interviews. What they want for China, as we see y'all's predictions down below, and it's looking heavily towards Sentinels.
That's why it's so important here to take the dub in this series specifically. You're basically in the safe zone there. Once you proceed through that winner side of the bracket, not really scared of whatever is happening on that lower end, especially after the matches that we've seen thus far. Last two matches here of the day as we start off our match number 3 here. You saw the pick and bans now already coming out of the gates, and we're already starting off with some Doctor Strange portal play.
Here we go, opening things up. We have AMER on the Cloak and Dagger for those staple heals. And we've got the triple res comp and Crimson over to Strange. No Captain America going to the Master Magician himself, the Wizard of Kamar Taj here. As Techie XD poking with early fire, but it's going to be Sentinels who kind of have the ground that they want to start things out.
And holding a good amount of that space here too in the front lines before Tap being on that Wolverine, looking for the opportunity. They did lose out on Avery very early on here. That's it for Brute too. So that big team fight win after that first pick going in favor for Sentinels to take the point.
Yeah, with the 1-2 from Amazing, and I gotta say, Mantis players often overlook because they split the healing and damage capabilities. No stats pop off. Really, Amazing though makes it happen. I've seen him yesterday, 20k healing, 20k damage. A good way to get things going.
Look at the way that they're holding up here too. Feeling confident just as the chat predictions came out too. Forcing them just a little bit back though, building into some of these ultimates. Tap manages to get away right on time here too. These Groot walls are trying to block out their line of sight. Crimson though gets called out by Tap, and that's gonna be Techie now moving all the way forward with the rest of the team as Nectar is forced back.
Yeah, holding S now, no revive there obviously for Doctor Strange. We have used the Star-Lord revive, but not the other two here. Undefeatable coming out in perfect time with the Kidnap coming out and the slicing and dicing claws out. Nectar though trades with Ultron, getting him down. One less strategist to help the team out, but Brute taking out Amazing, who does have the passive. Can come back here. Legendary popping from the skies, and it's Vibe and Violence. Here it goes. Can he get something rolling? But Ad get a respond with the undefeatable.
Nectar with no emotion, by the way. I love these player chems that we have. Was able to put in so much pressure here with the Groot ult too. The Groot hug, rather, as Blur is trying to make magic happen for the rest of Techie. Then you have to consider the Ultra ultimate. That doesn't help out Blur. Amazing right there with the damage output. Amazing, obviously, such a great Mantis. We saw the action and the flexibility from Sentinels before with Amazing, and it looks like the follow-ups are definitely there as Tap manages to skate by with another pick onto Aramori. That's 2 backliners now out from Sentinels.
Tap with the huge clutch hit there, and I love Blur. He looks like me playing just all the way in it here as Techie is going to get this point back from them. Techie's, the player Techie, his cam just pointing to the ceiling. I love these player cams. Check them out if you haven't already. Bottom right there. But yeah, great start, and honestly, a good finish up there from Techie to get things restarted. But that's going to allow Sentinel their passives to come back. Crimson switching to Clobber time, the New York Yankee himself here. And we're going to see how they differ their strategy going into the point.
Say it, say it. What time it is? What time is it? What time is it, Crimzo? You know what to do as they move in together. Amazing. Having the Soul Resurgence together with the Mantis as well before they try to push up. Nectar trying to get into a different opposition, trying to scout out the strategist from the backline of Techie XD. And it is Clobber in time to open things up from the other side. Crimson does get stunned temporarily. The follow-up comes in right afterwards. And Wolfle with the Eternal Bond keeps the rest of the team alive. Amazing rallies up together though with the Soul Resurgence. And now it's going to be that 1v1 battle in the neutral here. Not only throughout the healing, but they could also utilize these big walls to get into some extra cover.
Great job surviving the 1-2 punch of the thing there. We've got Legendary coming from Nectar as he rains down. They're staggering their ults perfectly, though, and people up once again for Ad. What we like to see here, and at this point now, they've got to survive what's left coming for them. Aramoy is going to have the response. Kurova there with the Born again. Things are looking good for them as Techie is going to now get the elimination. He's got the Meteor to follow. Will he use it? Yes, he does. Up goes the purple Meteor, and down it crashes and does not get the connection, but he looks for the finish.
I always think it looks so entertaining when you get to hide the Meteor just a little bit by the lip of that one wall. Where is it going? Now you see it, now you don't. Still was able to get the collide here, and then the follow-up right afterwards to finish off that one pick. But time is of the essence for Techie XD as they're forced to re-engage with the portal.
We have 3 ultimates ready to go. We've got the Berserker Rage, and that can do it all by itself. But Clobber time coming out. And Crypto says it's not Clobber time, it's closing time for this point as he gets 1, now 2 with the haymakers he's throwing in the ring as the thing does in Rivals and Sentinels looking promising to open up.
No rezzing here. You save that for the second round right now with the way that Sentinels have been playing. They'll come back again and again in this res comp too. And that was with Techie. They did win a fight there just to reclaim that point at one point. But Sentinels, they were able to come in together with so much to work with.
Love the flex over there into the thing. I think that was a great call for them, and you saw it really make the difference there. Looking at the stats, telling the story a bit. Obviously, Nectar doing great, picking up exactly where they left off yesterday. But amazing. 6K, almost 7K healing and 7K damage. 5 final elims to match. Only 2 eliminations. Look at the strat just barely going down here. Definitely seeing great work from the team.
Even on the other side, too. Strategists putting in the work, looking at Wolfles. We heard in the interview earlier that Wolfles just keeps getting away with it, but it's going to be difficult with Sentinels taking that first round alone, especially in a matchup like this. Techie XD having some ultimates of their own to try to contest and take this point first, just to have that advantage. It really does come in clutch when it comes to staggering at the very end part of these type of rounds.
Yeah, I think it was Guru who said Wolfles has plot armor, and we've seen some of it in the playoffs so far here as the team. They jump in, they bring the fight to them, and right away we are off and rolling here as Crimso's throwing the magic, the whip, and the pop as he tries to get a fast elimination, but the choke and the throw there on Dr. Strange and the elim. Oh my gosh.
The Emma Frost special. The drop kick, trying to deny any sort of res, utilizing the psionic seduction, gets out of the line of sight, is amazing just to start the re-engage with the Mantis Soul Resurgence instead. As Sentinels, they get to backtrack their way into claiming the point first, and now the survivability from Wolfles comes in with the Eternal Bond. Tap, though, has activated the Judgment as well. Final Judgment and the follow-up as Techie XD gets to try to reclaim this point and mop the floor as Sentinels are forced to come back.
Oh my goodness, I felt that passion in my soul. I've got to say, I mean, we've seen Sentinels do that. They play very aggressive with the Born Again, right? Because they can go in there, they can turn that wipe into a win. And that time, though, Techie getting the job done. I said they had to play perfect. Well, they just did one fight that way.
They're doing a good job at keeping track at where the positioning of these reses could come from too, and that's Kurova not having that ultimate as well, but the re-engagement from obviously Amazing on that Mantis, as well as the Star-Lord as Nectar wants to try to open up here with the legendary. Techie having that Meteor ready to go, looking perhaps at Ad, who will have that Loki ult to copy the Eternal Bond off the Cloak and Dagger, and there you go right here too, but they've lost out on 2. Nectar with the 2K gets a huge cleanup, and that's also Avery and Blur going down without being able to utilize their own ultimates.
Yeah, unfortunately, just undecisiveness there from Ad, who was going to use their ult, wasn't sure, and then by the time he copied, 2 already went down, and that's brutal there, because not only did they lose the team fight, they lost the strategist ult, and that's going to be rough, because looking at Sentinels, they've got 3 locked and loaded, 30% on Nectar already. Blur looks like he's ready to go, and Avery, a little bit of a counter pick there for the Born Agains that happen. If you can find them fast enough, you can make that into another team wipe, but my goodness, Vicky, that was tough there for Techie. He looked like they were going on the snowball route to win the point.
And that was them trying to utilize those ultimates originally too, so a little bit expensive. They still have the Eye of Agamotto. It's clobbering time though, but Brute is trying to face up Crimso in that straight 1v1. You know how difficult it is to deal with Emma Frost when you are on that thing. So nice counter pick here, counter play instead. And the Eye of Agamotto comes in. It's found Kurova, who will be able to get the res though, at the very least. Crimso going down, Mason can't come back. But once you are back, you can at least try to use that Mantis. But that's why Tap is on this Punisher, because it's so difficult to deal with the damage output here when you use that Final Judgment.
Wow, they are on it. This is why they allowed the triple res. They were confident in their duels to be able to clean up even after they get the initial eliminations. And we're just seeing pure confidence from this underdog team. They don't like being called underdogs, but face it, there is Cinderella story in the making. Right now, can have a chance to get the second point here in this domination map, Vicky. If we look at the ultimates, we've got Legendary cooked up, ready to go. And guess what? Wolfels, nothing to it. Ad does just now get that ult now to counter.
That's going to be big here. Brute with the Psionic Seduction could also try to deny the ultimate away from Nectar and Techie if they've been able to ult track properly here. Nearing 85% now in favor for Techie as Sentinels now try to re-engage as well, just trying to poke from afar. If we're trying to find this as Techie gets stunned temporarily, is forced to utilize that Magneto bubble just on himself, but not on Nectar here, who tries to wrap around from the other side. They have the internal bond from both sides as Ad does use that God of Mission, and Techie being able to find Ad even bigger. The win condition in favor for Sentinels to reclaim this point.
Dunking the Galaxy right on top of their heads there. Techie, we saw this yesterday. He got some absolute clutch meteor imps, and we're seeing it yet again today. It's like the response is right there immediately. They handle the ultimate fight, and that's what's going to be all important to get these matchups here as they're pushing in on the offensive 71 to 99% at this point. Crimso ready for the clobber in time and the follow-up here. No one else that close, though, as now Techie can go in with the Kraken impact into the eye. Look for the aggression from Blur here in the stretch just to keep them up, and they're going to go in with the eternal bond.
Oh, they know the way that they're backing away right now. The Eye of Agamotto has to go huge here, but first it's going to be opened up as Taps uses the final jump in the clobbering time to try to counter as both Kurova and Rymazing get sent down. That final judgment, Tap clearing out 5, clears up the entirety of Sentinels as the back half overtime taking away, and Sentinels need to try to stay alive to at least try to stagger in to contest.
He emptied the clip and the scoreboard. Didn't even leave a chance to touch via portal. Insane job there from Techie. Really just rebounding from what happened. Honestly, rebounding from the giant slam dunk that was the Techie ult. What a response, Vicky.
Off the Punisher, I mean, what can Tap not do? 19 final hits, following up off of the timing on the slight delay of Blur coming in with the Eye of Agamotto too. What is this bracket looking to be? Because Techie now taking this round could very carefully set us up with the script writers working even longer in overtime for day number 2 of this playoffs.
Right down the stairs and just throw them away. They mean nothing at this point. We have 8 seeds taking down both 1 seeds. We have 2 seeds now on the ropes for the first map of domination all together in boot camp for the first time. Both these teams, friends, ready to go, locked and loaded. One team is an absolute dream. They said yesterday we didn't even expect to win, Techie said with Tap on the interview, and here they go. They can win map 1, Vicky, as they open up potentially with this Kraken impact.
If you're going to be able to have sets like that, Tap, got to have way more faith at the same time. Crimso now just trying to control the space from the front lines. Kurova does have that Adam Warlock ultimate ready to go. You have to keep your eyes for this as Nectar's going to be able to come right back into the action.
Yeah, Kurova, what he did so good yesterday is he stayed alive in these fights again with that Born Again. They can come back later, even after the death for a few seconds here now, as we have Avery trying to go and get that elimination, but the Eternal Bond coming out, forcing that from Aramori is a great play there, but now Sentinels are going to need to win this fight. The point has not been claimed yet. Avery just seems to be staying alive forever. I mean, absolute madness as now closing time comes down, and Techie goes up. He goes down with the slam.
And when you have the clobbering time, you have all the time to react here. If you're a Techie with the Grand Slam, the LeBron Magneto Meteor, and that's how you're able to find out these cloak and daggers and where they're going to be able to get positioned. Great wombo combo right there, too.
Ooh, we have a Nectar cam. We did not have that yesterday. Nice to see what it looks like behind the Star-Lord mask there. Again, these player cams so fun to see here as we head in here into now what is 17% and building for Techie. And we've seen now, Vicky, that when they have their ults, they can win this fight quite easily, and sometimes not using everything that they have. Opening up with the Wizard here and trying to get the Eye of Agamotto out. They can use Tap, but we're going to have now instead Star-Lord going out, trying to get some early picks. They do have Wolfels if they need to use it.
Sneaky. Nectar, though, was hiding behind that pillar, just waiting for Techie just keep moving all the way up. Utilizes that Star-Lord ult just to buy in some time and space, but that didn't force out any of those ultimates from Techie XT. Even better when it comes to their ult economy before trying to come down, because the big problem right now has got to be tap and enabling tap with this Punisher and the final judgment. Eye of Agamotto coming in from the top here. It's found Nectar as Nectar goes out right afterwards, and then the restabilization with the Eternal Bond just to keep them back in this fight.
Yeah, here as we have the passives moving Avery now with the big, but Kurova behind the ramp gets the res off. A Brute is going to eliminate. Does not matter though, these teams, these players coming back here. We've seen the zombie cup before against Envy. We're seeing it again, but the team is cleaning it up here as Wolfos gets yet another elimination. I gotta say, Vicky, wasn't crazy about that legendary from Nectar. They had the cloak bubble to counter that, and they didn't need to use anything there, so a little bit of an awkward ult placement there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Nectar will have it again, at least coming into this next fight, because you know Star-Lord just gets that ultimate so quickly depending on the damage output. But for sure, Techie did not have to utilize any of those ultimates before trying to re-engage and just wait out for Nectar instead. They've at least gotten to almost 25% right now, with Sentinels sitting at 71%. And Sentinels do have 3 ultimates for this next engagement.
Now for the tough part for the underdogs here. They've got 30% and climbing, but the ultimates are going to be in favor for Sentinels here, so they're going to have to win this neutral fight into what could be ultimates from Sentinels, and it's going to open up with another legendary. Is there a cloak bubble to save? No, but they do have the Loki lanterns throw down with the cloak bubble. Techie, though, with the finish on the duelist. Huge pick at Avery there, taking down the Winter Soldier, and the momentum with it now as the team backing up, trying to get composure. Techie, though, he wants more. He's hungry. He's thirsty to get more limbs, Vicky.
And that's what Techie having these 3 ultimates, soon to be all 6, honestly, for this next engagement. The reclaim on the point, and that was just with Nectar using that legendary. Techie did not expend anything now, coming right back in. They have to desperately contest.
That's where I like it, right? Because it just puts so much pressure there. And then you've got Techie, who with Magneto in the primary, it's like a laser, just connects every time to the target here. Kraken Impact coming out to try to make that difference and that impact. And here goes the Meteor and Sentinels. They get the first map off Techie in a nail biter.
Couldn't contest, and I'm wondering here if they had used up that portal earlier, because they had a Doctor Strange to try to recontest at least onto that point there, but Sentinels just completely cutting them off in that choke tunnel.
Standing tall, the legacy is living on, at least for another match. One step closer to Lannis. Rymazing deserves every part of this MVP. Again, I said this going into that first match there, Vicky. You know, Mantis, they don't always come with the crazy, shiny stats. But hey, 9 eliminations, the team high, 15k damage, 20k healing. Rymazing insanity.
I was going to say Rymazing and Kurova with the 15,000 damage. Your eyes are watering when it comes to trying to deal with these backliners between Mantis and Adam Warlock. I feel like, though, even with the res comp being brought out, yes, we saw a lot of these re-engagements, but they really weren't as insane, especially on Domination, where you get to see it really pop off, as what we were seeing yesterday.
Man, we are just blessed out here. Seeing Avery, seeing Tap, or seeing, honestly, you know, yesterday with the Terror Show, now it's Tap with 21 limbs. Again, they didn't ban those res comps, Vicky, because they felt confident in the cleanup job, and for the most part, they did it right, but just falling a bit short here for the final points. But my goodness, a valiant effort there. The good news is this is not best of 3, though. They've got a couple more maps to get things right. Typically, when you have longer matches, though, Vicky, you kind of give the edge to the team with more strategy. And we know Sentinels, very just coach-focused, disciplined. But Techie, they've continued to just upset and be those underdogs that it root for.
And it's a little bit easier, too, for a team that, you know, not a lot of people have their eyes on specifically. It's to prove a lot of the naysayers instead. And I feel like in a 1v1 neutral situation, they were doing fantastic against Sentinels. I feel like just the way that they were cycling through those ultimates, very similar to how we were able to talk about Nectar and that one legendary attempt on the high ground of that second round. But it was really Techie who were trying to figure out a way to use these ultimates, but were getting constantly shut down before they could even have the opportunity.
Yeah, that's a great call out. Crimson does so much for that team. Not having Captain America, though, kind of the Techie show a bit there in those clutch eliminations. Those early picks that just set the stage. Actually, right here was a great example, right? The Bucky went down, and you just saw the team lose that confidence that they have when they have both the deadly duo of Tap and Avery. Domination can go either way. Again, triple res comp, that's its best map situation. As we look at Rymazing again with this MVP. Great split there on the perfect slice of damage and healing.
Yeah, you see, you may have gone down 11 times, but that's what the res comp is for, right? You keep going at it again. You just keep throwing your bodies out there, keep doing the damage that Mantis could do, especially when you get those resets when you deem their head. And then combine that with the way that Crimson was able to get a lot of these stuns, just trying to prevent any sort of setup situation. And that's even still against Tap, who was on the Punisher, that could use those iframes when he gets in the turret.
Well, listen, all I know, Vicky, is from prior games, actually every single one yesterday, one today. This doesn't say much, right? We've seen reverse sweeps. We've seen the underdog win almost every single time. And so fasten your seatbelts, guys. We definitely have some good matches to come. I mean, between these two teams, AMER said it yesterday, they scrim a lot. She kind of said, too, they win those scrims. But it's cool to see now that turn into live play and how that looks different.
Yeah, and what if, this is always just me theory crafting when it comes to hearing like stories like that. You don't utilize your full hand of cards in a situation like that. Yeah, you could scrim against this team, but what if Techie now instead they give that over to Sen, they make them feel like, they could take every game, but what if they have a trick up their sleeve after doing their homework and after coming back even stronger this week?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it comes down to talent, sometimes strategy, and oftentimes flexibility. We're seeing that the best from Sentinels here. Guys, we have an epic match, too. It's going to be Techie picking the map and the mode. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your rise, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. If the 26-8 feed was not enough from Techie, guys, sometimes you don't see it all, and I love AMER popping in and letting everybody know Techie actually canceled Techie's portal there at the end, wondering why they didn't touch. That's why, and that is incredible. What a perfect game from Techie, the player with 90 limbs, Vicky, and the cancel.
Yeah, that's what we were questioning too, right? We're wondering, was it used already? It had to have been canceled if it wasn't used, and we didn't hear it being used in that point too. So Techie being aware, cutting them off in that choke, but that is just the first map. This is a best of 5 situation. If you guys had put in your votes and expect the unexpected to happen here, Sentinels at least are on track following what they have believed was the script.
Yeah, I mean, talk about not just a snowball, but an avalanche for the last push there, because they got the limb there on Avery, then they pushed them in, and then they just followed them right to the portal, right? And that's all you could do at that point. It was game, set, match. As we head into our next match, it's 1-0. Again, best of 5, first to 3 here. Sentinels versus Techie.
Going on to map number 2, we're either getting some convoy or convergence action here after we just got to see domination, where the res composition always gets to thrive. Now going on to map number 2, I'm wondering here where we're going to be moving on to.
Yeah, listen, me and Vicky, we've casted a lot of maps, a lot of crazy rifles, but one thing we haven't done, and you guys have not seen, I think outside of maybe Ego Death all the way against FlyQuest, was Spider Island. So welcome to the home of maybe Penny Parker. Definitely triple Vanguard for the defense here as we head into the pick and bans.
Don't get me excited there, Cozy. You know, Penny Parker usually being a really strong suit when it comes to holding forward and finding your defensive position. If you are on the defensive side, which is the side that Sentinels are going to be on this time around, are going to be able to protect the Emma for Techie XD, while the target bans have not stopped banning that Magneto first again, as well as that Torch. And then on the other side, no Crimzo.
Yeah, I'm expecting maybe Sentinels, they ban Wolverine just because you're kind of having now Crimzo, who's so flexible and can do everything, but he's kind of forced to play more the thing. Techie's going to be playing Magneto. They handled it well, but that's maybe what we see in the difference there as the Flyers do go down on the opposite side. Right, amazing. We've seen them make the enemy team just complete barbecues there with the Torch, and it looks like they're going to definitely go for tap once again in that crazy Psylocke.
I mean, I don't blame them. After what we just saw from Tap 2, being on that Punisher and seeing the just massive amount of damage that was coming out of that final judgment, as we get to see the Psylocke focus for onto Tap, the Emma Frostband, though, onto the other side after they had just protected the Magneto.
Yeah, and sometimes, even though Emma is the main ban we've seen, you don't always have to ban her. And again, I have not seen Sentinels play a lot of Emma. It's always a good thing. She's so, just absolute cracked in the Vanguard position there. But same exact top in there. Luna with the save, the ban. Can it change? Do they change things up? Maybe go with the res ban here. And yep, it's going to be the Mantis, the MVP, right? Amazing. And they're going to try to shut down the triple res.
I don't blame them there too. The damage output as well. Not going to target Korova being on the Adam Warlock, because once you get Mantis out of there, it kind of falls apart as we get to see the last safe pick for Techie being on that Loki. I actually really like this. We got to see a lot coming out of the Loki at some points. It was really the ultimate usage, the way that they were able to utilize a lot of the times where they were trying to cycle through that Cloak and Dagger and Loki combination.
Yeah, that's a great point there. We saw that a lot yesterday. Some teams comfortable with giving the Vanguards away, sometimes just giving the Loki and the Luna. You can't have it all. And we're seeing way more of just these duelist bans. These kind of go for their best players, the playmakers, the superstars, if you will. And it makes a lot of sense, right? You shut down a team's best weapon in the NFL. You're going to shut the team down. Same here in Rivals, as we've got our last bit of bans and picks here. And it's going to be the Luna ban now.
I like this actually, because now you get to take away the 24 seconds of immortality that team would have, since they already saved the Loki. Usually you see the Loki and Luna Snow come out together for that strategy backline, but not going to be the case this time around for Techie specifically.
Ooh, a little callback to season 1. Right, amazing. Used to main Tony Stark himself. Jarvis, get ready to clip, because he's crazy on the flyer. You can get rid of a couple flyers, but you can't get rid of them all. Right, amazing. Swapping over to the Iron Man as we head into Spider Island for the second map of Convoy. This is Techie's pick. We've got Sentinels here going up against Techie for match 2.
Get to see the Preds down here from you guys in the chat. We still going all in. It looks like for Sentinels, 66% after the action that we saw in that first map alone. Techie putting up a pretty good fight here. But moving on to Spider Islands, you talked about it perfectly, Cozy. This is the first time you and I get to cast over this specific map, which is great, because I feel like I'm literally always playing on this map. So now seeing it from a different perspective while we get to cast over it is going to be fantastic.
Absolutely, I agree. As Avery, the flyer is locked and loaded. We've got Nectar on Wolverine. Crimzo popping over to Groot. Like that pick, but Tap. We've seen what Tap can do on Psylocke, and even crazy on Wolverine, as well as we have what we thought. A little bit of what we see. We only have 2 Vanguards with Techie. Blur now going to the Strange late, as you saw the swap up there. And I like this. You're going to get a little flyer v flyer. The Battle of the Skies. Avery versus Rymazing.
Rymazing's got the double headset, by the way. Got one around his neck out here, one over his head, while Tap is trying to find an opportunity off to the side and try to get a quick little kidnap here. Misses out before trying to navigate away with the rest of his team. But that's going to be the playmaking ability that Tap is going to have being on this Wolverine.
Yeah, such fast charge up, and they're electing again, Sentinels. They're electing here to just put that pressure on Foley, not going with that triple Vanguard for the defensive side of things here. And right now, Rymazing already at 81%. Doesn't need that Gamma team up anymore as Mori gets the quick pick, and people just charging up fast, showing aggression early here. In this part of the map, again, we have not seen it a ton, but I love the performance for both teams going right to the fight as Kurova gets another pick.
And catch these hands, Crimzo. We've seen what that Groot does yesterday. Crimzo doing Himzo things, and now about to have that Groot ultimate ready to go. Tap 2, also just wrapping around, making some adjustments after looking at the way that they were unable to really get that kidnapped and utilize that. Avery now taking to the skies with the Omega Hurricane as Rymazing gets protected. The maximum pulse, but it misses its mark.
Unfortunately, it's an all or nothing ult, and that point it was nothing as Nectar goes up. Nothing from the Hurricane as well, but there is that pressure and the support ults coming out there as we've got the Groot ult with Crimzo getting together. The up, the down. Can he slam the rock and connect? He does not, and Techie doesn't often miss those, but Rymazing does clean up on Tap.
Now you see me, now you don't. It was the clone right there. Instead, nice Groot wall just to block out a bit of the Psionic Seduction. Instead, gets out of the line of sight just to keep the rest of the team alive with the Fate of both worlds, as you cannot activate that ultimate if you are within that 30-meter range of the Psionic Seduction. As Nectar slicing away on this Wolverine, does have that Wolverine Rage ready to go. Kurova, by the way, gets another pick up to Avery. Those Luna buffs are going crazy.
It's the strategist show right now. We're getting these insane picks and just staggers from the strategist. You're getting a little bit of momentum, but every single time it's one falling in the backline there, and that is what makes this team so great. Kurova, Aramori, the double duo, insanity.
They got that good synergy IRL here too. Great vibes here from this team that is playing in person. Avery gonna be able to get that all over again though, using the Omega Hurricane. Even more impact though, as the maximum pulse was waited for. Used on Avery before you could even see that Omega Hurricane, before you could even see Tap with the final judgment. What are these shutdowns that we are currently seeing from Sentinels?
And Jarvis changed the weather, opened up the skies, and allowed the sun to peek through as they shut down Avery and the Omega Hurricane here. Now going in here, Blur, not getting anything out of that Agamotto. They shut the eye, closed here. Techie putting that pressure on. They're going to look to get another stagger with that. They do have, however, the disappear right there, the invisible boundary from Ad to give them a little bit of space and push here. Aramori to copy though. Techie looking for a connection, not getting the slam, Vicky, as now they push in.
He went in blind with that one, though. Got to give him props. Psionic Seduction now just going to force him right back into the line of sight, but they were ready for it as Aramori had the copy in the form of Kurova and the dance off with the Fate of both worlds. Rymazing with another one of these Iron Man ults, finding Avery, who's been the #1 target for Rymazing on shutting down.
Oh my gosh, even Happy would be happy with that one. I mean, you love to see Rymazing going back to Season 1. Good old Iron Man action. The guys played so much on him. Early streams, I was watching just what he could do in that mobility. Again, he sounds like a blender flying. That's the only downside. But bam, we've got the group hug that was not asked for permission, as Tap is now going to open up the final judgment here, and he's asking not to peek. Let's see if they respond here, and they get the dance off it.
Avery needs to go hard, though, with this last stand right now. Already has it ready to go. Finds Rymazing. That's a first pick in favor for Techie here. And there's that Berserker Rage before trying to back away. But these group walls have been detrimental. You can't get back to your team. You're cut off, as Crimzo is going to be able to get that. But two of them go down. Crimzo meets him back in the spawn room. And some signs of life from Techie without using everything in their pocket with this ult economy that they currently have.
Yeah, we've got an overtime situation here. We saw this yesterday. We would have Avery start to pop off after Tap got the initial steam rolling here. And wow, just like that, it looked hopeless for Techie on the .1. They make that into an absolute opportunity and secured .1 with ease there at the end.
The type of mental boom recovery that it takes to have 3 of your ultimates counter to then immediately turn things around, see that Groot ult, and then have tap open the floor with that final judgment is huge. Especially making that comeback right now as the Sonic Seduction comes in. Aramori does have that copy though. It's going to be able to have the dance up once again with Kurova off the fate of both worlds as Kurova's about to approach their own respective ultimate. Raimezy now comes back around, has that Iron Man ult. The Eye of Agamotto though, as a maximum pulse comes in, misses out though on Blur and misses out on the Invisible Woman from Wolfos. Now Tap safely outside of the line of sight of Sentinels inside that invisible boundary. Now wraps up into a Tap sandwich with this final judgment and clears the entirety of Sentinels.
My goodness. I mean, dropping the beat and absolutely emptying the clips. Every bullet said, I told you not to peek, and they did so. You know, I think Ryan Mason, I thought maybe he would switch here. That was a great response to the Storm, but Avery adapting over quickly to Logan and making it tough here for Sentinels here to hold strong. But they're doing fine. There's a minute and 20 seconds left after that first point hold and defense that they showed. They did 5 minutes against Envy yesterday here as they do have that Groot ult ready to combine. They can also go with the Berserker Rampage here. Again, he is the backup tech. He goes up, he slams down, and no connection yet again in the kidnap.
Oh no, he's 5 HP. Tries to heal him, trying to get him back in time, but even with Crimzo and the group hug, Kurova's right there to help and save them. Amazing with the MVP. Jarvis, clip that. I know you wanted to say it, Cozy. Amazing coming in with the way that he's found these incredible picks off the Iron Man ult.
Jarvis is not going to have enough RAM memory to have all these clips together. An absolute sensational hit there with the Groot ult combined there with Crimzo. You love to see it. We saw that yesterday. 100 Thieves did that with Terra and the show with Punisher. But this time, all you need is the action from the skies. The man, the myth, amazing.
If it isn't the Mantis, it's taken to the skies on this Iron Man instead. Ad coming into this fight with the rest of Techie XD will have that God of Mischief to try to copy out Wolfos and this invisible boundary, but losing out on Avery first is big. But now you have less than 10 seconds on the clock. They have to keep Tap alive as he melts down with the final judgment through these Groot walls.
Yeah, we've seen now, we've got Aramoris, they've got the show on tap, trying to get something rolling, destroying the environment, but look at Ryan Mason just flying around, and honestly, great distraction. Even though he went down late, he was able to take the majority of that pressure from the final judgment as we now have Groot pushing in, and again, we just saw this with point one. Are they going to be able to get the connection here? Sentinels doing a great job bending. They haven't broke so far. Ryan Mason, though, about to come back with that ult. Jarvis is locked and loaded as you've got the maximum pulse ready, but no, it's the Eye of Agamotto getting a whole team.
And Wolf was holding on to this invisible boundary too, waiting out the maximum pulse instead with Raimezy not finding it shot. Techie XD with no time left on the clock are able to get to that second checkpoint.
Oh my gosh, the eye. It didn't just open, it annihilated there. Beautiful job again from Techie. They just love it when it's full maximum, not pulse, but stress against them. They've been able to clutch it both times in overtime. And then look at that, Avery stalking the prey, ready for the kidnap.
Well, that Diamond 2 pulling out the crystal, just going to be able to boost up that beam from the Emma Frost. Instead, just tries to find one kidnap here. Just a little crumb out of line as Nectar gets protected with the Magneto Bubble. Trying to get into position once again as Avery tries to be the initiator, but then gets shut down once again by Amazing, who's been this problem in the sky. The verticality that this map provides as Techie now looks for a target, tries to land its mark there with the meteor, does not find it because you have the command grab coming in from the Emma Frost in the diamond form.
Executioner coming out. They do eliminate Techie before that trade. However, right now, the numbers are slightly in favor. Now, not for Sentinels as the sky and the battle commences. You have Avery taking down Amazing, but Nectar trade huge pick there with the kidnap. My gosh, beautiful there from Nectar.
And that was with them being able to re-engage after Tap had used that final judgment. Your powers are mine here from the other side to try to see if you can get that copy unlocked. And it's going to be the dance off from Aramori. That's going to be the fate of both worlds. The meteor now coming up to the skies instead as Blur gets caught in the line of fight. Tech is going to be able to find that problem. And while Tap gets the trade off from Amazing, they're wrapping around in overtime and they can't get off the point.
Feeling like a match 7 in the grand finals, but it's only game 2 as they're pushing forward. We've seen this point after point, and now Sentinel's not able to touch. Yes, they get there barely making it to touch, but no, it's not enough. And just like that, Techie gets to the 3rd point. Insanity.
Time to switch things
with
up.
always no time, by the way, for the first checkpoint when they almost got fully held, for the second checkpoint when they were still holding on to that invisible boundary, and of course here for that third checkpoint too. We talk about ult utility and the way that you can cycle through these ultimates with Techie XD and the way that they timed it for that first map. Well, guess what? Right here, we got to see Brute hold on to that Psionic Seduction to the very end, clear out the team with some help with the rest of Techie. That was a great push.
Yeah, everybody on the team just having the defibrillator ready to go for Techie. It's just crazy they come back to life over and over, just connecting at the right time possible. And we actually saw that in the domination that they won too, that they were able to use just insane ult synergy together. Remember, guys, this is a team that nobody knew, the players unknown versus who has been regarded as one of the best teams, if not the best team in Rivals for a long time, a year plus. The winners of the Alpha, they came close in the beta to win the championship. Your MRC Season 1 winners in Sentinels.
Anything can happen, especially when you have to face off against one of your scrim partners in the official bracket. This time around, though, the script is flipped. Sentinel's going to be able to come out on the attack, seeing what Techie's going to be able to provide. Remember that they do not have Luna. Luna is banned against them. So that's what you can currently see Ad being on this Loki. You need to put up some more numbers.
Yeah, and we saw here on the defense from Sentinels last time, they didn't go with the triple Vanguard. Going into it, Techie's also not going to... Oh, actually, they are going to do it, my bad, with this Strange, Emma, and Thing. Love that, and it just gives them another chance to hold strong here. Techie with a lot of momentum. They've got to finish and hold strong as they push forward here. Things happening fast as Brute's going right for the KO, but again, it's the strategist show. Vicky taking down Tap.
That Luna's no damage buff, I'm saying, it feels like you're getting sniped from the skies if you're trying to contest and move around, and Tap has been a victim to Korova and that damage output, trying to dance these brute walls once again, and that have also just been able to allow Sentinels to have so much more space, while Raimazy continues to be a terror in the skies.
You can hear the AC/DC blasting in the background as Raimazy continues to rock and roll there with Iron Man and just holding strong and getting that offense push here. I mean, just absolute great job. They've got to look out now. Tap coming out. Punisher here soon. The team getting back together for another hold.
Breaking the terrain. They hear the portal coming in for the quick re-engagement, though, but they don't have ultimate to work off of unless Wolfos tries to get this invisible boundary even faster, but that's going to be scary when you know Raimazy's on the scout, trying to hide behind the top of the building to unleash the maximum pulse to try to call it out, but beautiful, and taking over the other Loki clone from Ad. Great timing here. You get the copy on top of it. You get the invisible boundary as Loki gets that ult so quickly, and now we have the survival of the fittest with both teams now utilizing both strategists ult, 2 invisible boundaries on top of it. Everyone's surviving.
They don't call it the God of Mischief for nothing, and that was the perfect display of just that, as unfortunately Techie goes up, does not slam down, and another eye here coming from Avery in the follow-up, but Crimzo showing why Sentinels, they don't need just one duels to do the job. They're the Avengers coming together, assembling now as Raimazy gets 1, now 2, but Tap trading as they push forward.
Still being able to find those 2 here as Tap is going to have to back away, and time as Sentinels now clear up enough of this space, but the re-engagement could come out from Techie, trying to waste way more of this time.
Yeah, they do have Final Judgment they're going to be able to come out with if they want to. They're going to reset, though, it looks like, and reload here quite literally with Tap. As he... Oh, nope, he is tapping the trigger down and getting those bullets out. Here comes Final Judgment. They do have... Oh, they've got the emerald to follow with it. They don't have any strategies to keep them up. They're just trying to get the protection in there with Blur. Great use of the shield, but even better, not peeking from Sentinels as they stay alive through it.
They really needed to have that Psionic Seduction, though, to land immediately on those strategists, so that way those ultimates would not be online, so that way they could keep enabling Tap in that case. While Tap comes in and still finds Nectar, the follow-up doesn't come afterwards with the rest of Techie, thanks to the sustainability that we saw from Aramori and that God of Mischief copying the fate of both worlds.
Raimazy's so sneaky with those ultimates, Vicky, but they keep answering the call, but Crimzo, he rooted them in place and their fate for this first point.
Get it going here. Sentinels already moving all the way up, and they have a lot more in their time bank after getting that first checkpoint in comparison to what we saw from Techie XD. Wolfos, at least with this re-engagement, will have the invisible boundary, could try to help enable Avery, who's also close to that Wolverine ultimate here too. Raimazy, though, has been such a problem, and this is such a good map to help enable Raimazy. You could tell, bringing out the Iron Man again, you said, giving us a little bit of that deja vu. Dance to the Butterflies, by the way, after Nectar being on this side lock, having that ready to go, just try to split some more of that attention from Techie XD's backline.
Great group up there from the team, being able to survive the dance of the butterflies there, as the overdrive is now going to be on cooldown for Rymazing. And yeah, you make a great point there. Rymazing just bringing so much pressure from the skies that allows Nectar to do their job as well. Kurova has the dance ready to go. They can respond if needed. You can't lose anybody early here now, as Techie with the defense as well. They've got the entire defense ready to roll here as they're on the offense, and the Agamotto comes out yet again from Blur. Techie goes up with the slam and down with all the purple might on Avery.
Headshot, dinking him right on top of the head. Meanwhile, Rymazing still gets the kill, still gets the KO onto Waffles from that far away. Yes, they get the trade here. Sentinels, though, have the high ground. They have the upper end advantage, considering that Waffles had gone down after just using that invisible boundary.
Insanity there from Rymazing at the last pick there, and great job for the team sweeping up the finish. Crimso yet again's got this ult again. If it's not one, it's the other, and he's looking to yell to them, you know what, Vicky, I am Groot, as he gets them all together for the ult that they can combine with just about anything on their team now. Great poke damage and sustain. Now we have Techie pushing forward here. Avery ready, as we've got Loki yelling from the sky, and the ult coming out, but they may not need it.
Oh, Avery going down right there was big. Tap was getting overzealous, was ready to unleash that final judgment, but it's just a reset as he holds forward into the front lines of Sentinels, because now they have really this next corner to really control. And look at Crimso and that positioning from Techie too. Crimso's got that group all ready to go, as well as the ultimate.
Oh, my favorite duelist, Luna Snow, just crazy. Kurova just absolute popping off in the Elim feed here. Again, they do have the final judgment. There's 2 minutes and 50 seconds. You know, obviously Techie took every bit of that timer here.
No.
Nice little assassination from Nectar there, and the pressure in the back line, making it a graveyard. But the final judgment coming out, the swords dancing. Right now, Loki just trying to find space and act, trying to stay alive. Does so, though. And Vicky, that's huge, because 99% now goes down.
Oh, but then you have the group hug, the deadly group hug from Crimso, just wipes out the rest of Techie, even surviving just through the onset of damage and pressure from this Psylocke isn't going to help you out when you have to worry about Groot in the front line.
I am Groot, and you are not making it out. Beautiful job there from Crimso. And again, they have everything they need to push forward now. Here's Magneto going up. Techie trying to slam it down. They have Rymazing to follow, and he gets a slam on Avery. They're going to follow it up with the maximum pulse. Here it is. Pulse charge activated. Bam, with the double.
Every single output right now from Sentinels. Yes, the Eye of Agamotto comes in, but the output that we are seeing from Sentinels with these ultimates between Rymazing following up with Techie getting the Grand Slam, Avery, the desperate measures with this Omega Hurricane, but you're just falling down here. They're trying to stop for as long as possible, and Sentinels are just walking the dog.
They all have their umbrellas. Those Avery ults aren't doing much for them with that storm that has come out now, as Rymazing's just burning down Doctor Strange in the sky, applying that constant pressure as he looks not under pressure at all there in the camp. Gets one, now two, as they look to close out. Only a minute, 20 seconds. Great stall effort here from Techie as the cleanup is happening. One now goes two. Only one left is going to be that Emma. The wall's going to come out. Crimson trying to get the zone out. Vicky, no, now two on the point. Kurova's the dance is now gone here. Rymazing though with another maximum ult. You've got the Groot ult. They combined it.
Oh, the fact that they keep trying to stop for as long as possible, despite Sentinels getting all these picks. You can't touch at the last second, as Avery was just a shy too short here. Sentinels, they take it all the way home, and they have extra time in their own time bank.
Yeah, it's a minute 59 to 1 minute. You just know Avery was shouting what I always do in my own matches. Like, I was on the board. I was on it. Down did not count. I swear I say that all the time in this game. Great job, though. Honestly, though, Techie burning a lot of clock there. It could have been a lot worse. That last fight was sustained well. If Avery was a centimeter more, it could have gone the distance.
I agree. I would love to hear what those comms sounded like from Techie XD, because you saw the way that they broke their neck to focus on Rymazing. But for that second checkpoint, you know, with Rymazing flying around, being sneaky, hiding between the trees, hiding around the rooftops, that he's a problem. And you know, they were all looking for him. They got the Invisible Woman getting the final hit on the pool, and that was the way that they got that finishing blow. Combine that with the way that they were trying to stall for as long as possible, I know that the vibes are crazy.
We saw it yesterday from Mello, but we might see cheaper Town Hall. Has Tap had enough? No, he's going to go to Punisher. He floated Iron Fist, just floated it. Maybe, you know, get that auto tracking on the Iron Man up in the sky. But no, right, Mason going over to that Ultron. We've seen him play this very well. Interesting use here. I like it, though, for what they're trying to get accomplished in overtime here. Again, it's just one team. Techie now on the offense. They're going to make their mark, see how far they can push this thing with 1 minute on the clock, making every single pixel matter of these 60 seconds.
34,000 damage, by the way, in favor for Ryan Amazing, and the damage output that we're currently seeing. Tap nearly right there, going over to the Bucky. All right, we've been seeing a lot more Bucky after the action that we saw yesterday. Always excited to see the change up as the tournament goes on. But Crimzo as well, being on the Groot on this map specifically in these tighter corridors, especially before this first checkpoint, is so brutal.
Yeah, it's always the best player going on Bucky because the carry potential is there. They want to put the team on their back, and Tap can do just that as they're now pushing forward here. Also charging Tap now, trying to get that grab to get the opening pick for the team. That opens up things massively, especially in case of the Vanguard. Can he get the hit? No, the Groot walls and the Magneto. That's going to be tough to go through. Vicky Nectar in the backline, making it hell for those strategists just trying to stay alive. Clone pickoff's nice as well. Techie now staying alive with the Wolverine. Vicky, this is a lot of pressure.
Well, Techie trying to get right back to the rest of the team while Avery now comes wrapped around the Groot walls. These Groot walls have just completely bought so much space. We are Groot following up as Blur tries to dip that. They do find Aramori and Koro for the backline in shambles, really only leaving Amazing, who does have that extermination, but he's going to have to save it for this next engagement. With no time left, though, overtime ticking away. Techie clear out Sentinels for this first point.
We are in borrowed time now. Who's going to cash in? And already a big W from Techie, taking 60 seconds far, as we have seen here in that overtime. It doesn't matter if they get that first point because, again, the time is still ticking. That yellow bar going down. They can't step off, but they also have to step up here against Sentinels. Nice job, Sentinels, being patient, stepping back just a little bit, believing in their team, Vicky, to be able to get this far as well. But, again, 2 minutes is going to be the exact same amount of time to get to this position.
Placed properly right now, Crimson can just force everybody off the point with the group hug, the invisible boundary, staying alive, waiting for the opportunity where they track Crimzo and that ultimate. Slight stun as Corova keeps Crimzo alive. Fate of both worlds online for the Luna as Amazing now comes in with the extermination. They try to deny that away from Tap as again it goes here. Tries to get the pick, gets it off with Techie and gets another reset.
Being able to feast off these clones with a great swap there, but Nectar is going to get the end of the slice of the dance of the butterflies. Beauty there as Ray Mason cleans up Wolfos. The Kraken impact was making the impact here on point one, but they're able to now put a stop a bit more here. But Sentinel's falling down one after one. Only 4 remain. This is going to be racing close. Look at the yellow line. The overtime push to the absolute limit. Crimzo eliminating Blur. It's trade for trade, blow for blow, Vicky.
Literally that overtime timing ticking away. It's just a crumb. I am Groot, the follow-up, trying to get another play going. Crimzo gets shut down. Avery wipes the floor here. Techie with the desperate swap over to the Venom, but Techie XD as a team have way more of an advantage with the spawn room doors being right behind them in that fight.
An incredible effort here from Techie. You want to be legends, you make them here in overtime on the biggest stage, and they're doing it just like that. Amazing going over now to Iron Man, trying to get a maximum pulse to end it in one shot here, but this is already such a huge W for Techie. Now they just need to play solid together here and see how much farther they can push this thing.
Oh, look at Amazing. Has that ultimate built up from the Iron Man right now. Maximum pulse going to be something important while Crimzo still continuously puts up these group walls. Where Amazing waiting to get into position, but they lose on Aramori first again. That's with Tap making the swap over to the Iron Fist, but Crimzo quickly dealt with it.
Oh, there's the... Oh, they're from the Iron Man. Amazing showing what he's done the full game, but right now they're still able to push this. They're about to get to point 2, which is insane. Sentinels finally get the stop, Vicky, but it's not before an absolute valiant effort from Techie.
They definitely got a lot of extra credit right there. It took a little bit there, and I got a little scared also seeing Aramori going down first again, but the communication, they're hanging out in person. The comms were there, the turnaround to deal with the Iron Fist, but I have to give Techie credit where they made some swaps even in the middle of that overtime, still staggering in without giving up any of that space to deal with the problem of Nectar, because it's very easy to focus on Amazing in the skies, very cheeky in the way that you could try to position yourself to get out of the line of sight and try to get more of these sneaky ults, but Nectar was a problem on this Psylocke and consistently was dismantling the backline.
Yeah, I could have said it better. Great job there. And again, Tap just says, hey, I got it, guys. I'm going to go 1v9 here, 40k damage. But can I point out just one number that's jumping out to me? 75k healing from Kurova there on Luna Snow. The healing output right now from Sentinels is sensational, but it doesn't matter. They're still able to slice and dice their way through there. Looking at it here, 12 eliminations, though, compared to Crimso 6 with Techie. You definitely want that back. Techie was huge in that domination win, but you can't be eliminated 12 times here. It's been rough, but I mean, if you look at the other side, my gosh.
Nectar, you're insane, by the way. 22 final hits. The follow-up potential between Nectar and Rymazing, like, you're going to break your neck. You have one eye looking to the skies because of Rymazing. You have another eye looking behind you because you don't feel safe whatsoever with the side lock. It's a lot of pressure coming in from Sentinels that they're really covering these different pieces that are forcing Techie to look behind them and in front of them at the same time.
Yeah, if you're Techie, you're just trying to stall as much as possible here, and you have to play near perfect if you're Sentinels, like we've seen them do before here. Rymazing taking towards the skies here, going down on this stretch. So immediately Nectar and Rymazing trying to get that early pick on the back line and causing the whole team to go backwards. Great healing and sustain, though, from the side of Techie, and the kidnap there. Nectar's going to go down early, potentially stays alive, though. Great job with the dash and the escape, but Techie trading with Blur. Long walk back, Vicky, from the spawn.
Kurova's always there just to get your back. The best insurance policy you could sign up for is the Kurova insurance policy. And currently with Rymazing just taser beaming right through from the high ground. The maximum pause to be the nail in the coffin to find Brute. Literally pinching them all in this corner while Sentinels just walk the dog off this payload.
Yeah, but they've got to stagger so well with their ultimates here because, again, there's only 60 seconds remaining, right? They have to go a long way. They have to win at least two more fights. The portal comes out to make it at least 3 now as they're pushing in immediately. Can't use everything in the tank, Vicky.
And Wolfos is the first one to use the invisible boundary. They'll be able to cycle that together with the Loki having the invisible boundary from Ad, but it's not the same thing as that Luna, Snow, and Loki combo that we've seen before. Way more survivability. Yes, Crimso uses that group hug, but this is what we're talking about. The immediate counter from Ad, and now they've just used both of their strategy ults, while Aramori still has that Loki ult. That you do the slam dunk onto Avery and Ad, who are stuck inside the ballroom over to the side, and it's a meltdown now from Sentinels.
The alley-oop from the stratosphere. That's exactly what you needed from Techie there, and they got the job done to get the first point. But job's not finished. Overtime. You would think this is it. You would think this is to be eliminated. No, this is just match 2, Vicky. Rymazing, he's got the maximum pulse. Aramori has got the dance floor to throw the beat down here, and then everyone's going to follow after. But if you look at the ult comparisons, Tap, Avery, that's all you need to get team wipes.
Oh, is able to get to the health back. All right. Some pressure coming into the skies as Rymazing's forced to back away. As you mentioned, has that ultimate ready to go. Gonna be able to boost, by the way, into that beam from the AMER Frost to deal a good amount more damage, especially in this overtime phase. This is where everything's on the table, but you've lost out on Ad first, only leaving Wolfos out here with the invisible boundary.
Massive pick and stagger as we've got Berserker Rage going up and down and no connection on top of the invisible boundary. Tap the only one left with the Kraken impact, trying to get Rymazing down as they're throwing his body all over the map, but that Iron Suit protecting him well with the 1-2 pop, and the Jarvis another clip heading their way as they get yet another fight. Not using Rymazing in Crimso's ult. That's huge, Vicky.
The way that Brute tries to focus in, Wolfos tries to focus on Rymazing. The pull, the choke slam, and then Kurova coming in as the dancing Luna Snow with the Fate of Both Worlds is keeping Rymazing alive. Literally the problem that Techie is trying to focus on.
Rymazing and Sentinels, they held for 5 minutes. The team's great under pressure, but Techie is showing that they're great when they're down and backs against the walls as well. There's only a sliver left. Nobody can leave the point. They have to have somebody making sure they're on point now as Rymazing trying to escape from the skies, getting that early poke damage, has the maximum pulse. They know it. Every ult ready online for the team. And the group up that nobody wants to be a part of from Groot. Oh my God. Rymazing putting Jarvis out of business. Friday is now activated.
Getting away with murder for free? For free, we're really seeing this out here. Rymazing got away with it all on the Iron Man with these insane ults while Nectar cleans up the rest of business onto Team Techie.
Just absolute, I mean, everybody knew that ult was coming, right? And they saw it, and they went for it. But guess what? Like I said, Crimso said group up, and nobody was able to say no. They all got together, and the beautiful placement of that maximum pulse, a little bit to the left of the group up, they got out of that entanglement, Vicky, and then bam, met with swift flash of a justice.
That was beautiful. Chef's kiss. By the way, 90,000 heat. Are you okay, Korova? Like, what? And the damage output took from Arrow Morty to match that with Korova being on the Luna after we saw Korova do in the feed.
The stat display here is impeccable. 25 on both final hits, 53k from Amazing, the 150,000 healing from one team, but the bottom team almost matching that as well with Techie XD. Phenomenal play across the board from every single player. 18 final hits from Crimso. What is this? 120k damage block?
This is actually 120,000 damage is insane. I mean, overtime games, sometimes it's down to the wire. You sit down on the edge of your chair, but these are literally such insanely inflated stats to highlight how crazy it was of a game 2. You were saying it perfectly, Cozy. You would think that this was like the last game for both these teams to finally make it in with the intensity that everyone was playing at. Tap being on this Punisher, these Groot walls, which by the way, blocked out a lot of possible healing that we currently saw too. It was the attempt that was there, and they even got a few wipes, but Sentinels on their re-engage, Amazing being the problem. The way that Korova and Aramori could cycle through those strategy ults are just on another level.
And it's just, your heart hurts if you're a Techie fan because you could not have played that better. I mean, you absolutely played so well there. You did what was called from you. You had one of the, just a goat of an overtime push. And the fact that they matched that with the intensity is insane. Vicky, with the damage block and the healing, over 330,000 plus damage just negated completely right from the team. That's so much more than I do in an entire season. I mean, it's insane.
I'm just seeing more of these highlights. It's literally the Amazing show for like 90% of it, and it's just not only through these ultimates, just this entire beam right here too, dealing so much damage output. Combine that together with Crimso, saw Korova out here too in the Doom feed. The whip, the watch me whip a Nene real quick to staggered around like a ragdoll, and then keeping Amazing alive with that Luna Snow ult. It was crazy to see as the recovery came through from Sentinels. 90,000 healing once again for Korova.
Look at these stats. They look like career pages for bronze players. Like, this was so sick. Again, I'll say it, somewhere a graphics card just gave up watching that. I mean, there was so much action, so much stats, damage, healing, and that was match 2. Razor thin margins here between these teams. It's a 2 seed versus an 8 seed. The 8 seed able to get rid of the 1 seed and knock them out, or at least help knock them out. Really, the only time that Sentinels struggled there was when Amazing went over to Ultron, which I get they kind of swapped things up, but clearly Tony Stark is who you should be.
Gatto settle in, man. Amazing is him. 58 total elims. Like, Nectar with 50. Like, this is the dynamic duo right here, too. Like, it's a big fear when you play on that map specifically. You play into the strength of having a lot of more of that verticality. There was no torch available for either team. So if you're wondering, where was a torch? Well, that's why you didn't see it from either team play it out. What happened to the Storm? Well, we saw what happened to the Storm. The attempts were shut down consistently as well whenever that Omega Hurricane was out. And that's just something that Sentinels could deal with.
Yeah, you know, closing out to the break here, I want to talk about Sentinels, and we'll go into the break with Techie. I gotta say, we heard from Air Mori, they just have so many different team comps that they can shine. They, you know, they did lose the Mantis there, I believe, right? But then they come out with the Amazing, which we saw against Nemesis in the group stage, and he actually carried to get the win there too. But there's just so much on the line because Iron Man, what does he do best? Yeah, he's, you know, as loud as a blender up there, but that ult can just completely change the game. Wipe the dance floor out, right? Get rid of momentum that they had and ultimately push the overtime all the way to the maximum limit. Insanity.
I had so much fun already. I'm so happy that we get to also cover these next 2 matches because already this first one kicking off with an amazing start in favor for Sentinels.
Yeah, I'm already drenched in sweat. Like, this is insane. I'm so excited, man. I freaking love this game. Yesterday was insane. Today is promising the same results. Guys, don't go anywhere. Match 3 between these 2 teams. Techie, the dream, could finally be pushed to the lower bracket. We're going to find out after this break.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, avenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We have match 3 between these two teams, and I'm telling you, Vicky, we just said it. It's like they're fighting for elimination, but no, they're just going to be moved. I mean, obviously, they're punching their ticket to China, but I've got to say, we talked about Sentinels. Looking at Techie, first of all, Brute, Avery, Brute's job at tank was incredible. What I want to highlight, though, is I like the switch to Bucky for tap because the carry potential, but as soon as that wasn't working, I think the pressure they were able to put on Rymazing's Iron Man with the Punisher was probably the better game plan there for the overtime.
I 100% agree, because not only was it a good choice against the Iron Man, just getting away with whatever in the sky, but also a way to deal with Crimzo and these Groot walls, right? These Groot walls were a big issue, especially before you get to that first choke that everyone gets out of Ice Spider Islands originally. Could be so annoying to deal with, but also just gives them so much time to get some space, to get a little bit of a reset, to reposition, and now this sets up Sentinels to just win one more map to proceed on through the winner side.
So far, it's been a Cinderella story from a team. Again, nobody knew a month ago. Now I can say their names firmly on the map here in the upper bracket. Can they win as they pick Central Park as their potential final pick against Sentinels, who are together, boot camp, celebrating as one, as we've got the initial pick and bans.
Not so surprised here once again, although not trying to get that immediate target on the torch. It was on the Magneto. I think we saw that similarly actually with that last map. But this is another map that could actually allow you to play these vertical flyers once again. There's that Human Torch ban, but obviously it wasn't the torch only that was a problem. It was the Iron Man. Jarvis getting the chancleta and really laying it into them with the way that Iron Man was a problem. But don't know if we're going to be seeing that. We did see the attempt on the Ultron, like you mentioned at one point, where they didn't really find that success, but it is a different map and you do have a lot more cover to work with vertically.
I was going to say, I wonder what way they're going to go with. Again, you can't ban all the duelists, and we've seen that work for so many teams that have that flexibility. They go, once again, with the Caliente. I'm never going to do that again. They got the Human Torch ban, but that's great there. Psylocke going down. We're not going to see any of the tap show. Again, one of the best Psylocks to do it if you think Self is a demon on Black Panther. The inverse there would tap on Psylocke. Now, we've got the Psylocke ban once again. I think that was a good one there because Nectar did a great job with so much constant backline pressure.
Hey, you know, that wasn't forever, by the way. And I do like the priority and saving the Luna Snow. It's caliente, you know, it gets a little chilly in here with the Luna Snow. You know, it was still good. But you can also tell right now with the way that Techie XD have now prioritized banning that Loki, we won't be able to see those elongated resets that we saw from Sentinels in our last map where we did have the Loki and the Luna Snow available. It's actually off the table from both sides now, as the Loki is the last one banned.
Yep, yeah, Coachella's on the table, but not 24 seconds of it. I think that's definitely going to be good for both these teams that really took it down to the wire here. And it always seems like when it's just the last on the line, it comes down to Central Park here in New York. Again, no Flyers to be able to get the job done here. And the teams are locking in. Don't get baited by Rymazing. He did this last time. As much as I would like to see Gonshu at play, I don't think we'll see it, even though he was an absolute god on the hero.
I would get excited. You know, they are playing on the latest patch that made some balance changes out here. Moon Knight getting a little blessing from Khonshu himself as we move on to Central Park for map number 3.
I mean, if Brute can put up 41k damage again as Emma, they have a good chance to win. Only 6 eliminations there, and the team with the cleanup job on the other side. But this, again, you just said it, Iron Man, he's going to feast here with all these rooftops, the poke-ins, the poke-outs. I expect, honestly, it works so well. Why not just run it back as 63% in favor of Sentinels?
think we had 66% beforehand. They still see some signs of life from Techie. I do agree with you. I feel like, you know, it worked out. Yeah, we're seeing it. It worked out already. Why not at this point? Also, like, there was no check onto Rymazing from Techie XT. We saw the Punisher, but now this time they've changed things up. It's the Hella from Tap and Avery on the Punisher instead.
We saw this exactly against FlyQuest and Domination. Remember, Avery got the MVP, popped off. They swapped roles, double hit scan to take care of the Flyers. I like the change up here from Techie as now they're getting comfortable in their roles here. Right, Mason, though, with the constant pressure, trying to just get some healing there with the constant AoE spell damage there from Rymazing and Iron Man now into the just an absolute poke demon here in the skies. As right now, it is just a great defensive effort, but we're trying to get that pressure in immediately from Techie.
Oh, Nectar trying to get a little cheeky out here over to the other side. Some support as well, just to allow Nectar to still keep getting pretty aggressive. Gets right back to the safety of the rest of his team here, while Techie XT, without having that Cloak and Dagger ult, is going to allow him to open things up with the Fated Bolt, or rather with the Eternal Bond.
And we're going away from Jarvis now. We're on to Friday as Maximum Pulse is going down for the connection, but nothing from it. They do survive the flash, the final flash there from Vegeta, as now they're trying to move forward, getting that pressure on. You got the dance floor out for Kurova. Only 12 seconds. Judge, Jury, Avery. Vicky, can they get the wipe?
I mean, with the Eternal Bond not going away after getting the Grand Slam miss here, Avery now moves up, forces Sentinels to back away, but I like this is from Sentinels. They were just waiting this out. Yes, they get these 2 points right now on the point before the re-engagement comes in, and it's that dance-off as well. Mori coming in with the Eternal Bond, and then completely gets the wipe as Rymazing once again, a terror in the skies.
He's amazing, just insane. 4 now, make it look at, he knows it's the still, and he's got a little smile. Saw it down there on the face. Loved seeing a little emotion there. But again, just great sustain, Vicky. So much heading towards them. We see often teams get pushed in that back room, and then it's the curtain call, but they were able to fight right back with the Eternal Bond from Mori and the great placements of ult.
Look at Rymazing's cam, by the way. He has got like a little side grin going on right there, too. Nectar, again, no emotion, just locked in, while Tap does have that Goddess of Death. Maximum Pulse, though, finding Avery, taking care of one of the problems that could deal with Rymazing, while at the same time, just deletes and puts Tap in the microwave. No Hella ult for you, as the group walls have been great in just keeping the rest of Sentinels alive and safe inside this corridor to try to counter kite away from the rest of Techie.
Yeah, and honestly, Techie was starting to get that cap. There's all the Tracer from Sentinels, and oh, the group want to block out the Eternal Bond. Now just try. Oh my goodness, Techie!
911, we've really witnessed the Grand Slam dunk when you have to isolate your only escape route. It's just an easy target for Techie to land that meteor.
Just absolute perfect slam dunk from LeBron there, as now Tap team trying to reset. Now only 58 seconds. This is where it looks like the team, the vets that have been here together for a year and multiple MRCs, MRIs, is playing as one unit, one boot camp here. Overdrive on now, and we've got the team going out here as we've got everything coming out. They don't even need the old Amazing with the 3. He's not just a genius billionaire, he's a walking nuke.
Someone tell Rymazing it's not a speedrun right here. Like, he is feasting, though. Techie, they have a family. And Rymazing's got the pulse, and he's about to completely terminate any opportunity of life from Techie. Takes to the skies. They did call up Rymazing, though. That's a big pick, because you know Rymazing was getting ready with the maximum pulse there. This gives an opportunity for Tech XT to now move up.
Yeah, they got to push in fast there, because Iron Man can get to the point very easily. They've got a lot up their sleeve too. Here comes the Eternal Bond, trying to get the eliminations here. Avery just focusing, trying to get Techie out of the fight first and getting everything on him. Maximum Pulse comes down, gets the connection on Avery with the trade, and now just slicing, dicing. Nectar knows they can feel the win. They can feel their ticket to China if they can get this hold and continue the pressure on the offensive side. But no, like we've seen before, Vicky, they get the point.
Everyone lined up. That one pick from Tap onto Rymazing just allowed Techie to get this point, to get this payload moving. Because without that one pick, you already know that maximum pulse was about to have so much out of it. So now they get to move up here. They get a little bit of signs of life where they can take a bit of a break before trying to re-engage now. But Sentinels have so much coming into that next fight too.
If you are looking for heart, this is where you find it every single time Techie backs against the walls. They just get the job done here. Minute and 56 now to go through the outside space as they push this round corner, and Crimso does have that ult ready. They can slam it with the Meteor M. Probably saving that though for the defensive side of things here as Rising charges up, tries to get some poke damage and a little bit of space for the team.
On his way, he's just trying to add in some extra poke pressure here. Jumping right in though is going to be Blur on that hole, trying to bring everybody together though as the Grand Slam comes in to try to find the Eternal Bond, misses out. The Whipnito has not going to be able to calculate where the exit route was going to be from that Cloak and Dagger ult right outside of the Eternal Bond. Here comes Rising, waiting for the maximum pulse, tries to find the backline, and still with Wolfos trying to back away. They were all split up in the backline, and it still wasn't enough. Wolfos gets taken out, and now it's time for Nectar to shine.
He lay eyes on the shot caller here. Aramori in charge of ultimates, tracking, and teamwork there, doing a great job in showing it. I swear, is this Iron Man or War Machine? I'm a bit confused because it feels like we're getting non-stop E-limbs here from Tony Stark, otherwise known as Rising, the other alias here, as they get the pressure on. 50 seconds here, Vicky, to go a long way.
I'm gonna be excited, by the way. I really wanted him to actually come out into the game to be a tank. That'd be super hype. But you know what? Instead, it's just a different look of this Tony Stark. And now we have the final judgment instead coming in from Avery, trying to clear up some of that extra space. But then it's gonna be a dance-off. Instead, it's gonna be Aramori coming in with the Eternal Bond, trying to stay alive, but then gets shut down as Avery with that final judgment at least got that one pick. The group walls have just been on fire as the Goddess of Death have their 1v1s.
Yeah, but it's Brew from the 40k of last match to the clutch of this one. They're able to at least try to get up this mountain here, but it's going to give time for Sentinels to reset here. Nectar just trying to stay alive. This is going to be a long stagger now. Techie and Nectar have a long way back as the rest of Sentinels getting together here, but Kurova is going to drop the beat and potentially the win on this point 2 here. Crimso, he's got the entanglement well. We got Rising ready to yell Jarvis. Let's see what happens.
Crimso getting stunned just temporarily with Blur being on this Hulk, and also the survivability with the World Breaker online here too. The dance coming in, trying to find its way, as that was the way that Crimso has the group hug. Techie with the Meteor just does not miss. And going down here, Blur completely comes in with that Hulk ultimate. Corvo was already done with the dance off of the fate of both worlds, and Techie XD, they're falling overtime, taking away as Sentinels force them off the point.
Jarvis, play funeral music, because that was it. That was tough. I mean, obviously, Techie now going on what is going to be the defense that will define a bit of their legacy here. A team backs against the wall. They did not expect to win yesterday, but man, they're showing that they can today, but they've got to stop. I mean, this is like Thanos, right? They've got to stop the Iron Man. Now, you know, a little sad story of the ending there for him in the movies, but I don't know if they can get the job done here. Insane, Vicky.
I mean, you know, cue up the sound of silence by Disturbed right now. Just having to play that when you're walking around with the Goddess of Death staring you down the barrel. Although I will have to say, Tap being on the Hella, having those impactful picks is what enabled Techie to even get the progress that they had. Even going for those flanking routes to activate the Goddess of Death to get out of the line of sight of what we had seen from Nectar being on the Hella from the other side of the backline, harassing Techie XD's backline specifically, was a great position for them.
14 eliminations. He's saying I am Iron Man, and the rest of the team saying I am dead. And is that what Kurova's playing? Is it down with the sickness there from Disturb? I thought so there with the dropping of the beats and the great plays. As listen, Crimson did this last time. He gets the emotes out whenever he's feeling confident and ready to go. And Groot showing the rainbow heavy.
The battle starts in 5.
Looking at these stats here, having a little bit of fun, getting some of these extra shield before coming out of the woodworks. And I'm wondering here, the fastball special, are we going to see? Okay, we're going to see a little bit of a swap. Oh, no, we are going to get, all right, Techie's going to yeet the Wolverine over to the other side, while Rising is going to continuously harass him in the skies.
Yeah, we got the pressure immediately from the beams, and my gosh, Nectar just taking the fight right to them here. Again, they get this point, they get this map, they get their ticket to China, folks. The first ever LAN history in the making for a team that's been it since the beginning of this game, a year back now. Avery, though, not if anything he has to say about it. Flying up in the sky again, it's Peter Pan, slicing, dicing. Mason, though, gets their first pick. It's Avenger versus Avenger.
That's what happens when you have the Captain America and the Emma Frost too, but at least with Brute could try to choke slam Rising if you even get to Rising, because you're so busy having to completely negate all this pressure from the front line from Crimso. Now Sentinels just take over the point for free, trying to punch their ticket in and making history for Marvel Rivals in the first LAN.
And spell Magneto without Techie, and I'm talking about the player. Great, huge poke, and just insane stagger portal coming in, though. Nectar going in as well. Techie with another trade in the neutral. Beautiful job and control there. Goodness, I mean, just impeccable effort from the entire team. They've got 2 minutes, 49 seconds. Let's make it now up to 5 minutes. This is insanity.
This is so much time, and you're still having to deal with Rymazing, who has the maximum pulse ready to go. Nectar trying to get a little sneaky. Look at the communication. Rymazing understanding the assignment before getting the follow-up. Oh, Blur saw him. That was like a horror game.
I feel like that always happens to me in the backline. There's Ad now taking down Techie early with the stagger. I mean, they got 4 minutes to burn to do so, but that's definitely the right way to start things here. Tap's got that Goddess of Death, but we are going to be able to respond here. Techie, though, will be the one to defend that with his meteor in, but Crimso opening right away with the group hog, throwing it down. We got the damage boost up.
Oh, my.
Throwing it down, and Friday's clipping it all, and he's going to be clipping their ticket to China here soon.
And the way the freeze came out, too, there's only so much you could do if you're Wolfles in that situation. The follow-up is beautiful, and he still has the maximum pulse. Look at him creeping about, waiting for the opportunity to wrap around and utilize this.
A great job here. And then we've got the stalking from this guy, unleashing the airstrike here soon as he's preying on the opponent. But look at Tap. Look at Tap. Tap needs to go around this corner. He doesn't know. I think he sees Rymazing. He's going to go for the 1, the 2, but the mag ball perfectly throwing down the ultimate and sealing a double. It's Civil War out there taking down Captain America.
Nobody is safe. If Tap had just looked right around the corner right before that bubble had not come out, in that time would have been big as Techie saves the Iron Man, and now they get to walk up for free to take the point and the map.
Jarvis, pack our bags. We're going to China in the first ever LAN as Sentinels win 3-0 in a match against Techie, sunsetting the Cinderella story to the lower brackets and showcasing why they're one of the teams that deserve that spot in history.
At least that made sense when it comes to the Preds out here from chat and from ourselves with the way that this bracket was shaping up to be with a clean 3-0. But Techie had put up a great fight, but that Iron Man was a problem, and they tried their best to try to counterpick it. Tap doing the absolute best that Tap could do, but look at the difference, the 20 final hits in comparison to Tap, who did their best with only 8.
I'm sure chat's to give it by now, but we just got to finish it with I am Rymazing. 20 final hits, 20k damage, valiant effort. But yeah, the strategist play and the perfect, absolute executed protection there from Techie and the bubble around the ult, the great ults from Crimso to boot. Perfect play from them. And again, it's all a celebration now for Sentinels as we say goodbye to the lower bracket of Techie. Valiant effort, Vicky, an insane match.
Just the numbers put up, whether it be Rymazing, Korova with all the healing output, just exchanging that together with Omori, Techie, Crimso with the amount of like damage blocked. Everyone on this team are just the most insane pieces to a chessboard.
Yeah, I mean, the team has played, they've executed so perfectly. They're coming off the reverse sweep that happened to them in the finals of group stage to then come with this effort, Vicky. I mean, this display as they've now gone through 2 matches with pure excellence.
Yeah, let's not forget that that was during the reverse sweep from Team Nemesis winning it over Sentinels to lead into this week. And currently, Sentinels are playing with a vengeance to try to prove everybody why they're at the top. Not only with a bunch of these different compositions highlighting flexibility, but the timing on these ultimates, Rymazing with these cheeky positioning, and then, of course, the communication of being able to play together.
Yeah, they just nailed this down like it was practice. But again, I saw them just having fun and hanging out in the boot camp today. They were just having a good time as a team together. And again, we're going to say this in the interview, but to be able to celebrate all in the same room, there's nothing like it. I guess the only thing would be LAN in China as we look at, of course, Rymazing, the amazing long time now who I would consider a friend, getting an insane MVP.
And it wasn't even the first time out here, too. Yes, Korova got the MVP from the second game, but Rymazing had put in like 53,000 damage, 58 total elims with 25 final hits. Then matching that together into this very last map where you still have that verticality to work off of and still having the output that you did, only dying 4 times.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen these guys. They flex. I think we talked to Erin Mori. I believe it was early last week, possibly before that. But she said, when I was in the MRI, in fact, this was on my interview on my podcast. She said, when I was in the first MRI and we lost and we ended up losing, she's like, I'll never forget that feeling. And it's because they target banned the Mantis. And from that moment forward, Erin Mori, the whole team, they said they are going to be flexible moving forward here. And guys, we're going to welcome in the interview here. Again, I love it. Everybody can talk on camera. Welcome in the first team from America punching their ticket to China as they celebrate together. Karova, congratulations.
Hello. Thank you.
I mean, explain to me, man. We had Air Mori yesterday, you today. Again, I was watching on Air Mori's screen. They were doing makeup on you. You guys were just casual, cool, calm, collected, and now you're punching your ticket to China, man. How does the team feel? How is the energy in that room?
Oh, I feel like we're all like really, really close friends. It's like we're just like hanging out together, just having a great time. Like Armori's like, I want to do someone's makeup, and I was like, I raised my hand, it'll be me. And we're just having an absolute blast.
I love the vibes, man. You guys look like you're having a good time. We saw the pictures. You're looking fabulous. I mean, why don't you walk us through? Because I was just saying it on the mic earlier. Like, you are the embodiment of Adam Warlock. When I think about Adam Warlock, man, you're the first person that obviously comes to mind. Like, you're just Timothy. So why don't you talk to us about the flexibility that your team has without revealing a little too much out here? The Iron Man, like, going unchecked, is that what influenced you guys to still stick to the Iron Man going into map 3?
I think Ryan just realized that Iron Man's pretty good in this comp. Like, into their comp with kind of like a mirror, he's like, I have an itch thing. I can probably do like a lot of work here, especially with like the Loki ban and stuff like that. He's like, yeah, I could do a lot here. But as far as like the Adam stuff goes, we know like some of the maps are really, really good. Some of the maps aren't that good. And we kind of like understand its weaknesses and its strengths, so we kind of play around that.
It was a callback to season 0. I remember watching a lot of Ryan Mazing on Iron Man back in the day, and it's cool to see him back on it. I've got to ask for this team, Karova, what was the turning point, right? Because you've got the first MRC, right? And I know that was crazy for you guys. Then the MRI, then you just had the reverse sweep. When was it that you guys just like, you knew you would lock in and just be the team that you are? Everybody's going to go for the king, and you better not miss, and it's looking like people are missing here.
I don't think there was a specific point in time, but we definitely were starting to take practice like really, really seriously. We were trying to like show up on time. Gomez is screaming in the background, talking about J3. But yeah, like we were just having like really productive scrims, like really putting in the effort to work where we needed to, or taking criticism from each other, and just being like really open-minded as like friends and as teammates.
It's awesome, man. Go ahead, Vic.
Oh, no. Honestly, just wrapping up on that, I really like not only hearing you guys in the background, the banter and stuff like that, too, but you guys have punched your ticket into China. Setnos is going to China.
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling after that? Like, that's insane. You guys are about to make history. I mean, you guys have already made history, but you guys are there paving the path to continue on the Setnos history timeline with Marvel Rivals.
Oh, it feels surreal. Like, we've been wanting to this for a very long time, and we're really, really happy to represent Sen going into China. I'm like really, really stoked about it. This is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, job's not finished. You got the upper bracket finals into the grand finals, but I know a lot of weight lifted off the shoulders for what this team can accomplish, right? This is one of those teams when you look at the heavy stack. I mean, Karova, can you talk about yesterday and how insane that was? Just all the upsets. I mean, obviously, America in this region is just not what we predicted. But one thing I had pretty certain is you guys making it all the way through. But has this just been a gauntlet?
Oh, it totally has been. Like, all of my predictions were entirely off, except like the Thieves one. Like, I didn't expect like any of the losses to come through from Envy from like group stages. Like, it's like everything's just like flipped upside down. Like, it's anybody's game. It's like whoever shows up for that day and plays well, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, man. And hey, if you guys go and you win it all, they've got to have a Sentinels journey on Adam Warlock, or jersey on Adam Warlock first. They've got to have something out there, buddy. But hey, I want to give you the floor to close it. Again, you're the first team from America to punch their ticket in. Huge grass there. The coach, Grimzo, Amazing, Super Gomez, it's Nectar, all of them techie. Man, what do you have to say?
I think I would appreciate all of my teammates for being such like good teammates and like sticking through with the entire team and just like working through no matter what. Like we've had a couple like moments where it was like troublesome with like mentality and stuff like that, and we always like rallied together and just like pushed through it no matter what. And then I want to shout out my family. I know they watch some of my games, and then my girlfriend as well.
Oh, beautiful, man. Just love it hearing from you. I appreciate you coming on. I also didn't know you were a giant, man. From the photos I've seen of you, man, you are one tall glass of water, buddy. So that's awesome to see. Can't wait to meet you, I guess, in person. So excited to see it, man. Go celebrate with the team. You guys are all together. Job's not finished, but enjoy this one.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right,
have a good night.
We'll talk to you soon, guys. That is Korova. Again, I believe in Russian it is cow, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, Korova, what a guy and what a team, Vicky. What I mean, this is match 3. Again, that felt like a grand final, but they have more to go.
Literally playing like actual I mean, they are professionals, but everybody was playing like their lives literally depended on it. But the land literally depended on it, and now Sentinels could be happy. I also happy to say that Korova was just as like flipped over looking at the way that the bracket shaped up as we were, because now we know we're not alone in looking at the outcome of a lot of these matches.
And there's been 2 teams here that have kind of been the 1A, 1B in Rivals since the Alpha. It was Sentinels, it was 100 Thieves. We just saw Sentinels, they got their ticket punch. Now 100 Thieves, they look to do it too. They're the rivals of Marvel Rivals. You love to see it come together as they're about to play Ego Death and go head to head. But Sentinels, again, I've seen this team on Twitter, personal conversations, interviews, you name it. I've talked to them several times, and how much this means to them as a unit. And they said, Korova said it great there, that they've taken back feedback. They've gotten feedback. They've really kind of sharpened their roster, and the practice, it paid off. All the flexibility paid off, and I'm impressed, head to toe, proud of them.
Yeah, and when it comes to a team that could try to take it out of left field, it could be Ego Death. It could be a scary situation here, but 100 Thieves, they've seen what Ego Death could do. They've done their homework, and so I think Ego Death, though, coming out of the woodworks after taking out Team Nemesis, sending them down to that lower bracket, a lot of things could happen here in this specific series, our very last series of the day.
Absolutely. Jarvis, play Highway to China. We'll be right back. We're coming with match number 2. We'll be back after this break.
among all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time?
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We saw dreams become a reality for one team, but it's going to happen again for 100 Thieves or Ego Death. Both these teams want it so bad. One deserved the destiny, the others in literal tears from the win yesterday, saying one more, Vicky, and we're about to find out.
Just one more, and you could punch your ticket into China with this last series too. And this is going to be a banger. We're going to see maybe the Black Panther coming out.
Yeah, and hey, it's such a clash of titans, right? Not only teams, but having Self on Panther, Terra the Terrible, Terra the Turret, and Punisher. So many nicknames for the Canadian at this point. But guys, all these have been made possible in the 6 skins that we have seen. Amazing was flexing the in-game skin for Iron Man. You'd love to see it. And there's some awesome skins right now in the game. If you are a Thor main or a Punisher, Vicky, these look sick.
Oh, I love the Thor one, the majestic hair. Not so surprised. It's literally perfect out here for the Thor. The majestic raiment, as well as the Daredevil-inspired costume for the Punisher. And with the amount of final judgments that we've seen thus far already for day number 2 in the playoffs, you definitely want to be repping that if you're trying to practice your own Punisher.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them. I mean, we're going to see a full display of Punisher right here, right now with Terra. We saw this man pump out 50,000 damage, not once, but nearly twice. 52 and 6, I believe, was his elimination and death ratio. I mean, we saw 100 Thieves drop a map, and then Terra, the Tornado, combined with Vinny, who kind of came back into form there with Groot. That wombo combo was all it took to kind of put a silence there to Shroud-X here for this matchup.
And that was with Terra, by the way, with an injured hand. Remember that when we had that interview? It was actually insane. And that's combined with them getting warmed up by Solaris as well. As we take a look at their previous results between 100 Thieves and Ego Death, the team that really keeps shocking us at the beginning parts of these brackets, by the way. They always end up coming out on top within the first parts of these matches, and they took it over Nemesis 2-1 just yesterday.
Yeah, oftentimes people keep saying if there's a team that can beat 100 Thieves, it's going to be Ego Death. They are feast, they are famine. They absolutely ate yesterday, but they got the main course ready to go today to punch their ticket and their dream here. 100 Thieves, though, name a player, and they're one of the top at their positions. SJP, Harvey, we just came off Kurova and Aramori, but that strategist mix is insane. And then we've talked about these other deadly duos. Heck, we're looking at another with Self and with Zatex, but my gosh, what Delina can do when Terra the Terrible is going off, especially again in his Jordan flu game with the hand injury.
That was crazy. Did he go like 51-1 at like 1.2 versus Shroud-X at like during that one game with the Punisher? Was crazy as we get to see the team introductions. And I like how you highlight Harvey, especially being that Loki specialist, literally one of the best Lokis to ever do it. If you're Ego Death and you're thinking about your bans at this point, you probably want to focus onto that Loki. That is going to be a huge problem since this is a team that likes to thrive on dive.
Yeah, we've talked about that today, and I think Dog and Chip were talking on this too. That, you know, the Loki ban's not always worth it, but if they have an absolute god, the literal sense of Loki on the other team, which is Harvey, then you've got to get rid of that Luna Loki combo. And looking at that team, no smiles, just pure aura. Now we take a look at Ego Death. Again, these guys already messaging me yesterday, just having great things to say. And even more funny is they went live right away, just celebrating together and trying to get some more practice in here as we look at this team and all across, Vicky, excellence.
Yeah, I really like what Sambo told us in his interview yesterday about trying to pick up and having a wider spread of a Vanguard lineup in his own pocket. And it's incredibly important. Yes, we know that the Venom is so strong. We know the duo of Sambo and Self could go a really long way. But when you're cycling through Venom, Thing, Captain America, where at one point, I think it was like week 1, we saw that really crazy deflect from Sambo, you have to worry about these Emma Frost that could immediately catch you if you're trying to, before you could even fly away out here, being on the Thing or on Captain America, or even in the case of Venom, just grab, choke slam you down. You have to consider what the Magneto provides to with the bubble. And then of course you bring Soko into the play, and that's what Soko comes in as the Emma Frost or the Magneto. But having a wider spread, especially if you could maybe leap over to the Doctor Strange, could go a long way for Sambo.
Guys, if you're new here, you're in for a treat. If you've been here, you know exactly what's about to happen. The stage is set for these two teams. They both won it. We've got a clash of duelists, incredible Vanguards, both teams going head to head. And I've got to say, again, you just said it. If you like Venom, Sambo, 27-1 on domination yesterday. Captain America, absolute just chaos there from Steve Rogers. And Zatex and Self can both do it all. But to start things out, we immediately get... They saw the result of game 3, and they were like, not happening. They didn't even blink. The Panthers gone.
That was frame 1, dude. That was so fast. They said, nah, nope, put that away. And then on the other side, they did ban the torch. The safety pick over to the Emma Frost, obviously not so surprised there, kind of following the tradition between the Emma Frost or cycling through with the Magneto. That makes me think 100 Thieves maybe leaning towards a Psylocke here too, as we could see the ban over onto the Wolverine.
I couldn't even conjure the thought out and say, are we going to get some King of Wakanda? Just the ban happening so fast. I think also, though, they probably were ready for that. I think they know what they just showcased at the end there. Guys, if you missed it, go back. I mean, Self legit was just erasing teams. I said yesterday, Invisible Woman yells disappeared. No, it was Self on Black Panther on the back line of strategists. Now, we've got Ultron being banned, taking out some of the Sky there against them. And we've got the Human Torch save, which obviously was from that answer of the Ultron ban. Looking at this, though, I like the target bans thus far. They're focusing Terra. You got Wolverine out. You got a Human Torch out. Punisher. Everything's towards Terra.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, focus on the other side here, too. Luna off the table. The Punisher off the table, too. As they're hovering over what they want to save first. Being able to save that torch, though, is going to be interesting for Ego Death, because you take to the skies. We know what that torch could do from Self. It wasn't just that Black Panther. It was the torch. It was the Wolverine. I think we saw the Iron Fist that one time, too. And it's going to be the safety pick over to the Emma Frost. So I'm expecting the Emma Frost and the Mental Projection Psylocke coming out. Oh, or maybe not. Never mind.
Yep, exactly the answer. Good counterplay there, and they knew exactly what they needed to do to shut that down. We said it, though. Loki and Luna on the table. You can get rid of all of Terra's threats, but you can't get rid of everything. This last ban probably going to go to Loki, Luna. Obviously, the mag save here, great. We know TTK, who hit an invisible Psylocke yesterday. One of the craziest clips that I have seen, laid my eyes upon on Yggdrasil's path here. They're going with the Loki save. You would think it's the Luna ban. Oh my gosh, they're just target banning in the hardest since Terra.
Wow. Where we're going to see the next ban here, being able to save that Loki. You won't have the Luna. You won't have the 24 seconds of invincibility here, as the Bucky's the last one to go.
I'm not judging.
I've seen a lot of respect given in form of bans in this tournament, and in my casting career, I've never seen 4 bans all dedicated towards one person's approach. And Terra, though, he can do it all. He can flex it all. Look at, though, he's taking a second. He's like, oh, dang. I mean, they got a lot of my roster here. Now, looking at Team Ego Death, Sambo being able to get that Venom. I like Zatex there on the Punisher, and Self is crazy on Human Torch. Them locking that is huge.
Yeah, them being able to have that safety pick over to the torch is also the indicator that you could expect some flyers here. And we do know that Delena is very good on the Hela, but also is a very good Psylocke. When you have the Emma Frost come by, you know that you can use that mental projection to try to get some more of that burst damage out here too. As we get started for our very first map, our very first round on our final series of the day. This is going to allow our teams here, the winner of this series specifically, will punch their ticket into China.
30% versus 70. We saw the same thing with Nemesis yesterday, but the result was different, and that's a great point. Nemesis blocked Human Torch. You got to get rid of honestly, the craziest carry right now in terms of duelists at pro play, but then they got the Black Panther. This time, Black Panther ban opens the sky for Ignite. That is Human Torch here, and they've got the Invisible Woman team up far. An incredible Invisible Woman at that, being able to now support the shields. This is going to be tough, and they're going to have to lock in Terra on Hela to counter.
See how Terra's been able to do here on this Hela. Just add another one to the arsenal. Terra could just cycle through like a professional Ditto. As over to the sky, Self. Putting it already a good amount of pressure. We know what Self could do, not only on that BP, but here on this torch too. Zaytex getting a little bit of those wall hacks on the Punisher before trying to navigate around 100 Thieves. They're playing a little bit split up, making it difficult for Eagle Death to finally fixate on only one member before they get the dive to completely jump Zaytex.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've not seen Vinny yelling, I could do this all day that often. Not a lot of Captain America play from him, but showcasing it here as TTK on the Emma. We got some different Vanguard picks from these guys, showing they can do it all. And again, it just shows the belief they have in Terra, because Delena is the Hela. Like, that is just the association there. But he does play a great mean Psylocke as well, so giving them that flexibility, and they've got the Echoes. They got that team up with Emma.
And that's with TTK together. You know, TTK, we're so used to seeing him on that Doctor Strange, on that Magneto too, but you have the power of combine that with your own Psylocke, and Delena's been able to get a good amount of that pressure out, whereas Ego Death not having that Loki really hinders the way that SJP can now start this engagement, having that God of Mischief as Delena gets into position.
Yeah, the secret sauce is to shut down these duelists, and right now, Delena and Terra, they're the team to be able to do it. They're doing a great job thus far. Now we've got the Disappear going up in the air, and Self throwing down the Flash Fry that he's trying to get on this team here. Now backing up in good awareness there, trying to stay alive with the team. Eternal Bond going out from Momentum as they lose the momentum early in this first team fight. They've got Sobble, they've got Self, they've got what they need, but 100 Thieves has everything.
And now the Eternal Bond coming out from Harvey too, and that's going to have Eagle Death lose out on their Eternal Bond. You get the follow from Sobble, just trying to get something going in terms of the pressure, but forced to back away as Harvey deals the finishing blow. Self commits to the Supernova, but you have nobody left to deal with. You have none of your team behind you as Terra gets a 3.
I mean, just seeing what makes 100 Thieves the team to beat, and they're just displaying it right now with calm resilience. My gosh, I mean, Somble did a great job eating up everything there, with the Lanterns doing so much work there, keeping the team alive. A mini ult in the kit for Loki. We've got the Goddess of Death, and they've got the Emma ult unlocked. Self with the Supernova, but 90%, they've got to make a difference here. In the early pick, we've seen this time after time. SJP.
Zaytex is not allowed to play the game right now. Literally has been the first to get picked off every single time, with Self putting down the Supernova. Now TTK with the Psionic Seduction. They're not afraid while Terra takes to the skies, and Delena continuously harasses this backline. Talk about the communication coming in from 100 Thieves as they dismantle Eagle Death already. A 99%, 0% progress from Eagle Death in this first round.
They don't have Human Torch, but right now, 100 Thieves, they're the team that's cooking the kitchen, closed at the moment for Ego Death. And you're right, Zaytex, I mean, they have just completely dismantled the opposition there in Duelist.
So the kitchen's closed. The food was burnt if you're Zaytex just trying to figure a way to set up. 0 and 4, not even 3,000 damage on the board yet. You don't have the opportunity here. Well, Self now with the 7.2k.
I mean, again, we saw this. Nemesis, I believe, got the fastest win ever against them in the tournament thus far when they did play on Midtown there. And it's a little bit of feast and famine. They can adapt well. They know what's on the line. They want this so bad. Sample said yesterday, no one wants it more than us. And honestly, I almost believe him with just the way the emotion spread through. But TTK, casual 10-0. We see him on Strange. We see him on Magneto, Vicky. But Emma Frost, 10-0. Are you kidding me?
Self is the only... Okay, Self and Sambo, they're the only 2 players on Ego Death that both have 1 KO each. That is insane with the level of players that we know that they've achieved in terms of the talent. As Self now navigates around back to the point immediately on this torch and still sticking to their guns here on this composition.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How many duels are there? 20 plus? You're going to need that many bans to stop Terra and what he can do here. Self throwing down now the fire, trying to get the pressure going, but there's Delena once again getting that pressure on the Flyers there. They needed that against the Sentinels and Iron Man. They're getting the job done here for Self, as now Terra's throwing out the Thorns and the Haymakers, trying to put down some Graves.
See the copy here, the God of Mischief to get the duplicate with the Eternal Bond now moving up together to create the pathing. Invisible Boundary too, just to help out Ego Death stay alive through this Eternal Bond with Momentum doing the same thing on the other side. Psionic Seduction coming in from Soko, had that first before TTK, who will be able to answer right back, but they're going to be able to save that here for now. They're going to try to jump in as Zatex, all desperate here in trying to get something going, but then you get shut down with TTK holding on to that Psionic Seduction.
They're just inting the playbook. They're throwing everything, trying to come out with everything. All gas, all old, says Vinny, then gets the pick on Momentum there to get things rolling for the team. It's TTK to follow. And right now, it's just blow after blow. 100 Thieves, they look unstoppable and inevitable.
What? And Delena too, just following up to clean up the other side of Ego Death, just makes up the other side of the sandwich here between Terra and Delena, followed up by Vinny too, just getting these beautiful faults together with Delena.
Absolute insanity here. I mean, 100 Thieves, their coaches, they're probably just dialing up the tickets to China as we speak with this opening play, but there's far from finishing. Best of 5. Self now throwing out, does have the ult ready. Sambo can join. Sambo going down and low in health though, taking all the damage with it here. Go with the We Are Venom, getting nothing out of it though. Momentum Trace gets Terra. That's an early pick to get things going, and Self ulting with the Supernova. Pressure down, Emma out.
Oh, and you see the damage output here too. This is the opportunity to hold forward, try to get the follow-ups as Sambo does deliver, finds SJP. Big pick here as 100 Thieves now outnumbered, leaving Terra as now Ego Death finally, for the first time in this first map, get to flip the point in their favor.
Someone call the fire department. Beautiful, beautiful job there from Self. But hey, 7% to 44%. Actually not bad considering how that first team fight went. Yeah. But honestly, I do like the trade there. Zatex going to Bucky. He's going to get a bit more there from Winter Soldier, and a great counter to SJP, who really stays on Loki. Even though Harvey is that Loki player, SJP has been playing it for Ignite. Terra, though, with the quick claw, as Zatex showing why Bucky is such a great pick early as they eliminate Delena. It's the opposite of Zatex this time.
Oh, gonna be able to come into 100 Thieves though with the re-engagement. Will at least have the Eternal Bond SJP too, so they'll be able to live for a long time for this next upcoming fight. But Zatex does have the answer here with the Kraken Impact.
Yeah, Kraken back is going to be huge here. They can go into the invisible boundary as well. They have a lot of follow-up to go. That's going to allow Sambo and Self to build up the charge. SJP is going to have to open up with the ult. As he does, he grabs it now, copies with now the internal bond going out there, copying Harvey, getting the red path for victory for the team, as now both teams are going to go in with ult. Momentum throwing it down as well. Internal bond going. We've got Emma Frost ulting, Soko throwing, and let's see if we can get a pick to open things up for Ego Death.
But the Psionic Seduction pulls SJP right there too, but then you have the Kraken Impact. This is the opportunity to keep Zatex alive, but they've lost out on far Terra, terrorizing those backlines, and Zatex with the Kraken Impact that needed to have that progress still was able to find 3. Vinny turns things around with the Freedom Charge though, tries to keep themselves alive. The stall though is even better on this point for Ego Death.
Absolute insanity, defying mortality. What Captain America can do there, and Vinny doing a great job. Has the Doctor Strange left. Love the pick though from the Bucky, but going to Doctor Strange as well. Portaling back, going right into the team fight. 90% for Ego Death as it ticks up and up. Keep your town hall coming out from Terra. Going, we saw this yesterday, throwing the punches out and the ult, the Dragon defense, all of it, the full kit, the Karate Kid. He's flying around the map.
I was like, he's fighting Ghost right now. Oh no, and then the final scene before the horror scene begins, the choke slam from TTK now comes in, finds Sambo. Terror goes out. It's a trade from both sides. Self had that Supernova out to control some more space, and far later in uses this invisible boundary. This helps them out. Momentum's close to having that Loki ult, but then TTK has the Psionic Seduction instead. SJP should be able to move up with the rest of the team to get that ult, Loki ult first.
Whoa, with great power comes great responsibility. Spider-Man is coming to the action here. Zatex trying to get to the point fast. Soko with the clean pick and the finish on Vinny. SJP, though, with that internal bond copy, going to give that team a little bit more life here, but the team's able to match it back. Momentum going with Soko trying to kneel Peasants in front of him as Ava Frost pushing them against the wall, but the Lanterns come out, keeps the team alive, but Zatex with the quick 1-2 finish. They get the point.
Off the Spider-Man from the desperate swap to get back into the fight after they went down early in that last fight. That was beautiful. That was with Ego Death making that flip, and they never lost it.
Yeah, Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, Tom Hall, you name it. They're all happy over there just to see some representation in Rivals at the top level of play. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Those bans, 4 of them, all of them going towards Terra. Terra can play anything, but when things need adjustments, Vicky, there's just way less of a pool to choose from, right? And they were able to absolutely capitalize on that. Look at the stats, completely flip around. Momentum, giving them that momentum. 31k healing, 8k damage to boot.
I mean, when you got to deal with everybody target banning what your strong suits are, it is hard. But the adjustments we already saw from Terra in that first round was just on another level. Trying to cycle through those strategist ults too was a little difficult, just coming a little short in comparison to the survivability that we saw from Ego Death. But Zatex with that win condition was beautiful.
Yeah, and when your superstars are shut down, you need your not your backups, but your seconds to kind of step up, and they're doing that. Delena, Vinny, they're popping off. They're getting the job done. They played great, but it was not enough here. Sambo does have the Symbiote Feast to open things up right away. Maybe bait out this Harvey ult, or just going in and yelling, "We are Venom," and wrapping the fight up for the leftovers here as Self pushes in.
And diving in to get to that extra step shield before getting that impact onto Delena. That's the first to go. That's a big first pick too, as Delena was trying to get into position to have the dance of butterflies and to activate here onto the back line. Ego Death now looking beyond. Zatex gets called out first, forcing Far to have this invisible boundary. Big first pick though off of Harvey after using this eternal bond. We are Venom together. Sabo tries to move in, keep up the pressure, but with Terra having the extermination and now going over to the Ultron, having the ultimate online already from the beginning was huge.
That last bit of extermination gets the elimination there. Samo feasts and gets the Loki return. SJP going down, but it's going to be 100 Thieves that clean up. Self, though, showing what they can do on Human Torch and trying to throw out the flames, but is going to go down. And did I hear Supernova? Did I hear an ult go off? Yes, I think I did. He lost it. Oh, God.
Oh, no. That was like a Hail Mary back away, or maybe a fat finger or something like that, because... That's tough, because Momentum's literally about to have the God of Mischief, and Zatex too with that Kraken impact to look at 100 Thieves.
I mean, that could have been the combo that they needed there. Zatex, though, locked and loaded, Kraken impact. We saw what he could do earlier. He's looking to feast off SJP. He can throw the Lanterns down, but it's going to give him the reset, the momentum, and right away, things are going out. A Symbol yells Vinny as he's pushing into the team. Momentum with the support ult, keeping everybody alive right now. As Self throwing down those fires. Boy, you wish he does have those Supernova, but doesn't, as teams are pushing in and pushing out. 100 Thieves right now with confidence.
That eternal bond that was just floating over their heads too, by the way, before the point drops all the way down. Soko uses up the psionic seduction. Far's close to that invisible boundary, as well as Sabo gets that big pick onto Delena, very close to that dance of butterflies, and Self follows up off of Sabo. This is the communication that we expect when it comes to Ego Death, and they are wiping out 100 Thieves this time. They needed to flip this point, as 100 Thieves get 61% in their favor.
My gosh, I mean, Sambo just absorbing everything, the bullets, the cooldowns, maybe a little bit of 100 Thieves confidence there, Vicky. Great job. Did you see Self there on the cam? I mean, just going wild there and absolute crazy as we've got the tentacles coming out and the stats as well. We're seeing the job well done there from the entire team. Self here, 23k up, 8k down. Both strategists in Ego Death absolutely crushing it. Actually, 30k across all strategists in healing. Good stuff.
The TTK is putting in the damage output here too. The ramps are forced out. Harvey uses the eternal bond to try to push into the point with the pathing. It is answered to try to negate more of that healing with the invisible boundary, as the eternal bond just lasts a bit longer out here. But Zatex coming in again and again with this Kraken impact, followed up with Sabo to get whoever he hits here. Needs some help with the Vinny. You see Sabo swinging in to try to take that, and you can't go anywhere if you're in front of Zatex.
Call it emotion, call it magic. We know how bad this team wants to make it to LAN, and they're showcasing it right now against one of America's best. I mean, just the turnaround, the flip of the script on the first map, Vicky. Impressive stuff from Ego Death. Winner takes this map, and it's an important one to set the momentum.
This game is crazy with the way that both these teams have just flipped this point back and forth for this third round, and that first pick up to SJP is even bigger when you're treading nearly 80%. The back cap right behind them. They have to go right behind, but they're still putting in the pressure in the front lines.
I mean, all these heroes almost eliminated. They all have specs of health, but surviving. Self just dishing it, throwing out the fire. Somebody call the fire department. I think it's too late. Self throws it down, 91%. We have Terra now going over to Strange for the last portal.
Oh, some desperate plays here. Terra coming in off the portal. Vinny tries to use the freedom charge, the overtime, as Sambo comes in with the Venom ultimate. Everyone unleashes everything that they have, but Delena finding Self-Invar puts 100 Thieves in the driver's seat. They have the number advantage as they're able to try to flip this point.
Every single Q pressed outside of SJP. I know Galactus says, Neil, it was TTK that time with the follow-up and the alley-oop from Delena. They used it all the economy to get that point, which they needed to get the map. But now it's Ego Death. They've got Soko. They're getting close to the Kraken impact, but even more so as the fight prolongs, they're going to be able to have that ult advantage. Harvey, really the only thing even close to keep this team alive in the fight for a small bit, but we've seen 100 Thieves. They're so good in the neutral. Can they do it?
All comes down to this, nearing 90% now in favor for 100 Thieves. Delena, though, needs that crucial first pick onto Self, who was taking so much damage. Sambo, too, tries to go back to the safety of their team, but cannot get away. Stuck because TTK has been on fire this game. The Psionic Seduction momentum gets the copy, tries to get the Invisible Man as far as so close to also having that ultimate. Zatex has a Kraken impact.
He gets 3. That's insane. They were able to go great with the kneeling of Peasants of Emma, and now Zatex unable to get the resets unless he gets that small hit. No, it's going to be too late to get the reset, but he does. He's able to get the elimination on TTK. Goddess of Death goes up from Terra, throwing down the crows and getting a pick. There is Delena. 1, making 2 dashes. It's 99 to 99 overtime. Both teams want it so desperately. This is their ticket to LAN, and it looks like 100 Thieves were able to keep the point, and they get the map. No, I'm sorry. Ego Death. My gosh.
Ego Death, man. Ego Death. At the very end, 100 Thieves got off here. You saw Delena having their own pop-off moment, it looked like there. But with momentum coming in as the MVP, the Loki plays to try to deny that away from the output of pressure that we saw from the Duelist was scary.
Yeah, deceived by the feed over there. I mean, I saw 100 Thieves and what they were doing at the end there. Just by nature, the point I thought was with them. But no, it was Ego Death all the way. And my gosh, for the first time, what an incredible matchup between these two teams here. As just looking across the board, Vicky, what more could you ask for from all of them?
It's very valid, Cozy, because Delena was popping off in the feed. 15 final hits, was following up great. But at the end, Sambo was splitting a lot of that attention despite being the first to go down at the hands of TTK. They had just gotten off the point at the very end before trying to reclaim that, even if they had that number advantage. But still incredibly close. Even better, though, for Ego Death, you try to focus all these bans onto that one target player that is causing the most chaos. But I hope this was a testament to showcase that why you cannot ignore Delena.
Yeah, honestly, even gods can bleed. We saw it right there. They figured out how to at least slow down Terra a little bit, and that opens up the floor massively. And just great strategy from Coach Jitward over there, who came in with this game plan for the team. And I've got to say, Vicky, to have that map 1 happen like it did, and to have that bounce back as just a new team without the org, that's impressive.
Remember, they're really big fans of FaZe, by the way. Unsigned org, free agents, cough, cough. And seeing it the way that they've been able to play, Sambo was showcasing their passion on the interview yesterday. Got some more of these follow-ups. They made the changes that they need. They still enabled Self on this torch. Hey, your feet don't have to touch the ground when you're alongside Sambo, literally flying in on top of the web.
Yeah, and just getting it done with Venom at the tank, like just doing it differently. That's been the story of Ego Death this entire Ignite series, whether it's the group stage or here. They do it differently, and it makes it fun, it makes it crazy, and it makes it unpredictable for these teams and opponents that they go up against on what to match. SJP is a great Loki, but momentum here, 42K, he's getting the MVP.
Yep, and that's off of the copy on the Invisible Woman, by the way. That's the difference maker between SJP being on the Loki and being able to copy the Eternal Bond from Harvey specifically, that pathing that lasts for a while, but the invisible boundary between Far and Momentum really allowed Momentum to get into a better position. And also, those lamps are so important when you're dealing with Delena terrorizing your backline.
And I've got to say, listen, I said the call of confidence, 100 Thieves to get them out. I just rewatched and saw what happened. What it was, Soko there using the kneel, right, to push them and make that space. And it was 99 to 99, the pressure going the other way. But that gave him just enough with the Kraken impact to get that point cap amongst all of the chaos, which is what I love about Rivals, to then be able to seal the deal. And then it's so hard because you have to focus on those eliminations, Vicky, but then also keep a pinky toe on the point.
Yeah, because the overtime is taking away. You have to pay attention, especially in a 99 and 99 situation. I know a lot of people, they've been in the similar situation, but also these first maps being domination make it so chaotic that it could be really easy to lose track.
Yeah, I mean, all I know is that's exactly what we signed up for. And what we saw yesterday, I mean, we just saw, Kurova just said, right? Like, it's chaos out here. Every single team just putting their best foot forward. And it's insane to see these 8 seeds fight so well against these well-established Orgs teams. 100 Thieves, they're the Empire, everybody else. Just a rebellion out there. And what a match won with the Panther ban before you can even say Wakanda. Definitely way before you could say Wakanda, Vic.
All these target bans too, all from the other side, making sure, you know, not only is the Black Panther shut down, but they wanted to make sure that they could have the flexibility. You know, Terra coming in, at least with the torch at this, rather Self coming in, at least with the torch this time around. You still have Zatex having their own pop-off moments and making the adjustments and swapping over to the Bucky. The Bucky's been out. We've been seeing a lot more of the Bucky, which has been literally night and day in comparison to what we saw last week, starting off our day of playoffs yesterday.
Yeah, because the cloak bubble is one thing, but the lanterns, it can survive so many ults. And the Bucky, he feasts off that, right? It turns something that's a pro into a con, and then they're able to snowball from there. And them getting, again, it's either Black Panther or Human Torch. Pick your poison, but Self can play them both. I don't know the map. They haven't told us. I can almost promise you it's going to be Yggdrasil. They always go with that map as the backup. Guys, don't go anywhere. Can Ego Death get 2 to start things out? We'll be right back after this break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. living on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
Hello and welcome back, guys. Smashing through time walls. Ego Death just takes a map off 100 Thieves, and you could call it so many different ways. Was it a C9? Was it just momentum? Right now, momentum, again, he's on Ego Death, and it's with them. And hey, no surprise. Guess what map, Vicky? What map are we going to?
Are we going over to Yggdrasil, I'm thinking, because that is where we went all the time. Let's bring it back here, Cozy, because that is exactly where map number 2 is taking us. And you got to play into your strength, right? Yes, that happened at the very end of map 1. Honestly, personally, that could be a huge mental boom. Self was like slightly lingering on top of the point everyone got off, even though 100 Thieves had like way more of the number advantage. They basically won that fight. But you got to GG go next, right? And then you got to lean into one of the maps you have the best winning records on.
Yeah, and listen, we saw it there. A lot of it was the early SJP picks they were able to get, gave him that momentum to go in there. And it's crazy because, hey, yesterday he's not Gordon Ramsay, but Terra, he put out a 50k burger of damage here on Punisher, on Yggdrasil. This was like, I told you this, I think, in the green room. I said, that was the most I've ever saw someone, like one person in a team game carry of what he did there on Yggdrasil against the team that was trying to put them down to the lower. They flipped the script on Shroud-X, as you know that story. But this story takes us once again to Asgard, but it's Ego Death up 1.
And that's with Terra, by the way. When you talk about all that massive amounts of hamburger damage, literally just hurtle in everyone's direction, dude, that was with him having a messed up hand. So mad props over there, because that's very impressive. I don't know if anybody on average, even on their like A1 day game, could even like provide that damage output. But we start off with the band here. The Black Panther, by the way, focused frame 1 once again.
That burger definitely be cooked to medium well, as Torch is locked in, loaded. Had a feeling, again, he could get rid of Panther, not both of them. And why switch after that map? Heck, they even gave it ult away. Supernova, they threw it to the sky. But it doesn't matter, as they still got the win. Ultron banned, of course, to match that Torch. And it looks like the same strategy. Let's go ahead and let's shut down Terra the Terrible. And Punisher was the hero that did it last time against Shroud-X on this map. They're going to shut that down as they think over it. Yep, it's going to go to Punisher.
Definitely, I agree with this, because the verticality, obviously, you've already saved the Torch. You know that you're going to be in the skies no matter what. You're going to lean into that with Self, because you know that they're going to constantly be banning the Black Panther. And then on the other side, too, the fact that, you know, you're going to be able to cancel out that Wolverine and cancel out the Luna Snow, though, on the other side. Pretty big here, too, and just trying to figure that out, just trying to deny that combination with the Loki.
This is where, though, going all duelist can haunt you, because I'm telling you, Groot is a great hero to ban here. Vinny on this map, he plays it to perfection as they're looking for the save there. And they're showing the Spider-Man for a quick laugh, but SJP going to get that Loki back. They're going to have the Axis. Probably Zatex going back to Bucky with it here. And for the ban, again, it's just all for Terra. They're not worried about the other positions. You shut down the Superstar, and you can get a chance to punch your ticket to history and land in China here as the teams lock in.
Wow. Ego Death's coach really has told them all the strats right now on what they need to do and focusing on this ban phase. You know, talking a little bit to Somble in that interview and the things that have just completely changed for this team and how they've approached more of these matches. Like, not only is just, this is a Cinderella story of a team, literally a bunch of friends just grouped up together, have decided to play the game at the highest level against these tier 1 teams. But now we're getting into the nitty gritty on finding these bans, these save picks to play into their strengths, and deny that from the opposing team being Terra. But you cannot ignore the outcome from Delena.
Yeah, guys, one team walking away with another win, or an additional win at that Ego Death. We know how much they want it. They need to play calm, cool, collected after all the emotions. They come with the highs, they can come with the lows, and 100 Thieves, we saw what they can do in what is pretty much their home court in Asgard as the team set up, and we set up our second match.
Getting ready, Ego Death. They took the first map, but it was a little finicky, honestly, with the way that looked out, and they still were able to take the W. Going next now, 100 Thieves are going to be able to be on the attack here first.
Yeah, I like it there. 100 Thieves trying to get pressure going. Zaytek's not going to be on that bucket to get things started here.
Wow.
Love the approach. They're sticking with the same team comp, and honestly, I think it's just fine outside the Punisher. The difference, they need something to burn through what I thought was going to be Groot walls, but no, it's going to be Vinny again on Captain America's self, though, picking right where he left off. He's roasting. He's toasting. My gosh, what a start in the stagger.
Delena being the first one out allows Ego Death to just build into more of these ultimates. Same thing, though, technically could be said about Harvey. And as 100 Thieves do have SJP and the flexibility of having that Luna, that's going to be that combination of the 24 seconds of survivability that 100 Thieves are building into.
As they make their way around the corner, TTK just farming up that beam up to 100. Maximum damage and maximum overdrive. As Sobble, though, gets to pick up Delena. Again, Delena going down twice to open up the match. And there's just so much pressure from the flames of Selpa and the Symbiote and Venom of Sobble. But there's that early takedown. Soko going a little bit too far.
Yeah, way overextended right there from Soko. And you were building into that psionic seduction too. Far has the invisible boundary because they want to still hold this positioning around this next corner as Harvey matches that with the dance up on the fate of both forts after getting that copy off the Loki. Then on the other side, though, Momentum trying to do the same thing, at least taking to the sky, it sounds like, instead, as Terra is just going to be able to take down Momentum in that attempt.
Yeah, unfortunately, Momentum going down and not only getting the team wipe, but the ult not going to make... I mean, those stretch ults come so important for these matchups here. Far now going over to the portal, trying to bring now the final judgment and the supernova to them. That's a lot of firepower, Vicky.
Get ready for the recontest, though. Off the Doctor Strange portal before Far jumps in with the rest of Ego Death looking to the side as Zaytex comes out with the final judgment. Nice protection as Far looks at the Hela in disguise. But before Zaytex could even press a button on the final judgment, they are shut down thanks to Terra. Delena is the finishing blow. Just add the cherry on top to wiping out the rest of Ego Death.
And they did so great tracking Terra the Terrible with the ult. They came out there, Far went up, did the job, blocked the ult, but my gosh, you can't block the Thorns as they get rid of the final judgment and take down Zaytex. And then Delena with the cleanup. Beautiful job.
They didn't have the survivability right there, whereas SJP did. That's what goes great when it comes to staggering more of these support ultimates, as Ego Death will have self, at least with the supernova in this re-engagement. Looking to the other side is Sambo already trying to get into position to prevent any sort of shenanigans from 100 Thieves up on this high ground, specifically from Delena, who's trying to get into positioning.
Delena, every cut intentional, every dash is personal. It's all here for land now as we've got the kneeling happening, pushing for itself, throwing out the tornadoes and the supernova, trying to get that pick here. And Delena does get the secure, but it leaves the team here a bit vulnerable. Now we have, oh gosh, we got Sambo going down. He can only soak up so much, Vicky.
TTK is not letting Sambo have any fun. This AMER Frost is just way too strong from TTK. It was the most damage output, I believe, that we even saw from 100 Thieves. Tries to get the grab off of the torch self, just juking around, breaking some ankles with the psionic seduction now from Soko to match out against Vinny, and the freedom charge being on the Captain America. Tries to dive into the backline, gets frozen in the process before backing away, and the invisible boundary from Far just keeps Ego Death more forward, allowing them to have the more positional advantage versus 100 Thieves.
Couldn't ask for better ult usage there from Ego Death. Using the entire symbiote on one is fine, but does not come away with the pick, and instead it gets eliminated. That was perfection by Ego Death outside of the last play there. Unfortunate there. You got to go for it all. You got to take big risks to get big rewards. And here comes Delena going and soaring with the dance of the butterflies and does not get a pick, but Terra eliminates the Loki.
Turning things around before the re-engage and getting that pick onto Momentum. Big here as Far is going to build into that invisible boundary. And Delena, who had already used the dance of the butterflies, just trying to move up here alongside the rest of 100 Thieves. But with TTK having psionic seduction, keep an eye for that.
Yeah, here they're going to look to combo this here. Far does have the invisible boundary into that final judgment for the big hits here. But there we go. We got Terra throwing down the Thorns. He's got to get into that invisible boundary. And he's able to stay alive and dish out the bullets. So Self going down. And unfortunately, they're losing all of the momentum. As momentum is still up, gets the ult, gets this. Oh, they're keeping the stretches alive. The shields are up. Vicky, they're able to keep this thing going.
And that's what the invisible boundary is still providing, the healing output for Zaytex, while Harvey moving up together with Delena too. The damage output as well from Terra is just way too much to deal with. Finny follows up, takes care of this backline, and Ego Death, or Ego No More, with the way that 100 Thieves are not going to be able to clear this for the second checkpoint.
And a great call out here. Harvey finally taking over the Loki reins once again. And again, we have not seen him on Loki all that much, but at least recently, it's fun to watch him go at it as the god himself, the goat of Loki. Delena with that Dance of the Butterfly, getting some early poke damage and knowing exactly where that team's going to go here. Right now, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. 100 Thieves is putting on a clinic.
Self building into that ultimate too. Self on the other side trying to wrap around in a much more ceiling area of this point, specifically the supernova coming out to just force 100 Thieves back. But I usually get a little worried here when it comes to flyers before this third checkpoint, because you could get called out even though you have these pillars. The freedom charge to charge charging into that backline of Ego Death, needing a little bit of help as far backs away. Self tries to follow up, and Delena trying to provide the output alongside Vinny, who's taking a lot of damage with the Dance of Butterflies.
Are going down at 84% is crucial. Terra with the 1, 2, 3. You can't stop him. Terra the Terrible getting it done. 2 minutes, 7 seconds left. They're going to have one more chance to contest here. They do have ults close to ready, but right now, 100 Thieves, they have all the momentum. It's going to be near impossible for Ego Death to get this.
Terra the Terrible, Terra the Terror. It's just scary here no matter how you want to frame it. The Psionic Seduction now from TTK. Yes, with the bubble coming out online too, just to help them out. The invisible boundary to just retouch though after losing out Ensemble first again.
Yeah, right now it's just trying to burn time, and at least that invisible boundary is going to give you a little bit of time. Look at that perfect placement of the shield from Emma to keep the Goddess of Death at bay, but Harvey and Delena are cleaning up the scraps. Kraken Impact going out, trying to get those resets on Loki, but it's too late. They focus him down. They take him down. Minute and 24, and right now 100 Thieves, they are locking them up and throwing away the key.
Good luck trying to recontest that with a Kraken Impact while you're staring at the Ultra of Fate of Both Worlds. Luna Snow just having the dance off of their life to keep the rest of 100 Thieves alive without having to worry to get that payload to the finish line there.
Just insanity. And you know what? I love the confidence. Again, we've said this in Terra. They go with the Emma lock instead of like a Terra duelist. And I think that's so important because you're able to shut down what Sombo was doing with Venom combined with Self on Torch. And now, getting a little bit of question on what they're going to lock in. It looks like they're going to stick with what they had. We just watched them fall on domination on map 1, and then they take 2 right back. And so this team can adapt, right? Previously to what we could say in the group stage here. But 100 Thieves, they looked relentless.
It's perfect in terms of their composition because we have so much follow potential. That's why I keep repeating it, because you have Vinny coming in to jump on top of whoever Delena wants to focus. And SJP, by the way, has still been able to put in pressure from afar being on that Luna Snow. Taking a look at the stats alone here, Harvey with the 25.5k healing output. Like 4 of the members here on 100 Thieves have just not died.
Yeah, and funny enough, I was just about to say I want Sombo to go to Captain America. We've seen him play both. He played both at excellent level yesterday, and it looks like going back. Oh, no, they're going to go. You know what? I thought they were going to do this potentially, and the Wolf was not an option last time, but they do have the fastball special. So instead of Cap, he might be the thing for a bit here to get the Wombo combo out. Self-Ego Death. They want it badly. They need a big offensive effort here. And oh my gosh, the steal fly on TTK into the back line, and the rip and shift as they're trying to get him down, and he escapes. What?
I'm actually so surprised. That had to have been a placement from Harvey with those Loki clones and the lamp too, because we saw him just get immediately taken down, isolated, and still ended up surviving. Huge here. And that's TTK, by the way, not even the Captain America from Vinny.
It was so insane of a survival getting out there. You had 6-on-1 and able to get out of there. That's the power of Loki, and more specifically Harvey, as Delena now feasting. Had a crazy first round here, going for more in the back line of the strategist here with the Echoes, but it's the pull and the grapple. One of the biggest counters is going to be Bucky and Zaytex with the 1-2. They've got the Legends on their side now as they push forward the momentum.
That's big first pick here too. They have to ride with this momentum. Having that ultimate gets the copy here too. Gets the invisible boundary, while Zaytex combined that with Self are just terrorizing the rest of 100 Thieves right now. This is the wake up that we needed to see with SJP going down. That means you won't have the Fate of Both Worlds from the Luna Snow.
Absolutely huge here. Again, it was that Captain America pick, the fastball special for the fast start here. Now we're going to get Vinny coming in with Doctor Strange. That's going to remove the Captain America, Captain Survival. Here, they're going to have one more time to stop the point. Last time, 100 Thieves got the job done with ease here. Zatex has Kraken Impact. They're going to open with the dance floor, dropping the beat.
Not even surprised. This has to be the recon here from 100 Thieves. And TTK also has that Psionic Seduction. This could stop Zatex from having the ultimate utility here. Soko, too, from the other side. Delena, though, jumps on top of the backline. Vinny holds the front together with the Dance of Butterflies as 100 Thieves wipe the floor from Ego Death.
The full wipe, the full team wipe. I mean, absolute insanity, full commit, full belief in their team, and full control right now. They needed that because there was 2 minutes on the clock. That's an eternity on this map. They still have the Kraken Impact. They did save at least the ults they have in response here. They can open up with Emma on Soko and go into that, but they also have self. They've got what they need to get this point right back. No portal this time for 100 Thieves.
Look at the communication right here. As Sambo jumps on top of the Captain America, the Freedom Charge, the Psionic Seduction, but holding a different split angle from 100 Thieves. I love this. Allows the lamps to come out. The Kraken Impact. Limited time bank. 1 minute 30 seconds now ticking away as Self and Zatex still are able to find these crucial picks to allow Ego Death to get this first checkpoint. But still, a recon is still viable here for 100 Thieves if they're able to get through that choke.
Great job there, and patience himself too, not emptying the entire ult economy and having the Supernova to have more push here. Harvey with the quick wipe to get back with his team, but the pressure, the W keys are held down to the max as they are just pushing with anger, with vengeance, with belief, Vicky, that they can do it.
The way that they're holding all the way forward, pressing into their face of this next choke by the stairwell before backing away, getting all together on top of that payload so that way they can get some extra speed. But together, 100 Thieves will be able to re-engage. Terra's got the Goddess of Death, Harvey with the God of Mischief instead, and Ego Death, they do have momentum afar to try to counteract it.
Now, Harvey will be able to keep the team alive a little bit. Going to have to be quick on the trigger here, and he's already going to go into it ahead of time. We got the Supernova, and it was momentum, though. Powers are his right now. Supernova going up, and the dance floor dropping down. We have both Lunas up 12 seconds of teams being immortal, but oh my gosh, Terrace one shot and self finishes, cleans it up medium well, and the pressure now 6v5.
Oh, it's the Luna wearing the Loki wig instead out here, too. Just keeping everyone alive before now the real Luna comes in from SJP to have the dance off with the fate of both worlds. The invisible boundary now from far, enabling Self to keep up the pressure from the skies because they are not getting checked right now. TTK does have the Psionic Seduction, but 100 Thieves backline is in trouble.
Yeah, and TTK going from the front, and it is the Luna with the Dance of Butterflies in the back. They get one trade, but they get the job done. 2 minutes, 15 seconds. They used a lot, though, Vicky, to secure that hold. Now, this is going to be tough because that point is so close for 100 Thieves to get back to this. This has got to be perfect play.
I was saying that the backline was in trouble, and Harvey just completely shut down any attempt of aggression from Self the moment that he did that torch dive down onto the ground. And yet, the fact that it was such an expensive fight here, too. At least Ego Death, though, have 3 coming up. Momentum slowly approaching that God of Mischief.
Yeah, they have everything they need. No strategist ults to defend on the side of 100 Thieves. And yeah, you know, Self used everything to get Terra out of the fight with Hela and then didn't have those flame balls to kind of crash into fast enough. And the team was able to get the momentum going here as now we are going to be led by Somble, the head of the Avengers. That is Ego Death into 100 Thieves, who many look at as villains. It's good guys versus bad. Potentially, no, they're all great as we get that Kraken Impact up, down, down in the choke.
Oh no, and the Emma Frost isn't enough either because again and again we go into the Zatex show as the Captain America tries to jump away. Vinny trying to get some sort of cover as Terra took to the skies. So SGP coming in with Harvey actually being on the Goddess Mischief. Gonna have the dance off with a Phantom Bolt Force from Soko, then getting the next pick. Ego Death are still able to find these picks despite through these ultimates from 100 Thieves.
Like a horror movie, here's Funky as Zatex goes blow for blow there with the team. TTK, though, is going to give it to Self. That's a massive change in...
Wow.
Oh, my gosh. Momentum trades, but Vinny get the job done. They don't have firepower right now. Both duelists are out. 40 seconds left, and the point right here. Walking distance for 100 Thieves. Exactly what I was talking about. I've seen so many teams here, Vicky, unable to finish the exclamation point here, and it makes it so tough.
I wanted to see where Delena was right there because I feel like I just saw Far come back and then just immediately died right there. So Delena maybe just stalking about before coming back together with the rest of the team, and does have the Dance of the Butterflies and SJP with the reset as Ego Death in less than 15 seconds at the retouch.
Supernova ready to go, but the dance floor from SJP is ready as well. Dance of the Butterflies look for Delena to go to that backline and get rid of the healing, and they're going all for self right now as we've got Sarah on Iron Fist with the auto lock. They know those super tornadoes are coming out any moment here. Great awareness.
Talk about timing with the Psionic Seduction overtime. SJP fighting Sambo. Huge first pick as a Supernova wraps around the back end of 100 Thieves itself, who gets taken down instead. Far and Zatex meet them back in the spawn, and it's looking like a full hold in favor for 100 Thieves.
Call them inevitable. 100 Thieves, this is their map, and goodness, the sweat is incredible. The play, even better. Insanity as 100 Thieves make this an even series, 1-1.
I was saying it looks pretty shaky despite that map 1 win. We saw what really happened at the very end, getting off the point and what could be considered the C9, maybe even with Self just floating slightly above it so that way they can stay in control. But 100 Thieves, they clapped back here for map number 2 as we take a look at the stats here in general. But Terra with 27.9k damage. TTK, another whole problem. This Emma Frost has been so beautiful in favor for this team.
Yeah, Harvey with 12k damage and the 46k. Absolute incredible work there from 100 Thieves. And I mean, that's the problem with that point. That walkback is so close. And if you don't seal the deal, even with Zatex just popping off there with Bucky, what we saw in the final elims from the Kraken Impact was not enough. And 1-1, you got to bring everything perfect against this team as we watch the highlights.
Terra on fire, Delena following up. You could focus all your bans on Terra, but Delena will still be the problem. Alongside that of Vinny, I feel like the combination of the Psylocke dive opportunities with the Captain America, Terra from afar, still terrorizing and putting in the damage output before turning into the Goddess of Death. And Eagle Death, they also made some of those adjustments too. Zatex had a great pop-off opportunity with this Kraken Impact just to get this initial first checkpoint.
I've got to say, I mean, I'm watching this back. Zatex got 1, 2, call it 3 eliminations. Terra going up at the perfect time. Goddess of Death calls the attention of the entire team up. You're seeing this right here. Gets the choke, comes out of the choke, gets 2 picks to follow this, puts them all in the room in the woodshed here. And look at SJP barely getting out of there. You see him jump there, Harvey jumping out of there from Loki. Insane job, like literally people in the horror movie surviving there. What is going to be the monster that is Zatex, but they had time to get back to the point.
Yeah, and Terra making that swap over to the Iron Fist at the very end. I believe it was like back-to-back. We saw something similar into the first map too, where you make that quick swap off just so that way you could catch them off guard, especially when you have to deal with a flyer. And it was great. You split up a lot of the tension. You add in some extra pressure as we take a look at Harvey, our MVP after map number 2.
And I gotta say, it's pretty awesome. We saw Ryan Mason go back to Iron Man like season 0, and this was what we saw with this comp and 100 Thieves when they were mutants back in the day. Harvey was on the Loki and SJP was on the Luna, and Luna got even better since then, right? So cool to see them mix up their strategy. One thing not working perfectly, so they've swapped over to another. Even with Zatex able to do what he does, you know, Harvey, he's gone up against the counters many a times here as 100 Thieves. They get their home court win here, 1-1. It's best of 5, first to 3, Vicky. It is going to be just an absolute fight to the finish.
I was expecting this to go the distance, especially with how entertaining Ego Death is, but let's also not ignore what's at stake here. Not only is it a higher prize pool possibility where you could be sitting in a better position by the end of this tournament, but it's also the ticket to punch your way into going to China. So a lot on the line now as we tie up the series between both these teams.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to say this. We've seen that team Ego Death. They have emotions, which can work great as fuel for the fire, but it can also work against you if you can't manage them, right? So for this team on this big stage, they just got to reset, refocus. If you're 100 Thieves, you got back to even ground now. You guys know what you can do. They've been here so many times. That's the advantage they have over Ego Death. In fact, we saw 100 Thieves come back in great, spectacular fashion against Shroud-X, just like this yesterday.
Yeah, and the protection over the Emma Frost and the Loki is them playing to their strengths. You have Harvey being able to be the Loki genius that he is, as well as TTK, who has had extraordinary numbers on this Emma Frost.
Yeah, I'm gonna be curious what map they go with here. Ego Death is kind of they selected a bunch of different maps for that loss whenever it does happen. So we'll see what we do go into, guys. Match number 3 is gonna be underway in just a second. It's late in the night. Don't go anywhere though. We've got a banger. We'll be back after this quick break.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. For many of you guys, it's the witching hour where wins become losses and losses become wins. It's late in the night, Vicky. It's 1-1 though. Both these teams throwing everything they have at it.
Yeah, let me tell you, if I wasn't up here casting these amazing games, I'd be playing Marvel Rivals myself. So you know what? We get all the best sort of action right here all throughout the night, and this is how I would like to have it here in the Americas, because tying up the series means that we are going the distance for map number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just clean job from 100 Thieves. Ego Death, they played great. They showed what they had there in terms of flexibility. But I got to say, Vinny, who I've almost exclusively seen on Groot, maybe a little bit of Magneto here and there, but I love the Captain America play from him. He's been doing a great job as TTK. We already know what he can do at 43-3. You pointed out 11 eliminations, 26k damage.
Yeah, aside from TTK holding down the front lines and just choke slamming Self, if you could catch Self with that vertical auto grab hitbox, the command grab instead. And then you deal with just Sambo, who's been struggling, I feel like, in general, and trying to find their footing, even though they won that first map. Sambo flexing to the Captain America, which we have seen before in the past, finding success. Zaytex coming in on the Doctor Strange portal, but Zaytex also having a great game with 24k damage. 100 Thieves, though, they just have their numbers with the way that they've been able to play as we take a look at the auto ban once again onto the Black Panther.
Yeah, there's gonna, guys, I'm telling you right now.
They keep happening.
There's gonna be no Black Panther today. 100 Thieves, they saw it. They saw the result. Unfortunately, Team Nemesis, they were the victims to what was the now everybody homework that they're copying here. Again, it's going to be the Terra band. They're going to get rid of these duelists. We already know the song and dance. There's going to be the Human Torch Protect here into the Ultron band. And Central Park has also been pretty history repeating itself too. Ego Death does like this map a lot. Outside of one matchup against Envy, Vicky, they've done great here.
Thinking that they're probably going to try to stick, it looks like they're sticking to very similar outlook and saving the Torch. They had banned the Wolverine, the Punisher, and the the verticality too on this map is something else. We highlighted this in the last series, just being able to have more of those flyers to navigate around these taller buildings really helps out.
Yeah, but this is one of those maps where, yes, you can get rid of Black Panther, but giving Torch to somebody on this map is dangerous, right? You're playing with fire quite literally. It's his best map, in my opinion. It's built for him. It came out the same season he did. Heck, they showed it on his trailer as they throw down the fireballs to make the wall around that first cap point. Luna being banned, though, in response. And look at that. We've got a Loki ban to shut down Harvey, and that's going to open up at least one of his picks.
That's huge. I love the fact that they banned Loki. Harvey was a huge problem, and this also enables Self being on this Torch to get more of these dive aggression opportunities without the lamps coming out as they get the protect on the sidelock.
Yeah, this is much different here as we have Zatex on Psylocke, and I'm wondering if they're going to go with a Punisher protect here. They don't have Punisher. Now, it was Bucky and Punisher for the bans last time up top there. Now, not the case. Now, on top of that, without the Emma save, Soko isn't going to be able to play Emma. They do have the Psylocke for Zatex. They're setting up their duelists to send them and help them punch their ticket in. And for the save, I like the Cloak and Dagger. You need one of them, especially for Harvey, who does play Cloak when not on Harvey, or not on Loki here. And for the last ban, Punisher probably. They're gonna allow the Punisher.
Okay, so they think the Buck. I was gonna say the Punisher would make way more sense here.
Yeah, I mean, Punisher's obviously just in a very good place right now, but the snowball potential we saw it with Zatex.
Again.
You can amplify that. Yeah, so much. Again, he turns a snowball into an avalanche, Terra, so they're trying to shut that down. Obviously, that's going to mean Terra's going to, no, he's going to Punisher. Come on, he has Hella on. I think he's noticing right now, like, hold on. Because the big thing about this is it gives Delina the ability to play... has to play somebody else and not Hella what they're comfortable on. But this is a great Psylocke map for them. And this new Emma Frost opening has given them so much potential with the team up.
It's so much damage output too, just right off the rip. If you could get just a sudden assassination onto one of those strategists in the back line, you could go the distance. And that's something that Ego Death don't have in their favor. Yes, they have the Psylocke Protect. Yes, they have the Psylocke in general, but they don't have the Emma Frost power-up, so the damage will be a little bit different.
Absolutely. Here as we head into Central Park, yet again, New York. It is late at night in New York. It's late in America as we have Ego. Wow. Ego Death having 41% of votes. Not bad. People believe in the comeback. Maybe it's the flame on, game on that we are going to see from Self. Again, no question about it. Self just such an elite talent for this team as we now have 100 Thieves on offense. Vinny, the group, go. He's locked in.
Vinny having a good amount of other vanguards to work off of. We get to see the empty home of Squirrel Girl before everyone comes out. Ego Death holding this next angle by the bridge with Self taking to the skies. And Terra is going to be the terrorizer from the ground just to provide that extra pressure away from Self.
Yeah, we've got Somble on his own. This is where he popped off his Venom last time here, but also we've seen the Feast and Famine approach quite literally as Self throwing down the flames. And honestly, Terra knows why he picked Hella. He's got to handle what Self is going to be, and that is going to be an absolute misery as right now 100 Thieves just holding down W, going forward, making their space and pressure known.
They have no issue, though, taking their time, methodical, as Delena tried to get into a flanking angle to continuously harass Self. They've wrapped around in a different formation here. The group walls are pulled up, and Zatex was still able to find Delena right before Harvey had activated the Eternal Bond.
Terra does get that trade, though, so that at least evens the playing field. Terra now just going on a tear once again with the 1-2 pops of the headshot. This man injured hand and all. He wants it. You can see it. That's 3 for him and 5 for the team.
Hella is so insane. Like, the way that Terra could just work into what you have after getting target banned, the recontest on Zaytex too, off of the portal to help out the rest of Ego Death. They have momentum, and the invisible boundary is going to get copied instead. Fall will have a slowly approaching. Sambo being on the Venom could get the reset with the Venom ultimate.
Yeah, and just a huge pick there, getting down Terra. Now following Harvey, that's going to be the team to where they're going to have to push back. Now they do get the second cap, just barely, which is good news for them. They get that checkpoint, right? And here comes Yagamoto by Zaytex. He comes in with the portal. He leads in with the eye open wide. It's the choke, the slam, the kick on the Wizard. The disrespect to Strange as now pushing in. Delina trying to get something going, but does not succeed.
That was a whole lot of ults for a whole lot of nothing right there from both sides here. Just even grounds while TTK pushes up with the Psionic Seduction. Terra is about to take to the skies, and Harvey having that sustainability that Ego Death will not have. This could cost him this fight right here unless Soko can nail this hit. As he does, though, he looks back and nobody else left from the rest of Ego Death. Well, they were so fixated on the Cloak and Dagger, and now 100 Thieves get to walk in.
It's a great effort. All that power is 0 punctuation initially with all those ults, but the fight was won in the neutral. They can also open up with the Goddess of Death if they so choose. Often we've been seeing Terra kind of use this when the battle is going crazy as a distraction of focus, which is a great way to call attention and get a little bit of pressure taken off those strategists in the vanguards.
So really help when it comes to having to reset here. Terra looking up, try to check self. Sambo does get hit with the crystal, having to back away, taking a lot of that damage here. This allows Self to now move up while Zaytex is building into that dance of butterflies. With Terra going down first, though, this is great, at least in terms of holding this next corner positioning, because holding this high to low ground really helps out for the second checkpoint.
Great wombo combo with Bar keeping Self protected there with the shield from Terra, throwing down the thorns here, looking at ult charge. SJP can lock things in, get that momentum push with the dance. Zaytex, though, can also change the script. No, it's the dance of butterflies into exactly the fate of both worlds, and now dashing forward, trying to get the elimination is the Psylocke here. Nothing to come from it so far. Every button getting pressed, and right now everybody's surviving, and there it is. Terra right on cue, going up in the skies and throwing it down and going down himself, at least in his ult form.
But Momentum and Farhad use those ultimates side by side, back to back, and no stall. Yes, 100 Thieves are going down, though, with Vinny going down while using the Gru ult. 100 Thieves with Deletta having that Psylocke dance of butterflies. We're waiting out on those support ults from Ego Death to maybe try to time it and stagger those ults themselves, but then everybody else was going down from 100 Thieves, so you couldn't even pull the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, my gosh, Groot just completely chopped Timber. He yells as he was Groot. Now he is Groot again in 10 seconds. Now pushing forward, Soko, keeping that damage pressure on. We saw Soko yesterday get so many picks in the neutral. As bright like a star is the Supernova King of Self. Throwing it up, throwing it down is Soko again in the connection and the dunk.
Huge connections that we're seeing more consistently from Soko, getting the Cloak and Dagger again, while SJP being on this Luna, slowly approaching that fate of both worlds. While Self is still just continuously going in with these daggers. Now next onto Vinny.
Now, after that insane push, great job and just a stout defense here. 2 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time, but a great effort here thus far. As now, if you look at the ult economy, you got momentum coming close. Zaytex does have that dance coming, but 100 Thieves, they're creeping ever closer. TTK could open.
They're going to do it with the Psionic Seduction. Will he use that to prevent the backline from having those ultimates? Far and Momentum are very close, but that's how you do it with the first pick onto Self. Very big first pick at that. Everybody else ends up falling here right afterwards, with Sombom being the next one to meet up Self in the spawn room doors. So does Zaytex, and 100 Thieves off that one pick alone onto Self. That's enough of damage pressure off their backs.
I mean, absolute insane job from Terra, signing every thorn in cursive with his name and the death certificate of Ego Death as they push forward here. Plenty of time, though. Sombo all ready to go with the dance. Delina and him trading each other here. And there he is, Sombo diving in and getting the pressure on Delina.
Basically saying that Terra was writing out Self's name in the death note at this point, and the activation of the dance with the fate of both worlds, trying to deny that from the dance of butterflies. TTK with another choke slam onto Zaytex, who had nothing going on here. The group ult this time from Vinny, 2 times a charm if you could combine everyone together, everyone with one big group hug, as Ego Death just ends up falling again.
Vanguard on Vanguard. Violence, perfect ult execution. My gosh, just incredible coordination. And you can see just the telepathy, the teamwork, and the just perfect coordination. And hey, they're all together in the same room, and they are celebrating, at least that point, as they push forward. Stumble, Far, and Soko, they've had their ults for a while now, Vicky. They've got to make use of this. Only a minute, 42 seconds left. That's not a lot of time to get through this.
Wonder who could win right now with the way that Terra's been playing. Can it be 100 Terras versus 1 Gorilla maybe? With Sabo coming in, finding Terra the biggest threat. I love the fixated focus here from Ego Death, and the Supernova in this side room before you get to the stairs is so lethal with what little room you have to really work off of the coverage.
Yeah, great job from the Eternal Bomb, but awesome job from Delena putting the pressure on Self, forcing him to kind of push back with the Supernova as now they're pushing forward here. And right now, Stumble, Far, Soko, let's make something happen. We are Venom up, down, does get huge damage on Vinny there in the group. The invisible bouncer going up. Soko taking down Delena, and Terra going down to follow.
Now they're going to completely jump TTK, who's trying to get away. SJP and Harvey meet their demise while TTK is just trying to jump behind the spawn room doors. Ego Death are pressing them back in their spawn.
This is going to come down to Zatex getting this ult and getting a pick early, because 100 Thieves, they've got ults that right now Ego Death can't answer. Momentum, though, at 84%. He is getting close. Far, though, it couldn't be farther away from his ult at only 15, 32 seconds left, Vicky. They've got the Neil, they've got the Goddess, and they got the God in Terra.
Oh, and they lose out on momentum. That means you won't have the Loki. Oh, and Far is so far away from that invisible boundary here. Zatex gets denied again thanks to SJP having the fate of both worlds. Delena, though, having a lot more of a better outcome since there is no counter to deal with what Ego Death had to work with versus Delena's Dance of Butterflies.
Honestly, though, Zatex using that was good. They got that ult out, and at least now the support ults, well, Harvey's coming up with the Eternal Bomb, but they do have time here to push yet again. That walk back so quick, so this is going to be a tough task. They can't lose anybody. They can't stagger early. 100 Thieves got to keep the team locked in together here as a lot is about to come their way. The Supernova, any moment, momentum. Going to be copying early. Can they get the opening pick with Terra? That's made the difference.
Oh, but once they're getting out of line of sight with the Psionic Seduction, though, gets the copy from the Loki just so that way they can sort of re-engage. Overtime taken away. They have to stay on the point, though. They have to stay on the point. They have to stay on the point. No.
A Thieves 9. I can't even. They had that. I mean, TTK with the perfect block on the Meteor. Yet again, we saw this in domination. The team can't believe it. If we could see the player cams, they've got to be frustrated. They had that completely in their hands.
I am in shambles. In shambles. Imagine everyone is so invested. I mean, I get it. You get invested in your fights, but not like back to back. Like it just happened. Map number one. That's literally the reason why we have a tied series in our hands, and then you fail to get it to the finish line.
Yeah, I know. It's like getting all the Infinity Stones, putting on the gauntlet, and then it like slipping off. At this point, it feels like we saw this with the pick ban phase with them before they missed a ban. It feels like this team is so great, but just some of these basics, it's like you got to have these fundamentals in, and that is just one you won back. I mean, either way, it was a very good push, but we just saw this happen, Vicky, I believe with FlyQuest, with Nemesis here, as they gave them a little bit of space, and Ego Death took every bit of it to win this point.
And TTK is playing out of his mind, by the way. Like, these choke slams to deal with Zatex, like, the damage output is there. You get off the point. We see what Terra is doing, adding the teeth to 100 Thieves, but it's when you're splitting your focus so consistently up into the skies, you have to look at the other side. It can make it really hard.
Yeah, TTK, Nevix, they're the best Vanguards in the game, in my opinion. Just insane what they can do. There's so many good ones out there, but just constant, just greatness that you see from both of them there. As now teams playing in, now 100 Thieves definitely going to play angry after what just happened there. And I love the dive approach from Ego Death. They're able to do so much here. Last time Sombo got picked early here, but not this time. Zatex getting Terra down. They've got the biggest threat out right away.
Oh no. Oh no, 100 Thieves, they're fumbling here. Ego Death, they're gonna be the ones to steal this point instead. And they're gonna be able to walk this back, but 100 Thieves, at least with this timing, with Terra being on the strange just to activate the portal, this is gonna be a quick re-engage from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Vinny on Captain. That's going to be tough to take down. Captain survival. TTK going in, showing the threat that he is in the diamond form. Throwing the kicks out there, getting the quick picks now. We've got Self going against Delina. Delina's main job is to make Self uncomfortable. In burst, though, it's going to be Self putting down the flames of justice there on Delina here. We've got Eternal Bond coming out. Harvey keeping the team alive. Plenty of pressure right now. Momentum going down early. That's a massive pick. Far is still far from the ult. This is going to be a cleanup job from 100 Thieves, or at least a pushback.
Big focus on from Harvey, too. That's the second time we've seen Harvey do this with the Eternal Bond, getting right behind the enemy and getting very aggressive, being on that cloak. Even bigger to be able to retake this point when they were so close to getting this payload to move.
Yeah, and at this point, they have all the ults they need. There's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I mean, they've got the script written out. They just got to read it and deliver here as now Dance of the Butterflies going out. Team getting all together. Look at TTK trying to get that grab. Once again, we've seen it once. We'll see it again here. Soko gets the trade. Both Psylocks out of the fight. Both teams not having the access to a duelist.
As the Eye of Agamotto instead has found 3, but has not found the KO. Even bigger with the dance up and the survivability help from momentum cycling that in combination from Far's invisible boundary earlier, but coming into the fight a little late after getting taken out first is Delena. Dance of the Butterflies could be matched that with Zatex, who also gets another pick, but it's Delena finding momentum himself.
The trades are perfect. He's going for forward. He gets the execution out. Both duelists are out. Strategist to follow. Zatex trying to keep something rolling for the team. He's going for the dash, the slice. They do have the pressure, but it's not going to be enough. 100 Thieves, they survive a gauntlet of ultimates there.
Woo, they had to make the comeback. They saw it here. They don't want to be the 109 C9 situation. They've held back Ego Death from getting this payload out of the garage, and Harvey's got the Eternal Bond again.
Unbelievable hold there. Incredible, especially because Psylocke with Delina there, that old Loki can counter it so good with those clones out. It doesn't matter, though. He finishes it up with the shotgun. The Psylocke is armed with it. Rivals here. Self now trying to throw down something, and this would be a massive early pick. Self kept alive by far, and now we got the Eternal Bond. Harvey getting things started. 53 seconds. One way or another, we're going to find out who wins. SJP with the huge trade once again. Vicky Soko is the only one with the ult.
Terror Cave to follow up. 100 Thieves are holding forward. This time around, they can get away with it. You have less than 40 seconds now on the clock. Eagle Death have that re-engage from far in the invisible boundary.
33 seconds right here, right now for one of these teams to go up 2 maps to the 1. This is going to define the momentum they need. Sombo going in, looking for more, gets the 1-2, crunch and feasting on 100 Thieves. Terra, though, doing what kings do, what superstars can do with the pump from oh my gosh, Vinny going down.
Ow.
They're going down. Goodness.
With Terra getting the Eye of Agamotto on the backline of Ego Death, while the rest of Ego Death just plant their feet on that point. They get the time moving, they get this payload moving, and they're already getting into position to buy in some space around that next corner.
I'm just speechless, man. Again, Terra, he can see 4 million outcomes. Still, unfortunately, does not get the dub on that one. He can play anything at this point now as the teams are pushing in. TTK, Vinny, Terra. We got triple Vanguard still. Terra staying on the strange. Soko pushing forward. Delena going for the back line right now as he's got the Dance of Butterfly in return. The team's grouped up. He's going to save it. The patience is great. Zatex goes down. Delena's looking for his opportunity and waiting.
TTK has just been so crazy at just countering the Psylocke. Like, Zatex is having issues trying to get set up because of this Emma Frost alone. Psionic Seduction to try to keep them alive and put in the pressure around the corner, while Vinny, the Freedom Charge now is going to be able to hold forward while Sambo's trying to dismantle this backline. Delena, Dance of Butterflies now coming in as Self with the Supernovas, trying to focus down until Delena finally gets it with some help from Far. Oh, huge Eye of Agamotto.
For both teams, and Terra opens the eye and closes the door right now on the second point for Ego Death. Every team using everything they had. Abilities activated. Just insanity.
This is crazy. We still see Sambo, who had used the ultimate actually over to the other side. A little late there, but 100 Thieves. These retakes have just been insane.
I mean, it's the best word for it here now. Soko moving in, trying to get something for this team. There's only a minute left. That Thieves 9 won't matter if they can't even make it to the second point here. They've got what they need to get done. The defensive effort held as TTK is feasting and farming that beam. Going down to 44 now, farming it back up. grabs the crystal pole, going on Soko now at this point. If you look at Ego Death, it's going to be tough to match this momentum getting close.
Harvey needing a little bit of help, backs away, gets the support that they need. SJP's about to have the fate of both worlds right now while Self looks around. Momentum, who had used up that Luna Snow ult in the copy of the Loki. It's a dance-off here. You talk about Coachella, well, all the lights in the sky as Zatex has a dance of butterflies, but they have to deal with TTK and the Psionic Seduction first.
Both worlds going on at the same time. The dance floor is heading out as far now. It's got the Disappear up and ready to go. But right now, both teams throwing everything out like it's the end game. And it's going to be for one of these teams as SJP, TTK get the pick. Vinny, 100 Thieves follows at this point. It's going to be it for Ego Death. If they can't touch, they won't be able to touch. Zatex, though, on the top, gonna get a small poke, gonna get a little belief in this team, point to the sign and say it. They can do it here as the Dance of Butterflies looks to clean up shop for Zatex. Time ticking down, yellow left, Vicky. Not a lot as the team does get back.
And that Sambo, who actually was able to contest there with the Venom ult, still staying alive somehow. Zatex, too, being able to get healed back up to full health, but no strategy ults from Ego Death. 100 Thieves, too, on the other side. Don't have an answer against the Supernova. They're falling like flies as Ego Death find 2 picks. 100 Thieves made it need to make some desperate changes here as TTK try to back away.
Ego Death, they gotta stay on that point. They don't want the same result. They were down but not out. This team has grit. They have ice in the veins, but they're gonna have to do it one more time here. They used a lot of ult economy on that. Soko gonna have that Meteor Imp. Terra throwing down the portal. Team jumping in. Only a slight 0.12 left.
Are you kidding me? Overtime also taking away Harvey with the Eternal Bond. This Soko needs to go crazy! And he gets Harvey! This is the win condition in favor for Eagle Death, and Momentum has the invisible boundary. SJP with the clutch dance-off, but guess who's gonna have their ultimate next? It's gonna be Far with the next invisible boundary.
Is dropping the buzzer beater as the time's at 0.12. The sliver of overtime. There's nothing left for both teams. Delena gets the pick on Momentum. Far's got it up. Dance of Butterflies out. Agamotto to follow. It's 100 Thieves coming with the cleanup. Oh my God. Incredible display from both teams, but it's 100 Thieves going up 2-1.
The triple Vanguard work, staying on that strain, seeing TTK on the Emma Frost. It holds them back, and that's with the staggered ults following up against Ego Death and those support ults maybe wanting to wait and hold into that invisible boundary just a little bit longer, but the nerves are high, and you're still dealing with the Psionic Seduction in your direction where you have to get out of the line of sight to use your ult.
I'm left speechless, both on Yggdrasil and on that map. You could not have asked for a tighter finish looking at both teams and the effort pumped out from each of everybody on all of the teams there. I mean, looking at 40K from Self, beautiful job, and then just Terra. It's showing that he can do it all, hurt hand or not. You know, get rid of all my duelists, fine. I'm going to play Doctor Strange and Clutch.
I just can't. Terra, like, what can't you do, I guess, at this point, right? Like, you play the triple Vanguard, it works out. You have 15 final hits. Yes, we saw the swap off, but we see the damage output too. That Eye of Agamotto hit 3 or 4 or so. I believe it hit 3. It was insane. Then we got to see Sambo. At one point, we saw the Venom ult that looked like it was honestly wasted before retreating back to the rest of the team. But then the second ult that we saw from Sambo to retouch the point to force the overtime was incredibly clutch. But even cycling through these ultimates, it's so hard to deal with TTK being on this Emma Frost, constantly choke slamming your divers.
Swear it's just like Infinity War when Strange looks at Tony and holds up the 1. There's only one outcome that can get the job done, and it's Terra on Doctor Strange. How poetic and just incredible. I mean, there was no time left. Zatex just barely touching a pixel to keep it alive, and talking about a pixel, can you can't make it up. I've said this a couple times. Kevin Feige, he's here. He's script writing because 0.12 meters, Vicky. Are you what?
Literally, you could see it by a pixel, like how close it was. Overtime also just on a sliver of health. The constant recontest that we saw from 100 Thieves was just on another level. SJP having the Luna Snow ult with the fate of both worlds to also kind of slot in between the Loki and the Invisible Woman attempt from Ego Death was just as big in keeping Terra alive on that Doctor Strange to get the Eye of Agamotto.
I mean, and not to mention the, like, when you have Harvey with the ult trying to escape, you can hear like the ooh, what you say going on behind as he tries to hyper cover, but then you get Magneto Soko hitting the Spaceball special of the tournament, nailing that pick to open up the floor, but it wasn't enough.
Wow. SJP, the rest of these teams, like the way that 100 Thieves is playing, it looks like they're angry, but they're also being very tactful with the way that they've approached not only the bigger issues on Ego Death. I feel like they've been shutting down a lot of Sombul being on the Venom. You know that Sombul will always try to immediately rotate to that Venom if he can, but Zatex had some moments where Zatex didn't even want to pull the trigger on the Dance of Butterflies. Like, you were getting constantly shut down by TTK, grabbing you before you could even press the button, which was big when you're playing into this Invisiwoman comp where you know everyone's going to stay grouped up together and that limited AoE, where it can be very easy in that map specifically to just choke slam somebody, send them outside the invisible boundary, and then get the kill.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about, and at this point, you're giving 100 Thieves a 2-touchdown lead. That's dangerous for one of the best to do it, guys. Don't go anywhere. This could be the swan song to the lower bracket of Ego Death. We're about to find out after this quick break.
Struck down by living cheek.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Day one was crazy, and day two is living up to all the hype as well, as we just saw an absolute battle between these two teams, and right now it's 2-1 100 Thieves on top. We find ourselves on Spider Island, Vicky, and Vicky, they beat 100 Thieves beat Envy on this map, but in return, Ego Death beat FlyQuest to seal the deal.
I was gonna say, are you not entertained? Like, we are going to, I mean, I was expecting this. Like, it's almost 2 a.m. over here on the East Coast. And to be able to watch Terra flex over to Doctor Strange, run the triple Vanguard. Now moving over to Spider Islands, though, that's a really good point. Both these teams have found success here, whether it be Ego Death when they beat FlyQuest or 100 Thieves versus their series against Envy. But both of those series were, I believe, a best of 3, not even a best of 5 situation. So now looking at how the players have played, now expecting what this ban system is going to look like before diving into this last map, it gives them a bit of an upper edge with more information to follow up on.
Either way, if it's like the last ones, the last 3, it's going to be an absolute cinema in the making. Forget the next MCU film. You've got it right here, guys, because this is going to be a big one as 100 Thieves, again, going right on that Black Panther. Very dive-friendly map for Ego Death, and we've seen them in their ready, set, go comms really come to their favor. I've already woken up the house. I'm more fan than caster at the moment, just enjoying the show that's been put on, Vic.
Front seats out here, cozy. We're getting pretty cozy as the immediate Black Panther ban comes out. I mean, if this is what Ego Death is doing without the Black Panther, like, they have to get nerfed to put on this incredible showcase. And just imagine what would happen if they did allow the Black Panther to come by.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Good flexibility from them. I know, you know, all the players, especially, you know, it just feels like right now, it's like this talent is so immense from both teams. But if you compare both roles to both roles, you know, just the flexibility, you got to give the edge to pretty firmly to 100 Thieves here in general. But Ego Death, they have showed they've got multiple faces.
Looking here, the protection though on the Luna, while the ban goes forward for the torch here. So no more of that. They're tired of it. And after Ego Death prioritizes the safety pick onto the Luna Snow and not the torch like we have seen, that means that this gives 100 Thieves the opportunity to take care of what they feel like is the problem with Self being in the skies over on that Human Torch.
Yeah, every match going for that duelist protection. And you know what? Ego Death has almost won a lot of these, right? And so it's a tough call on the save there, but ultimately getting that Luna is going to really help them on this map. They got a game plan going in, and Jitward has these guys prepared. Emma with the save. TTK has just been, honestly, some of the best Vanguard play I've had the opportunity and the privilege to cast here on Emma Frost right now as both Psylocks looking to get banned.
Hovering just before, yep, the double Psylocke ban, and you get to save the Emma Frost, that's fine, but you won't be able to get the mental projection. Keep up having the Psylocke within your own team before we get to see hovering over that Loki. I do really like this for 100 Thieves. This is just going to enable Harvey all over again.
Now, they had to do that. They got rid of the Loki last time. At this point, it's like you almost need to get rid of the Luna, but you know, they're opening a lot of more Terra's picks, so they are going to give them the 24 seconds, Vicky. They're going to shut down Terra, but give their insane strategists, some of the best in the nation, the pick of the litter.
Seeing what the next... Okay, it looks like maybe a protection on the Lokis from both sides, and if they do get this, they're the ones that get to pull through with what you were mentioning before. That 24 seconds of invincibility just goes so hard for a lot of these fights. We saw the difference before. They're hovering over the Magneto, which, okay. Yep, they try to prioritize the Magneto, so you know what? If you want to get the ban on the other side, that's fine.
Only 1 second left on that save. Looks like they were a bit back and forth of what they want to do right now. I'm going to give a lot of favor towards 100 Thieves in the pick and ban phase this time around. It's going to be tough to match not only two strategists, but the two best at it. Now, they got rid of... Wow, so flipping the script here. Instead of the Terra bans, okay, this is going to be interesting, as now Self doesn't have access to a lot of his favorite heroes.
Yeah, no torch like we've been saying for the rest of these last few matches. And then looking on the other side, no Psylocke, no Black Panther, no pun. I mean, the autofocus is crazy. Sambo also hovering to see what they could do differently here, because that Venom, you know, into TTK and the Emma Frost has just been such a key factor to 100 Thieves' success. It could be easy to let it slip by, but TTK has been the pivotal key on 100 Thieves in stopping a lot of these different approaches from Ego Death with this Emma Frost.
Yeah, guys, listen, these graphics, they don't tell the story, because these maps have been razor tight. Just absolute display of perfection from both teams. Spider Island is our 4th map late into the night. We're going on 8 hours of action here in America. And nice. Nice. 100 Thieves, 69%, 31% Ego Death. Can they get the job done and punch their ticket just like their rival Sentinels?
Nice. I like the faith out here. Possible first map situation in our last series of the day. Winner of this series will punch their ticket in going to China as we get set up on Spider Islands. You know, we went from not casting any Spider Islands before today, Cozy, to now casting 2 maps of Spider Islands.
Lucky us. No Black Panther. No Black Panther, but we do get a change of scenery here. And you know what? We went like Krakoa. We went like 10 for 10 in group stage. No Krakoa for us as well as we look at this beautiful Marvel setting. Shout out to the art team, man. They go off. They go crazy. A couple weeks from season 3. I know they're going to be cooking. Technical pause, as you guys can see. Just a quick recalibration. Teams getting their water, getting ready here as we gaze upon Spider Island.
Looking back at what we had for our bans, though, as we dwell on what to expect in Ego Death's possible last game in the winner side of this bracket. A lot of these target bans, when you have to deal with no Black Panther, no Torch, no Psylocke, by the way, which we saw a pretty strong showcase from Zaytex, but was getting shut down pretty consistently versus TTK. I do expect TTK to still play very front like we have seen thus far, and if they do lean towards the Wolverine from Self, because that's really the only thing that Self has to work with, that's going to be a big factor with TTK. With some help from Vinny, these group walls are going to go hard, especially in the narrow corridors before that first checkpoint.
Yeah, I can almost promise you, I mean, we just saw the triple Vanguard on a point of the map that they didn't need to in Central Park. 100 Thieves, they're on defense first. We're going to get the triple Vanguard from them to push forward, force it to 3 fights here, which is pretty rough as we get things about going here for the team. This is everything for the Ego Death team. They showed their emotion, their tears. Can they turn it into triumph, or will they be sent to the lower bracket? And 100 Thieves, the team that's been doing it for over a year now, and they punched their ticket.
You're going to have to deal with this first here. If you're looking at 100 Thieves and the way that they've been playing, there was no Punisher ban, so that's something else that they could consider if they want to change anything up. As we get to see them coming out of the gates, let's get this started. No more technical pauses as 100 Thieves starting things off on the defense with Terra being on the thing, attempting the triple Vanguard hold closer to the spawn room door, something that we have been able to see on maps like these.
Let's jump right into the action, guys, and it's Madison Square Garden. No, it's not. I was going to say for the haymaker of Terra and the thing. He's down, but the respawn beacon is up, allowing for the mistakes and the aggression. Great job and focus early as Self on Star-Lord. Haven't seen a lot of this. Love what I'm seeing here. And looking at the team cup, Star-Lord, it's Bucky. Can they get it through this triple Vanguard threat?
Self is already boosting up that ultimate charge, though, with Zaytex on the other side already having that. Crack and impact, and again we go. But great timing and shutdown from Vinny. Yes, you are indeed group Vinny. Delena, too, with the Sia being able to help support the rest of 100 Thieves right on time.
What? Delena on Rocket? You have Terra on the thing? What the hell? What multiverse is Vinny in at the moment? This is sick. Ego Death, 3 ults up. Legendary to follow. They've got both strategists, but man, do they want that Zaytex hold back. He did farm it pretty quickly here, but Vinny, he's got the imprisonment.
Hey, you can take care of that Psylocke all you want, but the Rocket in this triple Vanguard hold comes in clutch when you have the BRB. We are Groot with the group hug. Sambo still is able to find Harvey, but TTK has kicked way far into that spawn while floating from above. Ego Death, it just leaves Self here, combined together, just backing away into the spawn room doors, but 100 Thieves are just pressing Ego Death into their own spawn.
Where was this strategy and team cup? Yeah, like crumpled up on a piece of paper in a back pocket. I love it. 100 Thieves showing what they can do across the board here. And if you're Ego Death, they've got to focus Delena. They're getting their picks, but it doesn't matter. The respawn beacon is just bringing them right back. When you got a rocket, that's your #1 focus as they push in far here with the Eternal Bond. Can they get the point far right now? Not looking like it. Look at TTK with the 5.
Ooh. And the double stun there too onto Sambo, who has the freedom charge here too. So SGP now coming in as TTK with that sign of seduction that we saw earlier. Harvey with the reset off the God of Mischief. It's a dance off, but to the sky, it's going to be Self with the legendary Delena again, ready with the Sia. Momentum going down. The rest of Ego Death, though, cannot even find any pigs. They're getting these raw straight hits, but they're just boosting up these support ultimates instead for 100 Thieves.
Clobbered, cleared, and closed. I'm telling you, he's got yellow card blasting. It's closing time with the clobber in time here. I'm just cracking up. Delina playing Rocket is the antithesis of what Hella is, right? Incredible there. As now we've got Wolverine on the prowl here. Self trying to make a difference here. Right now they're spawn locked. They got this done to them on Midtown. They hated it against Nemesis. They can't have the same result happen to them as the imprisonment comes, and it's looking like the team will. The Vanguard show, get it done.
Oh, the frontliners here of the Vanguard trio. 100 Thieves with TTK. Combine that with Vinny and the Gru ultimate. Are you kidding me? The strangling prison, literally strangling the ego out of death.
Wow. I mean, just with the way they play, this would be a tough way to go out. Spawn locked. Can't do anything about it at the moment as TTK and the arms the Vanguards are putting it to Zytex. Wow, with the Kraken impact, but Olsen immediately encountered by TTK. It's like he knew it. He read the script, and he's delivering the server admin as we speak. Diamond Form goes up. Kicks go out. Any eliminations? No, because the dance floor is down.
At least Momentum kept the rest of Ego Death alive through that clobbering time from Terra. By the way, Terra has it all over again right now and is going to be able to put on a performance. Coming right in this time, though, it's 100 Thieves that have to deal with it. It is 4 that gets done as Self finally gets some momentum going for Ego Death. Being able to get those 4 individual players from 100 Thieves is huge, but now overtime is ticking down.
You can't stop him. You can only hold him back for so long as Self gets a huge wombo combo. They're going to be able to contest. Terra going on what we know is his main now. Doctor Strange portal comes out. 100 Thieves go in. And right now, Ego Death, they have the ults to counter. SJP is far. Harvey as well. They can get the big Self going down to Vinny taken down by Self immediately. But there's the rest back.
This is what happens when you make these changes here. Self being on this Wolverine. They thought the Starlight was going to come out. Nope, immediately shut down instead. Group hug as Harvey's the first to go out. Terra stuck in the stun, but SJP comes to the rescue with the Eternal Bond. It's going to be answered back, though, from Momentum being on that Loki to get that copy. And so it's just a pathing of purple and reds on their feet. Vinny getting stunned temporarily. Self right now, with some help from Sambo, is popping off. They found SJP. They found Vinny. And maybe too little too late as the overtime still on board. They have to get this payload to that first checkpoint.
The bonds were tight. The bonds were out there with both teams, and just craziness of Zytex. He had the elimination, but it wasn't able to reset. Teams kept alive. Momentum, great job in awareness to find your duelist tucked away in the household there. One sliver left, and look at 100 Thieves. They have everything in the bank. Self's the only thing left here. Far has to get this ult off the internal bond to keep the team alive here. Powers are his, and here comes the dance floor.
This needs to go hard here, and Self needs to stay alive. It's found 4, and it's found 4. No eternal bond to stay alive. Meanwhile, Self is just a yeeting Wolverine in the sky. Literally one shot here, and they've completely wiped Ego Death off this point before they can even get to that first checkpoint.
Oh, it's the Nakamoto from Terra. Of course it's him. Of course it's him. Call it chemistry. Call it clutch. 100 Thieves. They are 1 round away and a quick hold to punch their ticket to land.
Dude, it looks so hard to even find your way outside that spawn room doors against 100 Thieves. Like the triple Vanguard, you have the Rocket getting the respawn with the BRB. I mean, they made the changes at the end. What goes great against a tank? Obviously, the Wolverine, but they still tried it with the Star-Lord for a bit, and now they don't have any time or that first checkpoint.
I'm just baffled. I mean, at next match, we're going to see Terra play, a strategist. He's going to go and switch on over to who knows what at this point. Delina, we did see Moon Knight a little bit there on, I believe it was Midtown, on the group stage to open things up. So he's not trolling. He's played it with the Vinny. They're just flexing the showcase of heroes that they can all do. And Terra to end it here on Punisher with a poetic ending.
Oh my gosh. Chef's kiss. I was talking about it, they didn't have the ban on the Punisher. Terra may have rolled out here on the thing. The triple Deja Vu Vanguard lineup coming out and now making the change that they need, dealing good amount of damage just in case Ego Death try to answer back with something similar.
Yep, this is going to be potentially it for Ego Death. Can they hold on a defense effort of their lives here? Looking what they have. Self going to an Iron Fist. We're really swapping across the hero pool now. Somble and friends all staying what we've seen them play in the past. Not pushed up at all is so dangerous. Vicky with where the points at right now. And Delina already making light work of it on Zatex.
Oh, but when you're Self and you're trying to make the magic happen on this Iron Fist and trying to isolate the backline of 100 Thieves, Harvey was forced out to use those lamps, and the Ego Death could use that to their favor, depending on the positioning that we currently see from Sombo being on that Captain America. But 100 Thieves are just creating this path uncontested as Ego Death are forced to hold back.
I mean, it's like the plane to China right here. They're just riding it to the end of this point as Terra just gets rid of Sombo right in the path here. There's only so many meters left between them and clutching their path. This team has been through it all. They want to show it all. It comes down to this.
Oh, look behind you, though. Delena getting focused by the Iron Fist. Self is able to get fully up to health. It's going to be the Harvey show, though, with the dance off as Sombo recontest. This time in a different look. You got the Doctor Strange. Soko goes down without using the Meteor M4 as a dance up here. But then you have to think about the Terra show. The 100 Terra on this Punisher to seal the deal for 100 Thieves.
From day one to day done, 100 Thieves are heading to land. And would you have it any other way? Congratulations to this team that has been through it all in the young history, in the year of Rivals. My God.
The one time they don't ban them. I mean, you only have so many bans, right? Like, the fact that you can't utilize that Punisher out here, chef's kiss. Now, using it at the very end when you can have it because it's not banned, after you just rolled out with the triple Vanguard on the thing, looking at these stats, Terra with the 12 final hits, followed up with TTK, as I keep highlighting, 20,000 damage alongside Vinny. Groot going so hard in this entry point when it comes to Spider Islands.
Oh man, what is there to say other than greatness, flexibility, clutch, ice in the veins, 100 Thieves. They've shown it so many times in so many championships and rounds on the line. The job's not finished. They know that, but they do get the pressure of going to the big stage off their back. And if you are Ego Death, guys, I know it hurts right now. I know how much you guys wanted this. It's not over. It's not over. You guys still have the run in the lowers. I know you guys got a big fan base. This reset, reload. 100 Thieves are your winner. And they're advancing to the upper bracket. And we've got the Rivals. We got 100 Thieves Sentinels. That's going to be an insane match.
Yeah, and you know, this also gives the run back opportunity for Ego Death because now falling down to 100 Thieves means that they're probably going to have to face off against Envy. And after what we saw from week 1, Envy, they did take it pretty clean against them, but don't let the 2 deceive you. It was pretty close, and I feel like this is a completely different Ego Death. They're still playing to the fun strengths that they have from each different player that shines within those respective roles, but they're looking different. They're looking a lot stronger regarding the flexibility, and 100 Thieves is still that terror show. Combine that with having Harvey on the Loki, Vinny the Groot extraordinaire, Delena that rolled out, by the way, on the Rocket with an insane Sia, and then TTK and SJP both doing what they do best.
That's a great point, honestly. Last time Ego Death went against Envy, it was honestly barely a fair fight, but that was such a different team than what we've seen now and what this team has been able to adjust to moving forward. Terra showing how it's done, and on this game was the thing for the good majority of it, but still throwing those haymakers with 28k damage plus some. Vanguard, Strange, Thing, Punisher, Torch, Wolverine, Bucky, you name it, he can play it. And 100 Thieves, they got their way to victory, and they get to celebrate together late into the night, nearly the next day. Vicky, I know it's well into the AM, but guys, let's just waste no time. Let's welcome in the man. He's got the injured hand, but he's got the flexibility of anybody within the game. Terra, welcome back to the stage. And what's up, team? Congratulations.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
What's up, buddy? Congrats, man. How's the team feeling? How are you feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. Not gonna lie.
You just said it, man. Whether it's Doctor Strange, The Thing, Punisher, they ban all your picks, man. I mean, it seems like you can just about do it all. Outside of that, I just want to talk about you guys have been here since the beginning of the story of Marvel Rivals, and now this team gets to make history heading to LAN. How do you guys feel?
We feel really great about this. We didn't think there was going to be a LAN this year happening anytime soon. But now after like hearing how big of the game is being invested is like it's pretty surreal.
Wow. And you're one step closer to being there. First off, I hope you're feeling a lot better with your hand going into today's matches. Like, that was crazy hearing what, you know, the performance that you put on for us yesterday. And then being able to do it all over again this time around. Playing a lot more flexible, I feel like, man. You rolled out on that thing, and, like, Delena came out on the rocket. That was a great hold. Usually very common on maps like that. Can you talk to us a little bit about your experience playing against Ego Death? They're a fan favorite team. Your thoughts if you've noticed anything different from this squad moving forward?
Ego Death's a really good team. They have they're very versatile with they're pretty versatile with what they play, but they're mainly a dive specialist team. Like, they prioritize dive over anything, which is kind of like their downfall. So if you just take out most of their most of the things that they're comfortable on, they just don't perform how they usually do against some of the other teams that they saw that they played against earlier in the tournament.
And I mean, listen, look, he's got like a cape like a king over there. You guys swapping and getting TTK over to Imma, just putting a firm stomp there on the, you know, on what he was able to put together. Obviously, usually Mag, Doctor Strange, no, it was you there with Agomoto's, by the way. What the hell, man? Those are insane finishes there. But I've got to say, job's not done. You guys are going against Sentinels. You've been there before. You guys are, I call you guys the rivals of Marvel rivals, right? Even though you guys are, it's all, you know, fun banter, but they got the last laugh somewhat in that MRC. Right now it's you guys. What do you feel about going into that team?
We feel really good going into their team. Obviously, scouting and looking into it, we obviously know what we're going to expect. We obviously know what we're going to play. So it's just going to be like a good old match, like the good old days.
Love to hear it, bud.
Man, and like looking at the way that everything is shaped up, I mean, what was your opinion looking at how the matches from yesterday played out, and now looking at the teams that have already gone home, like both seed 1 teams like out of the tournament? Did you expect this to happen?
Low-key did, because FlyQuest was going a little bit too crazy on Twitter. Job wasn't finished or anything. They got too overzealous over just seeding. This is when it really matters. And Nemesis has always been a good team. Like, I was actually surprised that Nemesis lost to Shroud-X, because they've had a really good record against them recently. I think that was like their only time they've lost to them in a tourney setting, which is really surprising in my opinion.
Listen, man, I mean, you guys are known for the composure within the maps and even on the interviews, all right? You guys are calm, cool, collected, but like, just when the lights finished, when you guys got the match point, like, let me in there, bro. Was it erupting? Were you guys like, you know, celebrating as a team? I mean, I know you expected this result, but was there some, you know, pumped up hype?
Yeah, we were all yelling, obviously. Like, we're going to one of the first ever lands in Marvel Rivals. Like, this is a once in a lifetime. This is where you make history happen. You're playing against, we haven't played against like EU, OCE, Asia, in any official, so like we're proud to be part of that.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, we've seen VP, and at this point, I mean, they just fell, right? But looking at some of those other teams, how do you feel like 100 Thieves stacks up to the rest of the regions?
We've scrimmed only like really EU and EU. That's really it. It's really hard to scrim with any other international teams. So I think with EU we have a really good chance against them, but OC we have no info on. Going from the Shroud tourney, we know we had a really good match against Genji. So, and then straight up from I think, is it China that's going? Is China the other one? I think because they have their own server.
Yeah, China's there. There's of the regions that are going. Yeah, it's EMEA, China. Yeah. They have OCE as well.
Yeah, so we haven't played against any of the China teams because that's really impossible to reach out to them. So I'm really excited to match up against them.
I've got to ask, he says he doesn't like interviews. You're like the interview guy now. Is Harvey always hiding? And I don't see Harvey there. He's never on camera. Delena, you got Vinny and TTK. Get Harvey in there. Get the whole gang on there.
I actually don't know where.
I told him I'd call him out. I told him
I think Harvey's talking to Remix right now. Everyone's just, it's just mainly because everyone sees me as the captain of 100 Thieves, IGL of 100 Thieves. So, I mean, everyone's camera shy too. So.
Well-deserved spot. You guys better prep up PR-wise because you're going to land. There's going to be a lot of in-person interviews. I'm excited to meet you guys, shake your hand, say what's up. Go celebrate with the team. Big congratulations, buddy. You guys earned it. Big one going up against Sentinels. We'll see you there.
Appreciate it.
Hi, buddy.
Hi, Tara.
Big win. Big dub to you, buddy. Big dub to you guys. As we wrap up, Vicky, our final match of the day, and it lived up to the hype. My gosh.
Man, I mean, I'm not surprised. Ego Death still put on such a performance. And it's like what you said, right? They have another shot. It's double elimination. They're sent down to the lower bracket, and they look completely different from the action that we saw last week.
Yeah, I know it's tough for them right now, but they can pull it together as they go against Envy. And we've got a whole slew of matches for you guys tomorrow. But we're going to look at today's results first. If you're just now checking in or you want the quick recap of what has been now an 8.5-hour fest, FlyQuest falling to Envy and out of the tournament, winning the group stage and losing back-to-back to take an early exit by shock and surprise. Shroud-X, though, might have been the biggest surprise of the day. Many had them down and out. Nope, they had the sweep over Nemesis, Vicky.
Yeah, literally both first seeds just out of the tournament. Just have to reiterate that. While Sentinels then come in, they stand on business with a 3-0. But Techie, they put up a really good fight while they find themselves in that lower bracket now as 100 Thieves. You just saw right now in that crazy last series, take the game over Ego Death in a 3-1. Both 100 Thieves and Sentinels now sitting pretty cozy in that upper bracket finals with that ticket going to China.
And as we take a look at the prediction results, hey, now look at that. 3. I'll take 3. All right. I don't think anybody would call FlyQuest, but I did end up getting that Shroud-X upset call. I'm proud, Vicky. I'm proud. You went to, you got 2 there?
Yeah, actually. Surprisingly, I at least got the bottom 2. But, you know, Cozy, you came out on top, actually, with having that Shroud-X pick was big. I know Dogman wanted to change things up. Unfortunately, the Ego Death, copium just was shut down. Shib, too, Shib was trying to change things up, but I was really trying to lean into what I thought was going to really happen, but I should have known better when it comes to the script. Just toss it in the trash.
I mean, yeah, it's tough to call with day 1 and day 2 with the games all over the place, though. I'm competitive. I'm up 4 right now. Let's take a look at tomorrow, guys, and the action heading your way. At first, it'll be I Run Ship and Dogman bringing to you guys Ego Death versus Envy. And what is, oh man, back-to-back matches. Ego Death, lock in, get ready. Techie going against Shroud-X.
Yeah, and then you get to see the comeback potential. Sentinels versus 100 Thieves, a tale as old as time. While the last match, though, will be TBD, because we have to wait out to see how that match goes on to see who would be falling down into that lower bracket final.
Oh my gosh, we get to start the day, Vicky, with Sentinels and 100 Thieves. I mean, I'm already amped. They're both going to land, but they have so much ego on the line. I mean, so much of what this team stands for. They are definitely rivals within this game. Vicky, I couldn't ask for a better start to Ignite, to all of this, to the birth of esports, and it's just a beautiful beginning.
Dude, we're going the distance, right? Like, it's 2 a.m. They say nothing good ever happens past 2 a.m., but all I'm seeing is just positive things right now in the Marvel Rivals multiverse, because currently seeing that lower bracket, Ego Death versus Envy, that Techie shot, you do not want to miss it. There's going to be non-stop action here in the region starting tomorrow, man.
And again, guys, get your Twitch drops. Get it all right here, right now. I'm going to go get a sandwich. I'm starving. I can't wait for it. It's been a fun one. I want to thank you guys so much for joining us today in what has been an electric matchup, day 2. And again, we said day 1's the spark. This is the explosion, the fireworks coming tomorrow, guys, as we wrap up and get closer to the grand finals on Sunday or the playoffs. Enjoy your games out there. Good luck grinding and ranking. And until the next one, guys, happy rivaling and good night.
more sustain.